The vast lands of northeast China stretch endlessly rich in resources and bountiful in yield. The unbroken mountain range of Changbai provides those living at its feet with inexhaustible provisions. Yet along with those countless dangers lurk as well. At the foot of Changbai Mountains, scattered villages dotted the landscape. Each year lucky souls from these settlements would stumble upon fortunes waiting in the mountains. Wazitan was one such village. Lin Yuanshan, what kind of skill is it to throw a tantrum at me? If you've got the guts, go up the back mountain and kill that black bear. On a narrow path in Wazitan, a sharp-featured, monkey-cheeked young man was shouting excitedly at the top of his lungs. Though his voice was loud, his body was unconsciously retreating, and a flash of fear flickered in his eyes. Standing opposite him was a tall, broad-shouldered young man with thick brows and large eyes. The young man's eyes bulged with fury, his handsome face flushed crimson with rage. His sleeves were already rolled up, and he was about to step forward to teach the other a lesson. But behind him someone was tightly clinging to his waist. A crisp, feminine voice came from behind him, carrying a sobbing tone and a faint plea. "Dashanji, you can't lay a hand on him." Seeing the other man held back, the weasel-like youth felt his fear slowly dissolve. His eyes darted as he recalled the scheme his family had plotted. Grinding his teeth, he added fuel to the fire. "Lin Yuanshan, if you can kill that black bear, Li Debao will respect you as a real man. From now on in the village, when I see you, I'll take the long way around." The girl who had just grabbed the young man's arm heard Li Debao still pouring oil on the fire. Anger and urgency welled up in her heart. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Li Debao as she rebuked him loudly. "Li Debao, can you shut up?" She truly wanted to let go and let Dashanji teach him a lesson, but she quickly dismissed that thought. She knew clearly in her heart, once Dashanji hit the other man, the other party would never let it rest. They would demand compensation, which would only add to the burdens already crushing Dashanji's family. So she tightened her grip on Dashanji's waist and pleaded softly. "Dashanji, don't be impulsive. He just wants you to make a move. Think about uncle and auntie." Hearing these words, Lin Yuanshan, who had been glaring with bloodshot eyes, suddenly shuddered. A trace of bewilderment flashed across his gaze. "Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the hospital?" Seeing Lin Yuanshan suddenly stop, and his gaze no longer furious, but confused, Li Debao knew his plan had likely fallen through. He could only glare resentfully at the little girl behind Lin Yuanshan. It was all her fault. "Just you wait until Lingzi isn't around and see how I deal with you." Yi Qingzhu was not one to back down either, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely back at Li Debao. Li Debao slinked away dejectedly. Once he turned the corner and confirmed the two couldn't see him, he collapsed onto the ground without caring about appearances. His legs felt weak and his back was soaked in cold sweat. Damn it, second brother keeps coming up with these rotten ideas. What if I'd gotten beaten half to death? That would be so unfair. I haven't even married a wife yet. No way, next time whoever wants to come can come. I'm not doing this anymore. Only after Li Debao had walked out of sight did Yi Qingzhu finally let go. She marched up to Lin Yuanshan with an indignant air, her brows furrowed and her rosy lips pouting as she spoke. "Dashanji, have you forgotten what you promised uncle and auntie? Not to hit anyone." "Alright, I was wrong. It won't happen again." At this moment, Lin Yuanshan finally came back to his senses. He first reached out with his right hand and pinched his own left arm. The tangible sensation confirmed he was not dreaming. Then he reached out and gently patted the girl's hair, smiling as he cut off her words. Yi Qingzhu was caught completely off guard by Lin Yuanshan's sudden head pat. Her delicate oval face flushed crimson in an instant, and a trace of shyness flashed through her dewy autumn water-like eyes. By the time she recovered, she found Lin Yuanshan already striding toward home. Worried, she jogged after him. Along the way, Yi Qingzhu kept glancing at Lin Yuanshan with a strange look. She felt that today's Lin Yuanshan seemed to have become an entirely different person. Lin Yuanshan's home was at the far eastern end of Wazitan. His father was a renowned hunter in the village named Lin Weigua. Lin Yuanshan was tall and handsome. At 185 centimeters, his stature was rare for those times. By all appearances, he was exceptional. But his one shortcoming was that his mind was a bit slow, which earned him the nickname Lin Yuanshan behind his back. Because of this, his father Lin Weigua had always been trying various folk remedies on him. Yet aside from making Lin Yuanshan's body stronger and stronger, there had been no obvious effect. Then last year, Lin Weigua heard from somewhere that Lin Yuanshan's condition was called soul loss, and that the gallbladder of a ghost bear could cure it. Ignoring his family's objections, he resolutely shouldered his gun, took the family's 2 hunting dogs, and headed deep into the mountains. He was gone for a full day and night. By the next morning, Lin Yuanshan's mother Zhang Sujuan could no longer sit still at home. She hurried to the village office for help. The village chief immediately organized all the able-bodied men in the village to search the mountain. They finally found Lin Weigua in a mountain gully. Lin Weigua was covered in blood, and both hunting dogs were nowhere to be seen. The villagers had no time for anything else. They quickly carried Lin Weigua and sent him to the town hospital. After a day and night of emergency treatment, Lin Weigua was finally pulled back from the brink. However, he was left with severe aftereffects. Although all his limbs were intact, he could no longer do any heavy work. Even walking a little fast left him gasping for breath. Since the accident, the Lin family's standard of living had plummeted. It was during this time that someone deliberately provoked Lin Yuanshan, goading him into going up the mountain alone to seek revenge on the ghost bear. The revenge never happened. Instead, one of his arms became the bear's meal. "Dashanji, slow down a little, wait for me." Lin Yuanshan's mind was running at full speed, finally piecing the story together. But because he was walking too fast, Yi Qingzhu was left behind. Hearing Yi Qingzhu's call, Lin Yuanshan subconsciously slowed his pace. After she caught up, the two walked side by side toward home. After walking for a while, Yi Qingzhu finally could not contain her confusion and asked Lin Yuanshan, "Ji, why are you acting so strange today?" Lin Yuanshan turned to look at Yi Qingzhu, his bright eyes carrying a trace of puzzlement. Yi Qingzhu felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and gently shifted her eyes away before speaking softly. "You never used to pay attention to me before." Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan felt a pang of bitterness. Recalling his past self, he had to admit she was right. He had never been one to care about the feelings of those around him. It won't happen again. Lin Yuanshan did not know how to explain things to this little neighbor sister. He could only toss out a vague line and continue walking home. Yi Qingzhu stood still for a while, unable to fathom why Lin Yuanshan had changed so drastically. But in the end, wasn't this a good thing? Uncle and Auntie would worry less too. After thinking it through, Yi Qingzhu broke into a bright smile and hurried after Lin Yuanshan with light, joyful steps. When the house from his memory appeared before his eyes, Lin Yuanshan hesitated for a moment. He feared that in the end it would all be a dream and he would have rejoiced for nothing. "Brother Dashan, let's go. Second uncle is waiting for you at home." Yi Qingzhu noticed Lin Yuanshan had stopped at the doorway and assumed he was afraid of being scolded by his family. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pulled him toward the Lin family house. Creak. As the familiar sound of the door opening rang out, Lin Yuanshan's eyes widened. He immediately saw a frail, middle-aged man sitting at the doorway of the courtyard. Upon seeing the two return, the man stood up excitedly. "Second uncle, I brought Brother Dashan back. He didn't make any trouble today." Yi Qingzhu trotted over to show off her accomplishment to Lin Weiguo. A faint smile appeared on Lin Weiguo's pale face. "Thank you, Qingzhu. If you hadn't been home, I really wouldn't know what to do." "Oh, second uncle, why are you being so polite? I'll head back first then." "Hey, go on then." After Yi Qingzhu finished speaking, she gave Lin Yuanshan a meaningful look before leaving. Her home was right next door. The two families were separated by only a single wall. Cough, cough. Lin Weiguo looked at his son, wanting to say a few words, but burst into a fit of violent coughing. Lin Yuanshan hurried forward to support his father, then gently patted his back with care. "All right, no need to pat anymore." Lin Weiguo finally managed to stop coughing. An unusual flush appeared on his pale face. He grabbed Lin Yuanshan's hand with such force that the veins on his hand bulged. His gaze grew sharp and penetrating as he looked at Lin Yuanshan and spoke. "You? Who are you?" He knew his own son well. Somewhat dull and slow-witted, he would never have such calm and deep eyes. This inevitably reminded him of the legends he had heard. Could his son have been possessed by something? Watching the constantly shifting expressions of Lin Weiguo, Lin Yuanshan felt somewhat helpless inside. Knowing his father had most likely gotten the wrong idea, he opened his mouth to explain. "Dad, I'm Yuanshan. If you don't believe me, let me tell you some things about our family." After Lin Yuanshan mentioned several family matters, Lin Weiguo's heart relaxed. Some of these things only he and his son would know, so this should indeed be his son. Lin Yuanshan saw that the expression on his father's face had gradually calmed, so he began to speak the explanation he had prepared in his mind. "Dad, before my mind felt like it was shrouded in a fog. I couldn't react to some things or think them through. But today I don't know why, but suddenly the fog cleared and my brain became clear all at once. I'm guessing the medicine you've been giving me finally worked." "Really? I told you so. All these medicines couldn't have been useless." Cough, cough. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Lin Weiguo's eyes lit up instantly. He was now fully convinced. Overcome with excitement, he grabbed Lin Yuanshan's arm. His agitation triggered another two coughs. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly helped Lin Weiguo back into the house. He then poured a cup of hot water from the thermos and used another cup to pour it back and forth, letting it cool. Watching his son's thoughtful and caring actions, Lin Weiguo's heart swelled with joy. He felt that even if he were to die now, it would all be worth it. "Dad, have some water." Lin Yuanshan tested the water temperature with his hand, and once he felt it was no longer too hot, he handed the cup to Lin Weiguo. After Lin Weiguo took the cup and drank 2 sips of water, feeling much better, he grabbed Lin Yuanshan's hand and said, "Yuanshan, seeing you like this now, your father could die with no regrets." "Dad, please don't say that. It's not some serious illness. There must be a way." At this point, Lin Yuanshan recalled how in his previous life, upon hearing of his accident, his father had been overwhelmed with anxiety and passed away within days. His mother had turned white-haired overnight, and had it not been for fear of leaving him uncared for, she would have followed his father in death. And it was precisely because of these successive blows that Lin Yuanshan suddenly awakened. He felt that the first 20 years of his life had been like a dream. He then defied his mother's opposition, went up the mountain to hunt, and made a great name for himself. Now that everything could begin anew, he would absolutely not repeat the same mistakes. The kindness from his past life he could never forget, and the grudges from his past life he would also settle. I believe you." Lin Weiguo smiled and nodded, not wanting to put too much pressure on his son. After all, his son had just recovered, and he didn't want him to encounter any more problems. Having traveled extensively in his past life, Lin Yuanshan immediately saw through his father's thoughts. Clenching his teeth, he leaned close to Lin Weiguo's ear and whispered, "Dad, have you ever heard of? How can such a thing really exist? Didn't my second granduncle say he saw one? I thought he was just seeing things due to his old age." "How could that be?" Second granduncle was the best sharpshooter in the brigade back then. His eyesight was much better than yours. So you're saying my illness might actually have some hope? Of course. Just stay home and take good care of yourself. Sooner or later I'll get that thing for you. Haha, alright, I'll be waiting. With hope in his heart, Lin Yuan's spirits immediately improved greatly. Father and son chatted for a long time. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yuanshan told his father to lie down and rest while he went to the kitchen to cook. On the eastern main road of Wazidan, two figures walked along the roadside chatting and laughing. Judging by their state, they must have gathered quite a haul today. Ahead of the two, a large yellow dog was walking at a leisurely pace, wagging its tail. Every now and then it would stop and wait for the two women to catch up. Chingmei, we really owe it to Dahuang today. When we get home, we need to reward him properly. I'll steam him 2 big buns. Woof, woof. As if understanding the woman's words, the big yellow dog running ahead excitedly bounded over and barked twice at the woman. Haha, Dahuang understood. At this moment, the woman called Chingmei spoke softly. Second, Aunt, you don't need to bother. I'll prepare something delicious for him as a reward. Oh, your reward is yours, mine is mine. That's that. If you keep being polite, I'll get angry. The woman waved her hand, cutting off the younger woman's politeness. The young woman pressed her lips together and ultimately said nothing more. Under the escort of Dahuang, the two women soon arrived home. The big yellow dog stood at the doorway, barked twice, then darted into the courtyard to drink water. Zhang Sujuan looked at the blue smoke rising from her chimney and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Chingmei, your second uncle should have finished cooking. Come eat with us. No need, second aunt. My family has already cooked too. I'll eat at home. Seeing this, Zhang Sujuan didn't insist. After all, there wasn't much good food at home right now. She'd wait until she bought some meat another day before inviting her to eat together. Zhang Sujuan put the tools she was carrying in the storage room, lifted the kitchen door curtain, but was met with an incredible sight. Her son was actually cooking. Mom, you're back. Go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Yuanshan saw his mother had returned, quickly tossed the last piece of firewood into the stove, and stood up to speak. Zhang Sujuan rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't dreaming. Looking at her son's clear and lucid gaze, she spoke somewhat haltingly. Son, you. Lin Yuanshan looked at his mother, who was still so young, and couldn't help but step forward to gently embrace her, smiling as he spoke. Mom, I've awakened. Even after Lin Yuanshan had carried all the dishes to the table, Zhang Sujuan still couldn't quite believe it. Terrified this was all a dream, she pinched her own thigh hard. Hiss, what are you pinching me for? Just as Lin Yuanguo was raising his wine glass for a sip, he suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his leg, and couldn't help but gasp. He knew his thigh would surely be bruised and blackened by tomorrow. Zhang Sujuan blinked a few times, watching her husband wince in pain, and finally convinced herself this wasn't a dream. Her son was truly no longer confused. He was back to being a normal person. Thinking of all the effort she and her husband had poured in over the years, and how her husband had also suffered terribly, Zhang Sujuan felt an overwhelming ache in her heart, and couldn't stop the tears from falling. Lin Yuanguo watched this scene with a heavy heart. He knew his wife had borne equally immense pressure all these years, especially after his illness, when the entire burden of the family had fallen squarely on her shoulders. He glanced reluctantly at his wine glass, then gritted his teeth and spoke. Suwan, stop crying. Fine, I'll just quit drinking, alright. Lin Yuanshan watched this exchange and felt nothing but warmth. His parents were right there beside him. It was wonderful. Smiling, he turned to his father. Dad, Mom isn't pinching you because of the drinking. She's crying tears of joy because I'm better. That's right. Only our son truly understands her. Come on, hurry and eat. Zhang Sujuan wiped her tears, picked up her chopsticks, and served Lin Yuanshan some food, watching with a smile as he ate heartily. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Zhang Sujuan's distraction, Lin Yuanguo gave his son a triumphant wink, then sipped his wine contentedly. Unlike the warm atmosphere at the Lin household, the Li family's mood was stifling. After Li Debao finished recounting the day's events, Li Hongsheng sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and menacing. He looked up at his 3 sons, the burly eldest and the skinny third, and finally fixed his gaze on the second. Era, you came up with this plan. What do you think we should do now, eh? Li Dahu, the second son, was a tall young man. Compared to the sharp-featured Li Debao and the stocky Li Dalong, he was easily the most handsome of the 3. At his father's words, he furrowed his brow. He knew his younger brother's nature well, cowardly and full of empty talk. He strongly suspected Debao hadn't even gone after Lin Yuanshan today, having abandoned the plan altogether. The 3 brothers had grown up together and knew each other intimately. Seeing his second brother's suspicious glare, Li Debao sprang to his feet, chin raised defiantly. What's with that look, urge? Li Dahu, not one to coddle him, spoke bluntly. Did you actually go after Lin Yuanshan today? Of course I did. If not for Yi Qingzhu, Lin Yuanshan would have fallen for it already. Hearing this, Li Debao was reminded of how his legs had gone weak with terror earlier that day. Shame and anger surged through him, and he fired off a few defensive remarks before trying to lash out. But the moment he caught Eru's piercing glare, all his courage vanished. His second brother had beaten him plenty growing up. Enough, stop quarreling and think. We have to eliminate Lin Yuanshan. At minimum, we need to cripple him. Otherwise, as long as he protects those 3 sisters, none of us will get anywhere. All 3 of you will die bachelors. The moment Li Hongsheng spoke, both fell silent. It was clear this had long been decided within the family. Having 3 sons in the Li family was extraordinarily rare in Wazi village. In an era when child mortality ran high, the Li household, with Li Hongsheng included, boasted 4 men, giving them considerable sway throughout the village. But having many children cut both ways. As his 3 sons reached marriageable age, Li Hongsheng naturally set his sights on the Yi family. The Yi family now consisted of only an elderly grandmother, 3 granddaughters, vulnerable and alone. The 3 sisters would make suitable daughters-in-law for his sons. Previously, Li Hongsheng had approached the Yi family to propose for his eldest son, only to be flatly rejected. Deeply wounded in pride, he had vowed at the time to make them regret it. Lin Weigua, unwilling to watch the Li family bully the defenseless Yi household, and bound by decades of friendship between the 2 families, had stepped forward to defend them. Naturally, this made him a target of the Li family's hatred, and a bitter feud was born. Dad, that idiot got lucky today. Yi Qingzhu happened to be there and stopped him. But she's still in school, she can't possibly follow Lin Yuanshan around every day, can she? Li Daho's words lit up Li Hongqing's eyes. He slapped his thigh excitedly. Right? How didn't I think of that? Both men then turned simultaneously to Li Dabeo, who was sitting off to the side. The moment he saw their gazes lock onto him, he panicked and immediately spoke up. Wait, me again? Why does it always have to be me? Li Daho seemed to realize he'd pushed too far and looked away. That's when the usually quiet Li Dalong finally spoke. Third brother, I'm not good with words, and your second brother is close to that fool, so this really has to be you. Li Dabeo opened his mouth to protest, but seeing his father and both elder brothers gazing at him with such expectation, he could only sigh resignedly and agree. All right. After dinner at the Lin household, Zhang Sujuan efficiently cleared the dishes and returned to the Kong, staring blankly at Lin Yuanshan. Your sister would be overjoyed to know you've recovered. Hearing Zhang Sujuan's words, an image immediately appeared in Lin Yuanshan's mind, a petite, delicate woman. His older sister Lin Yuanxing, who had always saved the best food for him since childhood. She was now married in the county town, and a visit was not easy. Mom, don't tell sister yet. She just got pregnant. Don't make her travel back and forth. I'll go visit her in a few days. That works. Zhang Sujuan nodded, though worry lingered in her heart. She feared her son's recovery might be fleeting, would only leave her daughter's hopes dashed. Dad, Mom, I want to propose to the Yi family tomorrow. What a cough, cough. Lin Yuanshan's words stunned the old couple. Lin Weigua, overwhelmed with excitement, began coughing uncontrollably. Zhang Sujuan hurriedly patted her husband's back until he stopped coughing. Watching her serious-faced son, she knew he was indeed of marriageable age. A bittersweet ache settled in her chest, and she sat down to speak earnestly. Son, you know our situation. It was fine when your father was healthy, but now. And that girl Qinglan seems to have her own mind. Don't you think? Choosing her words carefully, Zhang Sujuan closely watched her son's expression, terrified of triggering another regression. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuanshan's expression didn't change at all. He merely offered a faint smile, and then dropped another bombshell. What? You're not marrying Qinglan. You want to marry Qingmei. If that earlier news had been bearable for Zhang Sujuan, this new revelation was nothing short of a devastating blow. Absolutely not. I object. This time it was Lin Weigua who spoke against it. His expression grave, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lin Yuanshan. This matter was non-negotiable. Indeed, son, Qingmei is. She's considered jinxed. She'll bring misfortune to any husband. Lin Yuanshan had long anticipated his parents' reaction. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to smile faintly. Mother, do you still remember that beggar fortune-teller who came to our door when I was young? At these words, Zhang Sujuan froze for a moment, then furrowed her brow, lost in thought. She did recall that incident. Lin Yuanshan had been quite young then, and someone had come begging to their doorstep. Taken pity on him, Zhang Sujuan had given him 2 steamed buns and a piece of dried meat, a rare generosity in those times. The man, apparently encountering such kindness for the first time, struck up a conversation with Zhang Sujuan and mentioned that he possessed the ability to read palms and divine fate. After some simple chatter, the conversation turned to Lin Yuanshan. The man let out a heavy sigh several times, opening his mouth only to fall silent. Finally, after casting a glance at the dried meat in his hand, he steeled his resolve and spoke. Your son's destiny is noble, yet heaven itself envies him. That is why his mind was never quite sharp. But if he ever encounters an opportunity and breaks through the fog, he will soar to unimaginable heights. With those words spoken, the man, as if fearful of further questioning, ignored Zhang Sujuan's entreaties and departed directly into the wind and snow. Seeing Zhang Sujuan's expression begin to soften, Lin Yuanshan pressed on. Mother, do you believe what that fortune-teller said? Zhang Sujuan paused, then gave a slight nod. Some things I still believe in. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuanshan's lips. That was exactly the answer he wanted. Mother, if you believe that, then it means your son is no ordinary person. His fate is exceptionally resilient. How could something trivial like that possibly overcome him? Zhang Sujuan found his reasoning reasonable and was about to nod instinctively when she suddenly realized what he was saying. She looked up, reached out, and pinched his ear, scolding him. You rascal! Even daring to deceive your own mother. Lin Yuanshan had not expected his mother to resort to physical discipline. Caught off guard, his ear was seized immediately, and he could only apologize repeatedly. After twisting a few times, Zhang Sujuan felt somewhat relieved. She released her grip and spoke with a solemn expression. Son, think carefully. Our family has been close to the Yi family for decades. If the Yi family agrees, you must not go back on your word. Otherwise your sister Qingmei will have no face to show anyone, and neither your father nor I will be able to face grandmother Yi. Lin Yuanshan sat cross-legged on the heated Kong, his back straight as a rod, and said with complete seriousness, "Parents, I have made up my mind. I will not change it." Returning to the Kong in the west room, Lin Yuanshan rested his head on his arm, unable to fall asleep for a long while. If he were to name the person he owed the most in his previous life beyond his parents and older sister, it would undoubtedly be that neighbor girl. When he had been struck by successive disasters, it was she who helped, going to the hospital to care for him, while also comforting and guiding Zhang Sujuan. Without her, Zhang Sujuan likely would have collapsed long ago. Later, when Lin Yuanshan went into the mountains to hunt, she had helped look after Zhang Sujuan. Her kindness toward him was as profound as the mountains themselves. Regrettably, one carried a physical disability while the other suffered from deep inferiority due to her own bodily abnormalities, so in the end they never managed to be together. Lost in thoughts of his past life, Lin Yuanshan drifted into a drowsy slumber. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the hospital once more, but at the final moment, he jerked awake. Lin Yuanshan opened his eyes, sat up on the Kong, and switched on the light. He touched his left arm, feeling the authentic texture beneath his fingers, and finally confirmed that the previous scene had been merely a dream. He had truly been reborn. Swiftly dressing himself, he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Lin Yuanshan exhaled deeply, then wandered into the backyard, taking slow steps among the familiar surroundings. In his past life, to protect himself, he had specifically learned 3 internal martial arts styles. Though his disability prevented him from achieving true mastery, he could still keep 7 or 8 attackers at bay. After wandering for a while and feeling his body warm up, Lin Yuanshan assumed his stance and began practicing the forms. Almost immediately, he sensed something extraordinary. It was as if the strength within his body flowed endlessly like the waters of the Yellow River. He completed 8 rounds of the routine and still felt no fatigue. In his previous life, just 2 rounds had exhausted him. Only upon finishing his 9th round did Lin Yuanshan finally stop. Not from exhaustion, but because he understood the wisdom that excess is as harmful as deficiency. He strolled leisurely around the backyard for several laps until the surging energy in his blood subsided, then exhaled the turbid breath from his chest. Suddenly his entire body felt refreshed and invigorated. After returning indoors to wash up, Lin Yuanshan entered the living room. Zhang Sujuan had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing her son, she quickly scanned him from head to toe, and finding his eyes still clear and bright, she finally relaxed, hurrying to call Lin Weiguo to eat. During the meal, Zhang Sujuan cast a complicated glance at her son. Last night she and Lin Weiguo had barely slept at all, endlessly debating what to do. In the end, Lin Weiguo asserted his authority as head of the household and made the final decision, to follow Lin Yuanshan's wishes. After finishing breakfast, both Zhang Sujuan and Lin Weiguo changed into fresh clothing. Zhang Sujuan then retrieved 2 bottles of baijiu from the cabinet. These had been brought back by Lin Yuanshan for Lin Weiguo, whom he had been saving for a special occasion. Zhang Sujuan rummaged through cabinets and trunks, eventually gathering 4 items. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan's heart ached. He knew their family was essentially penniless, and his sudden request to marry must have placed tremendous strain on his parents. Lin Yuanshan's guess was correct. The previous night, he and Lin Weiguo had already plotted to borrow money from their son-in-law, determined to see this wedding through no matter the cost. However, Lin Yuanshan felt no about it. With his combat skills and hunting abilities, money was hardly a significant concern for him. The family of 3 stepped outside and turned the corner to reach the Yi family's door. Zhang Sujuan knocked and called out, "Annie, are you at home?" "Woof, woof." Da Huang, the big yellow dog in the courtyard, heard them and barked twice toward the house to warn of visitors, then returned to his nest to lie down. These were familiar faces after all. At that moment, the Yi family of 4, having just finished their meal, were preparing to clear the tableware. Upon hearing Zhang Sujuan's voice, Elder Yi immediately directed the youngest Yi Qingzhu to go welcome their guests, muttering curiously under her breath, "What's gotten into Wan? Usually she just walks right in. Why so formal today?" Grandma Yi was nearly 70 this year. Though her body remained strong, her 3 granddaughters refused to let her climb the mountain any longer. Now she mostly stayed at home, sorting the mountain goods that Yi Qingmei brought back. Yet that chore was generally taken care of by Yi Qinglan, leaving the old woman with little to occupy her at home, gnawing at her with boredom. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan kept silent, merely cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks on the table. In the Yi family, Qingmei headed up the mountain every day to gather wild goods, while Qingzhu attended school. Only she remained at home day after day, responsible for caring for Grandma Yi and keeping house. The reason Qingmei refused to let Qinglan accompany her was that she had her own thoughts. If heaven forbid she were to meet with danger on the mountain and not return, she wanted to ensure their family would not collapse entirely. Yi Qingzhu trotted down the path to the gate, threw it open, and immediately spotted the 3 members of the Lin family dressed in formal attire. Glancing at the items they carried, her clever little mind whirred, and before a moment passed, she blinked and sprinted back into the house. "Grandma, Brother Dashin has come to propose." Panting, Qingzhu burst into the room and blurted out words that seemed to shake the heavens themselves. At those words, Yi Qinglan, who was clearing the dishes, nearly dropped them from her hand. Fortunately, Qingmei reached out and steadied her, speaking with a warm smile. "Qinglan, why don't I take over?" Yi Qinglan gently shook her head. Her flawless oval face remained expressionless as though the matter concerned her not at all, yet a flicker of something strange betrayed her eyes. She carried the dishes toward the kitchen without another word. Old Grandma observed all of this. She knew her second youngest granddaughter was strikingly beautiful and carried ambitions beyond her station, finding the Lin boy entirely unsuitable. Yet inwardly, she could only feel sorry for him since aside from his occasional airheadness his circumstances were quite decent, and he had always been the one shielding her three granddaughters from all manner of troublesome folk. At that moment the Lin family of three stepped through the courtyard. Zhang Sujuan lifted the door curtain and spotting Grandma, Yi greeted her with a bright smile. "Auntie, have you eaten?" "Yes, thank you. Uncle Andy." "Grandmother Yi." After the younger ones offered their polite greetings in turn, Lin Weigua and Lin Yuanshan set the gifts they carried upon the table. "Oh my, you should have simply come empty-handed. Why bring so much? Your own household is hardly well off. Take it all back when you leave." The moment those words left Grandma Ye's lips the three recognized the underlying meaning. Lin Yuanshan's face betrayed no change, he simply stood there with a stubborn perseverance. Lin Weigua however worked to steady his emotions, dreading any sign of distress that might mar the moment. Lin Weigua strove to calm his inner turmoil, fearful that losing his composure now would only worsen the situation. It was then that Zhang Sujuan the mother rose to her feet. Though she too had caught the sharp undertone in Grandma Ye's words, a mother could not hesitate at a moment like this. "Annie, tell me, do you see any difference in Yuanshan today?" Hearing this, Grandma Yi finally directed her gaze toward Lin Yuanshan, who stood to the side. Meanwhile, Qingmei and Qingzhu also turned their curious eyes upon him. The moment they looked, all three sensed the change at once. They knew perfectly well how Yuanshan usually was. Qingzhu had already noticed it the day before, but troubled in heart, had said nothing upon returning home. Now seeing him clearly, she found her opinion confirmed. Brother Dashan truly appeared as though a different person had taken his place. "Dashan, are you truly better?" Grandma Yi gazed into his clear bright eyes and could not help but voice her quietest doubt. Zhang Sujuan's lips curved into a satisfied smile, and she nodded firmly toward Grandma Yi. "Auntie, your eyes are true. Dashan is indeed cured. That is why your uncle and I have come today, bold as we may be, to formally ask for his bride." Upon learning that Lin Yuanshan's mind had recovered, Grandma Yi, whose initial instinct had been to refuse outright, began to waver. Were he still the same as before, she would not have hesitated for a moment. But this new Lin Yuanshan, strong in every regard, left her momentarily at a loss. Seeking wisdom, she glanced meaningfully at her second granddaughter Qingmei, who immediately understood and rose to step outside. "Uncle, Auntie, I'll go fetch some water for you." "Oh no, no need." Zhang Sujuan hurried to call after her, but Qingmei had already darted out. Resigned, she turned to Grandma Yi with an exasperated expression. "Auntie, I think you may have misunderstood. Yuanshan has his sights set on Qingmei." Those words instantly transformed the atmosphere within the room. Qingzhu's mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lin Yuanshan. Given Qingmei's peculiar circumstances, most would lack the courage to even speak of such a match. She had always assumed Brother Dashan desired her second elder sister, for Qing'er was undeniably beautiful. Grandma Yi could never have imagined that the Lin family's proposal was aimed at Yi Qingmei. Had she heard this news under other circumstances, joy would have filled her face. Yet now her expression grew grave. "Dashan, I have watched you grow from a child. I pray you will speak only the truth to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan straightened his posture and met Grandma Yi's gaze squarely, nodding with solemn gravity. "Grandma Yi, rest assured. Whatever you ask I will answer honestly." "Very well. I ask you then, was it your own wish to marry Qingmei or your parents'?" "It was my own desire to wed Sister Qingmei." Seeing the unhesitating resolve in Lin Yuanshan's answer, Grandma Yi felt some relief wash over her, yet she pressed on. "Then you must have heard the whispers about your Qingmei sister, that she is a woman cursed with ill fortune." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's expression remained utterly calm, his voice ringing with quiet conviction. "Nonsense born of idle tongues. I, Lin Yuanshan, do not believe in such superstitions. If Sister Qingmei will have me, I will raise her to a life of comfort and prosperity and silence those detractors once and for all." Now there's a real man. For those very words I. Deeply moved by Lin Yuanshan's passionate declaration, Grandma Yi raised her thigh and prepared to seal the matter on the spot. Just then, however, Yi Qingmei lifted the curtain and stepped back inside. Earlier, after entering the kitchen, Yi Qingmei saw her younger sister washing dishes and hurried over to help. Yi Qinglan seemed to anticipate her sister's intention. She raised her head to look at Yi Qingmei, her phoenix eyes shimmering with unyielding resolve. "Sister, I will not marry him." Yi Qingmei appeared unsurprised by her sister's determination. She reached out and gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Yi Qinglan's ear. A sigh rose unbidden within her heart. Whenever she gazed upon her younger sister's face, Qingmei could not help but wonder, how could anyone be so stunningly beautiful? Even Qingmei herself was widely considered a rare beauty, yet standing beside her sister, she could not help but feel inadequate. Qinglan Dashan is different now. He has recovered. He is entirely like any ordinary person. At these words, a shadow of hesitation flickered through Yi Qinglan's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by steel-like resolve. She pressed her lips together and declared firmly. Seeing her sister's determined gaze, Yi Qingmei did not try to dissuade her further. She hurriedly walked toward the house. Yi Qingmei had caught fragmented words from outside, and heard Lin Yuanshan's resolute voice occasionally drifting from the room, a voice so unlike his former self. She felt a pang of regret, yet also a faint subtle sense of relief. Yi Qingmei's entrance interrupted old Madame Ye's decision. The room fell silent. When old Madame Yi saw Yi Qingmei shake her head, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear at that moment was that her second granddaughter would suddenly agree, which would have put her in a difficult position. Fortunately, she did not. In truth, among her three granddaughters, old Madame Yi worried most about the eldest. In this rural era, given her condition, no one dared to marry her. Even if someone were bold enough, they would most likely be old, weak, or disabled. She did not want her granddaughter to suffer such a fate. As for her second and third granddaughters, she had no concerns. The second was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. She could pick and choose, and would never lack suitors. The third, though not as pretty, was an excellent student. If she later passed the college entrance exam, marriage would be the least of her worries. Ahem, Qingmei, come here. Old Madame Yi beckoned Yi Qingmei to sit beside her. Though puzzled, Yi Qingmei walked over and sat down on the kong. Old Madame Yi took her eldest granddaughter's hand and felt the thick calluses on it. Her heart ached knowing how hard these years had been for her. Tears welled in her eyes. Seeing her grandmother's expression, Yi Qingmei panicked, her beautiful face showing anxiety. Grandma, what's wrong? Old Madame Yi then remembered the matter at hand. She quickly pushed aside her sadness, wiped her eyes, and looked at her granddaughter's flower-like face with a smile. That boy Deshan has taken a liking to you. What do you think? Boom. Old Madame Ye's words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, leaving Yi Qingmei's mind blank and frozen in place. Old Madame Yi waited patiently for her granddaughter to recover. After a long while, Yi Qingmei finally came back to her senses, her heart a mix of emotions. It's all right. Deshan says he doesn't mind. What about Qinglan? The two of them have never had anything between them. Hearing old Madame Ye's words, Yi Qingmei felt a surge of gratitude, shyness, and excitement. At a loss for words, she could only lower her flushed face. Seeing her granddaughter's reaction, old Madame Yi knew she was not opposed. She raised her head and said to Lin Weiguo and Zhang Sujuan, I agree to this. Let's discuss a date and get them married as soon as possible. The couple's faces lit up with excitement as they nodded. All right. Ahem, mother, we can't get married yet. As soon as Lin Yuanshan spoke, he felt 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Yi Qingmei, who had been looking down, trembled, her face turning pale. Seeing his parents' murderous glares, Lin Yuanshan dared not stall and quickly added, I'm not old enough to marry. I'm only 20 this year. At this, the tense atmosphere in the room eased. Old Madame Yi waved her hand with a smile. Is that all? Around here, plenty of people hold the ceremony first and get the license later. Lin Yuanshan said no more, as too much talk might lead others to think he didn't want to marry. With the matter settled, both families decided to share a meal to celebrate the big event. Lin Yuanshan volunteered to go buy supplies, while old Madame Yi nudged Yi Qingmei to go with him. After they left, Yi Qingzhu went to the kitchen to tell Yi Qinglan the news. When she mentioned how Lin Yuanshan had spoken, her eyes sparkled with admiration, feeling that her Deshan brother was truly manly. Yi Qinglan received the news with her usual cool demeanor, her face betraying no emotion. Yet as she wiped the stove, her hands seemed to press harder, faint veins rising on her jade-like fingers. Walking side by side along the street, Lin Yuanshan and Yi Qingmei were both silent. The sudden shift in their relationship left them at a loss for words. Yi Qingmei stood about 1.65 meters tall, with a classic oval face that made her features look delicate. Her high straight nose, slightly upturned tip, and cherry-like lips formed a typical beautiful face. Seeming a bit shy under Lin Yuanshan's gaze, Yi Qingmei finally mustered the courage to speak. Deshan, have you really thought this through? Shoo. Lin Yuanshan raised a finger to stop her from continuing. Seeing the mix of hope, fear, and complex emotions in her eyes, he smiled and gave her a firm, solemn answer. I've made up my mind. Hearing what she wanted, Yi Qingmei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The air itself seemed sweeter that day. The two walked along the eastern road of Wazi village. Lin Yuanshan kept scanning the ditch by the roadside, but found nothing. Yet he was not discouraged. He knew that near the village such things were rare. Most hunters kept hunting dogs, so any prey would have been chased away long ago. After walking along the main road for an hour and a half, they finally reached the town. Accustomed to traveling by vehicle, Lin Yuanshan felt a bit frustrated. Although he wasn't tired, it was too time-consuming. This strengthened his resolve to earn money quickly, as transportation would make things much easier. Yi Qingmei often came to the town's supply and marketing cooperative to sell mountain goods, so she was very familiar with the place. She led Lin Yuanshan to buy some pork and other items. When Yi Qingmei tried to pay, Lin Yuanshan firmly stopped her with a simple reason. When we're out together, how can I let you spend money? Yi Qingmei felt no anger at his domineering words. Instead, warmth flooded her heart, and her whole body felt flushed. After shopping, they walked back along the main road. As they passed a small ditch, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up as if he had spotted something. He quickly put down his purchases and said to Yi Qingmei, Qingmei, wait here for me. I'll go down and take a look. Yi Qingmei didn't know what he intended to do, but she nodded gently. Emma, be careful. Lin Yuanshan slid down the earthen slope to the bottom of the ditch. In this season, the water was shallow, probably only knee-deep. Both sides of the ditch were piled with branches and leaves. Along the muddy edge, a row of paw prints led eastward. Lin Yuanshan carefully walked along one side, trying not to step on the tracks. Before long he climbed back up, picked up the items beside Yi Qingmei, and said with a smile, "Let's go home." On the way back, Lin Yuanshan offered no explanation of where he had been. However, Yi Qingmei, who had grown up at the foot of the mountain, though not thoroughly familiar with such matters, knew a thing or two. By the time they neared the village, she could no longer hold her tongue, and finally spoke up. "Dashin, did you go tracking game just now?" Lin Yuanshan was not at all surprised that she had guessed his purpose and nodded gently. "Yes, Sister Qingmei. As you know, my family situation is difficult. I plan to go up the mountain to hunt from now on. Once I have enough game, you and my mother won't need to go gathering wild produce anymore. The mountain is quite dangerous after all." Hearing this, a trace of sweetness rose in Yi Qingmei's heart, a feeling she had never experienced before beginning to stir. But soon a flicker of worry flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Dashin, although your second uncle was once the most renowned hunter in our area, you have never accompanied him up the mountain before. Wouldn't it be dangerous to go directly?" "It won't be. At first I'll just explore around the edges and set traps. And I plan to go up the mountain to find my second grandfather and learn how to hunt from him." "Well, that's good then." Upon hearing that Lin Yuanshan had already made long-term plans, Yi Qingmei said no more. Yet she was deeply touched by the subtle care woven into his words. When the two of them returned to the Yi family home, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But in those days people ate only twice a day to save grain, so it hardly affected their meals. After arriving home, the two of them greeted their elders, and then went to the kitchen to start cooking. The dishes Lin Yuanshan intended to prepare that evening had already been decided on the way. He planned to cook all 5 gene of pork he had bought. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei was stunned. After all, ordinary families rarely ate meat like that. But Lin Yuanshan did not care. He entered the kitchen himself and took charge of cooking. Yi Qingmei was clearly uneasy about Lin Yuanshan's cooking skills. They had been neighbors for many years, and she had never heard that he could cook, so she kept following him into the kitchen. However, when she saw Lin Yuanshan's deft movements, she was relieved. But seeing his lavish way of adding meat, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, and spoke up. "Yuanshan, put less meat in. The dish only needs a hint of meat flavor." Lin Yuanshan paid her no mind, continuing to stir fry as he pleased. When he found the pace too slow, he asked Yi Qingzhu to watch the sour cabbage stewed with pork belly, and took the remaining ingredients home to prepare other dishes. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu immediately agreed, with eyes full of excitement. She stared fixedly at the stewing meat in the pot, the steam carrying the aroma of pork, making her swallow hard. Soon Lin Yuanshan had prepared 6 dishes. Although the variety was not extensive, every single one was a hearty, substantial dish, with generous portions. That evening the Yi household was unusually lively. The family prepared to drink the 2 bottles of white liquor that Lin family had brought over. In the northeast, due to the cold weather, most women could also handle some liquor. Lin Weigua and Lin Yuanshan shared 1 bottle, while old Madam Yi Zhangsujuan and Yi Qingmei shared another. Yi Qingzhu, still in school, could only watch enviously as others drank. In the end, she turned her attention to the table full of dishes, eating meat and vegetables in turns until her mouth glistened with oil. Yi Qinglan sat quietly eating, displaying the demeanor of a proper young lady from a distinguished family. Her face showed no expression, appearing utterly out of place against the cheerful atmosphere. Yet her character was inherently cool and reserved, and everyone knew this, so no one felt displeased. Cough, cough. After several rounds of drinks, and having sampled all the dishes, Lin Yuanshan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Even Yi Qinglan, who had been eating silently, raised her head and looked toward him. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Lin Yuanshan turned his gaze toward old Madam Yi and his parents and described his future plans. After hearing him out, old Madam Yi said nothing, merely casting her eyes toward Zhang Sujuan, for this was their family matter. Indeed, upon hearing that Lin Yuanshan intended to go up the mountain to hunt, the smile vanished from Zhang Sujuan's face, and without hesitation, she raised her objections. "Absolutely not. I disagree. Hunting is far too dangerous. Haven't you seen enough from your father's experience?" Zhang Sujuan had also had some wine that evening, and words she would normally keep bottled up came pouring out without restraint. Hearing this, a flash of pain passed through Lin Weigua's eyes. Actually, deep down, he did not support his son hunting in the mountains either, for he knew better than anyone the dangers involved. Yet he also understood that if he wanted to change his family's current circumstances, hunting was the best choice. Seeing his wife turn her gaze toward him, seemingly hoping he would intercede, Lin Weigua felt caught in a difficult position. But when he saw the determined look in his son's eyes, he steeled himself and spoke. "My opinion is the same as Sujuan's. I do not approve of Yuanshan going hunting." The moment these words left his mouth, Zhang Sujuan breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Lin Weigua continue. "Yuanshan, let me ask you, if your mother and I both oppose your going up the mountain to hunt, would you still go on your own?" "Yes." Lin Yuanshan's resolute answer immediately sent Zhang Sujuan into a fury. Unable to contain herself, she turned around and dealt him 2 sharp slaps. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Lin Yuanshan did not dodge her 2 slaps, but instead spoke with calm composure. "Mother, whether you and father agree or not, I will still go up the mountain to hunt. You say the mountain is dangerous, but aren't you and Sister Qingmei also in danger when you go gathering mountain produce?" "That's different. We were just..." Zhang Sujuan faltered midway, for during the past year, she and Qingmei had encountered dangers several times on the mountain. If it had not been for De Huang's timely warnings, the 2 of them would likely have perished in the mountains long ago. Just the day before yesterday, they had encountered a wild boar. Had it not been for De Huang stepping forward to lure it away, both of them would have been injured. That was precisely why she had said she wanted to reward De Huang. It is well known in the Changbai Mountain region that there is an old saying, first pig, then bear, then tiger. This is not a ranking of their combat strength, but rather an order of their tendency to injure humans. If one encounters a wild boar on the mountain, most will charge directly at people, especially the solitary boar, a mature male roaming alone, which is particularly aggressive. Seeing that his mother's expression had softened somewhat, Lin Yuanshan pressed his advantage immediately. Mother, I know you are worried I lack experience. Didn't I just say that tomorrow I will go up the mountain to find my second grandfather and learn hunting skills from him? That should put your mind at ease, right? Zhang Sujuan glanced at her son's resolute eyes and knew his mind was made up. Her opposition would be futile, so she opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, she lifted her wine cup, drained the remaining baijiu, and set it heavily on the table. Then she turned and glared at Lin Yuanshan. Son, since you have made up your mind, Mother will no longer stop you. But you must be extra careful. Listen to your second grandfather when you are on the mountain. After all, you are not alone anymore. Do not act so carelessly as before. After Zhang Sujuan finished speaking, she shifted her gaze toward Yi Qingmei. Yi Qingmei immediately lowered her head in shyness, her cheeks growing even redder from the alcohol. The next morning, Lin Yuanshan rose before dawn, as usual, dressed himself, went to the backyard to practice several rounds of boxing, and then returned indoors to begin preparing his things. Lin Weigua had formerly been a hunter, and their home was filled with all sorts of tools. Nearly everything one could imagine. The only exception was his hunting rifle, which he had sold out of financial need. The rest remained piled in the storage room. Lin Weigua directed his son to move a chest from the corner onto a platform, brushed off the dust with a rag, opened it, and carefully retrieved an item from within, handing it to Lin Yuanshan. Ever since I got the gun, I seldom used the bow, but now that we have no firearm, you can take this for self-defense. Lin Yuanshan took the bow from his father's hands and examined it up and down. It was an ordinary buffalo horn bow, its body gleaming dark and lustrous from diligent maintenance. Since it had been stored away for an extended period, Lin Weigua had removed the bowstring. Lin Yuanshan skillfully strung it back on, drew it a few times in testing, and then pulled it taut into a full crescent moon, leaving Lin Weigua beside him utterly dumbfounded. He knew his son was strong, but never imagined he was this extraordinary. This bow carried a draw weight of 100 caddies, yet Lin Yuanshan had drawn it so effortlessly. Judging by the casual expression on his face, he had not felt the least strain. However, Lin Weigua's expression soon recovered. Fearing his son might grow overconfident, he immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Being able to draw it does not mean you can aim true. Being able to aim true does not guarantee you will hit your mark. After all, prey is alive, it runs. You must not grow careless. Understood, father. Lin Yuanshan understood his father's intention and did not argue back. He nodded earnestly. After breakfast, Lin Yuanshan bound his leg wraps, slung a bag over his shoulder, and set out for the mountains. Lin Weigua stood at the doorway, uneasy, watching until his son's figure vanished from sight. Then he sighed and turned back into the house. No sooner had he entered than Zhang Sujuan, who was tidying up, called out to him. Weigua, has our son left? Yes. Hearing this, Zhang Sujuan paused her work and looked at Lin Weigua with obvious worry. Do you think there might be danger on the mountain? Seeing the anxious look in his wife's eyes, Lin Weigua could not help but offer some comfort. Rest assured, the place where our second uncle lives is one Yuanshan has visited before. The entire route is mostly mountain trails. There is no real danger. Though still uneasy in her heart, Zhang Sujuan could only suppress her worries and continue with her chores. As soon as Lin Yuanshan stepped onto the eastern main road, he spotted a figure sneaking around on a nearby path, glancing furtively in all directions. The moment that person caught sight of Lin Yuanshan's hunting attire, they immediately darted off at full speed. Upon seeing the person's build, Lin Yuanshan instantly guessed who it was, and without hesitation broke into a swift pursuit. With his taller frame and longer legs combined with certain techniques, Lin Yuanshan quickly closed the distance and reached out, grabbing directly for the person's neck. Li Debao had just finished his morning meal at home when his father instructed him to patrol around the Lin residence, looking for an opportunity to catch Lin Yuanshan isolated. Though deeply unwilling, Li Debao knew one could not defy the mighty. So grumbling under his breath, he trudged eastward toward the Lin household. But the instant he arrived and saw Lin Yuanshan stepping out with a bag slung over his shoulder, his heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the plan had succeeded? That Lin Yuanshan intended to hunt that black bear? When Li Debao caught Lin Yuanshan's gaze, he bolted immediately, terrified that even a moment's delay would see him captured. At that moment, Li Debao's conflicted psychology became evident. He wanted to remove the thorn that was Lin Yuanshan from his family's path, yet he also feared the boy might strike without restraint and leave him crippled. Thus, upon spotting Lin Yuanshan, his instinct was to flee. But after a few steps, Li Debao snapped out of it. What was he here for? Was it not precisely to provoke Lin Yuanshan into making a move? Why run at all? At this realization, Li Debao abruptly halted his steps and prepared to turn around to check whether Lin Yuanshan was giving chase. But in the next instant, he felt a massive hand clamp down on his neck from behind. Woo, woo, woo. Panic seized Li Debao, his heart nearly bursting from terror. He threw his mouth open to scream for help, but a large hand clamped over it. Like a fledgling chicken grasped by its neck, he was dragged backward toward the rear mountains. Woo, woo, Woo! Li Debao had never experienced anything like this in his life, and he nearly urinated himself in fright. Both hands clawed desperately at the grip on his neck, but a low menacing voice cut through his struggles. Move again, and I will snap your neck. Feeling the suffocating pressure around his throat, Li Debao immediately and wisely ceased his struggle. Lin Yuanshan carried Li Debao to a small woodland on the rear hill and tossed him to the ground, yet found himself somewhat perplexed. He had chased him down on pure instinct, but now he was at a loss. How exactly was he supposed to deal with this Li Debao? After all, one could not simply assault someone for lingering near one's home. Li Debao lay sprawled and thoroughly shaken, his body limp and devoid of strength. Watching Lin Yuanshan standing nearby, his cold gaze flickering with each passing moment, Li Debao could not help but shiver. He had noticed the transformation in Lin Yuanshan. Previously, Lin Yuanshan's eyes had resembled those of a brutal, volatile beast. Fearsome, yes, but a lack of cunning. Now, however, his gaze was calm and composed like an boundless expanse of ocean, deceptively tranquil upon the surface, yet beneath lay churning violent currents capable of swallowing anyone whole, leaving not even bones behind. Lin Air. Noticing the icy stare directed at him, Li Debao immediately corrected himself. Brother Dashan, I wonder what you plan to do by bringing me here. Aren't you and my older brother close friends? Hearing those words, a surge of murderous intent flashed across Lin Yuanshan's eyes, but he swiftly suppressed it. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Nothing much. I was merely wondering. Why did you run the moment you saw me? Did you have a guilty conscience about something? Seeing the smile on Lin Yuanshan's lips, Li Debao felt a wave of relief. He secretly thanked his second brother's influence, and feeling some strength return to his limbs, pushed himself up from the ground with both hands. Beaming with false warmth, he replied, Brother Dashan, am I that sort of person? I simply finished my morning meal and wanted to take a leisurely stroll. By chance I wandered here. I didn't run because I saw you. I was just going for a jog to stay in shape. Li Debao's lies rolled off his tongue with ease. Lin Yuanshan did not expose him, for he had far more important matters at hand. He would deal with this entire family in due time, not a single one would be spared. Lin Yuanshan simply stared at Li Debao for more than 10 minutes, until Li Debao's legs began to tremble. Only then did he speak. Scram. I don't care whether your stroll was genuine or feigned. If I see you lurking near my home again, I'll break your legs. Alright, I'm leaving right now. After watching Li Debao stagger away, Lin Yuanshan shouldered his belongings and continued on his journey. In his past life, it was only after he regained his senses that he slowly came to understand that behind all his misfortunes lay the machinations of the Li family, especially the second son Li Dahu, who played a decisive role. That was why Lin Yuanshan reacted so strongly when he heard Li Debao mention his brother. After all, the betrayal of a so-called friend cuts deeper and leaves a more indelible scar. But since he had returned, every grievance had its source, every debt its debtor. He would play with them to his heart's content. As he traveled while pondering matters, Lin Yuanshan subconsciously began to use the mud-wading step to walk. This was a technique his Bagua Palm master had taught him in his past life, advising him to integrate the practice of boxing into every movement of daily life, so that kung fu would quickly become second nature. When Lin Yuanshan arrived at the small ditch where he had seen traces yesterday, he did not rush down. Instead, he slowly paced around, first to check if any new signs had appeared overnight, and second to calm his surging qi and blood. After his qi and blood settled, Lin Yuanshan made a pleasant discovery. Beside the row of small footprints, his sharp eyes caught fresh footprints. Lin Yuanshan immediately jumped off the main path and followed the trail. This road was frequently traveled, so it was not a good place to set traps. After all, whether now or in the future, people of principle were rare. If someone spotted a caught animal, they would likely take it. He did not want to work hard only to become a benefactor to others. After walking along the small ditch for a long time now, about 500 to 600 meters off the main road, Lin Yuanshan finally found a suitable spot. There by the side of the ditch, a poplar tree as thick as a thigh had fallen into the water, perfectly bridging the two banks. Lin Yuanshan looked at the footprints that disappeared at the tree, carefully stepped across the trunk to the opposite bank, and indeed found the footprints again. Without wasting time, Lin Yuanshan worked with what was available. He took several branches from the fallen poplar and carved them with his knife into sharp points at both ends. After finishing, he drove these branches into the poplar trunk, leaving only a gap of 3 to 4 fingers wide for passage, and then set traps in the area. After setting 3 traps on the poplar, Lin Yuanshan also set 4 more traps around it, then shouldered his tools and continued on. Lin Yuanshan set these traps to catch a common animal in the northeast known as the Yellow Immortal, the weasel. This little creature has always been steeped in legend in the northeast, but in Lin Yuanshan's eyes they were merely his prey. Simple as that. Nowadays, the supply and marketing cooperative was always purchasing weasel pelts. A male weasel pelt could sell for around 40 to 50 yuan, and a female one for 30 to 40 yuan, though the price depended on the quality and size of the pelt. Lin Yuanshan was now dead broke. The most important thing was to earn some money to buy a gun. Even an old homemade shotgun would do. After all, even if Lin Yuanshan was a bit stronger and faster, he was still flesh and blood. If a black bear gave him a swipe, he would still get hurt. Actually, besides weasel pelts, there was a more valuable type, sable fur. A single pelt could sell for over 1,000 yuan, but it was not easy to find. Moreover, the timing was wrong. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, making it impossible to track them. To hunt sable, one had to wait until it snowed. Lin Yuanshan walked along the mountain path for over an hour, then, guided by memory, turned into a forest beside the path. In Lin Yuanshan's memory, there was a gentle slope here where roe deer often lay grazing and basking in the sun. Carefully following the remembered route, Lin Yuanshan finally found the gentle slope. When Lin Yuanshan climbed to the top of the slope and looked, he was overjoyed. There at the bottom of the slope were two roe deer, one large and one small. The small one was nibbling on weeds while the large one seemed to have heard something and raised its head, alertly looking around. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the sky, sending leaves from the slope rustling and swirling everywhere. The large roe deer, thinking the earlier sound was just the wind, relaxed its vigilance and lowered its head to continue grazing. To be more certain, Lin Yuanshan crept closer cautiously until he was about 20 meters from the deer. Then he stopped, drew two arrows from his quiver at his waist, held one between his teeth, and knocked the other on the bowstring. Whoosh! Swish! After preparing, Lin Yuanshan suddenly stood up, drew the bow, and released. With the sound of an arrow cutting through the air, the shot arrow hit exactly the ground beside the large roe deer. Damn, I missed. Lin Yuanshan cursed inwardly. He had made such a low-level mistake. He had forgotten to test a few arrows to get familiar with the arrow's trajectory. But it was too late for regrets. The large roe deer froze for only a second, then raised its head and let out a long cry. Yo! It then stood up and bolted, and the small deer, panic-stricken, followed. Lin Yuanshan, calm and unhurried, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, aimed at the large roe deer, and shot. Thud! Yo! Yo! Blood splattered from the large roe deer. An arrow was firmly lodged in its right hip. The deer let out a series of miserable cries, then dashed into the forest even faster than before. Lin Yuanshan hurriedly grabbed his bow and arrow and followed. He knew that with his speed he could not outrun the deer. He could only hope that the arrow had hit a vital spot, and the deer would not run far before collapsing. All old hunters in the mountains knew one thing: short in spring, long in autumn. That is, game in spring usually did not run far before stopping, while in autumn they would run a great distance. The reason was simple: in spring the animals had been weakened by the winter hunger and lacked energy to run far, whereas in autumn they were fat and strong, naturally running fast and far. So Lin Yuanshan feared that the deer might run far, making it nearly impossible to find. Fortunately, after chasing for about 600 to 700 meters, he saw fresh blood on the fallen leaves, and his heart finally relaxed. Considering the amount of blood along the trail, this deer could not have run much farther. Even the toughest wild boar could not sustain such bleeding. Sure enough, after another half a li, Lin Yuanshan finally spotted the deer. The deer was clearly on its last legs, lying motionless under a tree. Only the slight rise and fall of its body indicated it was still alive. Lin Yuanshan did not approach directly. Instead, he drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. Swish! Thud! This time the deer did not cry out. It only trembled for a moment, then lay still. Lin Yuanshan finally set down the bow in his hand, drew the hunting knife from his waist, and stepped forward to bleed the roe deer. Game hunted in the mountains must be bled promptly, and its cavity must be opened to cool it down immediately, or otherwise the meat will spoil and develop a foul odor. After draining the blood, Lin Yuanshan gutted the roe deer, removed the internal organs, and then hung it on a nearby branch. This was a tribute to the mountain god, a tradition when hunting in the mountains, expressing gratitude for the mountain god's protection. Lin Yuanshan detached the roe deer's head and limbs, lifted the remaining carcass to weigh it, estimating less than 40 catties, including bones and meat. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yuanshan slung the roe deer onto his back and quickly left the area. After all, such a strong smell of blood could easily attract other predators. If he were to encounter a pack of wolves with only a bow in his hand, Lin Yuanshan would be in grave danger. Carrying the roe deer on his back, Lin Yuanshan did not head straight home. Instead, he first returned to the mountain path to confirm his direction, then walked upward for another half hour before re-entering the forest. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming to the mountain: to learn hunting from his second grandfather. Although he believed his hunting skills were already quite good, his family did not know this. He wanted to avoid any embarrassing exposure if the two families happened to meet, which would require lengthy explanations. Lin Yuanshan walked along the narrow path for over 10 minutes, when he began to hear dogs barking. Woof, woof, woof. Inside the small cabin, an old man sat on the ground preparing 2 rabbits he had trapped the day before. The elderly man appeared to be in his 70s, wearing an old sweater with a wolf pelt vest over it. Hearing the dogs outside, he took his knife and stepped out. When he spotted Lin Yuanshan approaching through the fence, his weathered dark red face broke into a grin, revealing teeth somewhat yellowed with age. Shanzi is here. Second grandfather, how have you been? Lin Yuanshan greeted with a smile, then carried the roe deer into the courtyard. Shanzi, come here and let second grandfather take a look. As soon as Lin Yuanshan drew near, Old Li sensed something was amiss, and promptly motioned for him to come closer, carefully studying him from head to toe. Second grandfather, you must notice I've changed greatly. I'm finally clear-headed. Lin Yuanshan's words brought immense joy to Old Li, who kicked aside the 2 hunting dogs that had surrounded them. Go play somewhere else. Then with his thin hand, he pulled Lin Yuanshan toward the house, speaking excitedly as they walked. Come inside quickly and tell me exactly what happened. Lin Yuanshan did not object and followed Old Li into the house. Upon entering, his vision immediately darkened. Living in the mountains meant no electricity, relying entirely on kerosene lamps for light. Moreover, for safety in the mountains, the house had no windows at all, so of course it was dark inside. In that era, there existed a group of people like this. Some had lost most of their family members, while others simply preferred to avoid social contact, so they lived and ate in the mountains. Among these people, some were good and some were bad, but most were not to be trifled with, earning them the nickname mountain dogs. Old Li was one of them. Old Li's dwelling was constructed from timber and stone. After years of expansion, it now comprised 2 rooms and a courtyard. After entering the house and sitting down, Lin Yuanshan set down the roe deer he had been carrying and said with a smile, "Second grandfather, I happened to encounter a roe deer on the way here and shot it. Since I have a favor to ask of you this time, consider this my gift." Old Li only then noticed the roe deer on Lin Yuanshan's back. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Just say what you need. There's no need for such formalities. Take the roe deer back later. Your second grandfather doesn't lack meat." Lin Yuanshan knew Old Li's personality and did not waste words. He first recounted what had happened over the past 2 days, then raised the matter of learning to hunt from him. Upon hearing this, Old Li's face displayed a remarkable range of emotions, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as he kept muttering, "Thank heaven for protecting him. It's good that he's awake, otherwise how could I face your grandfather after I die?" After a period of emotional reflection, Old Li wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Only then did he remember why Lin Yuanshan had come. He raised his head and asked him earnestly, "Shanzi, this is no small matter. Have your parents agreed? As you've seen your father's condition, he's among the lucky ones who barely survived. Many haven't even had their bodies recovered. Second grandfather, I've made up my mind. Given our family's current situation, this is the only way out." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's resolute answer without a trace of hesitation, Old Li's face showed deep satisfaction. He nodded in agreement and began teaching Lin Yuanshan how to process the game. After all, the first priority when hunting is to properly prepare the game and quickly leave the scene. This could be considered a fundamental skill. However, when he saw Lin Yuanshan skillfully skinning the 2 rabbits, he immediately asked in surprise, "Shanzi, have you helped prepare game at home before?" "Yes, previously the game my father brought home was always prepared by my mother and me." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's response, Old Li finally set aside his doubts. He then instructed Lin Yuanshan to clean the roe deer while explaining the customs and rules of mountain living. Although Lin Yuanshan was already very familiar with these rules, he showed no impatience whatsoever, listening attentively to Old Li while efficiently working. One was teaching earnestly, the other learning attentively, and time passed swiftly. Old Li glanced up at the sun and turned to ask Lin Yuanshan, "Shanzi, will you stay here tonight or return home?" "Second grandfather, I'd better go back. Since today is my first time coming to the mountain, I should return to ease their worries." "Very well. I'll start cooking then. Eat and head back." Old Li went to the courtyard, fetched a piece of meat, gathered a whole cabbage, and prepared a dish of braised pork with napa cabbage and vermicelli. Having run about all morning, Lin Yuanshan was quite hungry. He heartily devoured 2 large steamed buns made from double wheat flour before stopping with satisfaction. After the meal, Old Li continued his teachings with Lin Yuanshan until past 2 in the afternoon, when he finally paused. "That's all for the basics. From here on you'll need hands-on experience. It's getting late. Return quickly and don't travel after dark." "All right, second grandfather, I'll come again tomorrow." "Go on then. Take the roe deer and those 2 pheasants. Bring them back to nourish your father." Hearing his second grandfather's words, Lin Yuanshan felt warm inside, yet said nothing more. After all, he understood his second grandfather's character well. Excessive sentimentality would only annoy him. And so with the roe deer and 2 pheasants on his back, Lin Yuanshan set out on the path down the mountain. On his way down, Lin Yuanshan moved noticeably faster. The 40 to 50 caddies he carried on his back did not slow him in the slightest. This discovery thrilled him. Whether due to his restored body or some benefit brought by his rebirth, he could not say. Passing the small irrigation ditch, Lin Yuanshan found himself inexplicably drawn to the place where he had set his snares, preparing to check if he had any catches. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before he even reached the spot, a cacophony of shrill cries reached his ears. Lin Yuanshan's face lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace. As if sensing the approaching footsteps, the cries grew more urgent. When Lin Yuanshan turned into the narrow path and caught sight of the fallen poplar tree, he immediately saw 2 yellow weasels struggling in the snares on the tree, clearly having been caught not long ago. Lin Yuanshan hurriedly set down the roe deer he was carrying and leaped down in 3 long strides. As he drew near, the 2 weasels bared their teeth and let out a series of threatening hisses. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out, and the 2 thrashing weasels instantly fell silent. Lin Yuanshan pinched their bodies and carefully freed them from the snares, taking care not to damage their pelts. After securing the 2 weasels, Lin Yuanshan reset the snares. To increase their allure, he sliced 2 pieces of pheasant meat with his knife and placed them inside the traps. Then he shouldered the roe deer and continued his journey home. Having made a catch on his very first day up the mountain, Lin Yuanshan was in excellent spirits. He hummed a cheerful tune as he strode along with long, energetic steps. Just as he was about to reach Wazi village, he suddenly noticed a person standing by the roadside at the village entrance, as if waiting for someone. After being taught a lesson that morning, Li Debao had gone home and told his family about the incident. However, Li Hongsheng and Li Dalong were not at home that day, only the second son Li Dahu was present. Li Hongsheng and the elder son worked as casual laborers hired by the logging camp, so they had gone up the mountain early to saw timber. Generally, the logging camp had an exceptionally heavy workload every winter, far beyond what the regular staff could handle. Therefore, each year, they hired casual laborers from the villages at the foot of the mountain. These men brought their own tools, felled trees in the designated areas, and then transported the logs to specified locations. The camp's personnel would later tally the work and pay them accordingly. Though the work was exhausting and hazardous, it paid well. Moreover, the workers could sneak back some scraps that the camp discarded. One should not underestimate these scraps. The logging camp had high standards for timber, and the discarded pieces could sometimes be sold for a little money, or at the very least used for firewood. Thus, the Li family had managed to live relatively comfortably over the years. When Li Dabao told Li Dahu what had happened that day, Li Dahu's eyes lit up, thinking that their target had finally taken the bait. Li Dabao had held back some details from his second brother, particularly about the changes in Lin Yuanshan, mainly because he felt embarrassed. So Li Dahu still believed Lin Yuanshan was the same simpleton as before. Upon learning that Lin Yuanshan had gone up the mountain, Li Dahu could not sit still at home. After lunch, he hurriedly made his way to the village entrance. His reasoning was simple: if Lin Yuanshan really went to find the black bear, he would most likely perish on the mountain. But there was also a slim chance that by sheer luck he might kill the bear. After all, as one of Lin Yuanshan's few friends, Li Dahu was well aware of the man's incredible strength. Almost inhuman. There was a possibility Lin Yuanshan would fight the black bear to the death. And that was precisely Li Dahu's goal. If Lin Yuanshan actually managed to kill the black bear, he would rush over immediately to claim a share of the spoils. He even harbored a wild ambition: if Lin Yuanshan killed the black bear, could he somehow trick the man into giving him the bear gallbladder and make a fortune? With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Li Dahu paced back and forth at the village entrance. When he finally spotted Lin Yuanshan's figure, though disappointment flickered within him, he immediately plastered a broad smile on his face and rushed forward. "Brother, you're back at last. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you here. All afternoon." Li Dahu's face was wreathed in smiles, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he genuinely cared about Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan looked at the feigned sincerity of Li Dahu and couldn't be bothered to engage in hypocritical pleasantries. He directly shoved aside the hand that Li Dahu extended to take the roe deer and said with a cold, insincere smile, "Did I ask you to wait?" Seeing Lin Yuanshan's indifferent expression, the smile on Li Dahu's face froze, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "What's wrong, brother? Who pissed you off? Come on, let me help you carry your stuff. Damn, where did you get that roe deer? Looks like we can have another drinking session tonight." Li Dahu was puzzled by Lin Yuanshan's coldness. He assumed it was because of Li Dabao's words, so he didn't take it seriously. For the sake of that meat, he shamelessly reached out again. "Can't you understand human speech? I told you to get the hell away, didn't you hear me?" Lin Yuanshan had clearly lost patience with this man, who couldn't read the situation. He shoved Li Dahu aside. Caught off guard, Li Dahu stumbled and fell hard on his backside. The ground was frozen solid in this weather, so the fall was anything but gentle. "Fuck Lin Yuanshan, what the hell is your problem? I've been nice to you, and this is how you repay me." This finally infuriated Li Dahu. The pain in his rear combined with his inner rage made him lose his temper. He started cursing at Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan's expression darkened. This time he didn't hold back. He threw the meat to the ground, grabbed Li Dahu by the collar, lifted him up, and then delivered 3 resounding slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Lin Yuanshan's movements were swift. Li Dahu only felt himself being lifted into the air, followed by a sharp pain on his face. Then his head started buzzing, and stars danced before his eyes. "Next time I hear you running your filthy mouth, I'll pull your teeth out." Lin Yuanshan stared at Li Dahu with icy eyes, delivered his warning, then tossed him aside. He picked up the roe deer from the ground and strode toward home. Li Dahu recovered his senses and opened his mouth to curse, but recalling the cold, beast-like gaze in Lin Yuanshan's eyes, a wave of fear washed over him. He hesitated, then swallowed his words. Though Li Dahu swaggered around the village acting tough, he was actually quite timid at heart. Without his father Li Hongsheng and his elder brother Li Dalong, he would have been beaten up long ago. Of course, later on Lin Yuanshan had also played a part. Since he was considered Lin Yuanshan's friend, if anyone provoked Li Dahu, he would ask Lin Yuanshan to stand up for him, and Lin Yuanshan would oblige. But Li Dahu was a complete scoundrel. On one hand, he enjoyed the power that Lin Yuanshan's backing brought him. On the other, he looked down on Lin Yuanshan from the bottom of his heart, conspiring with his family to scheme against him. A truly ungrateful wretch. Puzzled by why Lin Yuanshan had changed so dramatically today, Li Dahu watched his receding figure and shouted reluctantly, "Dashin, if you don't apologize to me today, we're done. Don't you dare regret it." At these words, Lin Yuanshan, who had been walking away, halted. Li Dahu's heart leaped with joy. He was already scheming about how to manipulate Lin Yuanshan if he came back to apologize. At the very least, he would demand half of that roe deer. But soon Li Dahu's fantasy was shattered. Lin Yuanshan's steps paused for only a second before he strode away, without looking back, while a cold voice echoed through the air. "It's a deal. Whoever breaks their word is no better than a beast." Having finally vented his frustration, Lin Yuanshan quickened his pace toward home. The Lin and Yi families had built their houses at the easternmost edge of the village for convenience, so at night only 2 lone lamps stood out in the darkness, looking rather out of place among the dozens of lit windows tens of meters away. Living here did have its advantages. The isolation meant few disturbances, and there was plenty of open space around. The Lin family's 4-room house sat on roughly 2 mu of land, with the rest cultivated by Zhang Sujuan for vegetables and grain, while the Yi family had a similar setup with 2 rooms and a front and backyard spanning about a mu. "Mom, I'm home." Lin Yuanshan stepped into the courtyard through the night darkness, calling out at the top of his lungs. "Woof, woof, woof." Da Huang from the Yi household responded with 2 eager barks, drawing the Yi family members outside as well. After finishing dinner, Zhang Sujuan waited restlessly, constantly rushing to check whenever she heard any sound, but Lin Yuanshan didn't return for quite some time. Lin Weigua appeared calm on the surface, yet deep concern in his eyes, though he made sure not to let Zhang Sujuan see it. When she heard Lin Yuanshan's voice, Zhang Sujuan immediately dropped what she was holding and rushed out, while Lin Weigua maintained more composure, though his anxious footsteps betrayed his inner turmoil. On the other side of the wall, the Yi family reacted the same way. Yi Qingmei bolted outside upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's voice, and Yi Qingzhu immediately dropped her pen from homework and followed. Old Granny Yi remained remarkably calm, studying her second granddaughter, Yi Qinglan, with an unreadable expression in her eyes. "Son, did you hunt this? This is incredible." Zhang Sujuan pushed open the door to find a roe deer lying on the ground, her eyes filled with delight and disbelief. Lin Weigua spotted the deer too, but he found it hard to believe his son could bring down game on his first mountain trip. When he noticed 2 pheasants as well, he became even more convinced they were gifts from second uncle. "Mom, I hunted that roe deer myself." The 2 pheasants were brought back for Dad by second grandpa. Lin Weigua felt a wave of warmth upon hearing this touch that his uncle still thought of him, but he quickly turned to address Lin Yuanshan. "You and your second grandpa hunted this roe deer together, didn't you?" Lin Weigua had been about to call out his son directly, but when he noticed Yi Qingmei and Yi Qingzhu had arrived, he reconsidered and chose to be more tactful. Lin Yuanshan clearly understood his father's skepticism, so he simply flipped the roe deer and pointed to a wound on its body. "Dad, I really did hunt this roe deer myself. Look, the arrow wound is right here." Lin Weigua examined the wound. His son indicated, his expression shifting as he scrutinized it closely. Eventually, he had to concede. The boy had indeed bagged game on his first mountain outing. Yet reluctant to let pride take hold, he spoke anyway. "You got lucky, but don't let it go to your head. Oh, stop it already, just step aside." Before Lin Weigua could finish his lecture, Zhang Sujuan, ever devoted to her son, couldn't hold back. She nudged him aside and cut off his lengthy admonishment. "Brother Dashin, you're amazing. Does this mean I'll get to eat meat often now?" Yi Qingzhu's eyes sparkled at the roe venison on the ground as she openly expressed her admiration for Lin Yuanshan. Though Yi Qingmei kept quiet, her gentle eyes shimmered with joy. She'd already given Lin Yuanshan a thorough once-over upon entering and could finally relax now that she saw he was unharmed. "Woof, woof, woof." Just as Lin Yuanshan was about to respond to Yi Qingzhu, he felt his pant leg tugged and spotted Da Huang wagging its tail and whining at him, clearly eyeing the meat too. "Da Huang, come here." Seeing the dog approach, Yi Qingmei quickly called it back, worried it might devour everything. "Sister Qingmei, it's fine. I brought hearts and livers for Da Huang." Lin Yuanshan patted the dog's head, then retrieved the organs from a bag nearby and offered them to it. Before Yi Qingmei could stop it, Da Huang gently took the hearts and livers and darted away to an unknown spot to enjoy its prize. "Oh dear, this is too." Frustrated but unable to intervene, Yi Qingmei stomped her foot in exasperation. Lin Yuanshan watched her youthful demeanor and found his gaze lingering. Despite her petite frame, Yi Qingmei possessed an attractive figure with full curves that showed even beneath her heavy cotton-padded jacket. Noticing his stare, Yi Qingmei shot him a shy glare, prompting Lin Yuanshan to rub his nose and chuckle. "Sister Qingmei, don't worry. I think Da Huang has the potential to become a hunting dog. Maybe it can join us on mountain trips in the future." "Oh really?" Yi Qingmei remained skeptical. Though Da Huang was intelligent, it appeared no different from ordinary dogs, making it hard to envision as a hunting companion. But Lin Yuanshan wasn't simply trying to comfort Yi Qingmei. This was grounded in truth. In his past life, someone had offered 200 yuan for Da Huang, an amount Yi Qingmei couldn't refuse when old Granny Yi fell seriously ill and money was desperately needed. Despite their reluctance, the Yi family had been forced to sell the dog. Lin Yuanshan only learned of this after descending the mountain. Witnessing Yi Qingmei tear up whenever she spoke of Da Huang broke his heart, so he tracked down the buyer, hoping to repurchase the dog. However, the buyer refused outright. By then, Da Huang had proven invaluable as the pack leader, helping secure numerous large catches, making it impossible to part with. But in this lifetime, knowing Da Huang's worth, Lin Yuanshan would never allow it to be sold. If Zhang Sujuan and Yi Qingmei didn't still need the dog for protection during their mountain trips, he would have taken it along immediately. That day wouldn't come soon, for Lin Yuanshan's hunting skills would soon be on full display. Once he began bringing down game regularly, someone would need to help process the kills, and the 2 women wouldn't need to venture into the mountains anymore. "Sister Qingmei, keep this venison for yourselves, and take one of these pheasants too." Lin Yuanshan split the roe deer in half and handed both it and a pheasant to Yi Qingmei, who quickly waved her hands in refusal. "This won't do. There's far too much. Keep it and sell it." Roe deer meat goes for over $1 a pound now. Sell it. This is my first hunt, so we're eating it. Take it, or I'll deliver it to you. On no need. Unsure whether to accept or decline, Yi Qingmei hesitated until Zhang Sujuan chimed in from the sidelines. Come now, Qingmei. You'll be family soon enough. Why keep such strict accounts? Take it. Clearly a future mother-in-law's words carried weight. Yi Qingmei blushed and stopped resisting. Li Dahu sat on the ground for a long time until Lin Yuanshan's figure disappeared into the night, and only then did he confirm that the other man had truly changed, to the point where he felt almost unfamiliar. Whoosh! A cold wind swept past carrying several leaves that settled atop Li Dahu's head, sending a chill through his heart. As night deepened, Lu Guixiang had already finished cooking at home, waiting for her husband and eldest son to return for dinner. However, she did not wait for either of them. Instead, her second son Li Dahu came first. Second son is back. Dinner's ready. Just wait for your father and brother, and we'll eat together. I know. Li Dahu mumbled a vague reply. Hearing the abnormal tone in his voice, Lu Guixiang raised her head and glanced at her son with confusion, but upon seeing his wretched state, she could not help but let out a piercing roar. Who did this? Who the hell beat you up like this? Looking at her son, his face swollen like a pig's head, fury surged within Lu Guixiang. Ever since her 3 sons had grown up, they had always been the ones bullying others, not the ones being bullied themselves. Hearing this, Li Dahu stammered and refused to speak. It felt far too humiliating. At home, he often boasted about how he tormented Lin Yuanshan like a dog, and now he had to admit that Lin Yuanshan had beaten him to this state, something he simply could not bring himself to say. Seeing her son remain silent, Lu Guixiang gnashed her teeth in anger and pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Look at you. Aren't you supposed to be so capable normally? How did you become such a coward? Beaten like this, and not even daring to utter a single word. Under his mother's merciless scolding, a flame of rage ignited within Li Dahu. His eyes turned crimson, and the hatred in his heart overwhelmed his fear. Clenching his fists, he marched outside. Seeing her son in this state, Lu Guixiang did not feel any sense of unease. Instead, she loudly cheered him on. That's right, go fight him. How dare he act like this? Second son, where are you going? Brimming with rage, Li Dahu had just stepped out of the house when he happened to encounter Li Hongsheng and Li Dalong, who had just returned home. Upon seeing her protector return, Lu Guixiang grew even more brazen and began adding fuel to the fire. Husband, your son has been beaten. I was just about to go seek justice. Now that you're here, go with him. I want to see who dares to be so blind. Hearing his wife's words, Li Hongsheng caught a glimpse of his second son's swollen pig-like face by the lamplight and immediately asked, his eyes blazing with fury. Who did it? Seeing his father and elder brother, Li Dahu felt like a child who had found a protector. Overcome with grievance, tears streamed down his face as he muttered indistinctly. Lin Yuanshan. Who? Li Hongqing, not having understood, frowned and asked again. At that moment, Li Daobao, who had heard the commotion, stepped out and picked up the thread. Dad, it's Lin Yuanshan. Second brother went to find him this afternoon. Damn, so it's this little bastard. Let's go. I want to ask Lin Weigua how he raised his son. Upon hearing this, Li Hongqing's heart skipped a beat. A mixture of anger and delight surged within him. He was angry that Lin Yuanshan had actually dared to throw the first punch, yet delighted that Lin Yuanshan had finally taken action. And so the entire Li family, marching with the momentum of an expedition to demand accountability, set off in a grand procession toward the Lin family's residence. This grand display quickly stirred the villagers. The crowd heading toward the Lin family grew ever more impressive, with many people abandoning their meals bowls in hand to join the spectacle. Witnessing the procession grow larger, Li Hongsheng felt a surge of pride and began calculating how he would make the Lin family compensate him. Meanwhile, several families with close ties to the Lin household, sensing the trouble ahead, hurriedly sent their children to warn the Lin family, while others went directly to find the village head, hoping he would intervene. Brother Dashin, it's terrible. Li Hongsheng is leading a crowd to attack us. Just as the Lin family was about to begin there, a panicked shout rang out from outside. The door burst open with a bang, and a half-grown boy rushed in, flustered and out of breath. The boy was not tall, barely reaching 1.70 meters, wearing a tattered cotton-padded jacket covered in patches of all shapes and sizes. The sleeves and collar were worn through, revealing yellowed cotton beneath. On his feet were cloth shoes of an indeterminate color with his big toes exposed. Having run so desperately, the boy panted heavily. Seeing the boy's face, Lin Yuanshan's eyes flickered as the boy's name came to mind. The boy was named Su Mingho, just 16 or 17 years old. He had a younger sister named Su Mingyue, who was 15. Their father had passed away suddenly when Su Mingho was 14, leaving the siblings and their mother to rely on each other. However, their mother, unable to bear the shock of her husband's sudden death, had become somewhat mentally unstable. In the countryside, a mentally ill woman raising 2 children alone would undoubtedly face unimaginable hardships. Regardless of the era, there would always be both good and evil people. A beautiful woman who was also mentally unstable would inevitably attract the predatory attention of bachelors and hoodlums. To protect his mother and sister, 14-year-old Su Mingho trained himself like a madman. Finally, on a dark and stormy night, 3 idle hoodlums who could no longer restrain themselves crept into Su Mingho's home and were met with his ferocious counterattack. One man had a finger bitten off, another had an arm broken, and a third was kicked in the groin, losing a testicle. However, Su Mingho fared no better. he suffered 2 broken ribs and a fractured arm. From that battle onward, Su Mingho earned his reputation, given the nickname Madman Su. The villagers kept their distance from him, which ultimately helped protect his mother and sister. The incident had caused quite a stir, but the village had suppressed it. Since both sides could have faced criminal charges, they ultimately chose to settle the matter quietly. Lin Yuanshan may have seemed a bit dull, but he was far from foolish. He thought highly of Su Mingho, so he visited him several times when he was injured and brought supplies. For Su Mingho, who was on the brink of despair at the time, this was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, a ray of light that illuminated his darkness. Thus Su Mingho became one of Lin Yuanshan's few friends. Mingho, what you're saying, is it true? Lin Yuanshan's reverie was interrupted by Zhang Sujuan's panicked voice. Remembering the matter at hand, he quickly set down his chopsticks, stood up, and spoke with a calm expression. Mom, Dad, you don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me. But Zhang Sujuan wanted to say more, but Lin Weigua grabbed her hand and shook his head at her. Lin Weigua knew clearly in his heart that given his current physical condition, he had no way to support his son. Since that was the case, it was better to see what his son would do. If things turned dire in the end, he would risk his life to make the other party pay. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing a large group drawing close, Da Huang immediately set off a frantic bark. The Yi family mid-meal was thoroughly startled. The 3 women turned ashen. The last time Da Huang had barked so urgently, someone had sneaked toward their house at night. Though the intruder had eventually been driven away, none of them had dared to sleep all night long. Let's go quick. Go take a look. Elder Yi knew panic was the last thing they needed. Without hesitation, she dropped her chopsticks and led her 3 granddaughters out the door. The moment they stepped outside, they saw a vast surging crowd not far off. Elder Yi's heart sank, but only for a moment. Composing herself, she looked at her 3 granddaughters whose pretty faces had drained of color and spoke in a calm, reassuring tone. Nothing to worry about. Even if the sky falls, Granny will hold it up. Come, let's go to Dashan's house. By now, Lin Yuanshan had already pacified his own parents and was stepping out with a stool in hand. Seeing the entire Yi family filing in, he offered a warm, reassuring smile. Aunt Yi, you're here. Perfect timing. We can watch the show together. Sensing the unshaken confidence radiating from Lin Yuanshan, Elder Yi felt her own composure steady. She nodded solemnly and guided her granddaughters to stand aside. Young Plum watched Dashan seated at the doorway, a lone sentry holding the pass, and found her rising panic meld away, replaced by a deep, abiding sense of security. Wow, brother Dashan is so badass. Standing behind young Bamboo felt an overwhelming surge of safety and couldn't help murmuring to herself. Beside her, young Orchid stood as quietly as ever, like a white lotus blooming upon a lofty peak, ethereal and serene. Only when her luminous eyes flickered with a fleeting thought did one sense what lay behind her tranquil gaze. Led by Li Hongqing, the mob marched threateningly along the path toward the Lin household. But the moment they spotted Lin Yuanshan sitting at the doorway from afar, Li Hongqing's momentum faltered mid-step. In the darkness, the lamp above the Lin family gate cast its glow upon Lin Yuanshan. Beneath the dim yellow light, half his face was illuminated while the other half lay cloaked in shadow, his expressionless countenance exuding a silent, formidable authority. The sight suddenly reminded Li Hongqing of a temple he had once visited, the very first time. The moment he had beheld the 4 heavenly kings, an inexplicable weight of pressure and even fear had descended upon him. Lin Yuanshan, you little bastard, you still dare to show your face. I'll tear you. A sharp crack sliced through the night before Lu Guoxiang's profanity could finish. Something flashed in her peripheral vision, and then her cheek met the brutal force of a backhand slap. The sudden sound stunned everyone present. In the poor lighting, most had only heard the strike and had no idea who had delivered it. You dare hit me? What are you all standing around for? Beat him to death. Accustomed to bullying others, Lu Guoxiang had never endured such an insult. One hand pressed against her swelling cheek, she screamed at her family. Events had unfolded too swiftly for Li Hongqing's prepared threats to find their mark. But seeing his wife struck, his eyes flushed red in an instant. Clenching his fists, he charged forward. You dare hit my mother? I'll kill you. Seeing his mother struck, Li Dalong's eyes flashed with vicious malice. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged in alongside his father. Li Dahu and Li Dabao followed suit. Mom, don't interfere. Lin Yuanshan eyed the charging men and the cluster of onlookers trailing behind them. He knew that if he didn't settle this matter decisively tonight, every bully in the village would feel entitled to pick on his family for the rest of their lives. With that thought, Lin Yuanshan sprang to his feet in one explosive motion, drove his foot into the ground, and launched himself at the forefront, Li Hongqing. His boots hammered the earth, kicking up dust with each of 3 thundering strides, closing the distance with terrifying momentum. A straight punch hurtled toward Li Hongqing like a falling hammer. Li Hongqing stared at Lin Yuanshan barreling toward him like a mountain-unleashed tiger. Fear flashed across his eyes, but before his own fist could swing, the crushing impact met his chest. Bang! Crack! The sheer force drove Li Hongqing backward relentlessly until he collided with Li Dahu and Li Dabao, who had been right behind him. All 3 went tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap, and the chaotic scene was broken only by their pained groans. Having repelled the trio, Lin Yuanshan showed no mercy. With a powerful torque of his hips, he launched a devastating side kick straight at Li Dalong. A seasoned brawler, Li Dalong quickly crossed his arms over his chest to block. Crack! But the strike did not stop. It tore through his guard like paper. Li Dalong was sent flying rolling across the ground until he came to a halt, his arms hanging limply at his sides, both shattered. The clean, merciless display left the crowd speechless. Then, as if an explosion had detonated among them, the onlookers erupted. What in the world? Did Dashin swallow a strength pill? Is that even human? Damn, it looks like we shouldn't call him Air Lungzi anymore. If we piss him off one punch, and we're done for. Ha, serves him right. Li Hongsheng has been strutting around this village on his son's coattails for years. Now his karma has arrived. Watching her husband and son sprawled on the ground, Lu Guixiang was gripped by equal parts fury and terror. She had heard rumors that Lin Yuanshan was strong, but never imagined his strength was so monstrous. 4 of her family were down in the span of seconds. How on earth could they fight back? Yet it was hardly her fault to be ignorant. In rural brawls like these, victory went to whoever was the cruelest, had the most numbers, or possessed the greatest strength. Li Hongsheng and Li Dalong hauled timber for a living and had solid power on their sides, plus years of fighting experience. In the past, they had never suffered a serious defeat. But today they had chosen the wrong adversary. In raw strength, Lin Yuanshan surpassed all of them combined. In technique, he had trained for over 20 years. In experience, he was formidable, having fought since childhood and never lacking for opportunities in his business dealings. By every measure, he was playing on a completely different level. Her family's beating was well-deserved. As Lin Yuanshan turned and began walking toward her, Lu Guixiang instinctively stumbled backward 2 steps, her voice cracking as she attempted to project bravado she did not feel. What are you doing? I am not afraid of you. Lin Yuanshan stopped before her, his eyes locking onto hers with icy intensity. This time consider it a lesson. Only a few broken bones. Next time things won't be so gentle. Wah! Everyone come look. Someone's murdering people. At Lin Yuanshan's warning, Lu Guixiang shuddered to her core. She dropped onto the ground and began wailing and rolling, pulling every trick she had. Lin Yuanshan's expression darkened. He had in truth held back significantly. Had he not, a single punch could have crushed Li Hongqing's sternum and ruptured his internal organs, a wound from which there would be no recovery. But Lin Yuanshan was no fool. This was a society governed by law. Killing someone meant paying with his own life, and the authorities would descend upon them instantly. However, as long as no one died, the matter would remain simple. Brawls were commonplace in these times. Neither the victor nor the vanquished would report to the police. The charge of pickpocketing and disorderly conduct was no laughing matter, and nobody wanted the trouble. Li Hongqing, are you certain you want your wife to keep this up? Annoyed by Lu Guixiang's lamentations, Lin Yuanshan strode over to where Li Hongqing lay and prodded him with his foot. Humiliated beyond measure, Li Hongqing fought every instinct to leap up and finish Lin Yuanshan off. But he knew, for tonight at least, he could not win. Biting down hard on his teeth, he shouted toward Lu Guixiang. Stop your damn howling. Haven't you brought us enough shame? Get up and help me home now. Li Hongqing's words proved effective. Upon hearing them, Lu Guixiang immediately ceased her wailing, wiped non-existent tears with her sleeve, and hurried to help Li Hongqing to his feet. Meanwhile, Li Dahu and Li Daobao, no longer pretending to be dead, quickly scrambled up to assist their eldest brother. Soon after, the family slipped away in embarrassment amid the mocking laughter of the crowd. Lu Guixiang could feel the schadenfreude in the gazes surrounding her, and she bit back her rage until her teeth nearly cracked. Only after they reached a small path behind the village and confirmed no one was nearby did she grit her teeth and ask, "Husband, are we just going to swallow this humiliation?" Hiss. Upon hearing this, Li Hongqing's anger surged within him, but the movement aggravated the wound on his chest, forcing him to gasp sharply for breath. After composing himself, he spoke with cold menace. "Impossible. If I don't kill that brat, how can I face anyone in this village anymore? Then what are we going to do about him?" Lu Guixiang's eyes lit up at once, and she eagerly pressed for more details. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves came from nearby. Li Hongqing immediately turned toward the sound, a small grove not far from the path. "Who's there? Come out." Li Hongqing shouted into the woods, but it remained silent with no response whatsoever. Lu Guixiang and their 3 sons also stared into the trees, finding nothing. Only when the wind stirred the leaves again did Lu Guixiang finally exhale in relief, muttering under her breath, "You scared me half to death. Always seeing ghosts where there are none. Isn't that just the wind?" Seeing this, Li Hongqing also relaxed somewhat, though he kept glancing around cautiously. He had the distinct feeling someone had been watching them, but his survey turned up nothing. "Let's go." Li Hongqing spoke softly, and with Lu Guixiang's support, they continued home. But after rounding a corner, he suddenly stopped and turned to Li Dao. "Second son, go back quietly and check. I have a feeling someone was following us." "Yes." Li Dao's eyes flickered. He agreed and crept back, circling the area, but finding nothing. The gloomy grove gave him the creeps, so he turned and ran home. Hardly had Li Dao left when the bushes rustled. A pale face emerged from the trees, ghostly in the moonlight. Had Li Dao seen it, he would have fled in terror. Once certain no one remained, the head retreated, and the rustling continued. After a long while, a small figure emerged from the trees. A girl of about 12 or 13, her sallow complexion and frail frame hinting at chronic malnutrition. Her large bright eyes dominated her small face. She lingered a moment, gazing after the Li family, then lowered her head and trudged eastward, struggling under the weight of a basket in her hands. After the Li family departed, and the crowd dispersed, Lin Yuanshan called out to Su Mingho as he was about to leave. "Mingho, wait." Su Mingho, unsure why Lin Yuanshan had stopped him, obediently remained in place. Soon Lin Yuanshan emerged from the house, holding a piece of venison, which he offered to Su Mingho. Thank you for today. Upon seeing the venison, Su Mingho's expression shifted. He flushed and waved it away. Brother Dashin, I didn't do it for this. I know. Go home now. Lin Yuanshan simply pressed the meat into Su Mingho's hands and gave him a gentle push. Su Mingho hesitated, then thought of his mother and sister who hadn't tasted meat in ages and finally bit the bullet and accepted it. Yet as he left, Su Mingho turned back twice as if to say something, though in the end, he said nothing, his figure dissolving into the darkness. After Su Mingho departed, Zhang Sujuan let out a soft sigh, her expression filled with pity. What a pitiful child. Lin Yuanshan said nothing in reply, but turned to old woman Yi with a smile. Grandma Yi, I think we've saved ourselves quite a lot of trouble this time. Old woman Yi regarded Lin Yuanshan with a beaming smile, growing fonder with each look. Good boy, I'm relieved to leave Qingmei in your care. We'll be going now. She then took the somewhat shy Yi Qingmei's hand, and together with her other two granddaughters they headed home. At the doorway, Qingmei couldn't resist a sly glance back, and caught all three members of the Lin family watching her. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, and she hurriedly turned away. When the Lin family resumed their meal, Zhang Sujuan could no longer contain her curiosity. Son, may I ask you something? Of course. Lin Yuanshan assumed his mother wanted to know why he was so capable, mentally rehearsing his prepared explanation, until she asked something entirely unexpected. Does that boy Mingho have something he wants to say to you? Huh? Lin Yuanshan paused, surprised by his mother's perceptiveness, but then smiled and nodded. Probably. But since he hasn't said anything, let's just pretend we don't know. Lin Yuanshan offered that somewhat convoluted remark and returned to his meal. Noticing her son had his own plan, Zhang Sujuan let it drop. Su Mingho carefully cradled the venison as he made his way home. Since his father's death, their circumstances had grown desperate. The most pressing issue was the lack of food. Though they had a plot of land, crop yields in this era were meager, and they were still required to pay grain taxes each year. His father had passed away when he was still young, leaving him with little farming experience. As a result, their annual harvest rarely covered the tax quota. Failing to meet grain quotas in this era carried severe consequences. Fortunately, despite his youth, Su Mingho was hardworking. Though their family consistently owed taxes, he found ways each year to make partial payments. The village chief, aware of their plight, had spoken in their favor and kept their land intact. In his free time, Su Mingho would roam the nearby hills, setting snares. But after injuring those three ruffians, word spread that anyone aiding their family was opposing all three households. Thus, even those who pitted them refused to help, leaving Su Mingho's snare setting to pure chance with minimal success. Whenever he caught prey, Su Mingho would trade it for money to pay down their tax debt. Only when game proved unsellable did he allow himself to share it with his family as a treat. Brother, is that you? Hearing footsteps outside the door, a timid voice called from within the room. It's me, open the door quickly. After confirming it was her brother's voice, Su Mingwe immediately rushed over and opened the door. Since that fateful incident years ago, the two siblings had made a pact. Whenever Su Mingho was not home, Su Mingwe was forbidden to go anywhere. She was to stay and care for their mother, refusing to open the door for anyone. Su Mingho stood at the doorway for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness within. Only then did he step inside. To save money, although they had electricity, they rarely turned on the lights, and for the most part they moved about by touch after dark. As soon as Su Mingho entered the house, he noticed a pile of things in a basket in the corner. His expression darkened instantly. He turned around and glared at Su Mingyue, questioning her in a low voice. You went out just now? Who allowed you to go out? What did I tell you? Su Mingho's voice grew louder and more severe. Su Mingwe knew she was wrong and kept her head bowed in silence, but her tears fell relentlessly. Mingho, stop scolding your sister. I sent her. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the bedroom. Upon hearing it, Su Mingho's expression brightened, and he rushed into the bedroom, saying with surprise, Mom, you're awake. By the slivers of moonlight filtering through the window, a beautiful-faced woman could be seen sitting on the Kong. It was Wang Yuling, the mother of both Su Mingho and Su Mingwe. Watching Su Mingho leaning against the Kong, Wang Yuling affectionately patted his head, then beckoned the aggrieved Su Mingwe over and pulled her into an embrace. Su Mingyue, who had been silently weeping, seemed to find a pillar of support and burst into loud sobs. Seeing his sister so heartbreakingly distraught, Su Mingho felt a pang in his chest, but he still tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to further upset their mother. Only then did Su Mingwe remember that their mother could not be subjected to emotional stress, so she hastily stifled her cries, but it was already too late. Just moments before, Wang Yuling's face had been full of tenderness, but now her brows knitted together in irritation. She pushed Su Mingwe away impatiently and said in a harsh tone, Who are you? Why are you crying in my arms? Seeing her mother flare up again, Su Mingwe retreated to the side with a guilty expression filled with self-reproach. Su Mingho, however, was long accustomed to this. He calmly stepped forward to prevent his mother from injuring himself during an episode. Fortunately, after Su Mingwe left, Wang Yuling seemed unable to see the two siblings at all. She simply sat on the Kong, muttering to herself. Watching his mother in such a state, Su Mingho's heart filled with a tangled mix of emotions. He wondered when this suffering would ever end. At that moment, whether from exhaustion or not, Wang Yuling's body gradually went soft as she collapsed onto the Kong, her breathing evening out as she fell into a peaceful sleep. Seeing this, Su Minghua quickly stepped forward to cover her mother with the blanket, then followed Su Mingho into the living room and said to her brother, "Brother, I'm sorry. I was just so hungry and mother was hungry too after waking up, so I secretly went out and dug some wild ginger roots to eat." Hearing his sister's words, Su Mingho's heart twisted with anguish. He stepped forward and embraced her tightly, comforted her softly. "It's my fault, brother, shouldn't have yelled at you. Promise me you won't go out alone anymore, alright? If anything happens to you, I'll have only mother left as my family." "Woo, brother, I understand." Su Minghua bit her lip and whimpered softly, afraid of waking their mother. After a long while, as if remembering something, Su Minghua leaned close to Su Mingho's ear and whispered, "Brother, when I went out to dig wild ginger roots earlier, I overheard Li Hongcheng say he's going to do you in." Su Mingho showed no surprise upon hearing this. After all, he had been present at the scene earlier. The Li family had suffered such humiliation. It was only natural they harbored deep hatred toward Lin Yuanshan. At this thought, Su Mingho's eyes suddenly lit up as though an idea had struck him. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Yuanshan rose and went to the backyard to continue practicing his martial arts. The altercation the previous night had given Lin Yuanshan a clearer sense of his own strength. He knew he could probably handle 10 or 8 ordinary opponents without difficulty, yet he was far from satisfied. The times had changed now. No matter how skilled one's martial arts, a single gunshot could bring anyone down. But Lin Yuanshan understood that although no amount of martial training could stop a bullet, one could still cultivate faster reactions and sharper senses. Enough at the very least to dodge many dangers. After training until his qi and blood surged throughout his body, Lin Yuanshan began to leisurely pace around the backyard, waiting for his energy to settle. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yuanshan shouldered the set of equipment he had prepared the day before and prepared to head into the mountains. However, hardly had he stepped outside when he spotted a figure standing on the nearby path. Lin Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, but did not slow his pace, continuing steadily forward. "Mingho, you were looking for me." That person was indeed Su Mingho. Upon seeing Lin Yuanshan, Su Mingho's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, sniffing at the cold air as he spoke. "Brother Dashan, my sister overheard Li Hongxing threatened to kill you while she was out digging wild ginger roots. You need to be careful these coming days." A warmth spread through Lin Yuanshan's chest at these words. He looked at Su Mingho and smiled. "I understand. Thank you. No problem." Su Mingho grinned broadly, unbothered, and rubbed his nose against the chill. Lin Yuanshan noticed his frozen crimson face, and something stirred within him. "You've been waiting here a while, haven't you?" "No, I just arrived." Lin Yuanshan, not pressing the matter, casually asked, "Is there something you wanted to ask me?" Su Mingho paused at the question, but recalling his mother's illness, he steeled himself and asked, "Brother Dashan, I'm going to ask you something. Please don't be mad, alright? Ask away." Su Mingho swallowed hard, gathering his courage, then finally spoke up. "I want to ask, how did you recover?" "Huh?" Lin Yuanshan was clearly caught off guard by the question and looked at him with confusion. "Brother, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Please don't be angry." Noticing Lin Yuanshan's somewhat peculiar expression, Su Mingho assumed he had offended him and hurriedly waved his hands in apology. Lin Yuanshan watched Su Mingho with a trace of amusement, and suddenly something clicked in his mind. He seemed to understand why his companion had asked such a question, so he responded with a serious expression. "You're asking whether I consumed something special to regain my clarity, and you want some for your mother, correct?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingho's eyes brightened, and he looked at Lin Yuanshan full of hope. "Would that be possible?" Lin Yuanshan nodded, then shook his head, choosing not to keep him guessing. "Mingho, I ate nothing in particular. I simply recovered on my own as though a fog had lifted." Su Mingho's expression dimmed instantly, and he nodded with visible disappointment. "Thank you, Brother Dashan. I understand." Watching Su Mingho appear as though all vitality had been drained from him in an instant, Lin Yuanshan felt a pang of pity and spoke up. "Actually, there may yet be other ways." Upon hearing these words, Su Mingho's eyes lit up, suddenly his gaze filled with both excitement and concern, fearing that Lin Yuanshan might be deceiving him. "Actually, your mother's current condition is mainly due to her inability to accept the reality, which is why she has become like this. As the older generation would say, her spirit is restless. Have you ever heard that bear gall can calm the mind and soothe the soul? It might actually help your mother's condition." Hearing this, Su Mingho frowned slightly. He had heard of bear gall before. It was a valuable thing, but he had never heard that it could calm the nerves. However, looking at senior brother Dashan's earnest expression, he didn't seem like someone who would lie. Perhaps it really could work. But soon Su Mingho's eyes darkened again. Even if he knew bear gall could have such an effect, where would he get it? Not even the most skilled hunter in the village would dare claim he could take one down. Even if the bear gall doesn't help your mother's condition selling, it could still bring you some money. Then you could take her to a hospital in the city for treatment. Perhaps she could be cured. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Su Mingho sighed heavily, his heart heavy with worry. "Senior brother Dashan, everything you said makes sense, but black bears are not so easy to hunt. As far as I know, no one in our village dares to say with certainty that they could take one down." Lin Yuanshan's mind stirred upon hearing this. He looked up at the sky and noticed the sun had already climbed high. Worried that someone might steal the game caught in his snares, and also wanting to test Su Mingho's courage, he turned and said to him, "How about this? I happen to be going to check my snares. If you have time, come along with me. We can talk on the way." Su Mingho glanced at Lin Yuanshan with some confusion, then said nothing, merely nodding silently, and falling into step behind him. Along the way, Lin Yuanshan remained silent, focusing entirely on the path ahead. Su Mingho, who had never stopped training over the years, kept pace with ease. The two soon turned off the main road onto a trail. From a distance, Lin Yuanshan spotted that two of his snares had already caught something. He broke into a jog, eager to check them, and hopped down into the ditch. Su Mingho also noticed Lin Yuanshan's snares. When he saw the familiar yellowish fur, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help stepping closer to get a better look, and soon confirmed what Lin Yuanshan had caught. It was the legendary yellow immortal. After leaping into the ditch, Lin Yuanshan quickly freed the yellow weasel, its throat already constricted, and then gathered up his snares. Given that he had already caught several yellow weasels here consecutively, and knowing how cunning they were, he guessed they would likely avoid this area from now on. So he decided to pack up and move to a different location. However, while packing up the snares, Lin Yuanshan joyfully discovered that the trap on the opposite bank had also caught one. That meant he had netted 3 yellow weasels in total this time around. Such a fine catch so early in the morning made Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but beam with delight. Walking over to Su Mingho, who stood aside, he said, "Well, isn't this a bit unbelievable?" "Yes." Su Mingho nodded, then looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, "Senior Brother Dashan, aren't you afraid? After all, there's always been talk in the Northeast that the Yellow Immortal seeks revenge, or even bewitches people." Though Su Mingho didn't finish his sentence, his meaning was clear enough. Lin Yuanshan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up one of the yellow weasels and asked a question. "Mingho, do you know how much a single yellow weasel pelt can fetch?" Su Mingho shook his head. In his daily life, he had only ever trapped pheasants and rabbits. Once he had caught a yellow weasel too, but he had set it free. He had never heard that its pelt could be sold for money. 50 yuan. Lin Yuanshan held up his right hand and waved it in front of Su Mingho's face. "What?" Su Mingho's eyes widened in utter shock. After all, the best-paid forest workers in the area earned only a little over 100 yuan a month. Some even made less than that. A single yellow weasel pelt was worth half a month's wages for a factory worker. This news sent turbulent waves crashing through Su Mingho's heart, and a deep wave of regret wellied up within him. Why had he let that yellow weasel go? In this era, information gaps were everywhere. Most people never ventured beyond the outskirts of their village, so even though the town's supply and marketing cooperative was buying yellow weasel pelts, most villagers had no idea. And those who did know were too afraid to touch them. Only a few kept their heads down, set their snares quietly, and prospered without drawing attention. Stimulated by the 50 yuan, Su Mingho's eyes turned somewhat red, his teeth grinding audibly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to look at Lin Yuanshan, and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Senior Brother Dashan, could you please teach me how to set snares?" Lin Yuanshan hadn't expected Su Mingho to be so resolute. He shifted his weight and turned his body aside, refusing to accept this grand gesture, and spoke in a somewhat cold tone. "Mingho, are you trying to force my hand?" Hearing this, Su Mingho quickly shook his head and hastily explained. "Senior Brother Dashan, that's not what I meant. I just know that such knowledge isn't shared easily, so I'm asking you to give me a chance. Get up first." Seeing the impassive expression on Lin Yuanshan's face, Su Mingho dared not disobey. He promptly scrambled to his feet. Once Su Mingho was standing, Lin Yuanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then casually asked, "Aren't you afraid this yellow immortal is supernatural?" A flash of ruthlessness crossed Su Mingho's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid of anything. When you're on the verge of starving to death, who has time to worry about such things?" Lin Yuanshan observed the fierce glint in Su Mingho's eyes and nodded with quiet satisfaction. After a moment's consideration, he finally spoke. "I can teach you how to set snares, and even take you into the mountains to hunt. But I need to lay down some ground rules now before we get to the point where things become awkward. Tell me, Senior Brother Dashan. First, I won't charge you any tuition for learning from me, but everything you hunt will belong to me. No problem. Second, you can't come with me into the mountains just yet. Give it a few days. I need to get a gun first. Understood? Third, whenever you feel you've learned enough to strike out on your own, you may do so at any time. But you must give me advance notice." "I agree." Lin Yuanshan watched Su Mingho agree without any hesitation and nodded with visible satisfaction. "All right. Over the next few days, if you have time, keep an eye on that family. Watch their every move." Su Mingho nodded with unwavering determination. He knew this was his chance to change his fate. "Don't worry, I will watch that family closely." After finishing his instructions to Su Mingho, Lin Yuanshan let him go back first and climb the mountain again on his own. On the way, Lin Yuanshan began calculating in his mind. He now had 5 pelts in hand, 3 from males and 2 from females, which could fetch at least over 200 yuan. For a moment, Lin Yuanshan wavered, unsure whether to buy an old hunting rifle for immediate use or save up to purchase a high-quality one straight away. However, considering the current price of a quality rifle, Lin Yuanshan ultimately abandoned the idea, for saving up would take far too long. In that time, he could still hunt plenty of fine game with an old rifle. Once he made up his mind, Lin Yuanshan quickened his pace. He had agreed to check the snares with second grandpa that day. As for setting new ones, he could search for a good spot on the way back. When Lin Yuanshan arrived, old Li was already waiting at the entrance of the shelter. "Second grandpa, is it rather late? Perhaps you shouldn't wait for me next time." Lin Yuanshan knew it was getting late and said with a touch of apology, "And not at all late. Who knows if we'll have any catch yesterday? I was just thinking of showing you around the mountain. Some things only come to mind when I see them." "All right, let's go then. Tie it to arrow move." Old Li called out to the two hunting dogs to lead the way while he carried a hunting rifle and followed behind with Lin Yuanshan. Along the way, Old Li shared whatever came to mind, revealing some details that Lin Yuanshan had never known even in his past life. Shanzi, this entire mountain doesn't belong to just you. It belongs to everyone. So you can't say that because you set snares here others are forbidden from doing the same. But those who make a living in the mountains usually share a mutual understanding. Everyone sets their snares within their own territory. Though sometimes there are those who don't know the rules, specifically going around to pick other people's snares. If they go unnoticed, fine. But once discovered, a confrontation is inevitable. At that point, it depends on whether the person has any sense of limits. If they leave half the catch, most won't press the matter and will let it go. But if they take everything leaving nothing, then others certainly won't let him off so easily. Lin Yuanshan listened intently to Old Li's words, nodding from time to time in response. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Taitu suddenly seemed to have spotted something. Barking continuously, he charged forward with Eru right on his heels. Seeing the dog's reaction, Old Li's face instantly lit up with excitement. Dashing quick. Something's likely caught in a snare. Speaking, he grabbed his rifle and sprinted forward. Lin Yuanshan hurried to follow. Taitu was a local, clumsy dog, with a coat of bluish-gray fur and a large round head. His bark was particularly loud. Eru, on the other hand, was a yellow dog slightly smaller than Taitu, but faster, which is why he reached the destination first. When Lin Yuanshan and Old Li arrived at the scene, they were utterly infuriated by what they saw. Since wild boars frequently roamed this area, Old Li had set several snare traps here. But now only one snare remained on the ground, along with a boar's head and scattered innards everywhere. Clearly someone had come and taken everything else. Only humans discard the innards and keep only the meat, whereas most animals eat from the inside out. Old Li stared at the mess before him, his face flushing red with anger. Instinctively, he wanted to confront whoever had taken the catch. But glancing at Lin Yuanshan trailing behind him, he hesitated. This was Lin Yuanshan's second time up the mountain. He lacked experience, and if a fight broke out, what if he got hurt? As if reading Old Li's hesitation, Lin Yuanshan cursed under his breath. What the hell? Which bastard doesn't know the rules? Second grandpa, can we still catch up with him if we go now? Hearing this, Old Li burst into hearty laughter, finding Lin Yuanshan's spirit exactly to his taste. Without hesitation, he replied, of course we can. The innards aren't even cold yet. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go after them. Moved. Old Li waved at the two dogs, who immediately barked twice and turned to chase in the direction the intruders had fled. Lu Guanglong and Lu Guanghu were two brothers from Liuhe village. Lazy and fond of indulgence, they had both reached their mid-20s without finding a wife, a matter that deeply worried their mother at home. But recently the brothers seemed to have transformed entirely, frequently bringing meat home. Sometimes a few pheasants, sometimes several rabbits. Their mother was overjoyed, convinced her sons had finally found proper work. In truth, the brothers weren't engaged in any virtuous pursuit. They had stumbled upon a highly profitable scheme, going up the mountain to steal other people's snares. For the past few days they had headed into the mountains at dawn and wandered around collecting snares left behind by others. They had barely been in the mountains that day when they heard a series of grunts. The brothers exchanged a glance, and Lu Guanglong's mouth stretched into a wide, excited grin. Uzi, we've struck it rich. They hurried over and sure enough found a wild boar caught in a snare. Its front hooves and head were entangled together, leaving it unable to exert force or even stand steadily. Sensing someone approach, the boar immediately aimed its head at the two men, its small eyes watchful and wary, emitting continuous threatening grunts from its mouth. Lu Guanglong stepped forward a few paces, and the boar bared its tusks, charging toward him. Thud! But before it could take more than 2 steps, the taut steel wire jerked it to a halt. Lu Guanglong rubbed his hands together with excitement and turned to Lu Guanghu. Huzi, I'll keep its attention. Go chop a log and smash it to death. Got it. Lu Guanghu readily agreed, drew a large axe from his waist, and began chopping at a basswood tree near waist thick, standing beside them. This axe was something they had just purchased the day before, costing them all their gains from the past couple of days, plus additional money from home. Little did they know it would prove so useful so soon. Lu Guanghu felled the tree with just a few swings, then lifted the trunk with both hands and charged toward the wild boar. Despite the boar's desperate struggles, bound tightly by steel wire, it was ultimately killed by Lu Guanghu's blows. Hurry up and pack it. We need to leave. Lu Guanghu, exhausted from the effort, was gasping for breath and about to sit down for a rest when Lu Guanglong sharply warned him. Reluctantly, he joined his brother in cleaning up. After removing the boar from the snare, they slit open its belly and removed the innards, then chopped off the boar's head and tossed it aside. Each brother shouldered half the carcass and rushed excitedly down the mountain. The boar wasn't particularly large, and after removing the head and innards it weighed less than 100 jin, so each of the two carried roughly 50 jin on their backs. By all rights that weight shouldn't have been burdensome, but the two brothers were accustomed to idleness and indulgence, their physical condition rather poor, so they grew winded after only a short run. Lu Guanghu had already been working for quite some time, and was now gasping for breath, barely able to catch his wind. He had just thought to stop and rest for a moment, when a string of barking suddenly reached them from behind. No good, they've caught up. The two brothers exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing, and quickly summoned what strength they had left to quicken their pace. Alas, this action did not pull them away from their pursuers at all. Instead, as time ticked by, the barking grew steadily closer. For how could two legs ever outrun four? Ha, no more running, what's there to run from? We bagged this pig ourselves. Lu Guanghu's legs had gone weak from running, his heart pounded, as though it were about to burst from his chest. With that he simply dropped his burden and plopped down onto the ground, adopting the air of a pig that fears neither boiling water nor death. Seeing this, Lu Guanglong could only set down the pork and sit beside his younger brother. Woof, woof, woof. The two had hardly come to a halt when they spotted a black dog and a yellow one charging toward them. Seeing the fierce manner in which the pair approached, the brothers were instantly thrown into a panic. They hastily snatched up stones from the ground and hurled them at the dogs, attempting to scare the two hounds off. Tai Tu deftly dodged the stones, then halted 3 or 5 meters from the brothers and continued to bay relentlessly, while Erhu circled around to their other flank, blocking their retreat. Brothers Lu Guanglong and Lu Guanghu rose to their feet and backed against each other, one brandishing an axe, while the other gripped a club he had just picked up. Though these two hounds had been trained by Old Man Li not to attack humans, proactively years of accompanying him on hunts had rendered them extraordinarily nimble. Whenever Lu Guanghu advanced with the axe, the dog would dart aside, and just as the brothers thought they might make a break for it, it would leap from the flanks, daring them not to press forward. It was then that Lin Yuanshan and the others arrived just in time to see Lu Guanghu wielding the axe to intimidate Erhu, attempting to drive the beast away and clear a path. Upon seeing this, Old Man Li's eyes bulged. He raised his rifle and roared with fury. "Drop the axe." The two brothers jumped at the thunderous shout, and next they saw Old Man Li leveling the gun directly at them, his face terrifyingly grim. "Sir, are these your dogs? Why are they blocking the road and not letting people pass?" Hearing Old Man Li, Lu Guanghu made no move to lower his axe. Instead, he spoke with a cheeky grin plastered across his face. Old Man Li's expression darkened even further at this, veins bulging along the arm that held the gun, as though he were about to pull the trigger right then and there. Lin Yuanshan, standing to one side, saw the situation escalating and quickly reached out to press down on Old Man Li's rifle, preventing an accidental discharge, then spoke in a low voice. "Second granduncle, let me handle this." Seeing this, Old Man Li gave a slight nod. Though he did not lower the gun entirely, he did angle the barrel downward, no longer pointing it directly at the two brothers. Seeing the gun lowered, Lu Guanglong breathed a sigh of relief, while Lu Guanghu curled his lip and let out a contemptuous scoff. Though the sound was faint, it reached Old Man Li's ears nonetheless. His eyes flared, and he was about to explode, but before he could, Lin Yuanshan beat him to it. "What the hell are you sniffing and scoffing at? Drop what you're carrying and scram, or the two of you can just stay here and rot." Lin Yuanshan's arrogant words instantly sent Lu Guanghu's blood boiling. Blinded by rage, he seemed to have forgotten all about the gun in Old Man Li's hands. Or perhaps he was certain the old man wouldn't dare pull the trigger. Either way, he grabbed the axe and swung it straight at Lin Yuanshan. Old Man Li nearly burst with fury at the sight, but with Lin Yuanshan standing directly in front of Lu Guanghu, there was no clear shot. He could only raise the barrel and fire a warning shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the forest. Lu Guanghu, his face twisted with viciousness, hesitated for a fraction of a second, then without a moment's pause brought the axe down again with full force. A cold glint flashed across Lin Yuanshan's eyes. He pivoted on his foot and sidestepped the strike, then in one fluid motion crossed his hands, one above, one below. There was a sharp crack, and Lu Guanghu's forearm was broken clean. "Oh fuck!" Lu Guanghu let loose a string of vile curses before his screams erupted from his throat. The axe fell from his grasp and was caught by Lin Yuanshan, who then, expression unreadable, delivered a single swift kick that sent the wailing Lu Guanghu flying. "You bastard! You dare lay a hand on my brother! I'll kill you!" Lu Guanglong, seeing his brother struck, charged at Lin Yuanshan like a madman. Lin Yuanshan showed no mercy, turning on his heel and delivering a precise front kick that sent Lu Guanglong crashing to the ground right beside his brother. Stealing someone else's game and showing such cruelty. Breaking an arm is far too lenient for you. Good work, Shanzi. Next time I catch either of you stealing my traps again, don't bother coming back. Seeing both brothers subdued, Old Man Li holstered his rifle, drew a short blade from the small of his back, and stepped up to them, letting the steel glint between them. With his arm broken, Lu Guanghu's earlier arrogance had completely vanished. He clutched his right arm with his left hand and kept whimpering through gritted teeth. Looking into Old Man Li's eyes, which flashed with a chilling coldness, Lu Guanglong shivered. Only then did he recall what the village hunters had warned him in the mountains: the last people you want to provoke are the mountain dogs, for most of them have nothing to lose and strike with merciless brutality. In these times, countless lives were lost in the mountains every day, and a portion of those deaths were no accident. They were done by human hands. In the deep woods, someone could slit your throat and toss your body into the forest, and within moments the beast would pick your bones clean, leaving not a single trace. Realizing this, Lu Guanglong immediately buckled, and raising his head, he spoke to Old Man Li. "Sir, today we brothers didn't know better. Please show us mercy. There's still our mother at home, who depends on us. We swear we'll never do this again." Old Man Li said nothing, simply turning his head to look at Lin Yuanshan, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Yuanshan nodded toward the two brothers, and spoke. "I'm Lin Yuanshan from Wazi Village. If you're not convinced, come find me anytime. But next time it won't be so easy." Lu Guanglong paused at those words, then seeing the fearless certainty in Lin Yuanshan's demeanor, he finally understood. his brother, and he had crossed a truly ruthless man that day. So he clasped his fists before him and said to Lin Yuanshan, "Brother, you're straightforward and fair. We're not scoundrels either. Today's matter is settled. Let us treat you to drinks when we have the chance." With that said, Lu Guanglong helped his brother to his feet. Lu Guanghu lifted his gaze to the axe in Lin Yuanshan's hand, the meaning clear. Lin Yuanshan, showing no hesitation, gave the axe a casual toss. Whoosh! Thud! The axe carved through the air with a startling hiss and buried itself nearly to the blade in a nearby pine tree, its flat face disappearing more than halfway into the trunk. Lin Yuanshan's display of strength stunned the two brothers, making them wonder if he was even human. Lu Guanghu cried out inwardly, fear flashing across his face for the first time. Lu Guanglong's expression also shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene, and his resolve never to provoke Lin Yuanshan only strengthened. In the end, the two brothers abandoned their axes and slunk away. Shanzi possesses extraordinary strength. The spectacle before them had not only left the two brothers dumbfounded, but also drawn gasps from Old Li, a man renowned for his extensive experience. Such inhuman strength was something he claimed to have encountered only once during his years in the military. Lin Yuanshan flashed a toothy grin at Old Li, then walked over to the pine tree and planted his feet firmly. Gripping the axe handle with both hands, he exerted all his strength and wrenched it free. Lin Yuanshan then hoisted the axe in one hand and lifted the two slabs of pork from the ground with the other. "Let's head back, second grandfather." "All right, let's go." "Second grandfather, I'm looking to acquire a hunting rifle. Do you know anyone who might have one?" "Let me think." Old Li frowned upon hearing this, trying to recall which hunter might have a spare rifle as they walked. Yet by the time they had traversed the entire path, he still couldn't remember a single name. This was hardly surprising. In these times, many hunters didn't even possess firearms. It was rare to hear of any hunter owning more than one gun, and even when upgrading, most would simply sell their old rifle before purchasing a new one. Lin Yuanshan had only asked casually, for he knew full well that people like second grandfather typically owned but a single rifle, a matter closely tied to their survival. No sensible person would part with it lightly. The two wandered around the perimeter of Old Li's hunting grounds and managed to secure a pheasant and a rabbit, finding no further game along the way. Nevertheless, both were quite satisfied with today's harvest. After witnessing Lin Yuanshan's performance, Old Li believed his grandson was born to make a living in the mountains. Whatever skill he imparted, Lin Yuanshan grasped it instantly. Coupled with his natural strength and ruthless precision, he could be said to be even better suited to mountain survival than Old Li himself. Perhaps after another half-month accompanying him in the mountains, he would be ready to try hunting on his own. Woof, woof. Carrying today's harvest, the two made their way back to the cabin. Before they even reached it, they heard sharp barking emanating from ahead. Seeing this, they immediately quickened their pace. As they emerged from the forest, loud and hearty laughter rang out, and an old man approached them. "Haha, Old Li. Looks like you had quite the haul today." Upon seeing the newcomer, Old Li's face lit up with surprise. He stepped forward, patted the man on the shoulder, and said, "Old Zhao, what brings you here?" He then pointed at Lin Yuanshan with pride and added, "This is my grandson Lin Yuanshan. Shanzi, this is your Uncle Zhao." "Hello, Uncle Zhao." Lin Yuanshan, holding today's catch, offered a greeting. "Yes, you're Wei's son, aren't you? I haven't seen you in years. You've grown so tall." Uncle Zhao regarded the tall and handsome Lin Yuanshan, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He vaguely recalled that Lin Wei's son had some mental deficiency, yet now he could see absolutely no sign of it. However, Uncle Zhao kept the question to himself, well aware of the proprieties of social interaction. Once inside, Lin Yuanshan set down the game and proceeded to boil water and prepare tea for the two elders. Life in the mountains meant they never lacked for herbal tea substitutes. The so-called howling tea, named for its invigorating effects, grew abundantly throughout Changbai Mountain, though few gave it a second glance. Taking advantage of Lin Yuanshan's brief absence to fetch firewood, Uncle Zhao hastily voiced his lingering question. Upon hearing it, Old Li grinned broadly and explained the circumstances, causing Uncle Zhao to nod repeatedly in understanding. This must be the blessings his grandfather accumulated for him. Perhaps so. By the way, Old Zhao, do you know anyone with a spare hunting rifle? Old Li suddenly remembered that Uncle Zhao had extensive connections, so he brought up the matter of the hunting rifle. Who would be using it? At this, Uncle Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched. Obviously, it's for Shanzi. He has no proper weapon yet. That bow of his simply lacks sufficient power. Hearing it was for Lin Yuanshan, Uncle Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, and he broke into a broad grin. Why look elsewhere when I have one right here? To everyone's surprise, Old Li showed no joy at this news. Instead, his expression shifted dramatically, and he began waving his hands in earnest refusal. Old Zhao, don't go harming someone with that defective thing of yours. Old Li's words clearly displeased Uncle Zhao, who frowned and said sternly, Old Li, I don't care for that kind of talk. What do you mean by defective? The rifle I modified has more than sufficient power. If you can't handle it, who do you think you're blaming? Just as Lin Yuanshan returned with an armful of firewood, he heard the two elders arguing inside. Upon seeing him enter, Uncle Zhao immediately leapt from the Kong and reached out toward Lin Yuanshan's arm. Lin Yuanshan shifted his shoulder instinctively, effortlessly dodging Uncle Zhao's grasp. This sudden movement stunned Uncle Zhao for a moment, and then his eyes began to sparkle as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yuanshan. Shanzi, I heard you're looking to buy a rifle. Oh, yes, that's right. At that moment, old Li strode over with wide eyes, his face etched with urgency. Shanzi, don't listen to his nonsense. Trust me, we're not buying his rifle. Seeing old Li attempting to ruin his plan, Uncle Zhao grew visibly agitated. His eyes darted, and an idea immediately formed. Who said I'm selling it? I'll give it directly to Shanzi. That's none of your business. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's eyes brightened with delight. However, he quickly turned his gaze toward old Li, sensing that something was not quite as straightforward as it seemed. True to his instincts, old Li, fearing Lin Yuanshan might impulsively accept the rifle, promptly explained the problems with it. Shanzi, that gun of his is completely unusable. Old Song once tried firing it and nearly blew his own head off. His wrist remained painful for 2 whole months before it healed. With old Li's explanation, Lin Yuanshan finally came to understand the situation with that particular rifle. It turned out that Uncle Zhao had formerly been a worker at the county machinery factory. After retirement, he returned to his hometown. However, unable to sit idle, he found life at home too dreary. With few family members remaining, he ultimately decided to build a cabin in the mountains and live there. In the mountains, besides his daily hunting activities, he enjoyed tinkering with various tools. Not long ago, he had modified a double-barreled hunting rifle. After completing the modifications, Uncle Zhao had gathered several close friends together, eager to show off his handiwork. I must say, Uncle Zhao was quite the resourceful man. His modified rifle could fire 2 shots in rapid succession and was compatible with a wide variety of ammunition. Most strikingly, it could fire 7.62mm rifle cartridges. When old Zhao described the merits of this gun, the eyes of everyone around him gleamed with desire. Old Song even stepped forward, volunteering to test the firearm. It was then that old Zhao revealed a hint of embarrassment as he explained the gun's drawbacks. The first was its immense recoil, making it difficult to control, especially when firing the second shot, which was almost impossible to aim accurately. The second weakness was that the gun's effective range was only about 30 meters. Beyond 40 meters, its accuracy was virtually non-existent. Upon hearing this, old Song chuckled. He prided himself on his strength, and since his usual hunting rifle could only reach 20 to 30 meters, this gun seemed tailor-made for him. Ignoring old Zhao's advice, old Song picked up the gun and began testing. Thus, a tragic incident occurred. When old Song fired the first shot, the barrel, under the tremendous recoil, slammed directly into his head. Had old Zhao not been watching closely and rushed over to grab his arm, old Song would have probably cracked his own skull open. From that day on, old Zhao's reputation soared within the circle, and no one dared to use his gun anymore. After old Li finished explaining, Lin Yuanshan felt a stir in his heart, though he deliberately wore a hesitant expression. Seeing this, old Zhao grew anxious and quickly began to explain. Shanzi, I just saw you carry that wild boar back with one hand. It must have weighed over 100 pounds. With your strength and a bit of caution, you can definitely handle this gun. Why don't I go back and get it for you to try? If you can use it, just take it. Consider it my gift to you. Old Zhao's words suited Lin Yuanshan's intentions perfectly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend money on a gun, but he had only about 200 yuan in total, and that was after selling the hides. He simply couldn't afford to buy one. After all, a double-barreled hunting rifle cost 400 or 500 yuan, let alone one specially modified by old Zhao, which would undoubtedly be even more expensive. All right, Grandpa Zhao, bring it over, and I'll try it. If it works, I'll keep it. I'll pay you, but I don't have the money now. I'll give it to you after I've caught something. I will talk about that later. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Old Zhao, as if afraid Lin Yuanshan would change his mind, tossed out the words and hurried away. After old Zhao left, a smile spread across old Li's face. He patted Lin Yuanshan on the shoulder and said, Shanzi, old Zhao was a model worker at the machinery factory. The guns he modifies are top-notch. I think this one suits your strength perfectly. I'll give it a good try later. Old Zhao's place was neither far nor near. About an hour later, he returned carrying a gun. Shanzi, come out and try it. Old Zhao, not bothering to catch his breath, shouted from the entrance of the shed. Lin Yuanshan immediately walked out, followed by old Li, who was also curious to see if Lin Yuanshan could handle the gun. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan hadn't left, old Zhao handed over the gun with a beaming smile. Lin Yuanshan took it, feeling the weight. It must have been over 10 G, noticeably heavier than an ordinary hunting rifle. The gun was modified from a standard double-barreled hunting rifle, but with some added counterweights near the muzzle to reduce recoil. Its appearance was neat and refined, clearly a piece of fine craftsmanship. Old Zhao explained the gun's operation to Lin Yuanshan. It was similar to a regular hunting rifle, and Lin Yuanshan quickly got the hang of it. Come on, let's test it nearby. This was the first gun Lin Yuanshan had handled since his rebirth, and he felt a surge of excitement, eager to try it out. The three found a spot nearby and began testing. Lin Yuanshan aimed at a tree about 20 meters away and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the barrel of the hunting rifle jerked upward under the immense recoil, but Lin Yuanshan quickly pressed it back down. Hiss! That's powerful. Lin Yuanshan marveled inwardly. The recoil was indeed formidable. In his past life, he had used many guns, but this one had one of the strongest kicks. Shanzi, how does it feel? Old Zhao, seeing Lin Yuanshan freeze after firing the first shot, immediately moved closer and asked. Let me try again. With the experience from the first shot, Lin Yuanshan increased his grip strength and fired the second. Bang! This time Lin Yuanshan was prepared, so the barrel only lifted slightly. He let out a breath and cracked the gun open. Uff! 2 empty shell casings ejected. Lin Yuanshan reached back, Grandpa Zhao, give me 2 more rounds. Ah, here. Old Zhao quickly pulled 2 bullets from his pocket and handed them over. Lin Yuanshan loaded them and snapped the barrel shut. Click, bang, bang. This time the barrel remained steady. Clearly Lin Yuanshan had fully mastered the gun's recoil. Haha, well done, Shanzi. Old Zhao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Finally someone could use the gun he had painstakingly modified. Lin Yuanshan squinted at the bullet holes in the distant tree, gauging the gun's performance. Old Zhao's craftsmanship was indeed meticulous. The gun was perfectly accurate. Within 30 meters the recoil was manageable for him, and the power was ample. For now it was the most suitable weapon. Grandpa Zhao, I'll take this gun. How much? Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Old Zhao grinned from ear to ear and waved his hand. Money. I told you it's a gift. That won't do. A double-barreled hunting rifle costs several hundred yuan, let alone one you personally modified. I'm afraid I'd insult your craftsmanship if I offered too little. These words struck a chord with Old Zhao, who felt that someone finally appreciated his skill. Since he wasn't short on money, he grandly waved his hand, feigning irritation. I said it's a gift, so it's a gift. Be a man and stop fussing. Old Li then chimed in, patting Lin Yuanshan on the shoulder with a smile. Enough. If your Grandpa Zhao gives it to you, take it. Just bring him some game when you catch something. Yeah, that's a good idea. When you catch something rare, bring me some. That's your tribute to me. Old Zhao nodded approvingly, a broad smile on his face. Lin Yuanshan said no more. After all, he didn't have the money to pay now anyway. He could only make it up by bringing more game in the future. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yuanshan took the initiative to prepare the meal. The 2 elderly men were naturally delighted, sitting on the Kong cracking pine nuts and chatting idly. Lin Yuanshan first sliced a strip of pork belly from the wild boar to prepare braised pork, then cut a hind leg portion for sour cabbage stew. In his past life, the internet was highly developed and cooking videos were readily available online, so Lin Yuanshan's culinary skills were quite impressive. Although the available seasonings were limited, basic sugar and soy sauce were on hand, so the resulting braised pork would not fall short. Soon a rich meat aroma wafted from the pot. Old Zhao took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. Boy, this braised pork of yours rivals what a state-run restaurant could produce. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan grinned and offered a modest reply. Not at all, there's still room for improvement. Our seasonings here are limited. Next time I'll bring you some better condiments and the dishes will be even more delicious. Haha, neither your grandpa nor I know how to cook. Your ingredients would go to waste. Then it hardly matters. I'll just cook for you. After a few tries you'll learn. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Old Li chuckled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with pride, while a flicker of envy crossed Old Zhao's gaze as he remarked aloud. Then from now on, whenever you come up the mountain, I'll shamelessly show up at your grandpa's door for a free meal. Haha, Old Zhao, don't say such thing. If you want to come, you're always welcome. The wild boar was not particularly large, so the meat grew tender quickly. Before long, both dishes were ready, and the 3 sat on the Kong to begin their meal. Old Li was in high spirits that day and brought out a bottle of fine liquor he normally would not touch. The 3 sipped the wine, then each took a piece of braised pork and placed it in their mouths. Absolutely delicious. Old Zhao spared no praise, wondering what they had been eating on the mountain before. Old Li remained silent, simply picking up his chopsticks and taking another piece of braised pork. The meal continued until 4 in the afternoon. Old Li glanced outside and noticed it was nearly dark, so he said to Lin Yuanshan, Shanzi, it's getting quite late. Stay here tonight. Lin Yuanshan shook his head upon hearing this. Dear Grandpa, I didn't tell my mother I'd be staying overnight on the mountain. I should head back. I walk fast, and I'll be home before it gets fully dark. Old Li nodded at this and ceased pressing further. Instead, he pointed to the wild boar meat outside and said, Take the pork back with you. I can't finish it here alone. That won't do. It's far too much. I'll just take a leg back. Take it when I tell you to take it. Stop with all the nonsense. Old Li narrowed his eyes, a trace of drunken temper rising, but this time Lin Yuanshan did not yield. He simply said directly, Dear Grandpa, I'll just take half. You keep the rest for yourself. Seeing Old Li about to say something, Old Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and pulled at him. Enough. Let's listen to Shanzi. Cut me a pig leg later. I'm out of meat anyway. After saying this, Old Zhao walked over to Lin Yuanshan and pulled a cloth pouch from his chest, handing it over. Shanzi, there are over 20 rounds inside. I don't need them, so take them. When they're used up, figure it out yourself. Thank you, Grandpa Zhao. Lin Yuanshan did not decline, smiling as he accepted the pouch and tucked it into his pocket. After bidding farewell to the 2 old men, Lin Yuanshan carried half the wild boar and made his way down the mountain. At lunch, they had drunk so heartily that 1 bottle of baijiu was insufficient. Old Li then produced another bottle to share. With 7 taels of baijiu consumed, even Lin Yuanshan, who had a strong tolerance for alcohol, felt a slight intoxication. After walking for over half an hour, Lin Yuanshan finally reached the mountain road. It was now completely dark, but since the Forest Bureau vehicles passed through daily, few animals would venture close, so he was not overly concerned. The journey was uneventful, and he finally reached the foot of the mountain. Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief and continued toward home. As he passed a small ditch, Lin Yuanshan suddenly heard a piercing squeaking sound. His expression shifted. He tossed the half-wild boar aside and snatched the hunting rifle from his back. Under the bright moonlight, a weasel ran up beside the ditch, larger than any he had trapped these past few days. Upon seeing Lin Yuanshan standing there with a gun, the weasel showed no sign of panic. Its green eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Stopping a short distance away, it reared up on its hind legs and bared its fangs viciously at him. Witnessing this, even the experienced Lin Yuanshan felt a shiver of unease. He feared the weasel might suddenly open its mouth and speak. Do I look like a human or a god? Fortunately, whether due to insufficient cultivation or some other reason, the weasel merely gnashed its teeth at him without speaking. Lin Yuanshan gradually composed himself, quietly shifting the gun muzzle, preparing to end it with a single shot to its small head. Unexpectedly, the weasel proved smarter than anticipated. The moment Lin Yuanshan's gun moved, it instantly turned and leapt into the ditch. Before he could react, the creature dissolved into a yellow blur and vanished. Watching it go, Lin Yuanshan shook his head with regret. He knew well that hunting weasels with a double-barreled shotgun was difficult. They were too small and too fast. An airgun firing lead pellets would be far more suitable. At that thought, Lin Yuanshan suddenly recalled another animal on the mountain, the squirrel. Though its fur was not as valuable as weasel, there were plenty of them. Find the right place and 10 or 20 in a day was nothing. But his ambitions lay elsewhere now. His thoughts were fixed on large game such as wild boar and black bear. As for squirrel pelts, he would attend to them when he had more time. More than 10 minutes after Lin Yuanshan departed, a small head peeked out from behind a tree beside the ditch. Having confirmed he was gone, the weasel emerged and began following in his direction. At this point, Lin Yuanshan was unaware that he had already caught the weasel's attention. Even if he had known, it would not have troubled him. Yet he could never have imagined the trouble this creature would bring him in the future. Ayo! Ayo! Before Lin Yuanshan even reached his doorstep, Da Huang, the Yi family's big yellow dog, had already heard his footsteps and began howling in the yard. It had not only heard his footsteps, but also caught the scent of wild boar blood on him, knowing there would be something delicious for dinner. Hearing Da Huang's howling, Yi Qingzhu immediately ran out, excitedly calling for Yi Qingmei as she went. Sis, brother Dashan is back. Yi Qingmei, who was cooking, also heard Da Huang's voice, but she was busy at the stove and could not leave. She kept adding firewood, hoping to finish cooking sooner. Let me handle it. At that moment, Yi Qinglan suddenly appeared at the kitchen doorway and took over Yi Qingmei's chores. Yi Qingmei blinked and looked at her sister curiously, but Yi Qinglan's cold face showed no expression. She simply squatted down and calmly fed firewood into the stove, her eyes fixed on the flames. Wang. Ayo. Hearing Da Huang's anxious voice, Yi Qingmei knew Lin Yuanshan had probably arrived home by now, so she stopped hesitating and rushed out, untying the dog along the way. Today, neither Yi Qingmei nor Zhang Sujuan had gone up the mountain. Afraid Da Huang would run off, they had tied him at home and planned to release him in the evening. The moment Da Huang was free, he shot out like an arrow. Yi Qingmei quickly adjusted her hair, making sure it was neat before heading out the door. Brother Dashan, you're back. You caught something again today. You are so amazing. Yi Qingzhu jogged all the way to meet Lin Yuanshan. Seeing the wild boar hanging from his hand, she let out a startled cry and chattered endlessly. Lin Yuanshan smiled and answered her questions patiently. Wang. As they were talking, Da Huang ran over like a yellow streak of lightning. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan said to Yi Qingzhu with a grin, "This Da Huang has such a keen nose. He knew I brought him something delicious and came all the way to welcome me." But Da Huang's next move proved him completely wrong. Like a gust of wind, the dog darted past the two of them, not even glancing back at Lin Yuanshan as he passed. Hee. Brother Dashan, Da Huang doesn't seem to be coming to welcome you. Lin Yuanshan awkwardly scratched his nose and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Looks like I was flattering myself. Just then Yi Qingmei also came jogging over. She had run so fast that her pretty face was flushed. When she saw Lin Yuanshan had returned safely, a brilliant smile spread across her face. You're back. Yes. Yi Qingmei stepped forward to take the meat from Lin Yuanshan's back, but he quickly shook his head and refused. No need, I can carry it myself. This meat is quite heavy. Yes. Where is Da Huang? Ha, sis, let me tell you what happened just now was so funny. Yi Qingzhu recounted the incident between laughs. Yi Qingmei's lips curved into a smile, and she called out toward where Da Huang had run. Da Huang. At that moment, Da Huang was at the side of the main road, standing before a poplar tree with both front paws resting on the trunk, baring his teeth and growling relentlessly. Perched on a tree branch above, a weasel stared down at Da Huang, with darting eyes acting recklessly bold. Da Huang kept growling, his front paws straining to climb up, only to slip back down each time. When he heard his master calling, he hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly barked a few more times at the weasel before turning back toward home. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing this, the weasel on the tree branch immediately began hopping and chirping mockingly, as if taunting Da Huang. Mom, I'm back. The three of them walked home chatting and laughing. Soon they arrived, and when Zhang Sujuan saw them together, she felt a deep sense of harmony and smiled radiantly. Come in quickly and put your things down. Lin Weiguo was also waiting at the doorway. Seeing the wild boar meat in Lin Yuanshan's hand, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but he said nothing. Mom, let's make pork and scallion dumplings tonight. I just trapped a wild boar, a young one. The meat is tender. Zhang Sujuan had already finished cooking, but upon hearing her son's suggestion, her eyes lit up, and she agreed at once. Sounds great. Upon hearing that the Lin family was making pork and scallion dumplings, Yi Qingzhu's mouth nearly watered. She couldn't help but grab Lin Yuanshan's arm and shake it. Brother Dashan, I want to eat pork dumplings too. Yi Qingmei, embarrassed by her sister's shameless demeanor, glanced up and shot her a warning look. Yi Qingzhu pretended not to notice and continued staring at Lin Yuanshan with wide hopeful eyes. That's simple. Go back and fetch your grandmother and your second sister. We'll all eat dumplings together tonight. Dashin, no need, we've already prepared dinner at home. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei quickly waved her hands in refusal and grabbed Yi Qingzhu to leave. But Yi Qingzhu, sensing the threat in her sister's eyes, dared not resist. Instead, she cast pleading glances toward Zhang Sujuan, well aware that only her future mother-in-law held any sway. Why go home? Stay and eat here tonight. We'll finish the food at home tomorrow. It won't spoil. Zhang Sujuan's words carried weight. Yi Qingmei stood still, no longer trying to leave. In truth, she wanted to stay, but her pride held her back, fearing that Zhang Sujuan might think they were taking advantage by eating and taking food. Lin Yuanshan seemed to read Yi Qingmei's thoughts. He gently patted her back and smiled. Qingmei, go help my mother make dumplings. Qingzhu, go call your grandmother and your second sister. All right. Yi Qingzhu replied crisply, afraid her older sister might change her mind. She bolted toward her own home in a flash. At that moment, a yellow shadow darted out of the darkness and ran to Lin Yuanshan's side, rubbing against his leg. Remembering the earlier awkward scene, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but laugh and scold affectionately. Now that you're done playing, you remember to come back. What were you doing just now? Woo, woo, woo. Hearing the reprimand, De Huang whimpered, aggrievedly rolled onto his back on the ground, and kept rubbing against Lin Yuanshan, begging for forgiveness. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan's lingering annoyance vanished almost entirely. He untied the bag from his back, pulled out the wild boar's heart and liver, and handed them to De Huang. Woo, woo. De Huang immediately sprang up. He first rubbed his head against Lin Yuanshan's leg, then carefully opened his mouth and took the organs in his jaws before darting off to devour them. Watching from the side, Yi Qingmei felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, in these times a wild boar's heart and liver were considered a delicacy, yet Lin Yuanshan had simply given them to the dog. Dash, in this pig heart can also be stir-fried. Don't give it to De Huang anymore. Watching Yi Qingmei pout with a pitiful expression, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but feel amused and quickly explained. Sister Qingmei, I plan to take De Huang into the mountains for hunting from now on. I need him to know what's edible, so he'll chase it when he finds it in the wild. Otherwise, once he's in the mountains, he won't know what to do. Oh. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's explanation, Yi Qingmei finally understood the future use of De Huang, so she stopped feeling sorry for those awful and rolled up her sleeves to help Zhang Sujuan prepare dumpling wrappers. Zhang Sujuan had agreed so readily before, but when she went to scoop the flour, she was dumbfounded. Looking at the meager residue at the bottom of the flour bag, she estimated it might be enough for soup, but absolutely insufficient for making dumplings. She quickly went to the cabinet in the eastern room, took out 10 yuan, and prepared to buy some white flour at the small shop. Dashin, you guys keep chopping the meat filling at home. I'll be right back. Oh, got it. Hearing his mother's voice, Lin Yuanshan didn't even look up, continuing to slice through that half of wild boar with his knife. Sujuan, where are you going? As Zhang Sujuan reached the doorway, she saw Yi Nai and Yi Qinglan approaching, while Yi Qingzhu walked behind them carrying a bag in her hand. Auntie, come in first. I'm just stepping out. Zhang Sujuan felt embarrassed mentioning they had no flour left, fearing others might misinterpret it as her hinting at them. But Yi Nai, with all her years of experience, understood immediately. She stepped forward, grasped Zhang Sujuan's hand, and whispered, "Well, is it that you're running low on white flour? I had Qingzhu bring some over. No need to run around." Zhang Sujuan blushed at these words and said shyly, "Auntie, look at this mess. It's all Wei's fault. 2 days ago he insisted on eating noodles and finished all the white flour at home. What's the big deal? We're all family. Didn't Shanzi bring plenty of meat yesterday? Hurry up, the kids must be starving." All right then. Zhang Sujuan no longer demurred, stepped forward to take the flour bag from Yi Qingzhu and went to knead the dough. Lin Yuanshan had prepared the dumpling filling, loading it generously. Meat poured in as if it were free, with not a hint of vegetables, only some scallion and ginger for flavor, and finally a generous drizzle of 2 spoonfuls of freshly rendered lard. Sizzle. The hot oil hit the chopped scallions, and an intoxicating aroma of scallion and meat instantly filled the entire kitchen. Yi Qingzhu, who was helping on the side, couldn't resist taking a deep, blissful breath and said with a rosy-cheeked face, "Oh my goodness, that smells incredible. I can't even imagine how delicious these dumplings will be." Lin Yuanshan smiled and ruffled her hair. "All right, hurry and take the filling inside. Make sure you eat extra, and I'll stir-fry another dish." "Another dish? Brother Dashin, isn't tonight's meal already too extravagant? Why not save the dish for tomorrow?" Upon hearing there would be another dish, Yi Qingzhu swallowed hard and said in amazement, "Tomorrow is tomorrow. Go on now. From now on we'll eat meat every day." "Really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu excitedly hugged Lin Yuanshan and cheered. Lin Yuanshan stiffened, unsure of where to place his hands. Fortunately, Yi Qinglan walked into the kitchen at that moment, saving him from the awkwardness. "Is the filling ready? Everyone's waiting to wrap." "Oh, it's done. I'll bring it right over." Yi Qingzhu suddenly remembered her task and hurriedly lifted a large basin of dumpling filling, trotting into the living room. Yi Qinglan, standing at the kitchen doorway, shot Lin Yuanshan a sharp glance. As soon as he noticed and opened his mouth to explain, she had already strided toward the living room with her long legs. Ugh! Lin Yuanshan shook his head in resignation and then began preparing the next dish. Although a meal of pork dumplings was already quite lavish, Lin Yuanshan habitually made 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes, and 2 cold appetizers. This sumptuous feast left Yi Qingzhu with grease all around her mouth, as she constantly praised Brother Dashan's cooking skills. Finally, she blurted out whether he could bring her along after he married his eldest sister, so she could eat meat every day. This remark set everyone laughing uproariously. Zhang Sujuan, grinning, asked Yi Qingzhu, "Won't you get married then?" Yi Qingzhu pondered with a furrowed brow for a moment, then blurted out something that left everyone stunned. "I won't marry. I'll follow Brother Dashan and have meat to eat." Ha ha ha. Everyone assumed Yi Qingzhu was merely joking, including Lin Yuanshan. Only Yi Qinglan, seeing her younger sister's earnest expression, pursed her petal-like red lips and frowned involuntarily. After devouring an entire basin of dumplings and several pieces of braised pork, Yi Qingzhu finally put down her chopsticks and let out a thunderous burp. The overly loud burp drew everyone's gaze toward her, causing Yi Qingzhu's small face to flush crimson. She wished there was a crack in the floor she could crawl into. Cough, cough. Lin Yuanshan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa Zhao gave me a gun today while we were on the mountain. Tomorrow I plan to patrol the southern mountain. First to test the gun, and second to train De Huang and see if he has what it takes." Hearing that Lin Yuanshan planned to go up the mountain alone tomorrow, Zhang Sujuan grew anxious and was about to speak when Lin Weigua tugged at her sleeve. "Dashan De Huang is a smart and loyal dog, a good one. Your mother and the others have also said he saved them several times on the mountain. However, he's never been trained, nor does he have other dogs to follow. He may not be easy to train." Lin Weigua felt he had considerable authority on this matter since he was once a renowned hunter in the area and had raised 2 hunting dogs himself. But Lin Yuanshan knew his father's dog training skills weren't particularly good, or else that incident wouldn't have happened. However, Lin Yuanshan didn't say it outright, knowing he should give his father some dignity in front of so many people. So he simply nodded in agreement and promised to be careful. At the foothills of Changbai Mountain, hunters generally belong to one of 2 schools: the firearms hunting school or the dog hunting school. As the name suggests, firearms hunting involved 1 or 2 to 3 people following animal tracks to hunt. Its advantage was low cost, you got what you caught. But its disadvantages were equally obvious: a low success rate and considerable danger. After all, whether it was a wild boar or other animals, they could cover great distance in an hour. 2 legs hardly stood a chance against 4. As for danger, if you got too close and the beast spotted you before you spotted it, you'd be in peril. Dog hunting was different. Dogs relied on scent to track prey, giving them a natural advantage over humans. Wherever dogs were present, ambushes by wild beasts were unlikely, since they would detect danger first and issue warnings. Of course, dog hunting had its drawbacks. The cost was high, as dogs needed food, and hunting dogs even required meat, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. Moreover, finding a good dog was difficult, and training one was even harder. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Yuanshan packed his mountain gear and went to the Yi household to fetch De Huang. "Dashan, watch yourself." "Got it. Go back first. Don't come up the mountain today." Yi Qingmei stood at the doorway, her eyes full of worry, until Lin Yuanshan's figure vanished down the dirt path. Only then did she turn and head home. After leaving home, Lin Yuanshan did not head straight for the mountain. Instead, he led De Huang westward through the village. "Hey, where's Dashan headed?" "Just strolling around South Mountain." "Oh, what's there to see at South Mountain?" "It's a barren place where even rabbits won't set foot." "Ha, just taking a leisurely walk." Along the way, he ran into several groups of villagers. Lin Yuanshan exchanged brief greetings with each of them before continuing west with the dog at his side. Soon Lin Yuanshan arrived at a dilapidated house. The walls were built of mud bricks, and after so many years some sections had crumbled. However, all the damaged spots had been patched with stones or wooden planks. The doorframe was made of Manchurian ash, so it remained in decent condition. Lin Yuanshan stepped forward and knocked, then waited at the doorstep. This was Su Mingho's home. He knew the woman inside suffered from mental illness, so he did not call out, afraid of startling her. After waiting a while and receiving no response, Lin Yuanshan assumed no one was home. He was just about to lead De Huang away when a timid voice came from behind the door. "Who's there?" Lin Yuanshan paused, walked back to the door, and softened his tone. "Is this Zaiminjiu? This is your brother Dashan. Is your brother home?" Su Mingwei on the other side of the door seemed to recognize Lin Yuanshan through the crack. She unlocked and opened the door, standing beside it with a smile, her voice bright and cheerful. "Brother Dashan, come in. My brother went out and said he'll be back soon." Upon hearing that Su Mingho had left, Lin Yuanshan immediately shook his head and declined. "I won't come in. When your brother returns, just let him know. And remember, not to open the door for strangers when he's not home. Lock it tightly, all right?" "Oh, okay." Seeing that Lin Yuanshan had no intention of entering, Zaiminjiu lowered her head in disappointment. Just as he was about to walk away, she suddenly raised her head and called out loudly. "Brother Dashan, I haven't opened the door for anyone else but you." "That's good. Now hurry and lock the door." Hearing the girl's shout, Lin Yuanshan turned around, waved at her, and then continued south along the main village road, leading De Huang beside him. As if by chance, no sooner had Lin Yuanshan reached the main road than he bumped into Su Mingho returning from outside. Upon seeing him, Su Mingho's face lit up with surprise, and he hurried over to greet him. "Brother Dashan, what a coincidence." "Quite. I was just about to look for you." At the mention of being sought out, Su Mingho's eyes brightened instantly. Then he noticed the rifle slung across Lin Yuanshan's back, and his heart began to pound wildly. Seeing his excitement, Lin Yuanshan did not tease him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do you have anything to do at home? If not, come up the mountain with me. I want to test the rifle and practice with De Huang at the same time. I'm free. I just checked over there, and they won't be making any moves for at least 10 or 15 days. Su Mingho suppressed his inner excitement and reported the situation to Lin Yuanshan without forgetting the important matter. Noticing the frost on Su Mingho's hat, Lin Yuanshan realized he must have set out early. He was quite satisfied with his performance and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go. There are no large game on South Mountain. Good enough for me to teach you how to set traps." "Really? Thank you, Brother Dashin." Su Mingho could not have expected Lin Yuanshan to teach him so soon. Since his father's passing, he had not met anyone who treated him so kindly. A warm surge rose in his chest, and his eyes grew moist. Lin Yuanshan noticed, but said nothing. He simply led the way with De Huang, while Su Mingho wiped his eyes with his sleeve and jogged after him. "Mingho, I remember you know how to use a slingshot. Why don't you use it? Oh, that thing can only shoot birds. It's useless for anything else." "Haha, that's because you haven't learned to aim properly. I'll teach you later." The two followed the main village road to its end, then turned onto a smaller trail that led upward to South Mountain. Despite its name, South Mountain was not truly a mountain, but merely a small hillock. The trees were already sparse, and many had been cut down for firewood over the years. What remained were mostly saplings sprouting from tree stumps. These thin, awkward branches were of no use to anyone. They were too slender and difficult to manage, so they were left untouched. There were no large animals here, only pheasants and wild rabbits. Professional hunters from the village rarely bothered coming, leaving the area to half-grown boys and elderly men who could no longer venture into deeper mountains. "Come show me where you've set your traps." Upon entering the hills, Lin Yuanshan did not release De Huang. Instead, he asked Su Mingho to lead him to the traps first. Su Mingho felt a bit embarrassed, but led Lin Yuanshan into the mountains nonetheless. After walking a short distance, Su Mingho brought Lin Yuanshan to a pine tree growing out of a rock. Its trunk was twisted and gnarled, making it difficult to split for firewood, which was precisely why no one had cut it down. "Brother, that's the one I set." "Why here?" "I noticed pheasants coming here to eat pine nuts, so I set the trap at this spot." Lin Yuanshan clicked his tongue, then pointed at the trap Su Mingho had set, and said, "The idea is good, but the trap is poorly woven. To catch pheasants, you need a chain snare. Otherwise, it's very hard to get a hit. Here, let me teach you how to make one." While speaking, Lin Yuanshan took out thin iron wire from his bag and began instructing Su Mingho on how to weave the snare. Su Mingho was quick to learn and soon mastered the technique. Lin Yuanshan then taught him how to set it and what bait to use. As he taught, Lin Yuanshan led Su Mingho deeper into the mountains, since any game on South Mountain was more likely to be found farther inside. Beneath a pine tree on South Mountain, a bloodied wild boar lay on the ground, eating pine nuts. The boar weighed over 300 caddies with two prominent tusks. Dark brown blood still clung to the tips. Several bloody wounds marred its neck, the edges blackened, suggesting deep injuries. Beyond the wounds, a steel wire as thick as a chopstick was tightly wrapped around its neck, sunk deep into flesh, with only a short section exposed. The injuries looked gruesome, yet the boar seemed entirely unfazed. It continued to methodically crack open pine nuts, occasionally letting out contented grunts. In the Changbai region, whether wild boars or black bears, locals call them black blind ones. Many beasts survive the hunters' guns each year. Some have killed hunters while others escape from the barrel. These creatures are generally referred to as gun survivors. These are precisely what hunters dread encountering most, for in either case, they signal a beast that proves exceedingly difficult to manage. After suffering defeat, once these beasts learn to fear the hunter's gun, they catch the scent of gunpowder from far away and flee long before the hunter arrives. If such a beast doesn't flee, matters grow even more perilous. It will likely lurk in hiding, lying in wait to ambush you, making it all too easy to fall victim without careful attention. As time passed, Lin Yuanshan and his companion gradually ventured deeper into Nanshan. Just then, their ever-vigilant yellow dog De Huang suddenly halted, raising its head to sniff the air before darting toward the southwest, pulling the leash taut. Had Lin Yuanshan not restrained it, the dog would have bolted. Witnessing De Huang's response, Lin Yuanshan felt a surge of excitement. The dog's reaction confirmed it possessed the potential to become a head dog. Hunting dogs are typically divided into head dogs and support dogs, though in certain regions they're known as scent dogs and heavy hitters. Regardless of what they're called, head dogs remain the most precious and rare breed, for in the mountains the discovery of game depends entirely on them, while support dogs assist in the pursuit once prey is located. The standards for head dogs are exceptionally high. There's a saying among hunters that only 1 out of every 10 hunting dogs can become a head dog, demonstrating just how invaluable they truly are. Seeing De Huang's eager expression, Lin Yuanshan reasoned that Nanshan held no large beasts, so he loosened the leash with confidence and released the dog. Once freed, De Huang immediately surged southward, barking as it ran. Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho trailed behind, without closing the distance, knowing that if De Huang had tracked rabbits or pheasants, its excited barking would have spooked them anyway, rendering their pursuit pointless. De Huang darted through the forest with unmistakable excitement. The taste of wild boar heart and liver from the previous evening remained vividly etched in its memory, reminding it that every boar encountered in these woods was prey worth pursuing. So upon catching the familiar scent, the entire dog trembled with thrill. HNG. HNG. A wild boar lowering its head to crunch on pine nuts suddenly froze, raising its snout with wariness to grunt twice. As the barking drew progressively nearer, the boar sprang to its feet, wheeling around to face the source of the sound. Woof, woof, woof. Shortly thereafter, a yellow figure emerged from the distant trees, bounding over fallen leaves straight toward the boar. Oomph. Upon sighting a single dog, the boar snorted a cloud of white mist from its nostrils, a gesture of clear disdain, then lowered its head and charged directly at De Huang. Having accompanied Yi Qingmei and the others on frequent mountain expeditions, De Huang had encountered numerous wild boars before, so this one posed no alarm. De Huang understood that while the creature possessed tremendous strength, its lack of agility was a critical weakness. A vulnerability De Huang had exploited time and again to evade pursuit. Just as the boar and dog were about to collide, De Huang dug its paws deep into the earth, skidding to a sudden halt before pivoting sharply and darting into the adjacent woods. The massive boar never anticipated such nimbleness from its adversary and lunged to follow the turn, but its enormous frame simply couldn't manage it, causing its body to trace a wide arc before crashing headlong into a small tree. Crack! The sapling, thick as a human arm, shattered under the impact, with a sharp report snapping clean in two. Yet the boar managed to halt itself, using the tree as a barrier, rising to its feet and shaking its head as blood began seeping from a fresh wound on its neck where the collision had struck. Such an injury was hardly debilitating for a boar of this size. In all of Shangbei, if hardiness were measured, the wild boar might claim second place at best, for no creature dares rank above it, not even the black bear. Provided it doesn't perish on the spot, a boar's regenerative capacity stands unmatched. This is precisely why, once reaching a certain size, they reign supreme in the mountains. It's not that no predators can overcome it. Amur tigers, brown bears, and black bears all prey upon wild boar, but once a boar exceeds 500 caddies, these apex hunters typically steer clear. Those curved tusks are no trivial matter. A single glancing blow from them can inflict devastating wounds, sometimes rendering a predator incapable of hunting altogether. An injured boar, however, recovers remarkably well. It wallows in a mud pit, forages for pine nuts, acorns, and hazelnuts, and within a short while mends its wounds. Take this massive boar now. Despite its severe injuries, given time to recuperate, it will recover swiftly. Swift as thought, the boar rose from the ground, cast a glance at De Huang, lowered its head, and charged once more. De Huang understood the danger it faced and relied on its agility to dance around the boar, leaving neither combatant able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the boar's nostrils flared as it lifted its head toward the east, catching a scent it would never forget, the sharp sting of gunpowder. The odor instantly quelled its aggression, and abandoning the chase, the boar veered in the opposite direction. Woof! Woof! The boar's sudden flight sent De Huang into a frenzy of desperation, barking furiously in pursuit, determined to make it turn back. The boar paid no mind, bolting westward without hesitation, and De Huang quickly gave chase. De Huang closed the distance in moments, its attention immediately caught by the twin bells dangling from the boar's rear. After trailing the boar for several dozen meters as though the bells beckoned it onward, De Huang acted on instinct and snapped its jaws downward. Ow! A piercing scream echoed through the forest as the boar recoiled from overwhelming agony, its legs nearly buckling beneath it. No good, it's a wild boar. Lin Yuanshan, trailing behind, heard the commotion, and his expression darkened with alarm. He had never anticipated wild boar in Nanshan, and now De Huang was in grave danger. Mingho, stay alert. I need to check on De Huang right away. It might be in trouble. Brother, don't worry about me. I'll keep up as best I can. Deep within the southern hills of Wazi village, a mighty wild boar let out a piercing shriek as behind it the hunting dog De Huang clamped its jaws firmly onto the iron ring at the boar's rear. The bite was devastating. Even a ferocious creature like De Peo Luan was forced to halt its escape in agony, then coiled its haunches and delivered a violent sweeping flick that sent De Huang sailing through the air. Ow! De Huang's fangs had torn through the boar's hide, drawing forth another agonized scream. Excruciating pain radiated from the boar's rear, awakening a feral rage within its beastly nature. Shaking De Huang off, it lowered its head and charged forward with relentless fury. De Huang was hurled more than 10 meters through the air, crashing to the ground with yelps of pain. Clearly battered, it rolled to its feet and resumed its charge toward the wild boar. Yet the way De Huang hobbled made it clear the fall had damaged its leg. Seeing the dog slow considerably, a cruel light flashed in the boar's small eyes. It tilted its snout upward, aligning its two formidable tusks directly toward De Huang's body. As the gap between them shrank, De Huang attempted another sharp turn to evade, but its injured leg buckled, and it toppled to the ground before it could execute the maneuver. Seeing the dog fallen, the boar let out an excited grunt, lowered its head, and prepared to gore De Huang, when a gunshot cracked through the air. At that moment, Lin Yuanshan finally arrived, and without hesitation raised his rifle and fired. Thwip! Thwip! The shot struck wide, but the crack of gunfire sent shockwaves through the boar's memory of pain and terror. It skidded to a halt near De Huang, then pivoted and fled southward. De Huang had already clawed itself back to its feet. Seeing the boar attempting to flee once more, the dog gave chase with urgent desperation, though its injured legs still faltered. Lin Yuanshan had expected the dog to give up, but De Huang showed no signs of yielding. Despite its limping gait, it pressed relentlessly toward where the boar had disappeared. Whether some hidden reserve had been awakened or its injuries were less severe than they appeared, De Huang's speed grew with every stride until the earlier harm became entirely invisible. Lin Yuanshan felt his spirits soar. Regardless of other qualities, De Huang's fierce determination in the hunt embodied everything a lead hunting dog should possess. Most crucially, this was De Huang's maiden hunt. If it had encountered no prey at all, that would have been forgivable, but to find game and fail to secure it would deal a devastating blow to the hunting dog's spirit. Many legendary hunting dogs are forged through a steady accumulation of such small victories. A successful first hunt ignites something profound in a hunting dog. If that success repeats, a formidable momentum takes root, forging an unyielding courage that drives the dog to charge any quarry without a moment's hesitation. Thinking of this, Lin Yuanshan quickened his pace, fearing that delay might cost De Huang further injury. But Lin Yuanshan was underestimating De Huang. Having learned from the earlier encounter, the dog had grown cunning, and this time when it closed in on the boar, it struck without hesitation. Ow! The boar howled in agony and whipped its body with desperate force, but De Huang had already loosened its grip and retreated to the side, forcing the boar's violent shake to meet nothing. De Huang had watched the boar's earlier display and recognized its fear of the weapon Lin Yuanshan wielded. There was no need for a direct confrontation. Only persistence would suffice. The boar pivoted and issued a warning-like grunt at De Huang, which the dog met with an equally defiant bark. The boar caught the acrid smell of gunpowder growing stronger, and though it turned to make its escape, a deep unease gripped its rear as it sensed the danger closing in. The boar faced an agonizing choice: confront or flee, and the weight of that gunpowder threat ultimately tipped the scales, sending it sprinting southward in desperation. Ow! The outcome was inevitable. De Huang closed the gap instantly and sank its teeth in with no hesitation. This time the boar did not stop to fight. It endured the searing pain at its rear and continued its desperate flight. Ow! 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 After 3 or 4 more vicious bites from De Huang, the wild boar finally reached its limit. With eyes burning crimson, it whirled around to make a desperate last stand against the relentless hound. De Huang, however, showed no interest in a direct confrontation. Applying the principle of yielding when the enemy advances and pressing when they retreat, the hound gradually stripped the boar of its fighting spirit until it slumped beneath a tree, head raised toward De Huang in exhausted resignation. De Huang lay 5 meters from the wild boar, tongue lolling, breathing heavily as it waited for Lin Yuanshan to arrive. With Lin Yuanshan closing in, both animals caught his scent. The boar grunted restlessly, raising its haunches, but the fresh wave of agony at its rear stayed it. Seeing De Huang rise to full alert, the boar finally surrendered to the pain and remained seated. Crack! Crack! The sound of snapping branches announced Lin Yuanshan's approach, rifle at the ready. When Lin Yuanshan saw the boar rooted to the ground, a wave of relief washed over him. De Huang had done it on its very first hunt. The creature was pinned. Dingwo meant precisely this, driving prey to hold its ground and wait for the hunter's closing shot. For a skilled marksman, such stationary targets were trivial to hit, with misses being exceedingly rare. The wild boar locked eyes with the approaching hunter, and suddenly its gaze burned with blood-red fury as it sprang upward and charged straight at Lin Yuanshan. Driven by instinct to protect its master, De Huang launched itself at the charging boar. Though Lin Yuanshan was hardly its formal owner, he was at least something of one. The moment the boar threatened its master, De Huang pursued with maddened intensity, tearing into the boar's rear. The boar appeared to understand its fate was sealed. Rather than slowing from the agony, it pushed harder through the pain, its speed increasing with each desperate stride. Lin Yuanshan faced the charging boar with complete composure. No fear in his eyes, only absolute confidence in his own capability. 70 meters. 60. 50. Lin Yuanshan silently calculated the closing distance. As the boar drew nearer, he could see the crimson glow of its eyes and the dense web of wounds marring its body. So it's just another boar that has survived a bullet before. It was only here that Lin Yuanshan suddenly understood why this cannon fodder beast had appeared in South Mountain. It must have escaped from a hunter's gun, fled in panic, and here found food, drink, and safety. So it stayed to heal its wounds. The thought flashed through Lin Yuanshan's mind and vanished. He tightened his grip on the rifle. When the cannon fodder beast entered 30 meters, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! At such close range, the modified double-barreled shotgun proved brutally effective. Both shots struck the beast's head, the massive kinetic energy of the bullets blasting its skull open, splattering white brain matter everywhere. Thud! The cannon fodder beast didn't even growl. Its body surged forward with inertia, then crashed to the ground, sliding 2 meters before going still. Whine! Whine! Da Huang lunged onto the cannon fodder beast, tearing at it viciously to vent his anger. Lin Yuanshan's expression remained calm as he lowered the rifle. Uff! Uff! 2 spent casings ejected with the scent of gunpowder. Lin Yuanshan pulled 2 cartridges from his pocket, loaded them, then flicked the rifle upward. With a sharp click, the weapon was ready to fire again. Huff! Huff! Huff, bro! You're awesome! Su Mingho, who had been trailing behind, finally caught up. Upon seeing the cannon fodder beast lying on the ground, all his emotions condensed into a single exclamation: awesome. Woof! Woof! Having finally worked out his frustration, Da Huang wagged his tail and trotted over to Lin Yuanshan, barking at him twice. "Alright, meat's coming right up." Lin Yuanshan smiled and patted Da Huang's head. The dog closed its eyes contentedly, tail still wagging. "Mingho, come, I'll teach you how to butcher a wild boar." Lin Yuanshan drew the hunting knife from his waist and led Su Mingho over to the cannon fodder beast. From a distance the beast hadn't seemed imposing, but as the two men approached, Su Mingho finally felt the sheer oppressive presence radiating from it. Gag, gag. The psychological pressure combined with the bloody scene and the foul stench emanating from the cannon fodder beast sent Su Mingho retching uncontrollably. Even the seasoned Lin Yuanshan frowned slightly under the circumstances, his face paling. In his past life he hadn't witnessed such gruesome scenes in over 20 or 30 years. But Lin Yuanshan quickly composed himself and stood by with the knife waiting for Su Mingho. Su Mingho continued until his stomach was completely empty before feeling any relief. Seeing Lin Yuanshan waiting for him, he grit his teeth and walked over, his face ashen. "Bro, I've lost face. It's fine, you'll get used to it." Lin Yuanshan's smile never faded. Everyone had their first time. It was human instinct to recoil at the sight of blood. "Watch me, I'll show you how." Once Lin Yuanshan confirmed Su Mingho was ready, he prepared to gut the cannon fodder beast. The beast was currently lying on its belly, so it needed to be flipped over to expose its underside. Lin Yuanshan grabbed the cannon fodder beast's front legs and heaved effortlessly, flipping the 300+ gene creature onto its back. Su Mingho, who had been about to help, stood dumbfounded, secretly marveling at Bro Dashin's incredible strength. Unaware of Su Mingho's inner thoughts, Lin Yuanshan made the first cut below the boar's neck, slicing straight down along its chest. Gag. The moment the belly was opened, an overwhelming stench of offal assaulted their nostrils, mingling with the various odors outside and relentlessly attacking their senses. Lin Yuanshan wrinkled his nose but kept a stoic expression. Su Mingho, however, doubled over in another bout of retching, though only bitter bile came up. There was nothing left to vomit. Lin Yuanshan removed the entrails and hung them on a nearby tree branch, explaining the reason to Su Mingho as he worked. Seeing the boar's heart and liver hung on the tree, Da Huang grew anxious, rubbing against Lin Yuanshan repeatedly. Lin Yuanshan sliced off a piece of belly meat and handed it to the dog. "Here, you earned this today. Enjoy the good stuff." But Da Huang merely sniffed the meat and immediately turned his gaze back to the heart and liver hanging on the tree. "You really can't tell good from great." Lin Yuanshan laughed and scolded the dog playfully, then stepped forward to cut down the heart and liver and handed them to Da Huang. Da Huang eagerly grabbed the organ in his mouth. This time he didn't run far to eat it. Instead, he lay right beside Lin Yuanshan's feet, clearly trusting him completely now. Lin Yuanshan used his axe to sever the boar's head, then split it down the middle. This boar weighed an estimated 340 to 50 gene. After removing the internal organs and blood, only a little over 200 gene remained. With the head removed, each half of pork weighed less than 50 gene. "Mingho, carry this half of pork. I'll take the head and the other side." "All right." Su Mingho had no objections to Lin Yuanshan's arrangement and agreed promptly. At that moment, Da Huang had finally finished the heart and eaten part of the liver, with a large piece remaining. Watching Da Huang keep licking his lips, eager for more, Lin Yuanshan quickly patted him and said with a laugh, "Stop it. Don't you know how big your belly is? We'll eat the rest tomorrow." Da Huang seemed to understand and obediently stopped, extending his tongue to lick the boar blood from his lips. Lin Yuanshan placed the remaining liver into a bag and sealed it. Seeing this, Da Huang finally felt at ease and began wandering around to digest his meal. "Let's go." Lin Yuanshan strapped the boar head and half the carcass together, slung them over his shoulder, and walked ahead. Su Mingho quickly hoisted the remaining half onto his back and followed. Over 100 gene might not sound like much, but carrying that weight over any distance, especially on mountain trails, was exhausting. Su Mingho had always believed himself to be in excellent physical condition, but he soon realized he had overestimated himself. After just over half an hour of walking with the half-boar on his back, he could barely continue. To be fair, although Su Mingho exercised regularly, he barely had enough food to eat, let alone the calories needed to build muscle. Lin Yuanshan had noticed Su Mingho's struggle early on, but said nothing. If Su Mingho were to accompany him into the mountains from now on, this would become commonplace. In fact, there would be times when Su Mingho would need to carry the prey himself. After all, the forest held other dangers, the blood scent of game could attract numerous predators, and Lin Yuanshan needed to remain ready to handle any threat at all times. Su Mingho watched Lin Yuanshan walk further and further ahead. He wanted to ask him to take a break, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. He refused to be a burden. After witnessing Lin Yuanshan take down such a massive wild boar, Su Mingho's determination grew even firmer within his heart. He knew clearly that despite being this old, he had never even touched a gun in his life. If he hunted on his own, who knew when he would ever manage to bring down a black bear? So he pinned all his hopes upon Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan carried half a side of pork and the pig's head on his back, walking ahead. The weight was nothing to him, but seeing Su Mingho grit his teeth and struggle to follow behind, Lin Yuanshan silently slowed his pace, giving the younger man time to catch his breath. Da Huang strolled lazily at the forefront. Having eaten his fill, the mountain's rabbits and wild chickens no longer held any interest for him. Still, he would walk a stretch, then turn back to wait, watching to see whether Lin Yuanshan was keeping up. Phew, brother, let's go." Su Mingho finally caught up, gasping heavily. Jiang Yuanshan cast a glance at Su Mingho and noticed that his forehead and face were already covered in sweat. His entire complexion had turned crimson from the exertion. Let's rest here for a while. We're almost out of the mountains. I'll make it straight home. Without giving Su Mingho a chance to speak, Jiang Yuanshan tossed the wild boar to the ground and dropped heavily onto a nearby stone. Huff! Su Mingho understood that Jiang Yuanshan was accommodating him. Judging by the older man's current state, he hadn't even broken a sweat and appeared completely at ease. Mingho, are you tired? Su Mingho paused at the question, then gave a slight nod. Tired, yes, but I feel there is real hope ahead. Jiang Yuanshan said nothing upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on the distant forest as if lost in thought. After resting for a while, Su Mingho took the initiative to rise and speak. Brother, I've rested enough. Let's go. All right. The two descended the mountain path on South Mountain, then continued eastward, intending to head home along the Eastern Avenue. Well, if it isn't my brother Sean. As soon as they reached Eastern Avenue, a sarcastic voice rang out. A young man clad in a padded jacket and wearing a dogskin hat stepped in front of them. Jiang Yuanshan looked at the scoundrel before him, and the memory of the man's identity instantly surfaced. Sun Dikun, the notorious loafer of Wazi village. His father had died when he was very young, and his mother was no decent woman. Consequently, Sun Dikun never finished elementary school, and instead spent his days wandering the streets, stealing chickens one day and dogs the next, a thoroughly detestable wretch whom everyone despised. That day, with nothing better to do, Sun Dikun was loafing about on the street when he spotted two figures in the distance carrying loads. His spirits instantly lifted. He resolved to get his hands on some meat at the very least, for he had not tasted it in nearly half a month, the last time being a chicken he had stolen from Aunt Zhang's. Seeing Sun Dikun blocking their path, Jiang Yuanshan simply ignored him and walked straight past with the wild boar on his back. This act sent Sun Dikun's expression darkening at once. Having always considered himself a man of some standing in the area, Jiang Yuanshan's complete disregard made him feel utterly disregarded. A flash of humiliation and fury flickered in his eyes, and he reached out to grab the rope binding the pig's head to Jiang Yuanshan's back, muttering incessantly. Oh, brother Sean has made it big now, and won't even acknowledge his old buddies anymore. Sun Dikun let go. Before Jiang Yuanshan could speak, Su Mingho, who had been following behind, stepped forward and seized Sun Dikun's arm, attempting to make him release his grip. Go to hell, who gave you the right to talk? By seniority, you should be calling me uncle. Sun Dikun threw off Su Mingho's arm with a vicious jerk, cursing obscenely under his breath. Upon hearing the man curse his mother, Su Mingho's eyes turned crimson with rage. He dropped the wild boar from his back, wound up his fist, and swung it hard towards Sun Dikun's head. Thud! Before Su Mingho's fist could land, Sun Dikun was already kicked away by Jiang Yuanshan. In his past life, Jiang Yuanshan had held no deep grudge against this man, so he held back 6 or 7 parts of his strength. The kick merely sent Sun Dikun sprawling without causing any bone injury. Jiang Yuanshan set down the wild boar, walked over to Sun Dikun, and crouched beside him. Reaching out, he patted the man's cheek and spoke in a calm, measured tone. From now on, don't give me that passive-aggressive crap when you see me. Otherwise, I'll beat you every single time we cross paths. Understood? Sun Dikun lay on the ground, clutching his belly, feeling utterly humiliated. A man who had always prized his face above all else was today being dragged through the dirt. You bastard, smack. You smack. I smack. The 3 sharp slaps to the face brought Sun Dikun's anger-addled mind back to clarity, and his gaze became considerably more lucid. He had no choice but to clear-headed. His mouth was already filled with blood. If he did not awaken to the situation, he genuinely feared Jiang Yuanshan would kill him outright. Did you remember what I just said? Yes. Sun Dikun nodded, frantically terrified that a delayed reply would earn him another slap. Seeing the man so cooperative, Jiang Yuanshan clicked his tongue with mild regret and withdrew his right hand, which had been poised to strike. Watching Jiang Yuanshan finally lower his hand, Sun Dikun forced a grin that looked far more like a grimace. Brother Sean, may I leave now? Of course, no one is stopping you. Jiang Yuanshan stood and stepped aside. Sun Dikun immediately scrambled to his feet, snatched up his dogskin hat from the ground, and without even brushing off the dust, fled as though his life depended on it. Watching Sun Dikun's retreating figure, Jiang Yuanshan turned to Su Mingho and spoke. Men like him fear force, not virtue. There is no reasoning with them. Your fist is the argument. Hit them hard enough, and they will fear you. Su Mingho nodded from the side, only half understanding. Jiang Yuanshan turned his head and glanced at Su Mingho's slender frame, then smiled. You're not there yet. Once your nutrition improves, and you fill out some, you'll be fine. Jiang Yuanshan knew that Su Mingho did not lack ferocity. When anyone laid hands on his family, he would fight to the death without hesitation. But in the village, such extreme situations were rare. One could not simply resort to violence whenever someone exchanged heated words with him. This was precisely why Su Mingho sometimes harbored reservations. After all, if anything were to happen to him, his younger sister and mother would have no means of survival. Jiang Yuanshan noticed the pensive look on Su Mingho's face, patted his shoulder, then stepped forward and hoisted the 2 halves of the wild boar onto one arm. Let's go. Watching Jiang Yuanshan's effortless display of strength, Su Mingho's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, if he were as tall and burly as Brother Dashan, with such great strength, no one in the village would dare bully him. At that thought, Su Mingho immediately broke into a jog to catch up with Lin Yuanshan, then asked in a low voice, "Brother, how can I grow tall and strong like you?" Well, this question caught Lin Yuanshan off guard. In his impression, Su Mingho's father was not particularly tall, only about 1.70 something. His mother was of average height as well. According to the laws of genetics, the boy should not be expected to grow very tall. As long as his nutrition was adequate, there was still room for him to grow taller. But even if he could not reach great height, his physique could still become more robust. Sun Dekun walked home with a heart full of humiliation, his head bowed low. Throughout the journey, he pulled his cap down to conceal his swollen, reddened face. After turning into an alley, and ensuring Lin Yuanshan could no longer hear him, he finally clenched his teeth and muttered through gritted jaws, "Lin Yuanshan, I swear I will not rest until this grievance is avenged. You'd best hope you never fall into my hands." What good is all that talk? He won't suffer a scratch. Who's hiding there, you damn bastard? Sun Dekun's fury found its target in those mocking words, and he marched straight toward the source, ready to teach the speaker a harsh lesson. Before Sun Dekun could reach his destination, a man emerged from the corner. Gazing at the aggressive figure approaching, the man spoke without any trace of fear. Urguzi, stop shouting around. What are you going to do about it? When Sun Dekun recognized the man, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, yet he still couldn't resist throwing out a few sarcastic remarks. Well, isn't this my brother who? I heard everyone in your family had their legs broken by Lin Yuanshan. What brings you out here? Li Dahu nearly spat blood at Sun Dekun's mocking tone and wanted to rush forward to fight, but when he caught sight of Sun Dekun's swollen pig-like face, he couldn't help but break into a grin. Urguzi, what happened to your face? Did Lin Yuanshan slap you? Sun Dekun immediately grew flustered, his eyes widening as he hastily tried to explain himself. Nonsense, I've got mumps. Oh haha. Li Dahu let out a cold chuckle and chose not to expose him, since his real goal wasn't to drive the man into a rage. To be honest, Lin Yuanshan has been getting more arrogant lately. Li Dahu's words struck a chord with Sun Dekun, who immediately jumped in with his own grievances. Exactly. That kid used to call me Brother Kuan all day long. Now he won't even greet people, and worse, he's actually gotten violent. Li Dahu smirked to himself, knowing the boy had crossed the line, but kept feeding Sun Dekun's anger to serve his own purpose. The two men joined forces to viciously denounce Lin Yuanshan. When Li Dahu sensed the moment was ripe, he sighed, dramatically feigning helplessness. Are we just going to let Lin Yuanshan keep acting like this? What can we do about it? I heard. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang sprinted all the way back to the Yi family's courtyard, barking loudly. Oh, Da Huang is back. Yi Qingmei was tidying up inside when she heard the noise. Her face lit up with joy, and she wiped her hands on her apron before smoothing her hair and hurrying into the courtyard. As soon as Da Huang saw Yi Qingmei emerge, he dashed to his kennel, grabbed his bowl in his teeth, and trotted over to her. Noticing Da Huang's belly bulging roundly, Yi Qingmei realized he must be thirsty. She quickly fetched a ladle of water from the kitchen vat and poured it into his bowl. Da Huang immediately lowered his head and drank noisily. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei set down the ladle and hurried out to greet the visitors. Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho, burdened with their loads, walked somewhat slower. Upon seeing Yi Qingmei coming to meet them, Su Mingho grinned broadly. Brother, sister Qingmei's here. Yes, I see her. When are you two getting married? I'll definitely get a proper share of the wedding wine. Don't worry, your share won't be missed. From a distance, Yi Qingmei noticed the heavy loads they carried on their backs. As she drew nearer, she was startled to see a massive wild boar's head strapped behind Lin Yuanshan. Its long tusks still stained with droplets of blood, radiating ferocity, even in death. Dashin, didn't you say you were going to South Mountain? After her initial surprise, Yi Qingmei grew puzzled. In her understanding, South Mountain had never been home to wild boars. The hills were too low and the forest too sparse. Sister Qingmei, it's a long story. Let's talk about it when we get home. Oh, that's right. The three returned to the Lin family courtyard, where Lin Weigua was already waiting. Dad, second uncle. Oh, you're back. Lin Weigua nodded to them, then spotted the wild boar on Lin Yuanshan's back, and was so startled that he rose from his stool. Yuanshan, didn't you say you were just heading to South Mountain for a look? How did this? Dad, it's like this. Lin Yuanshan gave a brief account of the day's events to Lin Weigua and explained things to Yi Qingmei as well. Hearing this, Lin Weigua frowned and looked up. Yuanshan, have you noticed there are more animals in the mountains these past few days? Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up as if something had clicked. Dad, do you mean there will be a large number of animals coming down from the mountains this year? Lin Weigua nodded. Veteran hunters living at the foot of Changbai Mountain knew that every 4 or 5 years the wild boar population would surge dramatically. At such times, with food becoming scarce in the mountains, various beasts would descend to nearby villages in search of sustenance. Whenever this occurred, each village would organize hunting parties to clear the mountains. But Lin Yuanshan knew that even when the village organized such expeditions, he wouldn't be included. Only experienced hunters were chosen, and in their eyes he was still a greenhorn. Lin Yuanshan didn't mind missing out on the mountain hunts. Oh, what mattered to him was the increasing game. He needed to figure out how to get a couple of dogs soon. After all, Da Huang had only just been brought to the mountains and needed assistance often. No matter how fast a person ran, they couldn't outrun a 4-legged dog. That night, near a cornfield adjoining East Mountain, a shadow was rummaging through a ditch at the field's edge. Piles of broken corn stalks lay scattered here, and occasionally people left behind forgotten ears of corn. But in those times people scrupulously gathered every single kernel from the fields, making orphaned ears of corn extremely rare. After searching for some time, the shadow finally uncovered an ear of corn bearing only a handful of kernels. Undeterred, it shoved the meager prize into its mouth and began crunching noisily. At that moment, a flickering light appeared on the road nearby, and a figure on a bicycle emerged, flashing a torch as he made his way along the main path. Zhou Damon was a native of Huazitan and a renowned carpenter in the surrounding area. In those times, carpenters were in great demand since furniture was an absolute necessity for every household. As a result, the Zhou family was among the wealthiest in Huazitan. It was the wedding of a family from the neighboring village, and they had specifically invited him to celebrate. Naturally, Zhou Damon would never refuse such an occasion, and he ended up drinking until late into the night. Before he left, the newlyweds family had specially wrapped 2 pieces of smoked meat and 2 steamed buns for him. Zhou Damon couldn't stop marveling at their generosity, and on his way home, he joyfully imagined how he would boast to his wife about it. As Zhou Damon was cycling to the edge of a cornfield, he suddenly noticed a dark silhouette doing something ahead. Suspecting it to be a thief and fueled by alcohol, his sense of justice surged within him. He braked abruptly and shouted out, "Who's there?" As Zhou Damon spoke, he raised his flashlight and aimed it forward. The moment he made out the silhouette, cold sweat broke out across his body, every hair on his arm stood on end, and the alcohol in his system seemed to vanish halfway. "Damn, it's a black bear." Startled by the light, the black bear rose to its feet and let out an irritated growl. Grr! Clatter! The roar terrified Zhou Damon so much that his hand trembled, and the flashlight dropped from his grasp, rolling along the path before tumbling into the ditch. The black bear seemed captivated by the flashlight's glow, turning its head toward it. It extended a paw and swiped at it twice before clamping its jaws around the flashlight. Crack! With a sharp snap, the flashlight shattered under the bear's bite. The bulb flickered a few times and went out. By now, Zhou Damon had finally snapped out of his daze, and with a powerful push of his feet, the bicycle surged forward. However, this movement immediately drew the black bear's attention. It raised its head, sniffing the air, and then its small eyes flashed with fierce intent as it began chasing after Zhou Damon. Though the black bear appeared rotund and cumbersome, its actual running speed was remarkably fast. Zhou Damon had barely pedaled a few dozen meters when the bear caught up. With a single devastating swipe, the bear slammed into the back of the bicycle, sending both Zhou Damon and the bike tumbling into the ditch in one motion. Fortunately, by this time the ditch was nearly dry, covered only by a thick carpet of fallen leaves. So Zhou Damon landed without injury. At that moment, the primal instinct for survival unlocked astonishing strength within Zhou Damon. He scrambled out of the ditch, crawled onto the main road on hands and knees, and then broke into a full sprint back toward Huazitan, shouting as he ran, "Help! The black bear has come down from the mountains." The black bear behind him spotted the bright lights of Huazitan, paused at the edge of the road, and ultimately decided not to pursue further. Instead, it returned to the ditch, seized Zhou Damon's bundle containing the steamed buns and smoked meat in its mouth, and trotted away along the ravine. After running for a while, Zhou Damon suddenly realized the bear was not following. He turned around and carefully scanned the area, but there was no sign of the bear on the road. Phew! He let out a long breath, collapsed onto the ground, and pressed his hand against his pounding heart. His mind was overflowing with the relief of having escaped death by a narrow margin. Cough, cough, cough. Attention, villagers of Huazitan. Last night, our fellow villager Zhou Damon encountered a black bear on the Dongshan Road. Fortunately, he ran fast enough to escape unharmed. I urge all villagers to stay extra cautious, and if you hear any news about black bears, report to the village office immediately. As dawn first broke, the loudspeaker of Huazitan crackled to life with the voice of village head Wu Jianjun announcing significant news. The moment it spread, each household reacted differently. Lin family Lin Yuanshan, having just finished his morning exercises, felt a flicker of interest upon hearing the news. But he quickly shook his head, knowing this black bear would not be his to deal with. After all, Huazitan had many experienced hunters, including 2 who were even more famous than Lin Weigua had been in his prime. Although Lin Yuanshan believed his marksmanship was no inferior to theirs, and perhaps even slightly superior. But those 2 hunters each kept several hunting dogs, all highly experienced. The Huang, their own dog, simply couldn't compare. The most important reason was that the Huang had never eaten black bear meat, so it might not even know what to track. Not long after Wu Jianjun's announcement, barking dogs echoed throughout Huazitan, and the entire village buzzed with activity. During breakfast, Lin Weigua looked at his calm-faced son and couldn't help but ask, "Yuanshan, aren't you going to take a look?" Lin Yuanshan took a mouthful of rice and then picked up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks. "What's there to see? We have so many capable people in our village. 10 black bears wouldn't be enough to occupy them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sujuan rolled her eyes at Lin Yuanshan and retorted impatiently, "You talk nonsense all day long. 10 black bears. The authorities would have to deploy the military." "Hey Mom, I was just joking." Seeing that his son truly had no intention of going, Lin Weigua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He well understood the ferocity of black bears and feared that his son, having succeeded in hunting a few times, might grow complacent and underestimate them, which would surely lead to disaster someday. Any experienced hunter knows that although wild boars cause the most injuries in the Changbai Mountains, many people manage to walk away from such encounters. But face a black bear, and 8 out of 10 will lose their lives. Wild boars rarely prey on humans, but black bears are exactly the opposite. They hardly ever refrain from attacking people. This animal is vicious and cunning, swift on its feet, and adept at climbing trees. When a person encounters one, there is virtually nothing they can do, as survival comes down entirely to luck. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yuanshan had intended to help Zhang Sujuan clear the dishes, but she refused. So he simply climbed onto the heated Kong bed to chat with his father. Dad, it really does seem like the mountains can no longer contain them. They're all streaming down the slopes. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan nodded and rolled himself a cigarette, bringing it close to his nose to inhale the aroma. Since his lungs had become weak, Zhang Sujuan had strictly enforced the doctor's orders and forbidden him from smoking altogether. Lin Yuanshan had once been a heavy smoker, and quitting cold turkey was difficult for him. So whenever the craving struck, he would roll a cigarette and just smell it. Only when he truly couldn't bear it anymore would he take a single puff. Looks like you've hit a good stretch. But opportunity and danger hand in hand. With more game in the forest, you'll need to be even more careful when you go up the mountain. I know. Your rifle may pack a powerful punch, but don't forget it only holds 2 rounds. If you ever encounter a pack of wolves, you must be extremely cautious. Lin Yuanshan kept reminding Lin Yuanshan of various precautions, striving to pass on all his experience. In truth, Lin Yuanshan disagreed with some of his father's advice, but he kept those thoughts to himself and listened with a serious expression. The southern valley of Wazitan was already surrounded by quite a few people, along with numerous hunting dogs. After all, an Asiatic black bear was quite valuable. Even the most ordinary gallbladder could fetch around 2,000 yuan, and with the bear meat and other parts factored in, the total value would probably reach 2,500 yuan. To put this in perspective, an ordinary worker at the forestry farm would need roughly 2 years of frugal living to earn such a sum. Nevertheless, this money didn't come easily. Without considerable skill, one risked losing their life in the attempt. So despite the crowd that had gathered, most were simply onlookers drawn to the spectacle, with only a handful of them being hunters actually seeking out the black bear. At the bottom of the ravine, a dark-complexioned man shifted through the thick layer of fallen leaves before cursing under his breath. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to find anything down here? On the bank above, a stocky man stood with his arms folded, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the vast ravine stretching hundreds of meters ahead. The dark-complexioned man spat and scrambled up from the ravine floor, approaching the stocky hunter. Lao Wu, can Huzi not catch the bear's scent either? Lao Wu shook his head, gently glancing at the dogs circling nearby, and replied with visible frustration. This bear has been traveling through the ravine, which is entirely covered in leaves. That alone makes tracking nearly impossible. Then last night's frost sealed in any remaining scent. The dark-complexioned man clicked his tongue in regret, his expression stubborn. Damn it, are we just going to let this bear slip away? Watching his companion's exasperation, Lao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Lao Zhao, it's not like you own this thing. No need to act so defeated. Ha ha ha, I'm just a bit stubborn about it. But there's nothing we can do. I guess we'll have to let this bear go. Lao Zhao glanced up at the other hunters with rifles slung over their shoulders, a smirk playing on his face. Lao Zhao's remark wasn't mere bragging. His full name was Zhao Fenglei. Despite his dark, unremarkable appearance, he was one of the most skilled hunters in Wazitan, renowned for his tracking abilities and nearly always returning from the mountains with a kill. The stocky man beside him was Wu Qishan, a hunter known throughout the region. He kept 4 hunting dogs, including a prized lead dog, the one Zhao Fenglei had referred to as Huzi. Though they typically hunted independently, they sometimes coordinated efforts and maintained a solid friendship. When word of the bear reached them that morning, both rushed to the location immediately, which explained the scene that had unfolded. They followed the ravine for hundreds of meters without finding any sign of the bear, so they had no choice but to give up. It made more sense to return to the mountains and pursue other game rather than waste more time here. News of the hunters' fruitless morning spread quickly and reached Lin Yuanshan's ears. Zhang Sujuan and Yi Qingmei had planned to take the wild boar meat to town today, but upon hearing about the bear's activity, they immediately abandoned the idea. Restless at home, Zhang Sujuan headed to the village store to buy some flour, concerned about running short for dumplings next time. While at the store, she caught wind of the bear news at the village information point and rushed home to relay it to Lin Yuanshan. Yuanshan, where do you think this bear might have gone? Zhang Sujuan asked while kneading dough beside the Kong. Lin Yuanshan reclined on the Kong, chin propped on his right hand and an apple in his left, responding lazily to his mother's question. Who knows? It can cover over 10 li in a single night. Anywhere is possible. Zhang Sujuan rolled her eyes at her son's dismissive answer. Lin Yuanshan wasn't being dismissive. He genuinely couldn't predict the bear's movements. The Dongshan range was vast, and the Changbai Mountains stretched endlessly, making it entirely plausible for the animal to roam anywhere. This season proved difficult for hunters. The mountains were blanketed with thick fallen leaves that obscured tracks, and even on bare ground the dry soil offered little evidence of passage. Lin Yuanshan racked his brain, trying to recall the exceptional hunting dogs from his past life, searching for ones he might be able to intercept now. Unfortunately, since he'd retreated to the mountains soon after regaining consciousness in his previous life, he knew little about events below, and even less about hunting dogs. Brother Dashin, Lin Yuanshan was lost in thought on the Kong when Su Mingho's voice rang out from outside, and the door burst open as the young man stumbled and breathless from running. "Mingho, you're nearly grown now. You should compose yourself instead of rushing about like this." Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but chide Su Mingho for his flustered state, but the young man didn't bother explaining, diving straight into what he had to say. "Brother Dashan, I think I saw a bear." "What?" The words stunned everyone, and Lin Yuanshan sprang upright from the Kong, locking eyes with Su Mingho as he demanded details. "Mingho, where did you see it?" Huh. Nanshan. Panting heavily, Su Mingho gasped out his response while pointing southward. Lin Yuanshan felt both astonished and not entirely surprised by the news. Given that the southern valley of Wazitun lay close to Nanshan, the bear would logically head south if it chose not to climb higher into the mountains. "Mingho, drink some water first, and then tell us slowly." Zhang Sujuan watched the breathless young man and wiped her hands before fetching a thermos from beneath the table, pouring him a cup of hot water. "Thank you, Auntie." Su Mingho accepted the cup, drank the hot water in several gulps, and then began recounting the full details of what had happened. The morning had found Su Mingho heading to Nanshan early, eager to set snares that Lin Yuanshan had taught him to use. He wanted to get in and out quickly so he wouldn't miss joining Lin Yuanshan on the mountain. Yesterday's hunt had yielded a wild boar, and Lin Yuanshan had cut him a generous portion to improve his family's meals. Su Mingho returned home and prepared a stew of pork and Chinese cabbage, watching his younger sister savor every bite. He felt quietly satisfied with his choice. That evening, Su Mingho pondered his next move and decided to retrieve some pork lungs from Nanshan that morning. They'd make excellent bait for weasels, since those carnivores would be drawn to the scent. But as soon as Su Mingho reached yesterday's location, he spotted a dark shape devouring the wild boar organs they'd left behind the day before. Having encountered bears in these mountains before, Su Mingho didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted downhill to deliver the news to Lin Yuanshan. After finishing the recount of the events, Su Mingho blinked his eyes, gazing at Lin Yuanshan with a hopeful expression awaiting his decision. Lin Yuanshan then looked up at his parents, seeking their opinions. Zhang Sujuan's expression was hesitant. After all, her husband had been injured by the black bear, and now that her son had finally regained consciousness, she did not want him to suffer the same fate. Yet she also understood that since her son had taken to the mountains, such a day would inevitably come. However, the later he encountered such dangers, the more experienced he would become, alleviating her worries. But now Lin Yuanshan had only been learning to hunt for a few days. Could he truly handle a black bear? With this thought, Zhang Sujuan couldn't help but turn her gaze to her husband, wanting to see Lin Weigua's opinion. Lin Weigua frowned, taking a cigarette from the box and sniffing it, a subconscious habit when he was deep in thought. His heart was also conflicted. Deep down, he did not want Lin Yuanshan to go knowing that his son had only been in the mountains for a few days and had little experience. Although he had managed to bring down a roe deer and a wild boar, a large part of that was luck. A black bear was no joke. It was a cunning creature. "Yuanshan, how about letting Uncle Zhao or Uncle Wu handle the black bear? You can join in and get a share of the spoils. Once you split the money with Mingho, there will be plenty of chances to hunt black bears in the future." Ultimately, Lin Weigua was still uneasy about letting Lin Yuanshan hunt the black bear alone. He planned to have Lin Yuanshan take the news to partner with others. The reason he let Lin Yuanshan go was that Lin Yuanshan now had a gun and a dog, so no matter who he partnered with, he would be entitled to a share, real money. If Su Mingho went to inform other hunters alone, they would at most give him some bear meat, never money. Thus, Lin Weigua's suggestion was the most appropriate under the circumstances. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhang Sujuan immediately nodded in agreement. "Yuanshan, your father is right. This is the safest way." Lin Yuanshan had already anticipated his parents' reaction. After all, in their eyes, he was just a novice who had only been up the mountain 3 or 4 times, lacking experience. Naturally, they would not agree to him hunting the black bear alone. "Mom, Dad, that's a good idea. I think we should find Uncle Zhao. Since he doesn't have a dog, maybe I can get a bigger share with my dog and gun." "Stop talking nonsense. Do you mean Uncle Zhao will work hard for nothing and have to split even with you?" Lin Weigua, relieved that Lin Yuanshan had agreed, scolded him with a playful smile. "Mingho, is that all right with you?" After scolding Lin Yuanshan, Lin Weigua turned his gaze to Su Mingho, since it was his news and he needed his consent. Though reluctant, Su Mingho glanced at Lin Yuanshan and nodded sullenly. "I'll listen to Uncle." "All right, Dad, let's go find Uncle Zhao before he heads up the mountain. Go quickly. He didn't get the black bear this morning, so he's probably about to go up now." Lin Yuanshan jumped off the Kong and led Su Mingho back to the west room to change clothes. Once dressed, he went to the Yi family to fetch Da Huang. As they stepped out, they saw Yi Qingmei pouring a basin of water outside. When she noticed them, she straightened up, a smile on her lips, and blinked her big eyes at them. "Where are you heading, Sister Qingmei?" "I'm going to take Da Huang for a walk so he doesn't stay cooped up at home all day." "Oh, Da Huang is inside. Don't wander too far. Didn't they say there's a black bear around here this morning?" "Got it." Lin Yuanshan led Da Huang out of the Yi house, leaving only after Yi Qingmei had given him a string of warnings. Walking along the road, Su Mingho followed silently behind, not uttering a word. Lin Yuanshan knew what was on the boy's mind, so he remained quiet as well. They had walked all the way to the south avenue of the village before Su Mingho suddenly realized this wasn't the way to Uncle Zhao's house. "Brother Wei. Shu." Lin Yuanshan raised his index finger to gesture, then pointed at a few people on the avenue. Su Mingho immediately understood and nodded. Dashin, where are you off to with the dog? Going to Nanshan for a stroll, see if I can catch a couple of chickens to stew with mushrooms. Haha, those are tough to catch. Without snow they have plenty to eat. Even a dog might not catch them. I'll just check it out, consider it walking the dog. Along the way people kept greeting Lin Yuanshan. Although he had been somewhat dull in the past, he was not a bad person, so the villagers didn't dislike him. Now that he seemed better, some were happy for him. They continued along the South Avenue, and soon stepped onto the path leading to Nanshan. At that moment Su Mingho, who had been holding back all the way, finally came closer. Brother, didn't you say we were going to call Uncle Zhao? Lin Yuanshan glanced at Su Mingho, then looked up at Nanshan, and said with a smile. Are you stupid? If I hadn't said that, do you think Uncle and Aunt would have let us out? Besides, why should we let Uncle Zhao take the prey we spotted? You know him. He always likes to keep things to himself. At best he might cooperate with Uncle Wu. If we join we probably won't get a share. Better to do it ourselves. As Su Mingho heard Lin Yuanshan's words, his eyes lit up vividly, embodying the saying, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Great, brother. That's the way to go. Alright, let's hurry, or the black bear might get away. Finding it then will be a pain. Because of the hearty meal of meat in the mountains yesterday, Da Huang was in high spirits today. As soon as they entered the woods he raised his head, sniffing here and there. Lin Yuanshan was delighted to see Da Huang's behavior, as it indicated that Da Huang was a lead dog, and moreover the top-tier kind known as a head-raised scent hound. As previously explained, a lead dog is one that can locate prey on its own in the forest. There are two ways: tracking by footprints and the scent left on rubbed trees called head-lowered scent hound, like Wu Qishan's Huzi, or tracking through scent in the air known as head-raised scent hound, because the dog keeps its head up to catch the scent. Comparatively, head-raised scent hounds can track prey from farther distances and face fewer limitations. For instance, when there are no footprints, or when footprints are covered by snow or frost, head-lowered scent hounds struggle, but head-raised ones have no such restrictions. Clearly Da Huang belonged to the latter category, though it was still unknown how far his scenting range extended. With a clear objective for the day, the two of them wasted no time upon entering Nanshan and headed straight for their destination. Da Huang was being led by Lin Yuanshan at this moment, still diligently searching for traces of game. However, for some reason unknown, it had not caught any scent of prey all along the way. Just as Lin Yuanshan and his companion were leading Da Huang into the deeper reaches of Nanshan, the dog suddenly froze in place, its muscles taut, eyes alert, and fixed on something ahead, the very direction from which Tapalin had been gutted the previous day. It seems Da Huang has caught a scent. Noticing Da Huang's behavior, Lin Yuanshan immediately crouched down and unbuckled the leash. Freed from its restraint, Da Huang did not charge ahead as it usually would. Instead it turned back to look at Lin Yuanshan. Observing Da Huang's wary expression, Lin Yuanshan guessed that the black bear lay ahead. The dog's actions were remarkably perceptive. It seemed to be waiting to see how Lin Yuanshan would proceed. Without a word, Lin Yuanshan unslung the rifle from his shoulder and held it at the ready as he moved forward. Woof, woof. This action immediately conveyed his intention to Da Huang. After barking twice at Lin Yuanshan, the dog bolted forward ahead of them both. In the eyes of hunting dogs, a black bear and a wild boar were creatures of entirely different caliber. A black bear exuded the aura of an apex predator. It was no exaggeration to say that many hunting dogs, upon encountering a black bear for the first time, might be so terrified by its roar that they would soil themselves. A wild boar, no matter how formidable, lacked such primal intimidation. The fact that Da Huang identified the black bear instantly proved it possessed the potential of a top-tier lead dog, and its willingness to charge directly at the bear demonstrated extraordinary courage. Mingho, keep up. This creature is far more dangerous than a wild boar. It could seriously injure the dog. Lin Yuanshan did not tarry behind as before. After calling out a warning to Su Mingho, he sprinted after Da Huang at full speed. Experienced hunters well knew that black bears held a natural advantage over hunting dogs. Their thick fur served as the first line of defense, and beneath it lay dense hide that few dogs could penetrate. Even if they succeeded, a thick layer of fat beneath the skin meant little more than biting through grease. For a black bear, a dog's bites rarely caused real harm. Conversely, a black bear posed lethal threats to dogs. Its claws could easily slice through canine hide, its colossal strength could crush a dog with a single blow, and its sharp teeth could shatter bones with ease. For a hunting dog, any contact with a black bear meant injury or death, hence Lin Yuanshan's urgency in giving chase. With Da Huang leading and Lin Yuanshan close behind, the pair soon vanished from Su Mingho's line of sight. Only then did Su Mingho realize Lin Yuanshan's true speed. He had been holding back yesterday, simply running for pleasure. Though Lin Yuanshan gave his all in pursuit, he gradually fell behind Da Huang. Yet he remained calm, for just beyond the next small hill lay the spot from the previous day. Woof, woof, woof. As the barking drew nearer, the black bear, previously feasting on the wild boar's entrails, finally raised its head. But upon seeing Da Huang coming at it, the black bear promptly lowered its head again and resumed its meal. From past experience, it knew that creatures of this size only posed a threat when they came in numbers. A single dog was hardly worth its concern. Riding the advantage of the downward slope, Da Huang grew faster with each stride until it arrived before the black bear. However, Da Huang did not rush to attack. From the creature before it, it sensed a profound danger. Instead, it began circling the bear, searching for an opportunity. Roar! The black bear let out a menacing growl toward Da Huang, as if warning it to leave at once. But Da Huang ignored the threat, and continued its cautious circles seeking a chance to strike. With one paw pressing against half a pig lung, and its mouth full of chewed flesh, the bear's dark eyes darted about. Just as Da Huang came around to its direct front, the bear suddenly pushed off with its hind legs and lunged forward, barreling straight at the dog. The move caught Da Huang off guard. Reacting on instinct, it dropped its body low and sprang sideways with all four legs leaping clear of the bear's reach. This jump successfully avoided the bear's initial strike. But the black bear was no stranger to combat. Missing its first swipe, it immediately slashed outward with its right claw. Scree! Though Da Huang exerted every ounce of strength to evade, the bear's claw still grazed its side, leaving 3 bloody gashes across its waist. The wounds were shallow, merely cutting through the skin, but they were enough to frighten Da Huang severely. It immediately darted backward, putting 3 or 4 meters between itself and the bear. The black bear, taken aback that its target had evaded 2 consecutive attacks, watched the dog's nimble movements with renewed caution. It realized it had encountered a particularly troublesome opponent, one it could not easily overcome. After letting out a threatening growl at Da Huang, the bear returned to its meal, clearly dismissing the dog as insignificant. This blatant disregard was a grave insult to Da Huang. Baring its teeth, the dog licked its wounded flank and resumed circling the bear. Since Da Huang had pulled back to a greater distance, the bear ignored it once more and kept its head down, eating. Da Huang circled the bear several times, but found no vulnerable spot. The creature's entire body was covered in thick fur, making it extremely difficult to inflict meaningful damage. But on the 4th lap, Da Huang's eyes suddenly brightened. It had spotted a patch on the bear's body devoid of fur. Fueled by excitement, Da Huang did not hesitate. It launched itself at the bear's exposed rear and sank its teeth deep. Ow! This strike was nearly flawless. Searing pain erupted from the bear's rear, causing its entire body to tremble, and it let out a piercing scream of agony. Yet the bear's reaction was swift. Immediately after Da Huang's attack, its right paw swept violently backward in a devastating counterstrike. But Da Huang, having suffered the consequences of staying in that position only the day before, would not fall into the same trap twice. It bit once and instantly released, dodging away from the bear's flailing claw. Enraged by this latest assault, the bear finally abandoned its meal and charged at Da Huang. The dog, knowing it could not trade blows with such a formidable opponent, relied on its speed to harass and evade the black bear. The furious bear was a terrifying sight, smashing through young trees in its path with each swipe of its massive paws. It radiated an intent to kill, every movement driven by murderous rage. At this moment, the disadvantage of having only a single dog became painfully clear. There was no companion to distract the bear and draw its attention away from Da Huang. The black bear could make countless mistakes and survive. But Da Huang, if it erred even once, would face either death or grievous injury. When Lin Yuanshan arrived, he just happened to catch sight of the scene. Standing atop the mountain ridge, he was nearly 100 meters away from the entangling black bear and dog, far beyond the effective range of his gun. A gentle breeze swept through, and the black bear, eyes red from rage as it chased Da Huang, suddenly halted. It had caught a peculiar scent. A cruel glint flashed in the black bear's eyes. Abandoning Da Huang, it charged straight toward Lin Yuanshan's position. In the mountains and forests, whether it be a black bear or wild boar, they all share a common trait: the moment they spot a human, they drop everything and charge at full speed, recklessly charging toward their prey. Da Huang had also spotted Lin Yuanshan. When he saw the black bear charging wildly toward his master, Da Huang immediately let out frantic barks and sprinted forward. However, the black bear's speed was no slouch, and Da Huang couldn't catch up right away. In a panic, Da Huang could only run at full tilt, while barking incessantly behind it, hoping to draw its attention. But the black bear was set in its ignoring Da Huang's threats, red-eyed and snarling as it charged straight for Lin Yuanshan. Watching the approaching black bear, Lin Yuanshan felt a flutter in his heart. Though he had interacted with Da Huang many times in his past life, this was his first encounter in this life, so nervousness crept in. Yet his hands held the gun steadily without a single tremor. The black bear's beady eyes flashed with cruel amusement as it drew closer to its prey. It could already imagine using its sharp claws to tear apart the human, then savoring the tender entrails. When the distance between them shrank to just over 30 meters, the black bear suddenly paused in confusion. The creature before it was unlike any it had encountered before. It detected no trace of fear emanating from Lin Yuanshan. This realization caused the black bear to halt abruptly, eyeing him warily. Bang! Lin Yuanshan knew trouble was brewing when the bear stopped, so he took aim and fired. The gunshot echoed, and a spray of blood appeared near the black bear's right ear. It let out a pained howl. Kung! After letting out a sound toward Lin Yuanshan, the black bear not only didn't continue charging, but instead turned and fled. Da Huang saw the onrushing black bear and, unwilling to clash, directly sidestepped. Once the bear passed, Da Huang resumed its pursuit. Damn it! Lin Yuanshan couldn't help cursing. He hadn't expected the black bear to be so cunning, stopping abruptly. Worse, his double-barreled shotgun only maintained accuracy up to 30 meters. Any farther, and the bullet would stray. Had he been able to aim true, he might have put the bear down instantly. But this time Da Huang quickly caught up to the black bear. Seeing the defenseless beast, Da Huang employed a new trick learned just 2 days prior, biting hard into its hindquarters without holding back. Ow! The black bear cried out in pain, but didn't turn to counterattack. It sensed the source of its mortal danger rapidly closing in, so it only wanted to flee. But today's De Huang was no longer the same as before. Having pinpointed the bear's weakness, it attacked, relentlessly retreating swiftly after each bite to give the bear no chance to retaliate. Lin Yuanshan watched De Huang's performance with satisfaction. He wondered whether he should seize this rare opportunity to train the dog further and gain more experience. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Though the black bear was currently being chased, it wasn't seriously injured. A sudden counterattack could still harm De Huang, making the risk not worth it. With that thought, Lin Yuanshan spurred himself on chasing hard behind. Sure enough, what happened next was exactly as he had anticipated. After being bitten several times by De Huang, the black bear felt its hindquarters searing with pain, even feeling its intestines being tugged. Realizing this would lead to dire consequences, it swung its massive paw fiercely at a nearby poplar tree. SSSS. A sound like tearing leather rang out as 4 deep claw marks scarred the thick poplar trunk. Using the tree as cover, the black bear stopped, spun around, and lunged at De Huang with its gaping jaws. De Huang was caught off guard by the sudden turn. As the bear's massive mouth closed and a gunshot rang out from the forest. Bang! A bullet sliced precisely through the bear's open maw, shattering its upper jaw. Kung! The black bear let out an agonizing wail, its eyes bloodshot as it charged at Lin Yuanshan. Bang! This time Lin Yuanshan didn't give it a chance to close in. He aimed directly at its head and fired. The bullet tore a massive hole through the bear's skull, with white and red matter splattering like an explosion of paint. Mortally wounded, the black bear finally lost its arrogance and collapsed stiffly. De Huang, mere feet away, was splattered with the gore, but paid it no mind. Instead, drenched in filth, it rushed to the bear's side and began tearing furiously at its body. Crack! Thud! Lin Yuanshan didn't approach immediately after the bear fell. Instead, he lowered his double-barreled shotgun, loaded new bullets, and cautiously advanced. In his past life, he'd heard tales of hunters bitten by dying prey, so he believed caution never harmed. Only after De Huang had vented its fury did Lin Yuanshan slump onto a nearby rock, gasping for breath. After a brief rest, Lin Yuanshan wasted no time and hurried to the bear's side. Since it lay on its back, facing him, limbs splayed after the 2 shots, he avoided unnecessary trouble. Lin Yuanshan didn't wait for Su Minghao to arrive before dissecting the bear, because unlike wild boars, black bears possess gallbladders that drive every hunter wild with desire. Bear gallbladders come in 3 types: grass, iron, and copper. The grass type is the most common, appearing in a straw-green hue. Depending on size, it fetches between 1500 and 2000 yuan. Iron-type gallbladders are far rarer, darker in color, sometimes blackish-green, and worth twice as much, around 30 to 40 yuan. The finest is copper gallbladder, also called gold gall, because it's more valuable than gold of equal weight. However, gold gallbladders are rare and priceless. Because of their unique properties, they're among the most prized treasures in the Changbai Mountains. The reason Lin Yuanshan did not wait for Su Minghao to arrive before beginning the procedure was that once a black bear died, its liver would instinctively absorb the bile. If the gallbladder was not removed promptly, it would be quickly absorbed away, rendering it worthless. Although this was not his first time extracting bear gallbladder, Lin Yuanshan's excitement remained undiminished. After all, there was something thrilling about the unknown, much like opening a blind box. Once the sharp blades sliced through the black bear's thick fur, a bear gallbladder soon appeared before Lin Yuanshan's eyes. Gazing at the pitch-black gallbladder before him, Lin Yuanshan could not help but feel his eyes light up. He never expected that his very first bear hunt would yield an iron gallbladder. Though not as precious as a golden one, it was still highly valuable. Lin Yuanshan carefully removed the iron gallbladder and examined it closely in the sunlight for a long while before taking out a cloth pouch from his chest and placing it inside. After securing the iron gallbladder close to his body, Lin Yuanshan proceeded to remove all the internal organs of the black bear. True to tradition, he hung them on a nearby tree for a ritual offering, while the bear heart and liver were given to the great hero De Huang. De Huang approached the bear heart and liver, sniffed them, but unusually refrained from biting. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the black bear's corpse. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan did not mind. For some reason, many hunting dogs from beneath Changbai Mountain refused to eat bear viscera, yet they had a strong fondness for the organs of wild boar, roe deer, and sika deer. Lin Yuanshan cut a large chunk of meat from the black bear's belly and handed it to De Huang. This time De Huang did not refuse. He opened his mouth, seized the bear meat, and began chewing greedily. At that moment, Su Minghao finally caught up. Seeing the black bear corpse lying on the ground, he was at a loss for words and could only repeatedly give Lin Yuanshan a thumbs up. "Bro, you're absolutely incredible." Lin Yuanshan looked at Su Minghao with a warm smile. He knew that capturing this black bear today was entirely due to Su Minghao's information, so he had already decided to share a portion with him. "Minghao, come here." Su Minghao noticed the pleased expression on Lin Yuanshan's face and could not help but smile back. He quickly walked over to Lin Yuanshan's side. Lin Yuanshan reached out and patted Su Minghao's head, noticing his hair was drenched in sweat. He could not help but give his shoulder a firm tap. "Today we found an iron gallbladder in this black bear. This gallbladder includes a share for you." "Bro, that won't do. I only provided some information and didn't help much at all. By the rules, I shouldn't." Watching Su Minghao anxiously refuse, Lin Yuanshan silently praised himself for not having misjudged him. He reached out and stopped his words. "Minghao, my word is the rule. It's settled. This bear gallbladder will be divided into 4 shares, 1 for the gun, 1 for De Huang, 1 for me, and 1 for you." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's unquestionable words, a profound wave of warmth surged through Su Mingho's heart. His eyes instantly grew moist. Aside from his family, this was the first time he had ever felt such genuine warmth. In that moment, he silently vowed that Lin Yuanshan would forever be his esteemed older brother, and whoever dared to harm him would pay with their life. Enough, don't get ahead of yourself. This bear gallbladder cannot be sold right away. The money will come to you once it's sold. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Su Mingho's face showed an expression of wanting to speak, but holding back. Noticing this, Lin Yuanshan reached out, patted his shoulder, and teased him with a smile. What worried your bro will pocket this gallbladder? Not at all, bro, I would never think that. If I ever told you half a lie, may heaven strike me down, and may I meet a terrible end. Su Mingho did not catch that Lin Yuanshan was joking. Fearful of being misunderstood, he hurriedly explained with an anxious expression. To make Lin Yuanshan believe him, he even raised his hand and swore to the heavens. Enough, I was only teasing you. Whatever it is, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Lin Yuanshan reached out and grabbed Su Mingho's raised arm, explaining with a smile. Seeing Lin Yuanshan's open and genuine smile, Su Mingho steeled his nerves and finally spoke his heart. Bro, I know this might sound shameless, but it's just that. Su Mingho could barely bring himself to continue. His young face had turned crimson. But upon seeing the encouragement in Lin Yuanshan's eyes, and remembering that this might be his only chance, he bit his lip hard. A bitter taste of blood filled his mouth, but he made up his resolve once more. Bro, I don't want money. I want the bear gallbladder. Having said this, Su Mingho seemed to fear Lin Yuanshan might misunderstand, and hurriedly added an explanation. Bro, I don't mean this gallbladder. I mean the next one. Overcome with anxiety, Su Mingho's words grew increasingly tangled. In his desperation, he was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, Lin Yuanshan finally understood and smiled. You want a bear gallbladder to treat your mother's illness, don't you? Yes. Su Mingho nodded eagerly. Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. He had briefly worried Su Mingho was coveting this very gallbladder, which would have put him in a difficult position. After all, this one was worth 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, not merely a few hundred. Fortunately, Su Mingho was asking about the next black bear's gallbladder. That arrangement could work. Lin Yuanshan had originally planned to give Su Mingho a share from this hunt anyway. If Su Mingho discovered another black bear, next time combining both shares would grant him a complete bear gallbladder. After all, Lin Yuanshan wished to honor Su Mingho's filial devotion. Alright, next time we bag another black bear, I'll give you the gallbladder, considering it as the share from both hunts. Upon hearing that Lin Yuanshan had agreed, Su Mingho was overcome with joy. He could not resist stepping forward, gripping Lin Yuanshan's arm, and asking carefully, Bro, are you really saying that? Don't trick me. Pop. Lin Yuanshan could not help but raise his hand and flick Su Mingho's forehead. He then smiled and said, When have I ever broken my word? You dare doubt me, deserving a beating. Su Mingho was nearly brought to tears by the flick, yet he felt no anger whatsoever. Instead, an immense sense of joy welled up within him. Mom, wait for me. I'll bring back the medicine to cure you soon. Then our family will be together forever. Mingho, come. Let me teach you how to skin this bear. This hide is worth quite a bit of money. We must not waste it. With a knife in hand, Lin Yuanshan began skinning the black bear, while Su Mingho watched carefully from the side. With hope now in his heart, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to hunt another black bear. This black bear was not particularly large, weighing only a little over 300 jin. After removing the internal organs, it weighed only 230 or 40 jin, about the same as that massive boar. Lin Yuanshan held the fleshing knife and skillfully peeled the black bear's hide. Since his 2 shots had struck the bear in the mouth and head, the pelt remained remarkably intact, fetching a fine price. Every part of the black bear was a treasure. Beyond the most valuable gallbladder, dried and powdered bear noses could treat epilepsy, bear knees could relieve rheumatism, and bear paws made a delicacy. After removing all the parts one by one, Lin Yuanshan first cut off the 4 bear paws, then instructed Su Mingho to carry the paws and the bear skin while he bore the remaining portion on his back. To keep a low profile in the village, Lin Yuanshan had fetched 2 large sacks from home, ensuring no one could see what the 2 of them were carrying. Time returned to that morning. Not long after Lin Yuanshan and the others departed, Zhang Sujuan could not settle her mind. With quiet worry, she asked her husband, Weigua Zhao Fenglei's nature is so solitary. Do you think he would be willing to share a portion with Yuanshan? Upon hearing this, Lin Weigua set down his cigarette, pursed his lips, and a trace of worry also stirred in his heart. After all, Zhao Fenglei had once been the militia captain of the village. Unlimited ammunition had honed his marksmanship to among the finest in the entire town. Accustomed to commanding others, his temperament had grown domineering. He rarely cooperated with anyone on hunting trips, usually venturing into the mountains alone with a single rifle. Thinking of this, Lin Weigua could no longer contain himself. He rose and donned his cotton coat, saying as he dressed, Let us hurry to Zhao Fenglei's house. Hopefully it is not too late. The 2 hurried to a brick and tile house at the western end of the village. The rarity of such a structure in the countryside made it clear that Zhao Fenglei's family was well off. Brothers of the Zhao family, are you home? Zhang Sujuan stepped forward, knocked on the Zhao family gate, and called out, Woof, woof, woof. The guard dog raised by the Zhao family immediately began barking at the sound of someone outside. Then a woman's voice came from within the house. Who is it? The woman was Wu Hohot, Zhao Fenglei's wife. Upon opening the door and seeing that the visitors were the Lin couple, Wu Hohot felt puzzled, but still stepped forward with a smile, grasping Zhang Sujuan's arm. Second brother and sister-in-law, you've come. Please come in and sit. Zhang Sujuan quickly held back Wu Hohot and asked anxiously, Hohot, is Fenglei at home? He's not here. He went up the mountain. Are you looking for him about something? Upon hearing that Zhao Fenglei had gone up the mountain, Zhang Sujuan's heart sank, a dark premonition rising within her. When did he go up the mountain? Was he alone? Watching the two with such grave expressions, Wu Hohot suddenly seemed to understand something. Her face changed, and her voice trembled slightly. Sister-in-law, please don't frighten me. Has something happened to him? Noticing Wu Hohot's reaction, Zhang Sujuan immediately confirmed her suspicions and quickly grasped Wu Hohot's hand, forcing a smile. Nothing like that. I merely came to ask. Our Lin Yuanshan went up the mountain alone this morning without a word. I wanted to check whether he went with Fenglei. Nothing of the sort. Wu Hohot breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it was not her husband who was in trouble, then shook her head. Fenglei returned from the southern valley this morning, ate a quick meal, and left. He likely did not go with Yuanshan. Very well, we'll go ask elsewhere. Wu Hohot remained standing at the doorway, watching the two grow distant. A growing sense of suspicion filled her mind. She was aware of Lin Yuanshan's recent hunting expeditions. No secret stays hidden forever. Yet the fact that the Lin couple sought out Zhao Fenglei today puzzled her. Logically, even if Lin Yuanshan needed a companion for the mountains, he would not have come to her husband. Not when the entire village knew he was famously solitary, rarely hunting with others. So why did they assume he might have gone with Zhao Fenglei? After pondering for a long while, without reaching any conclusion, Wu Hohot shook her head and gave up trying to figure it out. She resolved to inform her husband when he returned. The Lin couple had barely turned the corner away from the Zhao residence when Zhang Sujuan's expression darkened. Biting her teeth, she said bitterly, "That little rascal. How dare he lie to me? Tell me, how does he have such nerve to hunt a black bear entirely alone?" Lin Weigua, however, wore an almost calm expression. Since the event had already occurred, anxiety would change nothing. I should have guessed. Given our son's pride, how could he possibly seek anyone else out? No wonder he agreed so readily just now. He had already made up his mind. Seeing no trace of worry on her husband's face, Zhang Sujuan could not help but pinch Lin Weigua's arm. "I see you are not worried at all. Have you forgotten when you—" She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that continuing might be inappropriate. Lin Weigua, by contrast, showed little reaction and replied in his usual calm manner. "I know hunting black bears is dangerous, but we cannot simply gather a search party and head up the mountain right now. How would we explain it? We spotted a black bear in the southern hills, and our son went after it alone. Do you think that will help?" Lin Weigua's words silenced Zhang Sujuan. Then with fierce determination she cursed again, "That little rascal. Just wait until he gets home tonight. I'll deal with him." With that, the couple headed home, resolving to seek help if Lin Yuanshan did not return by evening. As Lin Yuanshan walked back, carrying the sack, he suddenly shivered. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Ahead, the great yellow dog strolled leisurely with no sign of alarm. Lin Yuanshan shook his head and continued walking, unaware that his misdeed had already been discovered. Meanwhile, his mother was at home, selecting the most suitable tool to discipline him. Just before leaving the southern hills, Lin Yuanshan paused to rest. This time, however, Su Mingho carried only the 4 bare paws and the hide, so his condition was far better than the day before. He even had the energy to joke. "Brother, don't you think Uncle and Auntie will be overjoyed that we brought down this black bear?" Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan turned to look at Su Mingho, his expression oddly strained, clearly not pleased. "Do you think they would be happy?" "Of course they would, Su Mingho suddenly remembered that the two of them had secretly climbed the mountain. His smile froze, he swallowed hard, and spoke uncertainly. "Brother, won't your uncle and aunt beat you up?" Lin Yuanshan's expression shifted, and a dark cloud briefly passed through his mind. Then something occurred to him, and he answered with full confidence. "Don't worry, I have a plan." "What plan, eh?" Su Mingho asked eagerly. Since learning that his mother's illness might have a remedy, a trace of his youthful curiosity had returned. Smack! Lin Yuanshan flicked him on the forehead, then scolded. "Why must you be so curious all the time?" Su Mingho covered his head and chuckled unbothered. The two of them slowly made their way home, carrying sacks on their backs. After descending Mount, then they encountered a young man in his early 20s at the mountain's foothill. Seeing the sacks they carried, he approached curiously to inquire. "Dashin, what are you carrying on your backs?" Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan grinned broadly, and with no intention of hiding anything replied directly. "A black bear. Mingho and I originally set out to hunt wild pheasants for mushroom stew in Mount Nan, but we happened to run into a black bear and took it down by chance." "No way, seriously. Let me see." The young man clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuanshan and his companion to have actually killed a black bear. He hurried forward, eager to pry open the sack. Lin Yuanshan made no effort to stop him, simply setting the sack down on the ground and opening it to reveal the black bear inside. The man leaned in and looked, only to find a bloodied bear's head inside the sack. The bear appeared to have died unwillingly, its eyes wide open, making it look utterly ferocious. Whoa! The young man had no defenses at all and was so startled that he stumbled backward 2 steps and fell hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly stepped forward to help him up, smiling warmly as he spoke. "That creature is fierce. You'd better not have nightmares tonight." The young man was still clearly shaken from the previous scare and nodded blankly. Only after Lin Yuanshan and his companion had walked far away did the young man finally snap back to his senses, muttering in bewildered disbelief. The village says Dashan isn't the same as before. Looks like it's not just rumors then. He can even take down black bears now. He's definitely not an ordinary fellow. Lin Yuanshan and his companion continued home along the South Avenue. Along the way they encountered several other groups of people. Some were unfamiliar with Lin Yuanshan, while others merely exchanged casual greetings. Seeing the sacks on their backs, they were somewhat curious, but noticing the two were in a hurry, they did not press further. Fortunately, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was nearly setting. There were hardly any elderly people out basking in the warmth, otherwise the two would not have reached home so quickly. Just as the two were about to turn from the South Avenue onto the East Avenue, Lin Yuanshan suddenly called out to Su Mingho. Mingho, wait here for a moment. I need to run an errand first. Once I return, we'll continue together. Lin Yuanshan's behavior was too strange, so Su Mingho couldn't help but ask after him. Brother, why? Shouldn't we go home first? You wouldn't understand. Just trust me on this. Lin Yuanshan waved to Su Mingho, set down the sacks, and beckoned for Dai Wang to come over. Dai Wang didn't understand why his master was calling him suddenly, but trotted over obediently. However, he was swiftly caught by Lin Yuanshan, who tied him to a poplar tree by the roadside with a rope. Lin Yuanshan's actions completely befuddled Su Mingho, but Lin Yuanshan paid him no mind, and continued eastward along the South Avenue. Su Mingho watched Lin Yuanshan proceed along the South Avenue for a while before making a sharp turn northward and disappearing from sight. With no choice, Su Mingho shook his head in resignation. He propped the 2 sacks against the poplar tree, found a stone nearby, and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, after turning north from the South Avenue, Lin Yuanshan deftly made his way north along a certain small path. This path ran through the fields, but since autumn harvest was complete, few people used it nowadays. Lin Yuanshan hadn't walked far when a row of houses came into view ahead. This was the residence of the Lin and Yi families. Lin Yuanshan immediately stopped and hid behind a tree, carefully observing the path in front of the houses. True enough, at the junction between the small path and the East Avenue, his mother Zhang Sujuan stood with her hands on her hips, clutching a wooden stick, occasionally lifting her head to scan the area. Lin Yuanshan glanced at the egg-thick stick in her hand and couldn't help but shiver silently, thanking his luck for having a plan prepared, otherwise he would surely have been beaten to death today. Thinking this over, Lin Yuanshan turned his gaze toward the Yi family's gate. Seeing it was wide open, he knew someone was home. When he noticed Zhang Sujuan hadn't spotted him, he darted off like a flash and slipped into the Yi residence. Hearing movement from the kitchen, Lin Yuanshan guessed it was likely Yi Qingmei preparing dinner at this hour. Treading lightly, he approached the kitchen and carefully lifted the curtain to step inside. Sister Qingmei. At that moment, the person in the kitchen was wholeheartedly chopping cabbage and had not the slightest awareness of someone entering. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's voice, she was startled and let out a scream. Eep, eep. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Yuanshan quickly lunged forward and covered her mouth. Only then did he get a clear look and realize she wasn't Sister Qingmei. It was Yi Qinglan. The Yi family's kitchen had no windows, making the interior rather dim. Yi Qinglan, wanting to save electricity, hadn't turned on the light, which was why Lin Yuanshan had failed to recognize her. My bad. Lin Yuanshan inwardly groaned and quickly explained. I'm here looking for Sister Qingmei. Once she realized the intruder was Lin Yuanshan, the panic in Yi Qinglan's eyes gradually dissipated and her face returned to its usual cold composure. She reached out and swatted Lin Yuanshan's arm, and only then did he snap out of it and release his grip on her mouth. Yet the soft, moist sensation lingering in his palm afterward sent a flutter through his heart. Is Sister Qingmei home? No. Yi Qinglan's voice matched her appearance, cold and detached, her words carrying a faint chill. Where did she go? When will she be back? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan grew anxious and hurriedly pressed in a hushed tone. Yi Qinglan lifted her head and gave him a somewhat puzzled glance, then spoke quietly. Sister went to pick up Qingzhu from school. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's heart sank. By the time Yi Qingzhu finished school, it would already be dark. He couldn't possibly wait until then. Just as anxiety gripped him, his eyes lit up at the sight of Yi Qinglan standing before him, and he quickly whispered, could you come to my house for a moment? Yi Qinglan didn't respond upon hearing this, instead fixing her large eyes squarely on Lin Yuanshan. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan hurriedly relayed what had happened today. To his surprise, Yi Qinglan merely shook her head and blurted out a chilling remark. I'm not going. Why? You deserve it. You can't be this heartless. My mom will beat me to death. None of my business. Gazing into Yi Qinglan's calm, composed eyes, Lin Yuanshan finally relented, letting out a helpless sigh. All right then. He turned to leave, steeling himself to face his mother Zhang Sujuan's fury. Unless you agree to one condition. Hearing the voice from behind, Lin Yuanshan's heart surged with joy, and he spun around with astonishing speed. What condition? Yi Qinglan observed Lin Yuanshan's eager demeanor, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as though she were smiling, though it was barely noticeable. I haven't thought of it yet. We'll discuss it later. Looking at Yi Qinglan's unruffled expression, Lin Yuanshan felt a vague sense of foreboding. However, thinking of the stick in his mother's hand, he gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed. Fine. Shortly after Lin Yuanshan departed, Su Mingho found himself in trouble. On Nan Avenue, Sun Hongbao was cycling back from town, with Li Jianmin seated behind him. Sun Hongbao was in high spirits that day, whistling a tune all the way. Just as they approached Wazi village, Sun Hongbao suddenly spotted Su Mingho sitting by the roadside. As the saying goes, enemies meeting stirs deepest hatred. The moment Sun Hongbao laid eyes on Su Mingho, a dull ache stirred beneath him, and memories of what Su Mingho had taken from him sent his rage erupting like wildfire. Screech! Sun Hongbao slammed on the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a halt. He planted one foot on the ground and nudged Li Jianmin with his elbow, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Jianmin, look at who's up ahead. Li Jianmin turned his head to look, his eyes widening in shock. Is that bastard? What's the plan? Shall we teach him a lesson? Sun Hongbao narrowed his eyes. Truthfully, he still harbored a deep fear of Su Mingho. That night years ago, Su Mingho's frenzied assault had left a profound psychological scar on him. Even after his body had healed, he had suffered from nightmares for a long while. Li Jianmin, seated behind him, was a different man entirely. Though Su Mingho had bitten off one of his fingers back, then Li Jianmin possessed an extremely violent nature and had been the cruelest of them all in his attacks on Su Mingho. His hatred ran deep, and he felt absolutely no fear. Over the years in the village, he was the one who had spread word that no one was to help the Su family. Sun Hongbao was cunning and calculating, typically the mastermind behind their misdeeds. So when Li Jianmin jumped off the bicycle ready to pick a fight, he grabbed him and whispered a few words. Look at those 2 sacks beside him and that yellow dog. Li Jianmin looked more closely, and a wave of confusion rose within him. Looks like he just returned from the mountains, found something. Heh, heh. A sinister smile crept across Sun Hongbao's face as he leaned in and whispered to Li Jianmin. I reckon so, but it certainly wasn't this little bastard himself. Whoever he got it from, we're claiming our share today. Now, just wait a moment. Meanwhile, Su Mingho sat on a rock, leaning against a tree, gazing blankly at the southern mountain. His mind was preoccupied with whether his traps had caught anything. Completely unaware, he was being watched. When Li Jianmin deliberately swaggered towards Su Mingho finally heard the commotion and turned his head in that direction. The moment he saw it was Li Jianmin, a flash of hatred crossed Su Mingho's eyes. He longed to leap up right then and again throw himself into a fight with Li Jianmin. But as Su Mingho's peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 sacks beside him, his mind cleared. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and turned his head away from Li Jianmin. Li Jianmin was puzzled that Su Mingho was ignoring him. In the past, whenever he appeared before Su Mingho, the latter would transform into a provoked bull, eyes bloodshot, ready to fight at any moment. Why was he so calm today? But if you're ignoring me, that's fine by me. With that thought, Li Jianmin strutted forward with an arrogant gait. Well, if it isn't Crazy Su. Why aren't you up on the mountain catching chickens today? Did you decide to sit here and guard the door instead? Li Jianmin's mocking tone and smug expression made Su Mingho's teeth grind so hard they nearly shattered. Every fiber of his being wanted to lash out and tear that smirking face apart. But after forcing down 2 deep breaths, Su Mingho simply shot Li Jianmin a cold glance and spoke in a low voice. Li Jianmin, I don't have time for you today. Just leave. When Li Jianmin realized Su Mingho wasn't taking the bait, he grew visibly frustrated, and his mouth grew even nastier. Oh, you're busy. What from? Tell me. Surely you're not busy with your mother. The moment those words left Li Jianmin's mouth, coupled with his leering, suggestive expression, Su Mingho's head erupted with a thunderous bang. His eyes flooded with red, and he surged up from the rock, launching himself at Li Jianmin. As a notorious loafer from Wazi village, Li Jianmin might not excel at much, but he had ample experience in fighting. He darted aside, evading Su Mingho's punch, and rather than counterattack, immediately bolted toward the village. Su Mingho gave chase without hesitation, and the 2 soon put considerable distance between themselves as one fled and the other pursued. At that moment, from the woods beside Nan Avenue, a shadowy figure crept forward and peeked out. Once he confirmed Su Mingho had run far enough away, he quickly mounted his bicycle and sped over. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as Sun Hongbao parked his bike near the 2 sacks, the yellow dog, tethered to a nearby poplar tree, charged forward, baring its teeth and snarling viciously at him. Panicking, Sun Hongbao stomped his foot at the dog, attempting to intimidate it. Unfortunately, the golden dog had no intention of backing down and continued to bark furiously at him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Hongbao glared at the dog and growled. You're leaving me no choice. I didn't want to kill you. Sun Hongbao knew Su Mingho would return quickly once he heard the dog barking, so he needed to act fast. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a large stone near the ditch. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes as he picked up the stone and hurled it at the dog. But the yellow dog was far too clever. The moment he saw Sun Hongbao lift the stone, he braced himself, and when it came hurtling through the air, he dodged aside with a swift movement, evading the attack completely. Furious that his throw had missed, Sun Hongbao clenched his teeth in rage and rushed toward another stone. Just as Sun Hongbao bent over to lift the stone, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Unprepared, he tumbled headfirst into the ditch. Fortunately, the ditch was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, so Sun Hongbao only bruised his wrist and choked on a few mouthfuls of foliage. Pa, 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 you damn. Before Sun Hongbao could finish cursing, he glanced up to see a tall, muscular man standing on Nan Avenue. The man was regarding him with a cold gaze. Looking into those eyes, Sun Hongbao couldn't help but shiver. He was reminded of a lone wolf he had encountered 2 years prior. Its eyes were identical to the man's. Haha, is that you, Brother Sean? Sun Hongbao's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic grin as he blinked innocently. The moment Su Mingho heard the dogs barking, he knew something was wrong and immediately turned to head back. But at that moment Li Jianmin had already grabbed his clothes and was throwing punches at him. Su Mingho was preoccupied with those 2 sacks of bear meat, so he endured Li Jianmin's blows just to return. However, when he sprinted desperately back to the sacks, he found they were no longer needed. Lin Yuanshan had already returned. Sun Hongbao never expected Lin Yuanshan to appear here. Although Sun Hongbao and his gang were notorious local ruffians, they were truly afraid of Lin Yuanshan. After all, as the saying goes, the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have no regard for their own lives. In the past, Lin Yuanshan was notorious for being a reckless man, which made him a natural nemesis to these bullies who were always throwing their weight around. At first, relying on their numbers, Sun Hongbao tried to challenge Lin Yuanshan, but after 2 or 3 consecutive defeats, each time ending with him being beaten black and blue, whether there were 3 or 4 of them, they all ended up on the ground. Since then, these ruffians never dared to provoke Lin Yuanshan again. "Where do you think you're running, you little bastard?" Li Jianmin, cursing foully, chased after him. When he saw Lin Yuanshan standing on the road, he shrank his neck and turned to run. "Come back." Lin Yuanshan's words instantly made Li Jianmin slam on the brakes. Li Jianmin turned around and grinned at Lin Yuanshan. "Brother Shan, you too come here." Lin Yuanshan turned and walked to the north side of the road. Sun Hongbao crawled out of the ditch slowly, and together with Li Jianmin stood before Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan looked them up and down, then directly reached out, grabbed Sun Hongbao's collar, and pulled him over. "Damn it, you dare to touch my stuff? Do you have a death wish?" Seeing the coldness in Lin Yuanshan's eyes, Sun Hongbao trembled with fear, and his heart secretly shocked that Lin Yuanshan seemed even more frightening than before. "Brother Shan, there must be some misunderstanding. I didn't know this thing was yours." "Misunderstanding?" Lin Yuanshan sneered, then raised his hand. Slap, slap, slap. 3 hard slaps, then a kick sent Sun Hongbao flying. Sun Hongbao first felt a sharp pain on his face, then his whole body rolled like a gourd into the ditch. Watching this, Li Jianmin couldn't help but suck his teeth, feeling a chill on his own face. After being kicked into the ditch, Sun Hongbao simply lay there groaning continuously. Lin Yuanshan ignored him and turned his gaze to Li Jianmin. "Mingho, teach him a lesson. Brother Shan, this isn't good." Li Jianmin thought, how could that be? Getting slapped by Lin Yuanshan wouldn't be too shameful, but if he got slapped by Su Mingho, that little brat, how could he ever face anyone again? "Then you want me to do it?" Lin Yuanshan clenched his fists, letting out a series of cracking sounds. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with icy intent. Had no need for that. Li Jianmin thought it over and decided that his life was more important, so he quickly waved his hands. Seeing this, Su Mingho did not hesitate. He stepped forward and swung his hand at Li Jianmin. Li Jianmin dodged backward, avoiding Su Mingho's slap. Lin Yuanshan's expression turned cold. He then reached out with both hands and grabbed Li Jianmin's shoulders. "Ouch! Brother Shan, I was wrong." Li Jianmin felt as if his shoulders were being crushed, waves of intense pain coming from them, so he quickly begged for mercy. After Su Mingho slapped Li Jianmin a few times, Lin Yuanshan finally released his grip and warned the two. "If you ever dare to touch my things again, I'll crush your hands." Having said that, Lin Yuanshan grabbed both sacks with one hand and lifted them easily. This sight made the two, who were still somewhat resentful, shiver in unison. Although they still didn't know what was in the sacks, seeing how bulging they were, they must have weighed over 100 jin. Yet Lin Yuanshan lifted them effortlessly, just as the rumors said. His strength was almost inhuman. Only after the two had walked far away did Sun Hongbao crawl out of the ditch. His small eyes flickered with venomous light as he spoke viciously. "Jianmin, we can't let this go. Lin Yuanshan has gone too far." Li Jianmin blinked, still shaken, and said, "Easy to say. Can you beat him?" Li Jianmin's words made the venom on Sun Hongbao's face freeze. Then he said with some anger and embarrassment, "So we just let him treat us like grandsons from now on? How can we survive?" Watching Sun Hongbao's agitation, Li Jianmin sighed inwardly and then said, "What's your idea?" I haven't thought of it yet." Sun Hongbao was somewhat deflated, his voice dropping. After all, Lin Yuanshan's reputation was built on his fighting prowess. In the surrounding villages who didn't know the name Lin Lynxes, fighting him, if you lost you'd be humiliated if you won. Well, it seemed no one had ever won. Brother Shan, look, isn't that second aunt?" As Lin Yuanshan and the others walked home along the east road, Su Mingho spotted Zhang Sujuan from afar, standing at the intersection with a stick in her hand. Zhang Sujuan clearly saw her son. She felt a moment of relief, but then was filled with rage. She grabbed the stick and ran toward them. Seeing Zhang Sujuan's posture, Lin Yuanshan quickly shouted, "Mom, there are people around." Zhang Sujuan immediately looked around, and indeed saw several people standing in the distance ready to watch the commotion. Zhang Sujuan stopped at once, deciding to deal with him at home. For now she would save his face, since he was already grown up. "Get home right now." Zhang Sujuan threw out the words and walked ahead with the stick. Seeing this, Su Mingho shrank his neck in fear and whispered, "Brother, how about I head back first? My mom's waiting for me to eat." Lin Yuanshan grabbed Su Mingho by the collar and said through gritted teeth, "Don't even think about running." Then he dragged Su Mingho with one hand and carried the sack with the other as they walked home. Lin Yuanshan secretly congratulated himself for being prepared. He had already called for reinforcements. Woof! Woof, woof. Yi Qinglan, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, heard Da Huang's barking. She immediately put down the knife, scooped a ladle of water from the vat, and went outside. After adding water for Da Huang, Yi Qinglan leaned against the wall listening to the commotion from the Lin family. Hey mom, don't start. Don't damage the bear gallbladder. Give it here. Lin Yuanshan slowly took out the bear gallbladder from his pocket, wondering why Yi Qinglan hadn't arrived yet. Hurry up. Zhang Sujuan watched Lin Yuanshan's dawdling, feeling both annoyed and amused. Finally, Lin Yuanshan pulled the bear gallbladder out of his pocket, held it up, and smiled at Zhang Sujuan. Mom, look, this bear gallbladder is special. It's an iron gallbladder. Can you? Zhang Sujuan snatched the cloth bag, beaming at the bear gallbladder inside. At that moment, Lin Weigua, standing nearby, nudged her with his elbow. Zhang Sujuan immediately remembered her purpose, and her face darkened. Lin Weigua and his wife had already discussed it at home. They were determined to teach their son a lesson this time, or he would become utterly insolent in the future. Zhang Sujuan handed Lin Weigua the cloth bag containing the bear gallbladder, lest it be damaged when the discipline began. She then picked up a stick as thin as a finger from the corner and started swatting it against Lin Yuanshan's body. The earlier thicker one had merely been for intimidation. How dare you lie, you little rascal. Don't you know how dangerous this is? Seeing his mother was dead serious, Lin Yuanshan quickly stepped backward, snatched the stick away, and shouted at the top of his lungs. If you hadn't come any sooner, I would have been beaten to death. Yi Qinglan, who had been eavesdropping from behind the door, smiled upon hearing this, her frigid aura momentarily dissolving. But soon her expression returned to its usual cold composure as she stepped out from behind the door and greeted Zhang Sujuan and Lin Weigua. Second aunt, second uncle. Aunt. Zhang Sujuan replied eagerly, then glanced at Yi Qinglan standing at the doorway. Her mind swiftly figured out what was going on. This was most likely the reinforcements her son had summoned. In the Northeast, there was a tradition when guests arrived at one's home, no matter how grave the child's transgression, physical punishment was typically withheld, limited to a stern warning instead. You may go ahead now. Although Yi Qinglan had been a neighbor for many years, and someone Zhang Sujuan had watched grow up as she matured, her beauty intensified alongside her growing aloofness. Zhang Sujuan truly felt embarrassed to discipline her son in front of her, so she could only reluctantly lower the stick and say with a forced smile to Yi Qinglan, Qinglan, do you have something to discuss? Nothing special. Yi Qinglan's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Yuanshan, taking in his pleading gaze. Her heart softened, and she spoke. I simply haven't visited in a long time, and wanted to come sit with Auntie. These words surprised all three, who knew her well, for except on occasions when the Yi family made a unified appearance, she rarely came to the Lin residence. Zhang Sujuan was momentarily stunned, then felt deeply flattered. A broad smile spread across her face, and she entirely forgot about disciplining Lin Yuanshan. Come inside and sit. No need, Auntie. Let's just sit in the courtyard. We can watch Lin Yuanshan handle the bear. Zhang Sujuan's eyes flickered with suspicion as she studied the two of them. Was something going on between them? But she quickly shook her head and patted Lin Weigua standing beside her. Weigua, go fetch a few stools from the house. Mom, after that, boil a pot of hot water and start processing the bear gallbladder. Lin Yuanshan felt a wave of relief as the crisis temporarily passed, silently marveling at his own cleverness. Zhang Sujuan shot him an exasperated look and retorted sharply, Do I need your instruction? But she immediately turned back to Yi Qinglan. Qinglan, sit for a moment. I'll go boil some water. Bear gallbladder cannot be sold directly after removal from the carcass. It must be properly processed before medicinal herb shops or supply cooperatives will accept it. The common method involves tying the gallbladder with a rope and briefly scalding it in boiling water. When the bear gallbladder encounters the scalding water, it contracts. It is then hung in a cool, shaded place to air dry. After a few days, it is dipped in hot water, once more repeating this process 3 or 4 times until the gallbladder no longer contracts. That is when it is properly cured. The bear gallbladder Lin Yuanshan had hunted today was not particularly large. A black bear of over 300 gene could only be considered medium-sized within its species, not especially massive. On the lands of Changbai Mountain, wild animals tended to be notably larger than elsewhere. Black bears in particular. Individuals exceeding 500 gene were not uncommon, and hunters had even encountered specimens of over 600 gene. After Zhang Sujuan left, Lin Weigua coughed twice and retreated indoors, as well, leaving only Yi Qinglan, Lin Yuanshan, and Su Mingho in the courtyard. Su Mingho looked between Yi Qinglan and Lin Yuanshan, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Brother, I'll head home first. This time Lin Yuanshan did not stop him. Instead, he took a knife and cut a substantial piece of meat from the black bear's carcass, handing it over. All right, take this meat home. Su Mingho quickly waved his hands in refusal. Brother, I cannot accept this. You've already given me a share. Cut the nonsense and take it home. Your family is waiting. Lin Yuanshan frowned, his slightly raised brows twitching with impatience as he pressed the meat directly into Su Mingho's hands. Su Mingho gazed at the heavy bear meat in his palms, his eyes growing damp. But ultimately he opened his mouth and said nothing. No words of gratitude would suffice for such a debt. Brother, sister Qinglan, I'm leaving. Go on. Lin Yuanshan waved him off impatiently and resumed butchering the black bear, while Yi Qinglan lifted her head and nodded to Su Mingho before lowering her gaze once more to watch Lin Yuanshan work. Strange as it seemed, most young women would rarely care to watch activities like slaughtering pigs or sheep, let alone butchering a fierce beast like a black bear. After all, not only did the creature appear fearsome, but its odor was equally daunting. Yet Yi Qinglan clearly did not belong to the ordinary crowd. Sitting on a stool, she rested her chin on her right hand, watching with keen interest. Lin Yuanshan merely glanced up at her and felt struck by a visual assault of beauty. In his past life, Lin Yuanshan had seen much of the world, for successful men are never lacking in the company of women. Yet he had never encountered anyone who could rival Yi Qinglan, nor even come close. He had never witnessed a woman's beauty so aggressive, so overwhelmingly powerful. It made the self-proclaimed calm and composed him feel his heartbeat quicken, and he hastily lowered his gaze to continue handling the black bear. Lin Yuanshan removed the bones from the black bear. This was quite different from wild boar bones. Boar bones held little value and were typically purchased by those who could not afford meat to be boiled into soup as a modest addition to their meals. But bear bones were another matter entirely. They possessed tremendous medicinal value. One could say that except for the internal organs, the meat was the least valuable part of the black bear. Lin Yuanshan worked for over an hour, and Yi Qinglan watched him the entire time. Meanwhile, Zhang Sujuan had finished scalding the bear gallbladder and hung it in the storage room. The two of them sat together observing Lin Yuanshan's work. "Mom, isn't tomorrow the big market day in town?" Zhang Sujuan counted on her fingers, then nodded. "Yes. Tomorrow you'll go sell this meat." Lin Yuanshan shook his head and set down his boning knife. "I won't go. Keep the bear paws and some of the meat. You can sell the rest." "What, keeping all the bear paws?" Zhang Sujuan looked at the 4 bear paws, somewhat unwilling. Bear paws were far more valuable than bear meat. One paw could fetch dozens of yuan, and she was reluctant to part with them. Lin Yuanshan clearly noticed Zhang Sujuan's hesitation, so he smiled and said, "Mom, I plan to send a bear's paw to my sister in a few days along with some pork to help nourish her." As expected, upon hearing that it was meant for their daughter, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Sujuan's face, and she nodded in agreement. "All right then, keep it." Seeing how readily Zhang Sujuan agreed, Lin Yuanshan pursed his lips and said somewhat jealously, "Oh, you agree as soon as you hear it's for your daughter." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sujuan's eyes widened in shock. She stood up and slapped him on the back of the neck. "Have you lost your mind? Don't speak to your mother that way. Did you forget who raised you from infancy when I had no time to care for you? My sister used to feed me this when we were young." Zhang Sujuan hadn't yet processed this when Yi Qinglan, sitting nearby, burst into laughter. Only then did Zhang Sujuan snap out of it and join in. Between laughs, she thought to herself that it would be wonderful if Qinglan became her daughter-in-law. The girl was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. But she quickly shook her head, feeling a pang of guilt toward Yi Qingmei, and pushed the thought aside. Watching Lin Yuanshan's dazed expression, Yi Qinglan's eyes sparkled with amusement. She wrinkled her delicate nose and rolled her eyes at him, her normally aloof demeanor dissipating almost entirely. Lin Yuanshan, caught in the spell of Yi Qinglan's playful gesture, felt his heart quicken. He busied himself with tasks to distract his wandering attention. "Mom, let's braise the bear's paw tonight. We should invite Granny Yi and the others to join us." Zhang Sujuan had been somewhat hesitant. She had originally planned to save the bear's paw for guests, but upon hearing Lin Yuanshan suggest inviting the Yi family, she readily agreed. "All right, get started then." Seeing that Zhang Sujuan had consented, Lin Yuanshan hurried to prepare the bear's paw. The reason he wanted to eat it was simply that he hadn't had bear's paw in a very long time. It was already October 1987, with 1988 just around the corner. By approximately March 1989, black bears would be classified as protected animals, making it impossible to hunt them. So he determined to enjoy it while he still could. Of course, he was absolutely not inviting the Yi family simply to avoid getting scolded. Absolutely not. Bear's paw is delicious, but preparing it is truly troublesome. If not done properly, it becomes inedible due to its strong gamey odor. There was another issue with eating bear's paw. Fresh bear's paw must be properly processed, otherwise people could easily suffer allergic reactions. However, those living at the foot of Changbai Mountain had no such concern. They all knew how to handle it properly. Some even skipped the process entirely, feeling that it tasted even better that way. Since they had decided to invite people over for dinner that evening, more dishes needed to be prepared. Zhang Sujuan headed to the kitchen to get started, and Yi Qinglan, feeling awkward standing idly by, also rose to help in the kitchen. Yi Qinglan was quite tall, estimated at around 1.75 meters, with extraordinary body proportions. By modern standards, she was the epitome of a leg model. Even in ordinary cotton pants, her long straight legs were unmistakable. Only when Yi Qingzhu disappeared into the kitchen did Lin Yuanshan finally tear his gaze away and begin processing the bear's paw. Since there were many people today, Lin Yuanshan directly braised 2 hind bear's paws. The remaining 2 he planned to deliver to his sister, taking the opportunity to visit her as well. In his past life, Lin Yuanshan had experienced both glory and hardship. During his prosperous days, his sister had not benefited from his success, but during his downfall, she had helped him more than anyone. He had always kept this in mind and intended to visit her after the market tomorrow. After considerable effort, Lin Yuanshan finally got the bear's paw simmering on the stove. All that remained was to tend the fire. Wazi Village, Zhou Damon's house. Zhou Damon was lying on the Kong resting. Since being chased by that black bear the previous night, he had developed a high fever upon returning home. After taking 2 painkillers, there was no improvement, and the fever persisted. His wife Li Tsuehua, seeing the severity of the situation, went to the village clinic to get some medicine, intending to give it to Zhou Damon. If it still didn't help, they would have no choice but to seek intravenous treatment. However, on her way back, Li Tsuehua happened to encounter Song Xuebing. Noticing his somewhat dazed appearance, she asked with concern, "Xuebing, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit out of it." Song Xuebing finally noticed Li Tsuehua and forced a weary grin. "Auntie, I just ran into Lin Yuanshan on the south road. Seeing them carrying 2 sacks, I wanted to take a look, but was terrified by the bear head inside. I'll probably have nightmares tonight." Upon hearing Song Xuebing's words, Li Tsuehua's heart skipped a beat. She quickly grabbed his arm and asked, "Xuebing, who did you say?" "Lin Yuanshan. Isn't that lad from the Lin family a bit slow?" Li Tsuehua muttered in disbelief. Hearing this, Song Xuebing couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie, that's ancient history. Lin Yuanshan has changed. He's become quite formidable now." Song Xuebing struggled to find a suitable adjective and settled on formidable to express himself. Li Tsuehua's eyes darted about as she mulled it over. A rumor she had heard came to mind: if someone's soul had been frightened away by a wild beast, killing it and keeping it at home for several days would restore the person. With this thought, Li Tsuehua hastily bid farewell to Song Xuebing and hurried home. "Husband, how are you feeling?" Li Tsuehua returned home with the medicine and called softly to Zhou Damon. Zhou Damon had not been asleep anyway. Hearing her call, he struggled to open his eyes and spoke weakly. "Did you bring back the medicine?" Li Tsuehua nodded, placed the medicine aside, and leaned close to Zhou Damon, whispering softly, "Damon, I just ran into Song Xuebing. He said he saw that young man from the Lin family on the south road. They killed a black bear." Zhou Damon had initially been dismissive, assuming his wife had merely heard another rumor. But upon hearing the words, "black bear," his eyes widened sharply. "Really? Of course it's true. Would Xuebing lie to me?" He was quite shaken. His mind was almost clouded. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Damon felt a surge of energy, and his condition seemed to improve somewhat. He quickly sat up and said to Li Tsuehua, "Go fetch Zhengjiang and have him come with me to the Lin family's house. Oh, and bring those 2 bottles of liquor from the cabinet. Aren't those the ones someone gave you? You never drink them. Stop nonsense and hurry. If we're late, someone else will take them." The Lin household was bustling with activity. Grandma Yi and Lin Weigua sat chatting on the heated Kong inside, while the rest bustled about in the kitchen or the courtyard. Having fetched Yi Qingzhu back earlier, Yi Qingmei had willingly gone to help in the kitchen. To her surprise, she found Yi Qinglan there as well. A rare occurrence, for she knew her sister's proud nature and how unlikely she was to visit the Lin home without being asked. In truth, young Yi Qinglan had always cherished playing alongside Lin Yuanshan, which was precisely why both families had assumed he intended to marry her. Yet no one could pinpoint when their closeness suddenly faded. The elders simply attributed it to her growing up and understanding the proprieties between young men and women, though the true reason likely rested solely in Yi Qinglan's heart. With the 2 sisters now in the kitchen, Zhang Sujuan had no further need to linger. She handed the cooking over to them and returned to her, chatting, confident that Yi Qingmei would soon enough become family anyway, and 2 households that already knew each other well had no need for such formal courtesy. The moment Yi Qingzhu stepped into the Lin home, the rich aroma of braised bear paw reached her nostrils. As a true foodie, she immediately volunteered to help Lin Yuanshan tend the fire. Thus the 2 of them each claimed a small folding stool and sat in the courtyard watching over the great pot in which the bear paw simmered. Yi Qingzhu rested her chin and her palms upon her stool, her large eyes fixed unwaveringly on the flames within the stove. The firelight painted her petite face a glowing crimson, lending her an enchanting beauty. "Big Mountain Bro, how much longer until it's ready?" Lin Yuanshan picked up a segment of pine wood from the ground and tossed it into the stove, a smile playing on his lips. "Far from it. This beast needs 4 hours of slow cooking, and we've only done a little over 2. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu's petite face fell. "What? Then it won't be until after 8 before we can actually eat it." "About right," Lin Yuanshan replied. "If it isn't stewed until tender, you won't be able to chew it anyway." Sigh. Yi Qingzhu let out an exasperated sigh and in a fit of petulance rubbed the big yellow dog at her feet. The dog, who had been peacefully basking near the fire, yipped in innocent protest, grieving but daring not to rebel. Da Huang was only 3 years old this year, a descendant of the old Yi family dog. Having been raised by Yi Qingzhu since puppyhood, he had endured far worse from her and had long grown accustomed to it. Eventually, Lin Yuanshan could bear it no longer. After all, this was a hunting dog once dominant across the mountain forests. To be mistreated in such a manner was simply unacceptable. "All right, Qingzhu, the only reason you're getting to eat bear paw today is because of Da Huang. Stop tormenting him." "Oh, okay then." At that moment, Lin Yuanshan's image in Yi Qingzhu's heart soared to magnificent heights. After all, it was he who had brought her this feast of delicacies. She obediently released her grip on the poor dog. Da Huang, newly liberated, had instantly recognized who his true protector was. He rose to his feet, strode over to Lin Yuanshan's side, and affectionately licked his hand, before curling up to continue basking by the fire with half-closed eyes. "Huh, huh, huh, you clever little rascal." Lin Yuanshan chuckled at the sight, reaching out to pat Da Huang's head. The dog lay there with a look of pure contentment. "Oomph." From nearby, Yi Qingzhu wrinkled her nose and let out a snort of jealous indignation before turning her gaze back to the great pot. But hardly any time had passed before Da Huang's ears pricked up alertly. He rose to his feet and trotted briskly to the doorway, barking. "Woof, woof, woof." Probably someone's arrived. Keep an eye on the fire here. I'll go check. MHM. Lin Yuanshan rose and made his way to the entrance. Under the light by the door, he spotted 3 figures approaching along the distant path. By now the sky had grown dark and Lin Yuanshan could not make out who the visitors were. But judging by their demeanor, they did not appear to be troublemakers, so he simply waited at the doorway. Even from afar, Zhou Damon caught sight of Lin Yuanshan's figure and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He considered himself a man who had seen the world, yet Lin Yuanshan still ranked among the finest in stature, features, and bearing that he had ever encountered. There was not a trace of rustic coarseness about him. Rather, there existed a wild, untamed authority that struck one immediately as the mark of a person unlike any other. Dashin, it's your Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou. Lin Yuanshan frowned slightly in puzzlement, momentarily unable to place the man, but his response came quickly, offered with a warm smile. Uncle Zhou has come. Aight. It was only when the group drew near that Lin Yuanshan recognized them, the carpenter Zhou Damon, his wife, and their eldest son, Zhou Xingjiang. Auntie. Brother Xingjiang. Aight. Lin Yuanshan greeted them and gestured for them to come inside. Zhou Xingjiang, Zhou Damon's eldest son, now worked at the forestry farm, a respectable position by local standards. He was quite proud of it, and had he not come for his father's sake, he would never have set foot in the Lin household. In his eyes, the Lin family had already fallen on hard times and held no value for him. So when Lin Yuanshan greeted him, he merely nodded curtly and grunted. Dashin, I've come specifically to thank you today for helping me kill that black bear, Zhou Damon said as he stepped toward the house, handing over 2 bottles of wine. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan felt something was amiss and smiled as he pushed the wine back. Uncle Zhou, what are you saying? I didn't kill that bear for your sake. I happened upon it while hiking in the southern mountains, and that's all. Zhou Damon immediately realized the misunderstanding and was about to explain when Zhou Xingjiang, trailing behind him, cut in. Dashin, we came today specifically for that bear's head. You won't be needing it, so just hand it over. I'll consider it a favor owed to me. Lin Yuanshan was taken aback. Who gave this man so much audacity to demand a bear's head outright? Though its uses were limited in the hands of the right buyer, it could fetch a handsome price. Gazing at Zhou Xingjiang's smug and self-assured expression, Lin Yuanshan turned his head to look at Zhou Damon. If the elder shared the same attitude, there would be no need to spare him any courtesy. But Zhou Damon, far more seasoned than his son, immediately scolded him. Get lost and shut up. When did I give you permission to interrupt? Zhou Xingjiang was left dazed by the reprimand, but the furious glint in his father's eyes forced him to shrink his neck and fall silent. Zhou Damon shot his son a stern look before turning to Lin Yuanshan with an apologetic expression. Dashin, your brother has spent too long working at the forestry farm. His mind has grown a bit slow. Please don't take offense. Oh, Uncle Zhou, you're being too modest. Let's go inside. Finding Zhou Damon to be a reasonable man, Lin Yuanshan led the 3 into the house. At that moment, the 3 people chatting inside also heard the commotion in the courtyard and put an end to their conversation. Second brother, sister-in-law, oh auntie, is here too. Zhou Damon and the other 2 entered the eastern room, exchanged greetings, and then sat on the edge of the Kong. Although Zhou Xingjiang was older than Lin Yuanshan, Zhou Damon was still 2 years younger than Lin Weigua, so he had to address Lin Weigua as second brother. After being scolded by his father earlier, Zhou Xingjiang looked rather dejected. After greeting everyone, he sat in the back and remained silent. The group chatted for a while, and then Zhou Damon finally got down to business, turning to Lin Weigua. Second brother, I came here today with 2 matters. The first is to specifically thank Dashin for killing that black bear and getting revenge for me. If not for my good fortune last night, I might have been done for. After saying this, Zhou Damon placed the 2 bottles of liquor he was carrying on the table, indicating this was a gift of thanks. Upon seeing this, Lin Weigua immediately waved his hand to refuse. Oh, don't mention it, we just happened to run into each other. Please don't be so formal. Take the wine back. Hearing this, Zhou Damon firmly shook his head, thinking to himself that if Lin Weigua didn't accept the wine, how could he bring up his next request? However, Lin Weigua was also a sharp and quick-witted man. He didn't accept it directly, but instead smiled and spoke. Damon, didn't you say there were 2 things? What's the other one? Seeing that Lin Weigua wouldn't accept the gift without hearing his real purpose, Zhou Damon no longer hid it, and said with a wry smile. Second brother, to be honest, after that black bear chased me last night, I managed to escape with my life. But afterward, I started running a fever. I had terrible nightmares all night, took 2 painkillers from the clinic, but they didn't help. I'm still running a temperature. So I was hoping to take the bear's head back for some kind of ritual. I'll pay whatever it's worth, I won't ask for anything for free. After Zhou Damon finished speaking, he looked at Lin Weigua with eager anticipation. Lin Weigua heard him out and felt relieved. This wasn't a big matter. However, he didn't want to make the decision on his own, so he turned his gaze toward Lin Yuanshan. Ahem. Lin Yuanshan cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention, and then flashed a broad grin. Uncle Zhou, that's easy to arrange. Don't even mention money. Just take it back now and return it to me when you're done using it. That's too kind of you. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand to interrupt Zhou Damon's response, then smiled. Uncle Zhou, please don't stand on ceremony. When I get married, I'll need you to help me build furniture anyway. Lin Yuanshan's words put Zhou Damon in high spirits, and he eagerly patted his chest. Haha, then there's nothing more to say. My nephew is getting married, and as his uncle, I must bring my best skills. I won't charge you any labor fee. On the way back, Zhou Dammin couldn't resist lecturing his son. Zhengjiang, look at Dashan. That's how you handle things. You should learn from him. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengjiang pursed his lips and said nothing, afraid to talk back. Li Tsuehua, who had been silent all along, nudged him with her elbow and said unhappily, "Enough. Our son works at the forest farm. He's far better off than Dashan. Just because he's filial and doesn't talk back to you doesn't mean you have to push him like this. You two women are short-sighted. Do you have any idea how much a single bear can fetch? How much? At least over 2,000. Isn't that more than your son's entire year's salary? What? It can sell for that much?" "Oomph." Zhou Dammin snorted, noticing his son's unwilling expression, and silently sighed. He had hoped his son would spend more time with Lin Yuanshan, but clearly he wouldn't listen. Forget it. Children have their own destiny, he won't force it. After Zhou Dammin left, Lin Weiguo walked over to Lin Yuanshan and asked curiously, "Yuanshan, why didn't you sell the bear head to Zhou Dammin?" "Dad, this thing isn't valuable around here. It wouldn't fetch much money. If the price was too high, Li Tsuehua would gossip all over the village. Better to lend it to him, let him owe us a favor. Then when we find a suitable buyer, we can sell it for a good price." Lin Weiguo nodded at this, looking at his sensible son with deep satisfaction. Around 8 o'clock that evening, the braised bear paws were finally ready. Lin Yuanshan lifted the pot lid. The broth had thickened considerably. Beside him, Yi Qingzhu wrinkled her little nose and inhaled deeply. Just the aroma alone was intoxicating. Lin Yuanshan served the 2 bear paws, and dinner officially began. "Let's raise our glasses together." Lin Weiguo lifted his wine cup to lead the toast. "Cheers." The drinkers clinked cups and took a sip. "Let's eat." At these words, the long-awaited Yi Qingzhu immediately picked up a piece of bear paw with her chopsticks, opened her mouth wide, and stuffed it in. Ugh! Unfortunately, the bear paw was freshly cooked and scalding hot, burning her badly. Her face flushed red and tears welled up, yet even in her pain, she refused to spit it out. "Quick, drink some cool water. Mine has already cooled down." Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly handed over his water cup. Yi Qingzhu took it and gulped it down, finally swallowing the piece of bear paw. So delicious." Yi Qingzhu let out a satisfied burp. Such a girl making such a fuss. Granny Yi looked up and glared at Yi Qingzhu, then couldn't help but laugh. Once Granny Yi laughed, everyone joined in. Embarrassed by everyone's laughter, Yi Qingzhu stuck out her reddened tongue and picked up another piece of bear paw with her chopsticks. Before serving, Lin Yuanshan had already removed the bones from the bear paw and sliced it into thin pieces. Lin Yuanshan's calloused hands weren't afraid of the heat, but others weren't so lucky. Having witnessed Yi Qingzhu's earlier mishap, everyone was much more careful while eating, blowing on their food before putting it in their mouths. Ugh! Just then Yi Qingzhu encountered another problem. Her mouth was stuck. She immediately turned to Lin Yuanshan for help. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly told her, "Pour some water on your hands, then gently wipe your mouth. That will loosen it." Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu's eyes lit up. She scooped some water from her cup and rubbed it on her mouth, and indeed the sticky residue melted away. Overjoyed, the little girl happily picked up another slice of bear paw and stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quietly whispered to her, "After this piece, don't eat anymore, okay?" Unexpectedly, Yi Meiqing overheard these words from the side. She assumed Lin Yuanshan was complaining that Yi Qingzhu was eating too much, so she pursed her lips and said to Yi Qingzhu, "That's enough already. You've had several pieces. What about the rest of us?" Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu was suddenly at a loss, her eyes welling up with tears. Lin Yuanshan quickly stepped in to explain, "I'm not saying Qingzhu shouldn't eat. It's just that bear paw is a warming food. Even though I've already prepared it properly, eating too much might make you restless at night." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's explanation, Yi Qingzhu's frown instantly transformed into a broad smile. Yi Meiqing felt more at ease as well, though she still muttered, "If she can't sleep, that's her own fault for being so greedy." Oomph. Yi Qingzhu gave a soft grunt and turned her attention to other dishes. In the early morning, Lin Yuanshan was awakened by a series of rooster calls. He wondered when his family had acquired chickens, turned on the light, and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 4 o'clock before his usual exercise time. Since he was already awake, Lin Yuanshan decided not to go back to sleep. He got dressed and climbed down from the Kong. By this month, the nights in Changbai Mountain had already dropped below freezing. Yet Lin Yuanshan wore only a thin cotton-padded jacket. His robust physique made him fearless of the cold, his body feeling like a blazing furnace. Lin Yuanshan opened the door and saw that Zhang Sujuan was already awake, preparing to cook in the kitchen. "Mom, is that our rooster?" Zhang Sujuan shook her head and smiled. "No, it belongs to Grandma Yi. She bought it yesterday, 2 roosters and 4 hens. She plans to hatch chicks next spring and promised to give us some." "Oh." Lin Yuanshan nodded and said no more. He headed to the backyard to practice his punches. Knowing her son's habit, Zhang Sujuan lifted the kitchen curtain and began cooking. In the backyard, Lin Yuanshan assumed his stance and began his routine. The rooster next door crowed relentlessly as if engaged in a competition. Listening to the rooster's cries, Lin Yuanshan suddenly felt his blood and chi surging with unusual vigor. By the 8th round of punches, he felt he could barely contain it, as though his entire body were a balloon inflated to bursting point. However, Lin Yuanshan knew this was merely an illusion. Even if he could not suppress it, he would not explode. He would simply break into a profuse sweat, leaving him weak-willed at worst or seriously ill. In truth, the best course would have been to stop immediately and take a leisurely stroll to calm his circulating blood and qi. But Lin Yuanshan did neither. Instead, he pressed on, powering through the final round. When the last set of punches landed, Lin Yuanshan's entire body had turned crimson like a boiled prawn, a consequence of his blood and qi surging too rapidly. Still, he did not pause. He dropped into a horse stance and delivered 2 rapid punches forward. Snap! Snap! Hearing those crisp sounds, a look of delight crossed Lin Yuanshan's face. He then strolled around the backyard for several laps, allowing his surging energy to subside. At breakfast, Lin Yuanshan looked up at Zhang Sujuan and said, "Mom, today, I'll carry the meat to the market for you. You and Chimei can man the stall there. I need to go for a walk down below." "Sure. Do you need to buy anything? I want to see if there are any suitable dogs. If I'm going up the mountain for a hunt, relying on De Huang alone won't suffice." Hearing this, Lin Weigua took a sip of porridge and casually remarked to Lin Yuanshan, "Would you like me to go with you?" Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Yuanshan shook his head vigorously. "No need. Second grandpa taught me how to evaluate dogs. But mostly it comes down to luck. I mainly want to look at puppies since adult dogs are harder to train. It's better to raise one from a pup." "Very well." Lin Weigua shook his head with a hint of regret. He had great confidence in his own expertise and suspected Lin Yuanshan would likely suffer a loss on his own. Yet he did not voice this directly. He felt that Lin Yuanshan had been enjoying too smooth a run lately, and a minor setback might serve as a valuable lesson he could use to educate him. "Mom, once we sell this meat, go to the town supply and marketing cooperative and buy a bicycle. It'll make getting around so much easier." "What do we need a bicycle for?" Zhang Sujuan hesitated. She was already accustomed to carrying her mountain harvests on her back to the town market. "A bicycle is convenient for everything. When I earn money, we'll buy a car." "You've got your dreams running wild." "A car?" Zhang Sujuan reasoned that buying a bicycle would indeed be practical. The town was over 10 li away, and with a bicycle, it would only take 20-something minutes. She did the math in her head. Black bear meat fetched 3 to 5 yuan per jean, wild boar meat 1.5 to 2.5 yuan per jean. Just this meat alone would net over 1,000 yuan. A bicycle costing over 200 yuan was hardly excessive. After breakfast, Lin Yuanshan loaded the black bear and wild boar meat into a hemp sack and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Zhang Sujuan, who had picked up the carrying pole, stood dumbfounded. Heart aching for her son, she hurried forward. "Dashin, put that down at once. How can you be carrying something so heavy?" "It's fine, Mom. It's only about 300 jean. I can handle it." Lin Yuanshan shifted the sack on his shoulder to find a more comfortable position. Seeing her son's carefree expression, Zhang Sujuan finally said nothing more. But in her heart, she made a firm resolution she would buy that bicycle today. She would not let her son carry such burdens to the market again. "Chimei, let's go." Zhang Sujuan went to the Yi residence to fetch Yi Chimei, and the 3 of them set off together. Yi Chimei accompanied Zhang Sujuan to help, for if all the meat were sold, it would represent a substantial sum. With Lin Yuanshan going off for his walk, Zhang Sujuan could not manage the stall alone. The market in Zhugo town held on days ending in 4 and 9, the 4th, 9th, 14th, 19th, 24th, and 29th of each lunar month. On those days, people from surrounding villages flocked to the fair, selling all manner of goods. The crowd was a mixed bag. Idlers, hooligans, thieves, and ruffians all came to mingle. This was precisely why Yi Chimei had come along. But people of this era were different from those in later years. Should a thief be caught, they would be beaten mercilessly. The road was crowded with pedestrians, all seemingly bound for the market. Yet few carried a massive sack as Lin Yuanshan did. Combined with his tall, handsome figure, all eyes along the way kept drifting toward him. Some bold young wives even giggled and exchanged whispers as they passed, which made Yi Chimei's face turn stern. She shot those women sharp, reproachful glares. "Ho!" As a man drove past on a mule cart, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up with fascination. He turned to Zhang Sujuan and said, "Mom, someday we should buy a big blue mule for our family." Zhang Sujuan rolled her eyes at her son and retorted sharply, "What would we need a mule for? We have nothing to pull. How could it be useless? If I bring back plenty of game in the future, wouldn't I need a mule to haul it up the mountain?" Heh. Hearing her son's boastful words, Zhang Sujuan couldn't help but let out a scornful chuckle. She then dealt a sharp slap to Lin Yuanshan's shoulder. "Stop boasting, would you? If you really can bag that much game, I'll climb the mountain myself and carry it down for you. Then I don't need you." Lin Yuanshan muttered a few words under his breath, but Zhang Sujuan ignored him and instead started chatting with Yi Chimei beside him. The 3 of them walked for about an hour and finally arrived at the market. "Dasha, you 2 wait here for a moment. Let me go down and check around to see where we should sell our goods, and I'll ask about the prices at the same time." "All right." Lin Yuanshan set the sack down on the ground and found a stone by the roadside to sit on. When Yi Chimei saw this, she quickly grabbed Lin Yuanshan's arm. "Oh, don't sit on the stone, it's so cold. I brought a small stool from home, you take it." As she spoke, Yi Chimei reached into her small basket and pulled out a small wooden stool, handing it to him. "Then what will you sit on?" Lin Yuanshan didn't take the stool, because when she had just picked it up, he had noticed there was only one in her basket. Yi Chimei reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her pale, delicate ear, and said softly, "I don't need to sit. You carried that heavy sack all the way here, you must be tired. You take it." "No need, I'm young and full of energy. Sitting on the stone is fine for me." Lin Yuanshan plopped down onto the stone, making Yi Chimei both angry and anxious. But with so many people passing by around them, her shyness kept her from insisting. She could only pout and watch him. Eventually unable to bear her steady gaze, Lin Yuanshan patted his backside, stood up, and took the stool to sit down. Only then did Yi Qingmei's face light up with a satisfied smile, and she reached in her basket to pull out a military-style canteen, offering it to him. I brought hot water from home, have a drink. Looking at the worn canteen before him, Lin Yuanshan didn't refuse again, but instead unscrewed the lid and took a couple of sips. This was a Type 65 military canteen with no insulation properties, but Yi Qingmei had knitted a wool cover for it that at least helped retain warmth, so the water inside was still tepid. Sister Qingmei, you should have a couple of sips too. After finishing, Lin Yuanshan handed the canteen back to Yi Qingmei. As she took it and was about to drink, she suddenly remembered he had been drinking directly from the spout. If she drank now, wasn't that essentially? A blush spread across her delicate face, and though she wanted to wipe the rim clean, she worried Lin Yuanshan might think too much of it. Lin Yuanshan had clearly realized the same thing, a faint smile playing on his lips as his bright eyes fixed on Yi Qingmei. Yi Qingmei hesitated for a long while, reminding herself they'd soon be husband and wife, then turned away and took a cautious sip with her face still flushed, quickly tightening the lid afterward. Heh, heh. At Lin Yuanshan's chuckles, Yi Qingmei stamped her foot and scolded him affectionately. Dasha you. My mom's back. Lin Yuanshan's grin vanished as he pointed behind Yi Qingmei. She turned to look, but saw no sign of Zhang Sujuan. Only then did she realize she'd been tricked. Swiveling back around, she seized his ear and ground out through clenched teeth. So bold of you to deceive me now. Lin Yuanshan, never expecting his normally gentle Yi Qingmei to actually strike, felt sharp pain shoot through his ear and hurriedly begged for mercy with a pained expression. Sister Qingmei, I was wrong. There are so many people here. Only then did Yi Qingmei notice everyone passing by had been watching her delicate face burning crimson as she quickly covered her face and crouched down. Looking at the crouching Yi Qingmei, Lin Yuanshan felt an overwhelming wave of tenderness well up in his heart, and he gently reached out to pat her shoulder, smiling. Sister Qingmei, my mom's back, let's go. No, you're lying again. Yi Qingmei kept her face buried and refused to get up, convinced Lin Yuanshan was deceiving her once more. Qingmei, how did Dasha trick you? Tell your aunt, and I'll sort him out. At the sound of Zhang Sujuan's voice, Yi Qingmei quickly looked up to find her smiling down at her. Overcome with embarrassment and frustration, tears nearly sprang to her eyes. Zhang Sujuan stepped forward and took her hand, casting an irritated glance at Lin Yuanshan. Hurry up and carry that sack ahead, then get to work. Right away. Lin Yuanshan replied with a cheeky grin, hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, and followed the two women off. Zhang Sujuan had chosen a spot on the meat vendor's street in the market lined entirely with butchers and sellers of live poultry, like chickens, ducks, geese, along with some cats and dogs. Basically the primary destination for anyone shopping for meat. She had gone down earlier to scout out how many vendors were selling bear meat today, and luckily, they were the only ones. Wild boar had 3 sellers, and after asking about their prices, she had a clear idea of what to charge. As soon as Lin Yuanshan arrived with the sack on his back at the spot Zhang Sujuan had selected, a pork vendor nearby began shouting, Hey, 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 this is my spot, move along. Lin Yuanshan chuckled at the demand and tossed the sack to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Straightening up and rolling his neck, he turned to the man. Is this your land? Go call it, and see if it answers. Lin Yuanshan understood the man was trying to drive them away to protect his own business, but backing down now would only encourage more hostility. The man studied Lin Yuanshan's towering frame and defiant expression, recognizing he'd found his match. With bystanders watching and the younger man seeming no threat, he grabbed a boning knife from his table and waved it menacingly at Lin Yuanshan, his voice laced with threats. Kid, this is my turf. Back off now, or I'll carve you open. Yi Qingmei's face drained of color at the sight of the drawn blade, and she hurried forward to tug at Lin Yuanshan's sleeve, whispering urgently. Dasha, maybe we should find another place to sell. Lin Yuanshan glanced back at her with a reassuring grin. Don't worry, Sister Qingmei. Step back a bit, so I don't get you hurt. Turning back to face the man, his expression darkened completely, his eyes cold as he locked onto his opponent. Are you sure you want this? The man's resolve wavered under that piercing gaze, but the knife in his hand bolstered his courage, and it was a choice he'd deeply regret. The man only felt a dark shadow flash before his eyes, followed by a sudden searing pain in his right wrist. The boning knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The man clutched his wrist and let out agonized screams, feeling as though his wrist had been struck by an iron hammer. He suspected it might be broken. The man's cries quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Since ancient times, people had a fondness for gathering to watch spectacle, and soon a circle had formed. At that moment, another middle-aged man on the side stepped in as a peacemaker and said to Lin Yuanshan, Young man, old Zhang was only trying to frighten you. You went a bit too hard on him. You want to stick your neck out for him. Where were you just now? Come here, let me see how many horns you have. Lin Yuanshan made no effort to placate him. He stepped forward 2 paces, closing the distance until he stood right before the speaker. That reckless, defiant aura sent the man stumbling backward in fear. Just then a woman appeared beside him, grabbed him firmly, and pulled him back, whispering a sharp rebuke. You've got nothing better to do, huh? This isn't any of your business. Having said that, the woman turned to Lin Yuanshan with a smile. Young man, my husband had too much to drink this morning. Please don't mind him. This is a public place where anyone can set up. We're all just trying to make a living. Seeing that the woman was sensible and reasonable, Lin Yuanshan's expression softened. He then turned to the crowd around him and spoke. Everyone here witnessed it. This man was being unreasonable and aggressive, refusing to let us set up our stalls. When we objected, he pulled a knife. I was defending myself. With that said, not caring whether the onlookers understood, Lin Yuanshan walked directly over to old Zhang, who was still whining on the ground, squatted down, and stared at him. Old Zhang had originally intended to keep up his act a little longer, hoping to stir up the collective anger of the surrounding vendors. He never expected Lin Yuanshan to resolve everything with just a few words. Seeing Lin Yuanshan crouched down, old Zhang instinctively flinched, then looked up and bared his teeth in a grin. Brother, I was blind today. Tell me, how can we let this pass? Let it go at that. I'm a hunter. I'll often come here to sell game I've shot, and sometimes my mother will bring items to sell too. It would be best if we could live in peace. But if you try to sabotage me behind my back, I won't hesitate to handle it my own way. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, old Zhang's heart dropped. He had truly not expected Lin Yuanshan to be a hunter. If he had known in advance, he would never have stepped up. After all, in this area of Changbai Mountain, most people were unwilling to provoke hunters. Even local thugs and ruffians gave hunters a wide berth. Those who went into the mountains to hunt carried a fierce nature, and if pushed too far, they really would pull a trigger. He had originally seen a young man with 2 women behind him and thought he could flex his authority. Instead, he had kicked against an iron plate. Still trembling with fear, old Zhang was also quick-witted. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan did not seem difficult to deal with, he immediately changed his tone, patted his chest, and made a promise. Brother, rest assured, I, old Zhang, have some standing in this area. From now on, whenever you come to sell, just set up right beside me. I'll reserve a spot for you, and absolutely no one will come looking for trouble. Seeing that old Zhang was being so reasonable, Lin Yuanshan felt it was pointless to press further. He reached out, grabbed old Zhang's right hand, and gave it a gentle massage. I'll give it a rub. When you get home, apply some medicinal wine. You should recover most of it by tomorrow. Ah, thank you, brother. Old Zhang had originally feared Lin Yuanshan would strike again, his heart tight with fear and urgency, the pain in his hand drawing constant cries. But when he heard Lin Yuanshan's words, he suddenly understood the man's meaning and repeatedly expressed his thanks. After Lin Yuanshan finished massaging him, old Zhang moved his wrist around. Although it still ached somewhat, it felt completely different from before. That piercing, unbearable pain was gone. Brother, my name is Zhang Dajiang. I live right in Zhugo town. We didn't come to blows for nothing today. If you ever need anything from me, just come find me. Excellent. Zhang Dajiang felt deeply honored that Lin Yuanshan had agreed. He quickly cleared space beside his own stall and said with a smile, come brother, set up here. It's flat. After resolving the matter, Lin Yuanshan had Zhang Sujuan and the other 2 stay behind to sell meat while he strolled along the meat section, heading toward the dog market. There were quite a few people selling dogs at the dog market, some with puppies, others with larger dogs. Most buyers purchased adult dogs for consumption, since it was difficult to predict whether a puppy would grow up to be a capable hunter, whereas larger dogs had already reached their full form. However, buying a dog at the market required a discerning eye. After all, the offspring of hunting dogs were generally not brought to market for sale. Most were either kept by the owner or sold directly to other hunters. So the majority of dogs sold here were ordinary ones. Lin Yuanshan checked out several stalls in succession, but none satisfied him. While it was difficult to determine whether a puppy possessed the qualities of a hunting dog, when young, certain basic criteria still existed. After all, from the paws, hindquarters, muzzle, and the eyes, one could roughly gauge what the dog would look like when fully grown. Of course, there were also some particularly special hunting dogs that did not appear impressive by appearance alone, yet possessed extraordinary abilities. Lin Yuanshan knew of several such dogs, but he had no idea where they were currently staying. Just as Lin Yuanshan was halfway through the dog market, he suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered ahead. His eyes lit up immediately, for situations like this usually meant something novel and exciting had occurred. Taking advantage of his tall and sturdy frame, Lin Yuanshan forced his way into the crowd. Hey, watch where you're pushing. A man who had nearly lost his balance just as he was about to curse suddenly saw Lin Yuanshan towering over him by a full head. Meeting those sharply raised brows, he immediately swallowed his profanity. Using clever leverage rather than brute force, Lin Yuanshan parted the people ahead of him. After considerable effort, he finally squeezed into the center of the circle. At this point, Lin Yuanshan could finally make out what had drawn the crowd's attention. A massive wolf-green dog was tied to a tree by the roadside, completely ignoring everyone around it, its gaze locked intensely on a single man. This wolf-green dog was roughly 2 sizes larger than an ordinary one. Judging by its weight, it must have exceeded 100 jin. For reference, an ordinary wolf-green dog typically weighed between 50 and 80 jin, making this specimen noticeably heavier and clearly quite large. Swish! Swish! The man, seeing the wolf-green dog bare its teeth at him, immediately raised his whip and struck out. Faced with the whip strikes, the wolf-green dog merely tilted its head slightly, avoiding its vulnerable eyes. Its gaze remained fixated on the man with deadly intensity. If not for the thick iron chain binding it nearby, it would have lunged at him long ago. Lin Yuanshan felt quite surprised at this sight, for dogs rarely turned on their own masters. Big brother, what's going on here? Lin Yuanshan patted a man beside him, hoping to learn what was happening. The man, who had been eagerly watching the spectacle, waved his hand impatiently at the interruption. I have no idea. Another man nearby, clearly well-informed, spoke up to explain. That dog belongs to this man's father. Now that his father has passed, he's bringing it to the market to sell. But as soon as the dog arrived, it just lay on the ground and ignored him. To make it move for the crowd, the man whipped it, and that's when the dog snapped and went after him. Oh, what happened? Lin Yuanshan nodded thoughtfully and lost interest. Though this wolf-green dog was larger and appeared more ferocious than usual, it shared a fatal weakness. Its speed had declined. No matter how fierce a predator that couldn't catch its prey was useless. As Lin Yuanshan prepared to leave, the man did something unexpected. He deliberately took 2 steps forward, attempting to provoke the dog into action. This gesture made Lin Yuanshan pause. He decided to watch the spectacle further, having noticed the chain was not taut, meaning the dog could still get closer to the man. Sure enough, as the man drew 2 more steps toward the wolf-green dog, the beast suddenly moved. Its hind legs dug into the ground, and its entire body lunged forward, jaws snapping toward the man's throat. Snap! Crunch! Oh my! The iron chain went taut as a sickening sound echoed through the air, the grinding of the wolf-green dog's teeth. The crowd erupted in startled cries, and the man collapsed onto his backside, his face draining of color. Had he taken just 1 more step, his neck would likely have been severed. The man sat on the ground, nearly scared into urinating himself, while Lin Yuanshan watched the wolf-green dog with keen interest. Having missed its strike, the dog calmly returned to its original position and sat there placidly, as though it had not just nearly killed a man. What drew Lin Yuanshan's interest was the remarkable speed of its lunge, far beyond what one would expect from a dog of its substantial build. You bastard! I'll kill you! The man finally regaining his composure, his eyes turned red with fury. In that fleeting moment, he had truly believed he was about to die. Now terror and rage surged within him, and he grabbed the whip, brutally lashing out at the wolf-green dog. The wolf-green dog remained calm, sitting unmoving without a single cry of pain. Alright, are you still selling this dog or not? Lin Yuanshan stepped forward and shouted loudly. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's voice, the man finally snapped out of his daze and whirled around, his expression murderous. Sell it. Of course I'm selling it. Take the dog for 150 yuan. Before Lin Yuanshan could speak, the crowd broke into murmurs. Oh, is he out of his mind? Asking 150 yuan for that dog. I wouldn't give 50. Exactly. That dog is only good for meat. As fat as it is, it'll yield maybe 50 jin. That works out to 3 yuan per jin already. This guy must be furious from the beating. He's just throwing out random prices. Hearing the man's asking price, Lin Yuanshan did not hesitate. He tossed out a single sentence and turned to leave. Keep it yourself. The man watched Lin Yuanshan walk away without saying a word, only calling out loudly once Lin Yuanshan had disappeared through the crowd. What price are you offering? With his back to the crowd, a faint smile played on Lin Yuanshan's lips as he said without turning around, 50 yuan. The moment Lin Yuanshan named his price, the man let out an angry bellow. How is that possible? Even selling it for meat would fetch more than that. At least 120 yuan. 80 yuan. I only want it out of pity to keep as a watchdog at home. And agreed. 80 yuan includes the iron chain as well. Hearing that Lin Yuanshan wanted the chain too, the man realized this was a serious buyer. Glancing around and seeing no one else interested, he bit his lip and finally said, 100 yuan. Anything less, and I won't sell. It'll go to the butcher instead. Upon hearing the man's counteroffer, Lin Yuanshan wore a hesitant expression, and the onlookers began discussing among themselves. Young man, don't buy this dog. It even attacked its own family. There's no way you can control it. Exactly. Bringing this thing home could injure your own family. Wouldn't that be inviting trouble into your house? Of course, some held a different view, believing the dog had turned violent because its owners had mistreated it. Watching the crowd's murmurs, the man's face flushed red and pale in turn. Seeing Lin Yuanshan's hesitation, he couldn't help but call out to him. Young man, are you buying or not? If not, I'll find someone to slaughter it right here and sell the meat. Fine, 100 yuan. I'll take it. After a moment of apparent deliberation, Lin Yuanshan finally made up his mind. The man, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally made the sale. Lin Yuanshan stepped back into the circle, and this time the crowd willingly parted for him. Give me the money, and I'll take the dog. Actually, I don't have that much cash on me. Could you come with me to fetch it? Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened instantly. Glaring at Lin Yuanshan, he said, Kid, are you fooling around with me? TCH, do I have time for that? How about you wait here while I go get the money? The man's eyes darted back and forth, fearful that Lin Yuanshan would disappear once he left, never to be found again. A perfect mark like him didn't come often. Where are you going to get the money? I'll go with you. What about the dog? What if someone leads it away while we're gone? Good point. How about this? Could one of you big brothers or big sisters do me a favor? My wife and mother are selling meat just ahead near old Zhang's stall. Whoever could deliver a message for me and have them bring 100 yuan over. I've bought a dog. The moment Lin Yuanshan spoke, a man in the crowd immediately raised his hand. Young man, I'll deliver the message for you. I know old Zhang. I buy meat from him regularly. Great, thank you, big brother. Meanwhile, over at another stall, Zhang Sujuan and Yi Qingmei had just set out their bear meat when a crowd immediately gathered. After all, no matter where you are, someone who can hunt a bear is no ordinary person. Zhang Dajiang, standing nearby, glanced at the bear meat inside the sack and felt a shiver of dread deep within. He silently rejoiced that he had yielded in time, otherwise he feared he would have suffered an even greater loss. How much for the bear meat? Fatty cuts, 5 yuan per jin. Front and hind legs, 3.5 yuan. Tenderloin, 4 yuan. Zhang Sujuan had also come to sell mountain goods a few times before, so she began hawking with ease. In the past, Yi Qingmei, and she often worked in tandem with Zhang Sujuan handling the haw. Yi Qingmei managed the accounts. As expected, Zhang Sujuan's cries for customers immediately attracted no little attention. Since only her family was selling bear meat, that day a crowd quickly gathered around to purchase it. Why is your bear meat so expensive? I only paid 3 yuan for the pork belly last time. Give me a discount, and I'll buy 2 jin. An elderly woman reached out and sorted through a particularly fatty piece of bear belly, bargaining with Zhang Sujuan. With a smile playing on her lips, Zhang Sujuan flipped the cut of meat over and pointed to the thick layer of fat on top. Annie, look at this fat. It's easily 4 fingers thick. Once you render it down, it'll last you the entire winter. That's still too steep. Match my price of 3 yuan, and I'll take 2 jin. Zhang Sujuan could see the old woman was stubbornly set on driving down the price, and that she was simply looking for a bargain, so she smiled and shook her head. Andy, why don't you look around at other stalls? I really can't go any lower on the price. Just then a middle-aged woman, wearing work clothes, pointed to the finest cut of pork belly. Weigh this piece for me. The moment those words left her lips, the elderly woman nearby bristled at once. Hey, how can you be like this? Don't you know anything about first come first served? This piece of meat, I spotted it first. However, the middle-aged woman proved no pushover either. She cast a sidelong glance at the old woman and retorted sharply, didn't you complain it was too expensive? You've got to actually pay for this stuff. If spotting something means you own it, then nobody here could sell a damn thing. The elderly woman was left speechless by the middle-aged woman's sharp rebuttal, while Zhang Sujuan was clearly grateful for her straightforward defense and immediately weighed that particular cut of meat. Sister, that comes to 5 jin and 7 taels in total. Yi Qingmei quickly crunched the numbers from the side. 28 yuan and 5 jiao. Zhang Sujuan waved her hand dismissively and said with a grin, Sister, just give me 28 yuan. Upon hearing she'd saved 5 jiao, the middle-aged woman's face lit up with delight. She pulled out her wallet and handed over a 28 yuan bill. You're generous, sister. Here you go. Yi Qingmei took the money, examined it carefully, and tucked it into her bag. With the middle-aged woman setting the example, the surrounding crowd began making their purchases, fearful of missing out on the prime cuts of fat. So much so that even the elderly woman ended up buying 2 jin. While the two were buried in the rush, a man suddenly pushed through the crowd and called out to Zhang Sujuan. Sis, your son bought a dog over there. He sent me to tell you to bring him 100 yuan. Hearing that Lin Yuanshan had actually purchased a dog for 100 yuan, Zhang Sujuan winced, pursing her lips as she muttered under her breath. What a handful. That boy treats money like it's nothing, spending so freely. Yet she understood that buying a dog was practical. The mountains demanded loyal companions more than people. She turned to Yi Qingmei instead. Qingmei, do we have enough from today's sales? Yes, shall I deliver it to Deshan? Go ahead. I'll keep watch here. Yi Qingmei withdrew a stack of bills from her shoulder bag, handed it to Zhang Sujuan, and followed the man toward the dog market, clutching the money tightly. Sis, Qingmei over here. Lin Yuanshan, standing tall and spotting her from afar, waved her over. Yi Qingmei quickened her pace as she entered. The crowd had already thinned since the spectacle was over, leaving more space to move through. Here, 120 yuan. This is the dog you wanted to buy. Yi Qingmei handed over the money, then glanced shyly at the wolf dog seated on the ground. Their family's old yellow dog weighed barely 70 pounds. Nothing compared to the wolf dog's towering frame and imposing presence, which made Yi Qingmei uneasy just looking at it. Yes. Lin Yuanshan replied without another word, counting out 10 bills from the stack and handing them to the seller. The man tallied the payment, inspected each note carefully, then tucked it into his chest pocket and gave Lin Yuanshan a nod. Right on the money. The dog's yours now. Lin Yuanshan nodded and made his way over to the poplar tree where the dog was tethered, reaching for the chain. The onlookers held their breath, and even the seller paused to watch how the wolf dog would react. The wolf dog remained seated, tracking Lin Yuanshan's approach with alert eyes, but he acted as though he didn't notice, moving straight to the tree and unfastening the chain. Whoosh! The instant the chain came loose, the wolf dog launched itself. Not at Lin Yuanshan, but at the seller. Thud! Lin Yuanshan, already anticipating the lunge, gripped the chain with steady hands and hauled the 100-plus-pound animal back, slamming it to the ground. The wolf dog scrambled up and shifted its target, launching itself at Lin Yuanshan with fangs bared and glinting in the daylight. Up! Yi Qingmei gasped, her face draining of color as her knees weakened. Lin Yuanshan remained calm as the wolf dog lunged. He dropped his stance, pivoted swiftly, and caught the creature's neck in a powerful arm. Gur! Gur! The wolf dog fought desperately, baring its teeth and clawing at the ground in a bid to break free, but Lin Yuanshan's iron grip only tightened with each struggle, constricting its windpipe until the beast finally passed out. Slap! Lin Yuanshan tossed the wolf dog onto the ground like discardable refuse. It lay motionless, its faint chest movements the only proof it still drew breath. The seller watched the wolf dog collapse and grew unsettled by Lin Yuanshan's brutal efficiency. Fearing he might revoke the sale, he melted back into the crowd and vanished. Yi Qingmei, initially frightened by the wolf dog's ferocity, now worried it might be dead. If so, the money would be wasted. She crept closer to Lin Yuanshan and whispered, Deshan, do you think it's dead? No, he merely fainted. Lin Yuanshan's words instantly relieved Yi Qingmei, glad that he was still alive. Lang Qing's massive physique had indeed not been in vain. Before even a full pipe of smoke could be consumed, the wolf dog on the ground stirred and suddenly leapt to its feet. The sudden movement startled Yi Qingmei, who clung tightly to Lin Yuanshan's arm with both small hands. Lin Yuanshan, however, remained calm. Observing that Lang Qing's eyes had grown noticeably clearer, he tentatively reached out to stroke the dog's head. Lang Qing clearly resented having its head touched, instinctively shrinking back before opening its jaws to snap. Yet upon catching sight of Lin Yuanshan's cold, piercing gaze, it immediately shut its mouth, and instead leaned forward, eagerly submitting to his touch. Watching Lang Qing's docile demeanor, a satisfied smile curled Lin Yuanshan's lips. He patted the dog's head and said, "From now on you shall be called Xiao Qing." Standing nearby, Yi Qingmei found the grand, imposing creature beneath that delicate name amusingly incongruous, and she asked curiously, "Dasha, with such a massive frame, why wasn't it named Qing instead?" Lin Yuanshan grinned broadly upon hearing this, then pointed toward the wolf dog's underbelly. "Because she's a female." Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at the wolf dog's lower belly, confirming that Xiao Qing was indeed a female to her surprise. Typically, male wolf dogs dwarf females in size, yet this one stood dozens of pounds heavier than an ordinary male, truly rare. Moreover, her earlier ferocity seemed entirely out of character for a breed renowned for its docility. Once Lin Yuanshan had successfully subdued the wolf dog, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Holding the chain in one hand, Lin Yuanshan turned to Yi Qingmei and spoke. "Sister Qingmei, shall we head back?" "Oh right, Annie must be struggling alone over there." Only then did Yi Qingmei snap out of her daze, realizing she'd been so absorbed in the tension that she'd forgotten Zhang Sujuan was handling things by herself. Without waiting for Lin Yuanshan, she hurried ahead to assist. Lin Yuanshan trailed behind at a leisurely pace, with Xiao Qing remaining remarkably composed throughout the journey. Nevertheless, her enormous frame sent bystanders scrambling to give her a wide berth, fearful of a bite. When Lin Yuanshan finally returned to the stall, Zhang Sujuan had nearly sold through all the meat, with only a single bear carcass and 3 wild boar sections remaining. At the sight of Lin Yuanshan leading such a massive dog, Zhang Sujuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she muttered to herself, "What would a beast that size even require to eat?" Lin Yuanshan rolled his eyes at the comment and retorted sharply, "Mom, stop being so stingy. The dog can understand you. It went hunting up the mountain, so it's already provided for itself." Zhang Sujuan considered this and conceded that her son had a point. They'd already made over 1,000 yuan that day, so the dog's meal cost was negligible. Noticing Zhang Sujuan's growing displeasure, Yi Qingmei quickly intervened in a hushed tone. "Dasha, auntie has simply grown accustomed to living frugally. Xiao Qing isn't being cheap, is she?" As if catching her own name, the wolf dog glanced back at Yi Qingmei before returning its gaze forward, indifferent to everything around it. Yi Qingmei's words struck a chord with Zhang Sujuan, who happily took her hand. "Exactly. That boy of mine has no sense of managing a household. You'll need to keep him in line going forward." Zhang Sujuan's remark made Yi Qingmei flush deeply, and she lowered her head in silence, nervously twisting the hem of her cotton jacket. The three of them continued selling for a while longer, moving another piece of wild boar meat, leaving only a bear carcass and 2 portions of wild boar from the day's supply. Lin Yuanshan sliced off small pieces of pork and bear meat, which immediately caught Xiao Qing's attention. She sniffed the aroma and extended her tongue to lick Lin Yuanshan's hand. Watching Xiao Qing finally drop her aloof demeanor, Lin Yuanshan laughed heartily and tossed her the meat. Xiao Qing delicately secured a chunk of wild boar in her jaws, swallowing it whole without chewing, then rapidly devoured the bear meat, as well gazing up at Lin Yuanshan with bright, expectant eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan gently stroked her head and spoke softly. "Taste it for now, and next time you climb the mountain you'll have your fill." Xiao Qing seemed to understand, shook her fur, and settled at his feet. "Mom, if we can't sell it, let's just take it home and eat it ourselves." Having waited an extended period without a buyer, Lin Yuanshan decided to simply bring the remaining meat home. Just then Zhang Dajiang approached with a smile. "Brother, don't bother taking that back. Just sell it to me directly." Lin Yuanshan immediately waved his hand in refusal, unwilling to incur even a minor obligation. "No need, Brother Zhang. You run a meat shop yourself. It'd be improper to spend money on meat from me." To his surprise, Zhang Dajiang, upon hearing this, appeared to reach a decision and stated firmly, "Brother, since you call me older brother, consider this settled. I know I sell meat every day, but I've barely tasted bear meat myself. I'd like to take some home to try." "All right, Mom, weigh that bear meat for him." Given how Zhang Dajiang had phrased it, Lin Yuanshan stopped hesitating and asked Zhang Sujuan to measure the bear meat. 3 Jin 2 Liang. Just give me 8 yuan. That won't do. The price should reflect the actual amount, right? 9 yuan and 6 mao. Here." Lin Yuanshan accepted the money from Zhang Dajiang's hand and handed back the 60 mao change. "Brother Zhang, let's not go back and forth like this. We'll have plenty of time in the days ahead." "Haha, very well." After selling the bear meat, Zhang Sujuan was about to pack up the stall when a customer arrived wanting to buy wild boar meat. She rounded down the price and sold it immediately. After bidding farewell to Zhang Dajiang, the three of them headed straight to the town supply and marketing cooperative. With regulations now fully relaxed, purchasing a bicycle only required money. No coupons were needed. Following Lin Yuanshan's suggestion, they settled on a Phoenix brand bicycle for 213 yuan. After buying the bicycle, both women grew quite excited, each taking turns pushing it for a while. They didn't even want to peel off the protective film on the frame. Neither of them knew how to ride a bicycle, and the only one who could, Lin Yuanshan, had to lead Xiaoqing. So throughout the journey, they alternated pushing the bike. Xiaoqing stayed obediently by Lin Yuanshan's side the entire way, though he knew the calm exterior masked real danger. He kept a firm grip on the chain, never letting go, fearful she might suddenly lash out and bite either Zhang Sujuan or Yi Qingmei. On the way back, Xiaoqing remained remarkably calm and steady throughout the journey. The group returned to Wazi village unscathed, and barely had they entered the settlement when they ran into several villagers. "Oh, is that a new bicycle, Sujuan? Wow, and look at that big dog." "Yes, indeed. I went to the market today and sold the bear meat Dashan had just hunted. That boy insisted on buying me a bicycle, saying it's convenient for getting around." "Haha, Dashan is such a filial child." Zhang Sujuan naturally struck up a conversation with the villagers. Seeing no sign that Zhang Sujuan intended to leave, Lin Yuanshan quickly nodded his chin toward Yi Qingmei. A slight smile touched Yi Qingmei's lips as she glanced softly at Lin Yuanshan before leaning in to whisper to Zhang Sujuan. "Auntie, shall I head back first to make dinner?" "Oh, that's fine. Let Dashan go back with you." Zhang Sujuan had finally had her moment of triumph and wasn't eager to leave so soon. She planned to stay and chat in the street for a while. After greeting the others, Lin Yuanshan walked home with Yi Qingmei. Along the way, once they were alone, he turned to her and spoke. "Sister Qingmei, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Yi Qingmei had been looking down, lost in thought. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, she quickly raised her head and gazed at him with her bright, clear eyes, a hint of confusion in her expression. The tenderness he saw in Yi Qingmei's eyes moved him, and he reached out to take her hand. Startled, she hastily retreated 2 steps. But almost instantly, Yi Qingmei came to her senses. This man before her would be her husband. Blushing, she whispered an explanation. "There are too many people on the street." Lin Yuanshan chuckled and didn't press the issue, then continued with a plan he'd been considering for some time. "Sister Qingmei, I was thinking, perhaps you could help my mother sell meat at the market from now on." "Huh?" Yi Qingmei was puzzled by his words. Wasn't she already accompanying Auntie to sell meat? Lin Yuanshan noticed her confusion and hastened to clarify. "Sister Qingmei, what I mean is that in the future neither you nor my mother should go to the mountains to gather wild goods anymore." "But..." Yi Qingmei grew anxious at once. All of Yi family's expenses, including Yi Qingzhu's tuition, came from what she earned gathering wild goods. If Lin Yuanshan wouldn't let her go to the mountains anymore, how would the Yi family survive? Lin Yuanshan raised his hand to calm her, then shared his thoughts. "Sister Qingmei, here's what I was thinking. We'll be married soon, so we'll be family. Naturally, we'll both take care of grandmother Yi together. As for Qingzhu, as long as she can pursue her education, I'll support her all the way." He left out any mention of Yi Qinglan. He assumed she'd marry eventually, so there'd be no need to worry about her then. Yet rather than showing joy at his proposal, Yi Qingmei furrowed her brow. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Dashan, I still want to go to the mountains to gather wild goods." Watching her resolute expression, Lin Yuanshan sighed inwardly. Though she appeared delicate on the surface, she possessed remarkable inner strength. Otherwise, she couldn't have shouldered the entire family's burden alone. Keeping her at home dependent on him clearly went against her nature. "Sister Qingmei, how about this arrangement? From now on, when De Huang accompanies me hunting in the mountains, we'll follow the traditional division. The dog gets 1 share regardless of what we hunt." Yi Qingmei's eyes widened at the proposal, and she immediately shook her head. "No, that's far too generous. We've never divided things this way in our village." This method of calculation represented the most equitable approach among hunters collaborating. Typically 1 share per person, 1 per gun, and 1 per dog, though numerous details existed within this framework. By this system, the previous wild boar hunt would involve 4 shares. Lin Yuanshan, Su Mingho, De Huang, and 1 firearm. At 500 yuan for the boar, each share would amount to 125 yuan. The black bear hunt was even more substantial, potentially yielding nearly 1,000 yuan per share. This explained her urgent refusal. 2 successful hunts would generate income matching nearly a year's earnings from gathering wild mountain goods. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Seeing her reject both proposals, Lin Yuanshan deliberately scowled, his eyebrows twitching with visible impatience. Noticing his displeasure, Yi Qingmei hurriedly approached and grasped his arm, pleading softly. "Could you give me some time to consider? I'd like to discuss this with Grandma first." "All right, then can you give me an answer tomorrow?" "Yes." Woof, woof, woof. As they led the dogs from the main eastern road onto a narrower path, De Huang caught the scent of another dog and erupted into frantic barking. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing appeared completely unfazed by the commotion, showing clear disdain for engaging with De Huang's antics, remaining serene as it followed close beside Lin Yuanshan. "Dashan, won't De Huang and the other dog get into fights later?" Yi Qingmei regarded Xiaoqing's sturdy build with mounting concern. There was no way her De Huang could prevail against such a formidable opponent. Lin Yuanshan chuckled and shook his head confidently. "Don't worry, they'll get along once they're acquainted. Let's bring De Huang to our place tonight, so they can familiarize themselves with each other's scent first." All right." Before they'd even reached their home, Lin Weiguo was already waiting at the door. Noticing Zhang Sujuan hadn't returned with them, he quickly called out. "Dashan, where's your mother?" "Oh, she's still chatting with someone in the street. She won't be back for a while." Lin Yuanshan flashed a mischievous wink at Lin Weigua, who immediately understood what his wife was up to. His attention then shifted to Xiao Qing beside them, and he couldn't help but whistle appreciatively at the dog's unusual size. Dashin, is this the dog you bought? Isn't it rather large? Can it even run properly? As a former renowned hunter, Lin Weigua immediately spotted the concern and voiced it directly. Lin Yuanshan reached out to pat Xiao Qing's head and offered his father a knowing smile. Dad, Xiao Qing's speed will be more than sufficient. Once she's comfortable, I'll let her run for you to see. Oh, I hope so. In front of Yi Qingmei, Lin Weigua kept his comments minimal. Even if Xiao Qing couldn't join them in the mountains, keeping her as a house dog would serve well enough, and it gave him a chance to remind Lin Yuanshan not to become too conceited. That evening in the Yi household, Yi Qingmei raised Lin Yuanshan's proposal at the dinner table. Upon hearing it, the family members reacted in markedly different ways. Yi Qingzhu, the youngest among them, was immediately thrilled at the news that Lin Yuanshan would fund her education, seeing nothing whatsoever amiss with it. Yi Qinglan remained as aloof and cold as ever, as though the matter concerned her not at all. Meanwhile, grandmother Yi pondered more deeply. Gazing at her eldest granddaughter, she spoke with a touch of emotion. Dasha is a good boy. Whatever the arrangement, our family has gained greatly from him. Yi Qingmei bit her lower lip, for this was precisely the dilemma weighing most heavily on her heart. At the same time in the Lin household, after Lin Yuanshan relayed the day's conversation to his father Lin Weigua and mother Zhang Sujuan, the latter nodded in hearty agreement. I think Dasha's idea is perfectly sound. From now on, let's treat them as family. No need to be so meticulous about counting every detail. It was Lin Weigua on the other side who furrowed his brow in silence. Watching his wife's excited expression, he finally raised his head and looked at Lin Yuanshan. Yuanshan, I'm afraid that girl Qingmei won't agree to this. Lin Yuanshan looked up at his father in surprise, then nodded and said, Sister Qingmei said she'd go back and discuss it, but I estimate she won't agree. Oh, why not? We'd all be one family. How could that be any worse? Zhang Sujuan, whose straightforward nature rarely delved into deeper considerations, asked with genuine bewilderment. You've watched Qingmei grow up yourself. Don't you know her temperament? Could she bear to stay at home every day relying on Dasha to support her? Then what should we do? Hearing this, Zhang Sujuan immediately felt there was truth in his words. It was indeed a perplexing problem. At that moment, Lin Weigua noticed the faint smile on his son's lips, and something clicked in his mind. He turned to Lin Yuanshan somewhat peevishly and said, Spit it out already if you've got some scheme. Why hide it from your own parents? Upon hearing that son already had a plan, Zhang Sujuan's eyes widened sharply. Lin Yuanshan, not daring to keep them waiting, hurriedly explained. Mom, Dad, why don't we simply hire Big Yellow? Hire? Lin Weigua and Zhang Sujuan exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard of hiring people for work, but hiring a dog was entirely new to them. Exactly. Big Yellow and Sister Qingmei would never accept money as a gift. So here's what we can do. Every time I go up the mountain, I'll count it as hiring Big Yellow to work. That way Sister Qingmei won't feel she's taking advantage, and we won't have to feel guilty either. And when we've gathered plenty of goods, you could hire Sister Qingmei to accompany you to sell the meat. Yes. How could I not have thought of that? Zhang Sujuan's eyes lit up. In the past, she and Yi Qingmei would climb the mountain together to gather forest products and sell them together, helping each other without any financial entanglement. But now when she went to the market to sell meat, Yi Qingmei would come along to lend a hand. It was essentially free labor. Zhang Sujuan offered her money and she refused, as she offered her gifts and she declined. Once or twice was fine, but if her son's suggestion were to become a regular practice, then hiring her for work was indeed an excellent idea. Though they would soon be one family, Yi Qingmei had not yet officially married into the Lin household. She still needed to support an entire household. One simply could not expect her to work endlessly without compensation. Then how much should I give her each time? Mom, you decide. After all, she'll be your daughter-in-law in the future. Oomph. Zhang Sujuan gave Lin Yuanshan an exasperated glance, then hurried off toward the Yi household. At 3 o'clock in the early morning in the Lin household courtyard, Big Yellow, who had been sleeping soundly in his kennel, suddenly perked up his ears. He emerged from the kennel and began growling softly toward the wall. Woof! Woof! At that moment, not far from Big Yellow, Xiao Qing also crawled out of her kennel, her eyes fixed intently on the Lin family's enclosing wall. Under the luminous moonlight, a yellow figure stood atop the Lin family wall, its small black eyes fixed squarely on Lin Yuanshan's western room. However, Xiao Qing's kennel happened to be right at the entrance of the western room, so after the yellow shadow took a few steps forward, it stopped. Woof! 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 Seeing the intruder Darius approaching, Big Yellow immediately barked at the top of his lungs. The commotion soon stirred the Lin family. Lin Yuanshan threw off his covers, threw on a cotton-padded jacket, grabbed his rifle, and rushed outside. Seeing Lin Yuanshan emerge, Big Yellow seemed to find his protector and barked even more fiercely. Lin Yuanshan held his rifle at the ready and scanned the surroundings, finding no sign of movement. Enough, stop barking. Lin Yuanshan reprimanded Big Yellow, then scanned along the base of the wall a few times. A suspicion began to form in his mind. Dasha, what's Big Yellow barking at? By then, Lin Weigua had also draped a cotton jacket over his shoulders and stepped out of the eastern room. Seeing his son pacing near the corner with his rifle, he quickly called out. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. A northern wind swept through and Lin Weigua shivered, pulling his jacket tighter around him. Hiss. You should get some rest too. You need to visit your sister's place tomorrow. I know. Lin Yuanshan had barely lain back down on the heated Kong when Big Yellow began barking again. Lin Yuanshan immediately grabbed his rifle and rushed out once more. Strange as it was the moment he appeared, Big Yellow fell silent. This back-and-forth repetition went on 7 or 8 times until by 6 in the morning the disturbance finally subsided. Young and vigorous as Lin Yuanshan was, losing a few hours of sleep made little difference. He remained full of energy. But Lin Weiguo was no match for it. Already constitutionally frail, the restless night had drained him, leaving him utterly listless and worn out. This sight stirred a wave of killing intent within Lin Yuanshan. He resolved silently that he would deal with that creature tonight. Dasha was at a yellow weasel last night. Lin Weiguo, no doubt a veteran hunter of many years, deduced the truth through simple reasoning alone. Yes, I trapped a couple of pelts a few days ago, and now it's come for revenge. With these words, Zhang Sujuan could no longer remain composed. She hastily reached over and pinched her son's arm, her tone urgent with worry. You foolish child, why go provoking those creatures? I was just thinking I should hurry and earn enough to buy a rifle. Yellow weasel pelts are quite valuable right now, so I set 2 traps. You reckless boy, you never cease to worry us. What are we to do now? Zhang Sujuan was caught between anger and anxiety, not knowing what to do. Surprised by his mother's level of fear, Lin Yuanshan could not help but laugh as he comforted her. Mom, don't worry. If it dares come back tonight, I guarantee it will never leave alive. I can use its pelt to make money. Why, you're still going to hunt it? Zhang Sujuan was taken aback by her son's boldness and immediately turned her desperate gaze toward her husband. Lin Weiguo frowned, raised his head to look at Lin Yuanshan, and then said, For creatures like this, if even one remains in a den, it will torment you endlessly. So if you're going to do it, finish the entire litter at once. Save yourselves the trouble. Understood. Lin Weiguo's words clearly stunned Zhang Sujuan, her eyes widening as she stared at her husband as though she did not recognize him at all. Weiguo, don't tell me you've tried this thing too. When did that happen? Facing Zhang Sujuan's questioning, Lin Weiguo made no attempt to hide anything, simply nodding in affirmation. I have. I'll explain it to you when I have time. Hearing Lin Weiguo's reply, Zhang Sujuan's expression darkened. She opened her mouth as if about to press further, but a sharp glance from Lin Weiguo silenced her, and she could only lower her head and sip her grain soup. Lin Yuanshan noticed something amiss about his mother, but paid it no mind. He quickly shoveled the rice in his bowl into his mouth, wiped his lips, and climbed down from the Kong. Mom, I'm done eating. I'll take the bus. I've already packed everything for you. Put on that new padded jacket. Got it. Lin Yuanshan returned to the west room, changed into his clothes, and glanced at the rifle resting on the cupboard. After hesitating for a moment, he decided against bringing it. It was far too conspicuous, and carrying it might not even let him board the bus. Lin Yuanshan tucked a small stack of banknotes into the inner pocket of his padded jacket, placing only the money for the bus fare in the outer pocket. In these days, having one's belongings stolen on a bus was an all too common occurrence. Even though Lin Yuanshan was capable, he was unwilling to take such a risk. As the saying went, everyone has their specialty, and in this line of work there were plenty of skilled hands. After securing the money, Lin Yuanshan picked up the bag his mother had long since prepared for him and set off south along the main road. 2 buses passed through here each day, bound for the town. One in the morning at 7 o'clock and one in the afternoon. However, most people traveled to town on foot or by bicycle, and very few spent money on the bus. It was right after the autumn harvest, so most people had not yet risen, and Lin Yuanshan encountered nobody along the way. Upon arriving at the spot, Lin Yuanshan slipped his hands into the pockets of his padded jacket and kept his eyes fixed on the direction from which the bus would come. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, a passenger bus came rumbling into view on the south road. Seeing Lin Yuanshan standing by the roadside, the driver honked twice. Beep, beep. Noticing this, Lin Yuanshan hurriedly waved his hand. The bus let out a piercing screech of brakes and came to a halt in front of him, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Lin Yuanshan covered his nose and coughed twice, then shouldered his bag and stepped onto the bus. Seeing that the bag Lin Yuanshan carried was not particularly large, the conductor said nothing. If the luggage had been too much, an extra baggage ticket would have been required. Lin Yuanshan stood on the bus and surveyed the interior, finally settling into a seat by the window. The bus rattled along and soon arrived at the town's bus station. Lin Yuanshan followed the crowd off the bus, went to the ticket office, and purchased a ticket to the county seat. He then waited in the waiting hall for the next departure. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that the bus bound for the county seat finally departed. After more than 2 hours of travel, Lin Yuanshan finally arrived in Pingda County. Lin Yuanshan's brother-in-law Wu Aihua worked at the county forestry bureau as a low-ranking official, while his sister worked at the bank. His father Wu Yuanjing served as deputy director of the county administration for industry and commerce, a man of considerable rank and influence. By all rights, someone from a family like that would never have married Lin Yuanjing, who came from an ordinary household. Yet Wu Aihua ultimately wed her, a fact that had left many people incredulous at the time. Lin Yuanshan was unclear how his sister and brother-in-law had met, but in his memory his sister had borne a son and a daughter to the Wu family, securing her position there quite firmly. Carrying his bag, Lin Yuanshan walked along the path he remembered in his mind toward the residential compound. Wu Aihua and Lin Yuanxing now lived together with Wu Dashan and his wife in company-allocated housing. The residential compound was not far from the bus station, so Lin Yuanshan simply walked observing the surrounding streets as he went. Gazing at the weather-beaten buildings that bore the marks of years gone by, he could not help but feel a wave of emotion. This place was about to undergo tremendous change. Dashin. Just as Lin Yuanshan was lost in thought gazing at the surrounding buildings, a clear feminine voice suddenly called from behind him. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yuanshan's heart gave a jolt. He turned around and saw a woman clad in a white padded coat sprinting toward him with an excited expression on her face. "Hey wife, slow down." Trailing behind the woman was a man in a uniform, none other than Lin Yuanshang's husband Wu Aihua. "Sis, don't run, be careful." Noticing this, Lin Yuanshan hastily set down what he was carrying and rushed to meet Lin Yuanshang. Hey, sis, slow down, don't crowd the child." Lin Yuanshang ran over and embraced her younger brother tightly. Lin Yuanshan hastily steadied her shoulders to keep her from pressing too close, then greeted Wu Aihua. "Brother-in-law, Dashin's here. Why didn't you let us know in advance?" Wu Aihua greeted him with a smile, then casually picked up the bag from the ground and fell in step behind the siblings. "Dashin, what happened to you?" After her initial excitement subsided, Lin Yuanshang finally registered the changes in her younger brother. She seized both of his arms and studied him carefully from head to toe. Wu Aihua too was puzzled. His brother-in-law had never been particularly bright before. Why did he seem completely different this time? "Sis, I've regained my clarity. It happened just 2 days ago." Lin Yuanshan briefly recounted the events of the past few days. Lin Yuanshang listened with tears streaming down her face. "Sis, isn't this a good thing? Why are you crying?" Lin Yuanshan awkwardly wiped the tears from his sister's face, only to find that more kept coming the harder he wiped. "Well then, Yuanshang, let's not stand here all day. Dashin hasn't eaten yet, has he? Let's go home and have a meal first." As expected, Wu Aihua's words immediately drew Lin Yuanshang's attention away. She reached up and wiped the tears from her face, then smiled and said, "That's right. Come on, Dashin, let's go home and eat first." Lin Yuanshang linked her right arm through Lin Yuanshan's and asked about recent events back home as they walked. Wu Aihua followed behind carrying the bag and felt a warm satisfaction seeing his wife's rare, genuine smile. "Yuanshang, back from your stroll?" "Yes, Auntie Zhang. This is my younger brother Lin Yuanshan." "Oh, what a fine-looking young man. Got a girlfriend yet?" "Not yet. Auntie Zhang, if you know of anyone suitable, please put in a good word for us." "No problem." Once they returned to the residential compound, Lin Yuanshang introduced Lin Yuanshan to everyone they met, as if afraid anyone might forget he was her younger brother. Fortunately, Lin Yuanshan had broad shoulders, long legs, and a resolute, handsome face. Even in his oversized padded jacket, his calm and poised demeanor did nothing to embarrass his sister. Lin Yuanshan felt as though his face had nearly cramped from smiling. At last they arrived at the Wu family home. Wu Aihua carried a bag, opened the door, and called out into the house. "Mama, look who's here." Song Qingju, who had been preparing lunch in the kitchen, heard this and pushed open the kitchen door, stepping out. "Who is it?" As soon as Song Qingju stepped out, she saw Lin Yuanshang arm in arm with a man. Myopic as she was, Song Qingju couldn't immediately identify Lin Yuanshan until he called out to her, "Uncle, it's Dashin." "Oh, Dashin." Upon hearing it was Lin Yuanshan, Song Qingju's face instantly lit up with surprise and delight. She hurried forward and took his hand. "Dashin, you haven't visited in quite some time. Your sister was mentioning you recently, and we were planning to come see you after she recovers from the birth." "Auntie, I'm here now, aren't I? This black bear I hunted a couple of days ago. I brought 2 bear paws for you and Uncle to nourish your health." "Oh my, this is far too precious. You should have sold them." Song Qingju took the bag and glanced inside, her face blooming with astonishment. After all, bear paws remained a rare and valuable delicacy in any era. Song Qingju knew well the worth of those 2 bear paws, and her mind was already racing through what kind of return gift she could prepare for Lin Yuanshan. "Auntie, don't say things like that. We're family." Lin Yuanshan's words struck right at Song Qingju's heart. She smiled warmly and reached out to pat his arm. "Dashin is right. Well then, Auntie will accept this. My daughter-in-law hasn't had much appetite these past few days, and I was wondering what to cook for her." "Aihua, take Dashin and the others inside to sit. I'll go prepare a few more dishes." Song Qingju asked Wu Aihua to lead the 2 guests into the sitting room, while she herself hurried back to the kitchen with the bag in hand. "Dad, we're back." Wu Yuanzhang was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper. Seeing Wu Aihua and Lin Yuanshang enter, he set the paper down and greeted them with a broad smile. "Yuanshang, you're back. You must be tired." "Uncle." Lin Yuanshan followed the 2 into the living room and paid his respects to the man seated on the sofa. It was only then that Wu Yuanzhang noticed Lin Yuanshan had arrived. He had an excellent memory and recognized him at a glance. "Dashin, you're here. Come have a seat." Wu Yuanzhang was in his early 50s, but decades of comfortable living made him look far younger than his actual age, closer to 40 perhaps. Wu Yuanzhang asked after the health of Lin Weigua and his wife, and Lin Yuanshan gave a brief account of recent events. While chatting, Wu Yuanzhang subtly studied Lin Yuanshan from head to toe. He knew this younger brother of his daughter-in-law well. He had seen him before. In the past, although Lin Yuanshan appeared outwardly normal, something in his eyes revealed that he was different from ordinary people. But this time Wu Yuanzhang found that Lin Yuanshan had completely transformed. Not only was his gaze clear and bright, but his entire demeanor had changed drastically. Having served as a leader for so many years, Wu Yuanjing naturally carried an aura of quiet authority. Though somewhat softened within the confines of his home, it still exerted considerable pressure on those around him. This was evident even in Wu Aihua. Despite being a modest leader himself, and now married, Wu Aihua still felt his heart race whenever his father grew angry. In stark contrast, since entering the sitting room, Lin Yuanshan had carried himself with neither arrogance nor servility, his gaze calm and composed. Such composure alone earned Wu Yuanjing's deep appreciation. What do you do back home these days, Dashan? After some conversation, Wu Yuanjing took the initiative to inquire about Lin Yuanshan's current situation. Uncle, I mostly hunt in the mountains now. Oh. The responses from those in the living room varied. Lin Yuanshan cast a worried glance at her younger brother, but with her father-in-law present, she held back her questions, hoping to speak with him privately later. Wu Yuanjing, meanwhile, was rather surprised. He knew his own son-in-law Lin Weigua had suffered consequences due to hunting, and he could hardly believe they would permit Lin Yuanshan to take up the same pursuit. You must be careful when hunting in the mountains. Assuming Lin Yuanshan was merely engaging in light sport, Wu Yuanjing did not press the matter further. At that moment, Wu Aihua's eyes flickered, and he suddenly spoke up. Dad, no need to worry. Dashan has already managed to hunt black bears. He even brought 2 bear paws especially for you today. Oh. Hearing his son's words, a gleam of sharp interest flashed across Wu Yuanjing's eyes. Dashan, do tell us about it. Seeing all 3 sets of eyes fixed upon him, clearly eager to hear the story, Lin Yuanshan began to recount how the bear had descended from the mountains and how he had encountered it. As Wu Aihua listened, excitement sparkled in his eyes. He was clearly captivated by the tale of the hunt. Enough talk for now, let's eat. Just as everyone was thoroughly engrossed in the story, Song Qingju emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 dishes. Noticing this, Wu Yuanjing waved his hand and gestured for everyone to take their seats at the dining table. Come, let's eat and chat at the same time. Shortly after, Song Qingju brought all the dishes to the table. She had prepared 6 in total, 4 of them meat dishes, an unmistakable sign of how much she valued Lin Yuanshan's visit. Dashan, stay for the night. Tomorrow, Auntie will prepare something extra special for you. I can't stay tonight, Auntie. I have to head back after dinner. The meal is already more than generous. You really didn't need to go to all this trouble for me. Now sit and eat with us. Dashan, can you drink? Wu Yuanjing waved dismissively at Song Qingju, indicating she should join them, then turned to Lin Yuanshan. I can drink a little. Very well. Aihua, go to my study and bring out that bottle of liquor. Huh. Wu Aihua's eyes widened in astonishment. His father's study contained only fine spirits reserved for the most important occasions. He could hardly recall the last time they had been opened. What about it? Go. Wu Yuanjing shot his son a sharp look, clearly dissatisfied with his hesitation. Meeting his father's gaze, Wu Aihua's thoughts stirred. Something clicked into place, and he began to dimly understand why his father was doing this. When Wu Aihua brought out the baijiu, Lin Yuanshan blinked in recognition. The familiar white bottle was identical to ones from decades in the future, a bottle of Maotai no less. Judging by the packaging, it was likely several years old. Such unexpected deference left Lin Yuanshan pondering. Was there something his host wished to discuss? However, by the time the meal ended, Wu Yuanjing had not shown any hint of his true intention, so Lin Yuanshan was only too pleased to enjoy the peace. After the meal, Lin Yuanshan lingered a while longer at the Wu residence. Wu Yuanjing suddenly let out a yawn, then raised his head and said to Lin Yuanshan with an apologetic expression, Dashan, I'm sorry. This old man has a habit of napping after lunch every day. Oh, otherwise I won't have enough energy in the afternoon. I won't keep you here chatting. It's all right, uncle. Please go ahead. I'll just sit for a while before heading back. What's the rush? Why not spend the night here? It's not too late to return tomorrow. Song Qingju quickly spoke up to insist he stay, but Lin Yuanshan politely declined with a smile. Seeing this, Wu Yuanjing said nothing more, merely nodding toward Wu Aihua. Aihua, come with me. Fetch 2 bottles of wine for Dashan to bring to his father. Oh dear uncle, that's truly no trouble at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan hastened to decline, but Wu Yuanjing waved his hand and said in an irrefutable tone, when an elder gives a gift, it would be rude to refuse. Besides, I'm having you bring it to your father. Wu Aihua followed her father into the study, watching as he retrieved 2 more bottles of Matai from the cabinet. Unable to help herself, she murmured softly, Dad, should I mention that matter to Dashan later? But to her surprise, Wu Yuanjing shook his head and declined with a serious expression. Absolutely not. This matter requires careful deliberation. I still have some time. Let's wait until November to discuss it further. For now, maintain your normal relationship with Dashan and subtly gauge his thoughts on the matter. Understood. Wu Aihua responded, then emerged from the study carrying a bag. Lin Yuanshan gazed at the 2 bottles of Matai, inside his mind beginning to wander with speculation once more. It was worth noting that even though Matai prices hadn't reached the astronomical levels of later years and weren't yet fully deregulated, each bottle still cost over 30 yuan. 2 bottles meant 60 or 70 yuan. Though the 2 bear paws Lin Yuanshan had gifted weren't inexpensive either, an instinct told him this situation was far from straightforward. The 3 of them chatted for a while longer. Just as Lin Yuanshan was about to rise and take his leave, Wu Aihua suddenly spoke up. Dashan, I recently managed to get my hands on an air rifle. Could you take a look and see how it is? Sure thing. Lin Yuanshan followed Wu Aihua to the bedroom she shared with Lin Yuanqing. She carefully retrieved a box from the wardrobe, then took out a gong brand air rifle and handed it over. Lin Yuanshan examined the rifle and confirmed it was an authentic product, not some inferior imposter. The gun appears to be in good condition. I will need to test it to be sure. Lin Yuanshan casually handed it back, but to his surprise Wu Aihua didn't take it. Instead she extended her hand and pushed it back toward him. Dashin, why don't you keep the rifle for now? When you have time, give it a test run for me. I can't find anywhere suitable to try it in the county town. Next time my sister and I visit your parents at your home, you can take me up the mountain for some practice. Hearing Wu Aihua's request, Lin Yuanshan paused briefly before agreeing. He actually needed an air rifle himself and had been planning to buy one from the supply and marketing cooperative, but now that plan was unnecessary. Alright, I'll test it when I get back and bring it over next time you visit. Sounds good. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yuanshan glanced at the clock and rose to take his leave. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan was determined to leave, Song Qingju no longer pressed the matter and instead called on Wu Aihua to help her gather items in the kitchen. Dashin, you must visit more often when you have free time. I will, Andy. I'll come see you whenever I can. Song Qingju stood at the doorway watching the three depart, then returned inside to find Wu Yuanzhong already seated in the living room enjoying a cup of tea. Has he left? Yes, our son and Xiaoqing saw him off. Song Qingju sat down and poured herself a cup of tea, then asked with a puzzled expression. Lao Wu, do you want Dashin to take Secretary Hao hunting in the mountains? Wu Yuanzhong nodded, then shook his head. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and began to explain. That was my intention, but I want to observe things a bit longer first. After all, this is no trivial matter. If Secretary Hao were to get hurt, it would create a serious problem. Song Qingju nodded in understanding. Having spent so many years in this household, she had grown familiar with the nuances of such matters. Does that man surnamed Xing in your bureau simply refuse to accommodate you? Sigh. After leaving the Wu residence, Wu Aihua naturally fell behind, carrying a bag, giving the siblings some space to be alone together. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuanshan pulled out 100 yuan that Zhang Sujuan had given him and handed it to Lin Yuanqing. Sister, this is the 100 yuan mother asked me to give you. We're far from here, so if you need anything, buy it yourself. Don't neglect yourself. Lin Yuanqing looked at the money wrapped in a small cloth, her heart growing heavy with emotion, though gratitude outweighed the ache. She reached out and pushed the money back, then smiled. I won't accept this money. Take it back and buy something nice for mom and dad, or treat yourself to a new outfit. That clothing of yours is from 2 years ago, isn't it? I have my own funds. Your brother-in-law hands me his salary each month, so I can afford whatever I wish to purchase. Lin Yuanqing's words held truth. Since marrying Wu Aihua, her husband had consistently handed over his monthly salary, while Song Qingju managed all household expenses, meaning Lin Yuanqing never had to spend her own money and maintained a comfortable financial cushion. She had originally intended to set aside some money for her family upon returning home, but never expected her mother to send her younger brother with funds. Though deeply moved, Lin Yuanqing firmly declined, fully aware of her own family's modest circumstances, and 100 yuan was no small sum. Oh, just take it. Stop pushing it back and forth on the main street. People are staring. Consider it a gift from me to my nephew. Nonsense. How do you know it's a nephew? Don't you like nieces? Lin Yuanqing playfully swatted Lin Yuanshan, but noticing the curious glances from passers-by, she tucked the money away, resolving to add more funds and return it next time she visited home. The two walked along the main street toward the bus station. As they turned a corner, an intoxicating aroma suddenly reached their noses, a scent Lin Yuanshan knew well. Indeed, not far ahead, in front of an establishment called Old Wang's Dog Meat Restaurant, a large pot was boiling over an open flame, its fragrant steam rising into the air. Ow! 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 As Lin Yuanshan and his companion drew nearer, a gray dog immediately let out a series of mournful howls, as though it had spotted its savior. Beside the gray dog, a man in his 40s or 50s had a cigarette dangling from his lips, sharpening a dagger against a whetstone, clearly preparing to slaughter the dog soon. Sister, don't look. Lin Yuanshan quickly reached out to cover Lin Yuanqing's eyes, fearing she would witness such a gruesome scene, but it was already too late. She had seen everything. The gruesome sight made Lin Yuanqing's body tremble, yet she still pried open Lin Yuanshan's hand and pointed at the dog about to be killed, speaking. Dashin, this dog seems to be about to give birth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brows and turned to look. Indeed, the gray dog's belly was swollen and distended, clearly near term. Dashin, let's save her, she's so pitiful. Perhaps because she herself was pregnant, the usually carefree Lin Yuanqing felt an overwhelming pity. She grasped Lin Yuanshan's arm and pleaded softly. Sigh. Lin Yuanshan sighed inwardly, then strode toward the entrance of the dog meat restaurant and addressed the man who was about to bring down his blade. Boss, this dog is about to give birth. Can you spare her? Hearing this, the man rolled his eyes at Lin Yuanshan. Having run a dog meat restaurant, he encountered countless people like him each year, so he flicked away a puff of smoke with utter disdain. Not buying, then buy it yourself. I'll buy it. How much? Only then did the man raise his head and scrutinize Lin Yuanshan from top to bottom. Seeing the padded cotton jacket he wore, he didn't look wealthy. But when his eyes fell on Lin Yuanqing's well-dressed city appearance, they lit up. He held up 2 fingers and said, 200 yuan, and you can take the dog. Hearing this price, Lin Yuanshan's heart sank. He knew the man was inflating the price, and though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still deeply angered by the exorbitant demand. Lin Yuanqing, being straightforward, immediately shot back at the boss. Why don't you just go rob a bank? They're right ahead. There's plenty of money there. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened instantly. He waved his knife impatiently. If you're not buying, scram. Not a single cent less. Lin Yuanshan noticed the man's foul mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, ready to step forward and teach the man a lesson, but Lin Yuanshan, who knew her brother's temper well, grabbed him and pulled him back. At that moment, Wu Aihua, who had been following behind the two, heard the man's words and walked over. Pointing at the man's nose, she scolded mercilessly. Lao Wang, watch your damn mouth. These are my wife and my younger brother-in-law. The man, who had been acting tough, instantly dropped his arrogant demeanor the moment he saw Wu Aihua. He dropped his knife and hurried forward, bowing deeply with a servile smile. Oh, it's Section Chief Wu. I was blind not to recognize you. Truly sorry. While apologizing, he lightly slapped his own face twice, making his contrition appear quite sincere. Those who opened shops in this area knew very well whom they could offend and whom they could not. The person before him was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. Seeing Wu Aihua approach, Lin Yuanshan released Lin Yuanshan's arm and walked over to her, speaking in a low voice. Aihua, that dog is about to give birth. Let's save her. Hearing his wife's words, Wu Aihua was also moved by compassion. He figured it would be accumulating merits for their unborn child, so he turned to the man and said, Lao Wang, I'll take this dog. How much? Upon hearing this, the man immediately patted his chest and replied, why mention money? If Section Chief Wu wants it, just lead it away. A faint smile appeared on Wu Aihua's lips. He felt he had saved face before his wife and brother-in-law, but he waved his hand and said, Pay what's due. Otherwise, what kind of person would I be? Seeing Wu Aihua wasn't joking, the man whispered a price. Then Section Chief Wu give him 20 yuan. Wu Aihua knew this dog was worth far more than 20 yuan, so he spoke directly. Fine, I don't care how much you paid. 50 yuan, and I'm taking the dog. As Wu Aihua reached into his pocket, his expression suddenly changed, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. I just changed clothes when I came out today, and forgot to bring money. The man cursed inwardly, but quickly caught onto the remark, smiling as he replied, No rush. Just bring the money whenever you have it. Only then did Lin Yuanshan realize that Wu Aihua never carried more than 10 yuan on him. Where could he possibly produce 50 yuan? She took out the 100 yuan bill Lin Yuanshan had just given her, pulled out 5 bills, and handed them over. Here, 50 yuan. The man didn't reach out to take the money. Instead, he looked up at Wu Aihua, a gesture that instantly made Wu Aihua feel both embarrassed and annoyed. Frowning, he snapped, What are you looking at? My wife is giving it to you, just take it. All right. Seeing that Wu Aihua didn't appear to be putting on an act, the man finally smiled and accepted the money. However, he only took 4 bills, leaving one back in Lin Yuanshan's hand. This dog cost me 40 yuan. 40 is enough. Suit yourself. Wu Aihua waved his hand, his expression entirely devoid of warmth toward the man. The man untied the rope tethering the gray dog and handed it to Lin Yuanshan, since among the 3 of them, only Lin Yuanshan looked like someone capable of caring for a dog. The gray dog seemed to sense that these people before her were her saviors. Moreover, she detected the scent of her own kind on Lin Yuanshan, so she proactively leaned against his legs, wagging her tail in a flattering manner, her eyes brimming with gratitude. After rescuing the dog, Wu Aihua seemed to recall something and said to Lin Yuanshan with some embarrassment, Dashin, this dog will probably need to go home with you. My father is allergic to dog hair, so we can't keep one at our place. That's not a problem, but how do I get the dog on the bus? That's easy. I'll find someone for you. It should be no issue. Hearing this, Wu Aihua smiled and patted his chest confidently, saying it was all taken care of. Wu Aihua was indeed not one to brag. In the county town area, he still had some influence. He went to the bus station and returned shortly after, then led Lin Yuanshan directly onto the bus without even needing to buy a ticket. After boarding, the driver said with a grin, Brother, sit right next to me. Just keep an eye on your dog and make sure it doesn't bite anyone. Don't worry, this dog is very well behaved. Lin Yuanshan responded, then gently stroked the gray dog curled at his feet. The dog affectionately extended its tongue and licked his hand, then closed its eyes, resting peacefully against his legs. Shortly after Lin Yuanshan and the other 2 had walked away with the dog, a man wearing glasses and a Zhongshan suit passed by the dog meat restaurant. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the place where the gray dog had been tied. He felt as though something that originally belonged to him had been intercepted by someone else. This thing was extremely important to him, but after looking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what it was. He could only adjust his glasses, shake his head in frustration, and leave with an empty feeling in his heart. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the bus finally arrived at the Zhugo Town bus station. Lin Yuanshan thanked the driver and jumped off. Unexpectedly, the driver stopped the bus and followed Lin Yuanshan down, quickly catching up. Brother, how are you planning to get back? Lin Yuanshan stretched lazily upon hearing this, then smiled and pointed toward the direction of Wazi village. My home isn't far from here, I can just walk back. The driver immediately shook his head. How long would that take? Besides, it's not safe when it gets dark. Here's what I'll do. I'll find you a ride to take you back. That's too kind of you. No problem at all, it's just convenient for me. The driver patted his chest, then asked Lin Yuanshan to wait a moment while he quickly ran into the bus station. Soon after, the driver came back running and said to Lin Yuanshan, Brother, there happens to be a bus that hasn't left yet. I'll lead you to it. This time Lin Yuanshan didn't refuse. After all, he didn't want to walk such a long distance, and he had noticed the gray dog seemed to be close to giving birth. Excuse me, what's your surname, brother? As they walked along the road, Lin Yuanshan asked with a smile. Hearing that Lin Yuanshan was asking for his name, the man was very pleased in his heart. After all, the purpose of his eagerness was to build a connection with this person in front of him. My surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Qingyang. I have some influence at this bus station. Brother, if you need anything in the future, just come find me. Alright then, I'll call you Brother Yang. My name is Lin Yuanshan. I'm from Wazi village. Brother Yang, come drink at my place when you're free. Zhang Qingyang immediately agreed with a broad smile. Alright, I'll definitely visit when I have time. When the car arrived at Wazi village, it was already completely dark. At this moment, the gray dog's condition had become very dire. She kept whimpering softly, her belly continuously bulging and contracting. It was clear she was about to give birth soon. Little Gray, hang in there a bit longer, we'll be home soon. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly reached out and held the gray dog in his arms, carrying the bag in his other hand, and hurried home with quick steps. Woof, woof, woof. Before Lin Yuanshan had even reached home, Daluang heard the commotion and began barking. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Sujuan hurriedly came out to greet them, and that's when she saw Lin Yuanshan running toward them with a bag in one hand and a dog in the other. Mom, take the things home and bring me some old clothes to my room. This dog is about to give birth. Zhang Sujuan quickly took the bag, but it was so heavy she nearly dropped it. She quickly gripped it tighter. After carrying the bag into the house, Zhang Sujuan didn't bother to open it, and instead went to rummage through things in the east room closet. Sitting on the Kong, Lin Weigwa saw this, and asked curiously, "What are you looking for? Has Dashan come back?" "He's back, and he brought a dog. It's about to give birth right now." Zhang Sujuan searched for quite a while before finally finding two patched-up old pieces of clothing. She grabbed the clothes and hurried to the west room. Lin Weigwa quickly followed behind her. Lin Yuanshan pushed open the door to the west room and flipped on the light to survey the space. "Son, the clothes are here." At that moment, Zhang Sujuan also came running over with two pieces of clothing, with Lin Weigwa close behind. "Mom, put them over here." Lin Yuanshan tilted his chin, signaling Zhang Sujuan to spread the clothes against the north side. After Zhang Sujuan spread out the clothes, Lin Yuanshan carefully placed the gray dog on top, then gently stroked its head and whispered softly, "Give birth soon, we're home now." Woo! The gray dog whined twice, then opened its mouth and panted heavily. However, its eyes kept staring at the two people behind Lin Yuanshan with a hint of wariness in its gaze. Zhang Sujuan saw this and tugged on Lin Weigwa's sleeve, then said to Lin Yuanshan, "Dashan, this dog is protective of its young. Your dad and I can't stay here while she gives birth. We'll go back to the room first, and I'll bring you some food in a bit. You guard her tonight." "Alright." Lin Yuanshan nodded. After Zhang Sujuan and the others left, the gray dog immediately began giving birth. Soon a black puppy was born. The gray dog laboriously turned her head to bite through the umbilical cord, then began licking her newborn clean. The little black dog was completely black except for two white stripes above its eyelids resembling two white eyebrows. Looking at this dog's features, something stirred in Lin Yuanshan's heart, and a flash of wild joy crossed his eyes. Could this be? Lin Yuanshan's heart pounded with tension as he watched Little Gray intently. As if sensing his anxiety, Little Gray stopped licking her pup and lifted her head to look at him. Phew! Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan reached out and gently stroked Little Gray's head, then calmly encouraged her. "It's alright, hurry up and give birth." Little Gray lay down and continued. When the second puppy was born, Lin Yuanshan saw that its entire body was black except for 4 white paws. He immediately confirmed what he had been thinking. So they really are them. The next one should have a white tail. Indeed, after giving birth to this one, Little Gray quickly delivered another black puppy, this one entirely black, with only a snow-white tail. Frost brows tread snow seek plum, so it really is you. Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but let out a cry of excitement. Hearing the sound, Little Gray lifted her head and glanced at him. Seeing the smile on his face, she felt relieved and collapsed onto the ground, closing her eyes. Lin Yuanshan carefully placed the 3 little ones against Little Gray's belly. Though none of them had their eyes open, yet they accurately found their way to nurse. Lin Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief, stood up and stretched his stiff body, then quietly closed the door and walked toward the east room. "Mom, it's done." So fast." Zhang Sujuan was currently arranging everything Lin Yuanshan had brought onto the Kong, and it filled the entire sleeping platform. Lin Yuanshan came in and was also startled. He hadn't expected the Song family to bring so many things. 2 bottles of mitai, 4 cans of milk powder, 2 large boxes of hairtail fish, a case of jianlibo, and a whole bunch of daily necessities and other miscellaneous items. No wonder Lin Yuanshan had noticed Wu Aihua struggling so much while carrying it all. He was strong, but Wu Aihua had never done any heavy labor growing up. Carrying nearly 100 pounds of goods was indeed quite taxing for her. "Dashan, why did your aunt bring so many things? Why didn't you persuade her to keep some?" Zhang Sujuan reached out to touch the 2 boxes of hairtail fish. In the Changbai Mountains of that era, this was a rare delicacy. Most people had never tasted sea fish in their lives. "I didn't know either. She gave them to me, and I didn't even look. I just brought them straight back." All this. Zhang Sujuan couldn't help but sigh, clearly feeling that the return gift was too generous. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Sujuan's. "Mom, it's fine. I'll just send them some more good things next time I hunt something. Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving." As expected, Lin Yuanshan's complaint of hunger instantly diverted Zhang Sujuan's attention. She got up and went into the kitchen, taking out the meal that had been kept warm in the pot. Since they had been waiting for Lin Yuanshan to return for dinner, the couple hadn't eaten yet either, so they all sat down together. At the dinner table, Lin Yuanshan recounted the story of Xiao Hui's origin. Upon hearing that it was her daughter and son who had rescued the dog out of kindness, Zhang Sujuan frowned and muttered, "Son, it's not that your mother is heartless, but our family isn't exactly wealthy. Adding one mother dog and 3 puppies will mean a lot of food every month." This time, even Lin Weigua, who had been silent, joined in persuading Lin Yuanshan. "Dashin, your mother has a point. That mother dog is only about 50 or 60 gene, and the puppies probably won't grow very big. They'll never become hunting dogs. When the time comes, find someone who wants a puppy and give them away." Lin Yuanshan's heart sank at this. How could he give away these 3 dogs? They were hunting dogs famous across the entire county. But then he realized he couldn't exactly tell his family how extraordinary these puppies would become. After all, he couldn't reveal that he had traveled through time. So he decided to tell a lie. "Mom, my sister was the one who found this dog first, so it's destined to be with her. Maybe it's fate. Let's keep them for now. If they grow up to be hunting dogs, we can take them into the mountains. If not, they can guard the house. That's fine too." Guard the house? Who needs 4 dogs for that? Though Zhang Sujuan still muttered with reluctance, her tone was less firm than before. "Mom, just listen to me, okay? Alright, hurry up and eat." After dinner, while Zhang Sujuan was clearing the dishes, Lin Yuanshan quietly took a can of malted milk and slipped into the west room. At that moment, Xiao Hui heard the sound and weakly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yuanshan, she lay back down. Knowing that Xiao Hui needed to replenish her strength, Lin Yuanshan took a knife from the cupboard, pried open a small hole in the malted milk, and poured some into a bowl, and then added hot water from the thermos by the wall. As the hot water poured in, a rich milky aroma filled the entire room. Xiao Hui, catching the scent, immediately opened her eyes and sat up. "Wait a moment, it's too hot now." Lin Yuanshan didn't give the malted milk to Xiao Hui right away. Instead, he set it on the edge of the Kong to cool. Xiao Hui seemed to understand his words and obediently sat on the pile of old clothes waiting. Lin Yuanshan crouched beside her, gently poking the 3 puppies with his hand. The puppies whimpered softly, and Xiao Hui quickly nudged his hand with her nose as if begging him not to disturb her babies. "It really is them. This time I've hit the jackpot. It seems doing good deeds truly pays off." Lin Yuanshan was so familiar with the 3 puppies because in his previous life there was a legendary hunter in Baiyun County named Zhou Xingji. Zhou Xingji had originally been a teacher wearing glasses, a true intellectual. But due to the special circumstances of that era, he stopped teaching and took up hunting. He had hunted tigers, brown bears, and every fierce beast that roamed the Changbai Mountains. His incredible success was owed to 3 extraordinary hunting dogs: Frostbrow, Treading Snow, and Seeking Plum. These 3 were top-tier lead dogs born from the same litter, so they shared a telepathic bond and worked in perfect harmony during hunts. With them, Zhou Xingji roamed the Changbai Mountains with few defeats. The 3 dogs became so famous that everyone in the county knew what they looked like. Some hunters even came to his door offering money to buy them, but Zhou Xingji flatly refused. After all, with these 3 hunting dogs, he had become a 100,000 yuan household in that era. He was not short of money and would never sell them. Later, some people asked for puppies from these dogs. Zhou Xingji didn't refuse outright, but set one condition: whenever one of the 3 dogs sired a litter, he had the right to pick the best puppy first. After that, he didn't care about the rest. Unfortunately, none of the descendants ever matched the brilliance of the original 3. A few became decent lead dogs, but none were as extraordinary. Word later spread the mother dog that gave birth to the 3 legendary hunters had been rescued from a dog meat restaurant by Zhou Xingji. After delivering the puppy, she died. Lin Yuanshan crouched on the ground, gazing at the 3 puppies with growing affection. Once the malted milk had cooled, he placed it beside Xiao Hui. Clearly starving and parched, she lapped it up, eagerly finishing the large bowl in no time. After drinking, Xiao Hui looked much more energetic, but she clearly wasn't full. She lifted her head and gazed at Lin Yuanshan with pitiful eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan quickly prepared another bowl. This time, after finishing it, Xiao Hui didn't ask for more. She lay down and devoted herself to nursing the 3 puppies. As night fell, Lin Yuanshan lay on the Kong and soon fell asleep. At 3 in the morning, a yellow shadow appeared on the Lin family's wall, punctual as ever. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang's bark rang out right on schedule. Lin Yuanshan sat up abruptly in bed. Damn it. He'd been so busy today that he'd completely forgotten about this rascal. Lin Yuanshan put on his cotton-padded jacket and pushed the door open. Da Huang immediately stopped barking. Lin Yuanshan went to the east room and knocked. "Dad, where's that thing I brought back?" Cough, cough. Lin Weigua cleared his throat from the east room, then replied, "It's on the long table against the north wall in the living room." Lin Yuanshan went to the living room, turned on the light, took out Wu Aihua's air gun, loaded it with pellets, tucked it under his arm, and returned to the west room. Back in the room, he turned off the light. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he carefully cracked the door open and observed the courtyard through the moonlight. After waiting for about an hour, just as Lin Yuanshan was beginning to think the other party might not come, he suddenly heard the desperate cries of chickens, followed by Da Huang barking wildly, as if possessed. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Woof, woof, woof. Not good. Lin Yuanshan flung open the door, grabbed his gun, and rushed toward the wall separating the Lin and Yi compounds. Reaching the wall, he planted his foot and leaped, landing atop it in one fluid motion. His gaze swept across the Yi family courtyard, catching a glimpse of a yellow shadow darting onto the wall at the southeast corner. Lin Yuanshan raised his gun and fired, but being his first time using an air rifle, he hadn't yet mastered the trajectory, and the yellow weasel moved too swiftly. The bullet struck the wall instead. Bang! The light in the western bedroom of the Yi house flicked on. Startled by the noise, Yi Qingmei threw on a cotton-padded jacket and rushed out with a flashlight in hand. Dashing, what happened? Yi Qingmei looked up at Lin Yuanshan, standing on the wall, her pretty face pale, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Seeing Yi Qingmei's trembling body, Lin Yuanshan abandoned the pursuit of the weasel, bent his knees, and jumped down from the wall. He walked over to her and spoke softly to comfort her. "Qingmei, it's nothing. A weasel got into the yard, probably killed a chicken. You'd better go check." "Oh." Hearing this, Yi Qingmei panicked. She hurriedly shone the flashlight toward the chicken coop in the corner and saw a rooster with its neck bitten through, blood splattered everywhere. At the sight, Yi Qingmei was both furious and terrified, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuanshan, moved by her vulnerability, felt a surge of tenderness. He stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, murmuring words of comfort. "Qingmei, don't be afraid. I'll take care of this." Caught in his embrace, Yi Qingmei stiffened at first, then felt a wave of warmth envelop her, instantly calming her nerves. It was so comforting to have someone to lean on. She couldn't help but lose herself in the moment. Little did they know their intimate gesture was observed by someone. Ahem. Ahem. A cough sounded from behind, startling Yi Qingmei like a frightened rabbit. She broke free from Lin Yuanshan's arm, her face flushed, and turned to see Yi Qinglan standing at the doorway of the western room. "Qinglan, a weasel got into the house. Dashan chased it away. Yi Qinglan merely hummed in response, saying nothing more, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Yuanshan. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I think we should bring Dahuang back. Maybe that'll keep the weasels away." Lin Yuanshan jumped back into his own yard, then returned Dahuang. Fearing the weasel might come back, Yi Qingmei unleashed the dog, letting it roam freely. Back in the western room, Lin Yuanshan put down his gun and glanced at Xiao Hui, only to notice something wrong. The dog was panting heavily, its breathing faint and labored. "Xiao Hui, what's wrong?" Startled, Lin Yuanshan crouched beside the dog and carefully examined its condition. What he saw shocked him. The old clothes beneath Xiao Hui were soaked in blood, and her belly was rising and falling in irregular waves. "Damn, there's another one." Lin Yuanshan cursed under his breath, then felt at a loss. Without experience in such matters, he turned and ran to the eastern room, knocking on the door. "Mom, get up. Xiao Hui hasn't finished giving birth. There's still one more, and it's stuck." "What?" Zhang Sujuan sat up abruptly from the Kong, threw on her cotton-padded jacket, and hurried out. When she saw Xiao Hui's dire condition, Zhang Sujuan gasped and said hesitantly, "I don't have much experience, but I've helped deliver piglets before. Not sure if it'll work." "Hurry up. Anything is better than nothing." Urged by Lin Yuanshan, Zhang Sujuan gritted her teeth and got to work. Xiao Hui woke up. Fearing she might bite his mother, Lin Yuanshan crouched in front of the dog, gently stroking her head and murmuring soothing words. "Xiao Hui, don't be scared. My mom is here to help. You can't bite her, okay?" Seeing Lin Yuanshan, Xiao Hui calmed down noticeably and focused on the delivery. No wonder it's stuck. This pup is huge. With the combined efforts of Zhang Sujuan and Xiao Hui, a puppy was finally born. The newborn was pitch black, twice the size of the other three pups, with thick, sturdy paws that promised a large frame in the future. Exhausted, Xiao Hui lay in her nest, breathing weakly. Zhang Sujuan felt her belly again, confirming it was the last one. "All right, just give her extra nutrition for a couple of days." Zhang Sujuan glanced at the jar of malted milk on the table, frowned, then sighed inwardly at the pitiful dog. Without another word, she stood up and returned to her room. Lin Yuanshan closed the door and prepared another bowl of malted milk for Xiao Hui, but the dog hadn't even opened its eyes. If not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, he would have thought she was dead. Suddenly, the sharp cries of puppies rang out. Hearing the sound, Xiao Hui immediately opened her eyes and lifted her head weakly. Lin Yuanshan pushed the malted milk closer to her mouth and said softly, "Don't worry. The last pup you gave birth to is quite domineering. It won't let its three siblings nurse." After observing that her pups were safe, Xiao Hui finally relaxed and began drinking the milk. This time, Xiao Hui only drank half the bowl, but it was clear she was already in much better shape and would likely pull through. Lin Yuanshan watched the three pups pushed aside by the fourth, and a thought struck him. In his past life, the mother of three pups had died. If not for the weasel tonight, he might never have noticed Xiao Hui's distress, and she would have bled to death. In a way, Lin Yuanshan owed the weasel a debt of gratitude. Without it, both Xiao Hui and the fourth pup would have died tonight. Lin Yuanshan silently resolved to spare the weasel's life if it refrained from causing further trouble. In the early dawn, before the sun had yet risen, Lin Yuanshan was roused from his sleep by the soft whining of a puppy. Fumbling for the light switch, he peered into the doghouse and found only 4 tiny pups left behind, crying out in search of their mother. Lin Yuanshan's gaze swept across the room, and he spotted Xiao Hui crouched by the doorway. Noticing that his master was awake, the dog stretched out a paw and scratched at the door. It seemed eager to go out. "Where do you think you're going in this freezing cold?" Lin Yuanshan got out of bed and opened the door for Xiao Hui, who slipped out like a flash of gray light and darted to the south wall of the courtyard, where he crouched down to relieve himself. Only then did Lin Yuanshan realize that Xiao Hui simply needed to go out. Once the dog was finished, he trotted back into the room. Back inside, Xiao Hui began nursing her puppies. True to form, the fourth pup once again showed his domineering nature, using his noticeably larger frame to shove his three brothers aside, hogging the teats for himself, while letting them sip in short turns here and there. "You little greedy thing, aren't you?" Lin Yuanshan gently flicked the top of the fourth pup's head, sending him yelping in protest. Hearing his child's cries, Xiao Hui promptly raised her head to investigate. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan scolded the pup without a trace of leniency. "What? If I don't step in, your other three pups will starve within days." Xiao Hui seemed to understand her master's words, laid back down, and resumed nursing. Not sure if it was the fright from the night before, but the lone remaining rooster didn't so much as croak that morning. For the following days, Lin Yuanshan stayed home, tending to Xiao Hui and her four pups, and took the opportunity to name the fourth pup Wulong. Over these days, the yellow weasel did not come back at night. Though Lin Yuanshan felt a twinge of regret deep down, he ultimately decided to let it go. Every day, Lin Yuanshan made sure Xiao Hui got proper nutrition, alternating between pork bone soup and bear bone broth. Her spirits improved visibly, and all four puppies grew plump and healthy. On the fourth day, Lin Yuanshan moved Xiao Hui and her pups outside, for they could not stay indoors forever. However, he didn't simply let Xiao Hui live in the courtyard. Instead, he built her a proper doghouse and housed her in the storage room, since the puppies were still too young and the nights were too cold. He couldn't afford any accidents. At this point, he harbored particularly high expectations for Wulong, who by every measure appeared stronger than his three siblings. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin Yuanshan set about packing his equipment for the mountain. By his count, he hadn't been up the mountain in nearly a week. During that time, Su Mingho had visited several times, but Lin Yuanshan had been preoccupied with the four puppies at home and put off the trip. Su Mingho, meanwhile, had been making quite a haul in the southern mountain, catching plenty of game and snaring 5 or 6 weasels. He was in high spirits. "Brother Dashan, where are we heading today?" Hearing that Lin Yuanshan was going up the mountain, Su Mingho had arrived early. "This time we're going to the eastern mountain. Let's have Xiao Qing scout the terrain first." Lin Yuanshan's main objective today was to bring De Huang and Xiao Qing up the mountain for a trial run and see how well the two dogs could work together. Both De Huang and Xiao Qing had grown accustomed to each other's scent, so even at close range they no longer fought. Along the way, Lin Yuanshan led Xiao Qing on a leash, while De Huang trotted ahead on his own. Having tasted the thrill of the mountain hunt, De Huang was wildly excited, sniffing this patch, investigating that ridge, occasionally darting into the ditch for a quick stroll. But the moment Lin Yuanshan called, he would immediately dash back. Compared to the exuberant De Huang, Xiao Qing remained far more composed, perhaps because it was his first time on the mountain, or perhaps it was simply his nature. Strictly speaking, Xiao Qing's temperament wasn't ideally suited for a hunting dog. A dog that is too steady tends to lack aggression, which is hardly advantageous when it comes to the hunt. Watching Xiao Qing remain unruffled even after entering the forest, Lin Yuanshan felt a pang of worry and began to doubt whether he had chosen wrongly. To stir up Xiao Qing's enthusiasm, Lin Yuanshan untied his leash as soon as they entered the woods. Xiao Qing shook his fur, but unlike De Huang, he didn't scramble about or look around wildly. He simply walked calmly at Lin Yuanshan's side. "Ah, I'm done for. Don't tell me I picked wrong." Just as Lin Yuanshan sighed inwardly, he suddenly noticed De Huang, who had been running ahead, come to a halt. The dog raised his head and sniffed the air repeatedly. This sudden development filled Lin Yuanshan with delight, and he hurried forward a few steps to catch up with De Huang. However, the excited Lin Yuanshan failed to notice that as he advanced, Xiao Qing's nostrils flared, his eyes lit up, and he silently quickened his pace. Woof, woof, woof. After sniffing for a while, De Huang finally pinpointed the prey's location and let out 2 sharp barks toward the eastern woods before diving headfirst into the forest. "Quick, Mingho, let's follow." Lin Yuanshan turned to Su Mingho in urgency, then grabbed his double-barreled shotgun and gave chase. Yet a figure moved even faster than Lin Yuanshan's voice. Xiao Qing, who had been ambling along leisurely, suddenly exploded into breathtaking speed, a green streak flashing into the woods. Xiao Qing, excellent, excellent, excellent. Watching Xiao Qing charge after De Huang, Lin Yuanshan's heart swelled with ecstasy. On his very first hunt, the dog had already proven he could follow the lead dog into the chase. It seemed Xiao Qing was indeed a qualified assistant hound. Xiao Qing's astonishing speed only reinforced Lin Yuanshan's conviction that his choice was right. For an assistant hound to be faster than the lead dog De Huang was an exceptionally fine trait. After all, assistant hounds often need to rush ahead of the prey to intercept them, so speed is absolutely essential. Ideally, a larger build would be preferable as well, though this presents a rather contradictory dilemma. Most hunting dogs tend to be slower the larger they are. Few breeds manage to combine size with speed. Beneath a pine forest to the east, an old sow and her 2 half-grown piglets chewed on fallen pine cones on the ground. The sow was modest in size, just over 200 gene, roughly 2 or 3 years old. Her 2 half-grown offspring differed in size. The larger one exceeded 100 gene, while the smaller weighed only 70 or 80. The old sow kept her head down, grunting contentedly as she ate. No other wild boars had visited this area, so the ground was littered with pine cones, more than enough to keep her fed for several days. Woof, woof, woof. When she caught the faint barking of dogs drifting through the forest, the old sow immediately raised her head warily. Once she confirmed they were coming straight for her, she didn't hesitate for a moment, letting out a sharp oink and bolting on the spot. Earlier we discussed how the sow had spent the entire autumn gaining weight, growing robust, and powerful, running with remarkable speed. The two young wild boars were no less formidable, staying close behind their mother at all times. The three boars headed straight north, sprinting up to the mountain peak before racing along the ridgeline. By the time De Huang arrived, the boars had long vanished, leaving only clouds of dust rising from the distant summit. Upon reaching the pine forest, De Huang hesitated not at all. After determining the direction, it immediately gave chase after the boars. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoqing arrived and glanced up at the mountain peak. After a moment's hesitation, it ran east instead. Unlike De Huang, who barked as it ran, Xiaoqing remained utterly silent, head down, charging forward without a sound. After Lin Yuanshan reached the pine forest, he immediately noticed the chaos beneath the trees. A quick glance at the tracks on the ground confirmed more than one wild boar had been there, so he wasted no time in following. Hunting in the mountains was not as simple as spotting prey and bringing it down. More often than not, you could not catch up to the quarry. Even the finest dogs could track prey, but might not be able to bring it down. Moreover, many animals possessed greater stamina than hunting dogs, capable of exhausting them outright. Da Huang possessed remarkable endurance, a trait inherited from generations of selective breeding by his ancestors. He stayed close behind the boars, steadily closing the distance. With the pursuers drawing nearer, the lead sow let out a fierce howl. Hearing the alarm, the larger of the two younger boars immediately veered into the nearby woods, clearly planning to scatter. The other young boar continued to follow close behind the sow. De Huang, hot on their heels, did not hesitate and chose to pursue the sow instead. Shortly after they departed, a greenish figure appeared in their place. Gazing at the dust clouds rising in the distance, Xiaoqing twitched its nose twice, then set off in pursuit of the other young boar. On the other side, after running for 2 kilometers, the young boar noticed De Huang was no longer chasing it. It slowed to a halt and lay beneath a poplar tree to rest. This young boar had survived the perilous Changbai Mountains, which meant it was no pushover. Even certain the danger had passed, it remained on high alert, ears perked, constantly listening for any sign of approaching threats. Rustling sounds drew near. The young boar's bristles rose instantly. It sprang to its feet and bounded northward without delay. Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with triumph and excitement upon spotting its prey, and it quickened its pace. Xiaoqing's greatest asset was its speed. Remarkable for an animal of its size, indeed quite exceptional. Having rested only minutes, the young boar was still running fast, quickly putting considerable distance between itself and its pursuer. Yet Xiaoqing steadily drew closer. True to form, its speed was superior. When Xiaoqing finally caught up to the young boar, it bit down, without hesitation, on the meat of its hindquarters. The young boar emitted a piercing scream. Agonized by the pain, it surged forward, momentarily breaking free of Xiaoqing's grip. However, several wounds marred its flank, not deep yet enough to hinder its speed. As expected, the wounded young boar was soon overtaken again. This time, Xiaoqing did not strike from behind. Instead, it closed in alongside and clamped its jaws onto the boar's ear. The young boar cried out in pain. With a violent shake of its head, it slammed into Xiaoqing's chest, sending the dog stumbling backward. Yet Xiaoqing's teeth remained locked onto the ear, and with a sudden downward force, it drove the young boar's head to the ground. If this had been the mature sow, Xiaoqing's maneuver might well have failed. But the young boar weighed barely over 100 jin, roughly matching Xiaoqing's own weight. Leveraging its advantage in strength, Xiaoqing pinned the young boar firmly. Still, the young boar refused to yield. Enduring the searing pain, it jerked its head upward and turned to bite at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing retreated, evading the savage bites, but was forced to release the ear. Now free, the young boar did not immediately flee. Realizing it could not escape unless it defeated its opponent, the beast's primal instincts surged to the surface. It turned to face Xiaoqing, nostrils flaring, wisps of white breath puffing from its snout. Seeing the young boar prepare for a final stand, Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. Its claws dug into the earth, its body lowered, teeth bared as it confronted its opponent. The young boar let out a guttural snort and struck first, charging straight at Xiaoqing with mouth wide open. Wild boars employed only a limited arsenal of attacks, ramming opponents with their bodies, flipping them with their heads, or biting. A mature boar with prominent tusks could easily gut a hunting dog with a single thrust, crippling it outright. Their bite force was astonishing, capable of snapping bone. Any bite, wherever it landed, was a grave wound for a hunting dog. Xiaoqing did not attempt to dodge the charging boar. Instead, it launched itself forward with a powerful push of its hind legs. The two collided with a heavy thud. In that instant, Xiaoqing clamped its jaws onto the boar's snout and wrenched its head fiercely. A blur of green flashed past, followed by an excruciating pain in the boar's nose. It let out a mournful cry and lunged blindly at the figure ahead. The sound of teeth striking flesh rang out. The young boar's bite missed its mark. Xiaoqing released its grip and leapt aside, licking the boar's blood from its teeth. Blood streamed from the young boar's snout, a thumb-sized cavity exposed where flesh had been torn away. Wounded repeatedly, the boar's eyes reddened with fury, and it charged at Xiaoqing once more. Xiaoqing, well aware of the danger posed by an injured beast, danced deftly left and right, evading every charge. Time and again, its attacks were thwarted. The young boar's angry growls grew weaker as its stamina gradually drained away. Sensing the approach of death, the young boar did not wait for another attack. After narrowly avoiding Xiaoqing's latest lunge, it turned and fled westward without looking back. Seeing its prey attempt to escape, a trace of crimson flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes. The creature unleashed tremendous power, bounding forward in 3 or 4 leaps to close the distance on the young wild boar, then clamped its jaws around the boar's neck, legs driving hard to seize it firmly. The young wild boar had expended most of its strength and was utterly terrified by Xiao Qing's ferocity. It struggled weakly while letting out intermittent cries of agony. Yet soon the boar's desperate whimpers grew fainter. Xiao Qing had pinned it to the ground and began tearing at its flesh with its teeth, quickly ripping through the skin and muscle on the boar's neck with its sharp fangs. Blood gushed from the wound on the boar's neck, pooling rapidly beneath it. It could only whimper weakly, stripped of any remaining ability to resist. Meanwhile, on another front, De Huang pursued the sow and young boar alone. Sensing the dogs still hot on their heels, the sow let out another howl as it crested a ridge. Upon hearing this cry, the young boar, lagging behind, hesitated, then at a small gully split from the sow and fled in the opposite direction. De Huang paused at the junction where they had separated, deliberating for a moment before ultimately giving chase after the sow. This delay allowed the sow to widen the gap once more, but conscious she was now the sole remaining quarry, De Huang redoubled its efforts, increasing pace to avoid losing the prey again. The experience De Huang had gained from previously drawing out the boars was proving invaluable. It understood the sow's stamina was nearly exhausted, and with one final surge it could overtake her. True to expectation, after another half hour of pursuit, the sow's speed gradually diminished, and De Huang finally closed the distance. Observing the sow's anatomy so different from the massive boar encountered days prior, De Huang harbored a moment of confusion, yet instinctively lunged and sank its teeth into her. Ow! Among forest creatures, the hindquarters are universally their most vulnerable point. The sow, experiencing such a brutal strike for the first time, shuddered violently before unleashing an earth-shattering shriek. After the scream, the sow whipped around and charged at De Huang. Seeing the sow finally stop fleeing, De Huang stood ready, tongue lolling, limbs tense, prepared to dodge the oncoming attack. Though the sow lacked tusks, her sheer mass was formidable. A direct collision would certainly break bones and tendons, leaving one helpless for hours. Just as the sow was about to collide with De Huang, the dog dipped its body slightly and leapt swiftly aside. As previously noted, wild boars excel at running straight, but lack agility in sudden direction changes. The sow barreled past De Huang and only stopped several meters away. Unfazed by the failed attack, the sow turned and charged again. This time, however, the sow had grown wiser. She slowed considerably, and when De Huang attempted the same maneuver, she planted all 4 hooves firmly and braked sharply, using the recoil force. The sow then snapped her head around and lunged at De Huang with her mouth open. Though her yellowed teeth were uneven, no one would doubt their devastating bite force. De Huang sensed danger the moment the sow turned, and despite giving it everything to evade, it only escaped the bite before being struck squarely by the sow's body. De Huang was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, but rolling upon impact, it dissipated the force and rose to its feet. Pressing its advantage, the sow lowered her head and charged again. This time Huang was prepared. With agile maneuvers, it sidestepped and sank its teeth into the soft flesh behind the sow's front leg. The sow shrieked and turned to bite, but De Huang evaded once more. Having gained no advantage despite repeated attacks, the sow adopted a wary stance, breathing heavily as she eyed De Huang cautiously. Noting the sow's temporary reluctance to fight, De Huang panted deeply to recover stamina, knowing its master would arrive soon to deliver the killing blow. After a brief standoff, the sow suddenly perked up, hearing something and glancing warily southward. De Huang likewise detected its master's approach, its spirit lifting as it fixed its gaze on the prey before it. The sounds drew nearer, and the sow immediately turned to flee. De Huang barked to guide its master before sprinting after the sow. Confident its master was close behind, De Huang seized the sow, without hesitation biting down hard on her hindquarters. The sow screamed in pain and thrashed violently, but De Huang held on grimly, even as it was tossed through the air. The torment proved devastating for the sow, whose eyes welled with crimson veins from the excruciating pain. In desperation, the sow spun wildly to dislodge De Huang, but the dog refused to release its grip. Finally, the sow turned and sat directly onto a large poplar tree. Realizing the danger, De Huang released its hold and scrambled clear. The sow's weight of over 200 jin would have crushed it. Having finally thrown off De Huang, the sow charged with eyes blazing red, consumed by rage and intent on tearing apart its opponent. Facing the enraged sow, De Huang remained composed and barked mockingly to draw her attention fully. Just then Lin Yuanshan arrived, and upon seeing the chase, he quickly descended toward them. Lin Yuanshan made no effort to conceal his approach this time, the crunching leaves and snapping branches immediately drawing the sow's attention. Oink! Oink! Immediately upon seeing Lin Yuanshan, the old sow abandoned De Huang and charged straight towards him. Woof! 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 De Huang, loyal to his master, immediately barked furiously and charged at the old sow, catching up in a few steps and biting her on the rear end. The old sow felt as if the plug at her rear had been pulled out by De Huang, and her entire belly seemed to be churned by a knife inside. Finally, the intense pain made the old sow abandon Lin Yuanshan as her target, turning around to confront De Huang, her great enemy. At this moment, the old sow's appearance was utterly miserable. Her rear was covered in dense wounds, with blood continuously flowing down and dripping onto the ground. The plug at her rear had been pulled out a bit by De Huang, sending chills down anyone's spine. At this point, Lin Yuanshan finally entered firing range with his gun. Taking advantage of De Huang dodging the old sow's attack, he aimed directly at the sow and pulled the trigger. Bang! Due to the old sow being at an angle to Lin Yuanshan, the shooting angle was not good. His first shot hit the sow's shoulder blade. Severely wounded, the sow let out a miserable howl, and then turned and charged directly at Lin Yuanshan. Bang! This time the angle was perfect. Lin Yuanshan shot the old sow directly in the head. Carried by inertia, the sow charged forward a few more meters before finally collapsing to the ground. Woo! Woo! De Huang rushed forward to tear at the sow's carcass, while Lin Yuanshan broke the gun downward. Uff! Uff! 2 shell casings ejected. Lin Yuanshan immediately reloaded 2 bullets. This was a habit he had developed from hunting in the past, always keep the gun loaded ready for any emergency. After De Huang finished venting, Lin Yuanshan walked over to the sow's carcass. He glanced at the fist-sized hole in the sow's head and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. To be honest, Lin Yuanshan was very satisfied with this double-barreled shotgun in every aspect. Even if he bought a new gun later, he could keep this as a backup, as it might prove unexpectedly useful at times. Lin Yuanshan did not wait for Su Mingho this time, because he noticed that Xiaoqing was missing. He had to quickly gut and process the sow, then hurry to find Xiaoqing. Woof! 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 Meanwhile, Xiaoqing encountered a group of uninvited guests, 1 spotted dog and 2 black dogs, 3 hunting dogs in total, that were encircling it and barking incessantly. Xiaoqing stood taut beside the small wild boar, its dog face covered in pig blood. Were it not for Xiaoqing's tall and sturdy build and its cold, fierce gaze, the 3 hunting dogs would have already rushed to compete for the prey. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking branches came. Hearing their master approaching, the 3 hunting dogs immediately barked excitedly and began to stir restlessly toward Xiaoqing. Li Qinghao was a hunter from Jiazi village. Today he brought his 3 hunting dogs to hunt. No sooner had he released them than the spotted dog Huabwa seemed to have discovered something and ran barking toward the western woods. Seeing this, Li Qinghao's heart leaped with joy. Among his 3 dogs there was no real alpha dog. Only Huabwa could occasionally pick up the scent of prey, but even then it made mistakes from time to time. Having a catch so soon after entering the forest was clearly beyond his expectations. He silently thanked heaven for its blessing. When he heard that his hunting dogs had stopped, his heart sank. After all, unless the prey was already dead, no creature would just stand there waiting to die. But soon his mood improved. Even if the prey was dead, it wouldn't spoil in this weather. Finding it wouldn't be a wasted trip. After all, whether it was leftovers from wolves or bears, there would still be some meat left. But when Li Qinghao passed a poplar tree and saw his 3 hunting dogs, he couldn't help cursing his bad luck. Because he had already spotted a blue hunting dog standing beside a small wild boar, clearly someone else's prey. Huabwa, come back. Li Qinghao called out to his dog. Though reluctant, the spotted dog obeyed its master and led the other 2 dogs back to Li Qinghao's side. Li Qinghao put away his shotgun to avoid provoking the blue dog in front of him. After all, they all made a living in the same forest, and Li Qinghao was a man who followed the rules. Looking at this sturdy large blue dog, Li Qinghao was extremely envious. Such a massive build that could still chase down prey indicated great speed, and being able to pursue prey alone suggested it was likely an alpha dog. As for why it was acting alone, there could be many reasons. Could it be a wild dog? Li Qinghao suddenly had an unrealistic thought flash through his mind. His heart pounded a few times, and he decided to wait and see. If no one came to claim the dog, he would find a way to take it home. Xiaoqing's next actions made Li Qinghao's idea increasingly certain. Seeing that the hunting dogs were no longer surrounding it, Xiaoqing actually went to the small wild boar and began tearing at its carcass. This act instantly filled Li Qinghao with ecstasy. Under normal circumstances, a hunting dog would wait for its master to arrive and distribute the prey before eating. It was rare for a dog to eat on its own. There were only a few possibilities for this situation. First, this hunting dog was on its first hunt and didn't know the rule because no one had taught it. But that was obviously impossible, as Li Qinghao had never heard of a dog that could bring down prey on its first hunt. The second possibility was the one Li Qinghao most hoped for. This was a wild dog, and it would feast on its kill immediately. Countless hunters enter the Changbai Mountains every year, and many hunting dogs get separated from their owners. Most of these dogs do not survive, as they are accustomed to hunting in packs and sleeping in human homes without worrying about danger. However, a very few can survive in the perilous mountains. Every one of these dogs is an exceptionally excellent hunting dog. And now Li Qinghao regarded Xiaoqing as one of these lost dogs, so he began to cautiously approach it. Xiaoqing's ears twitched. It immediately raised its head and stared at Li Qinghao with intense vigilance, its eyes fixed on him. Li Qinghao felt a shiver from Xiaoqing's gaze. He had a feeling that if he dared to take another step closer, the blue dog would attack him. The hunting dogs beside Li Qinghao clearly sensed the threat from Xiaoqing, their fur bristling, baring their teeth, and letting out threatening growls at the blue-green canine. Flower next stopped barking. Li Qinghao reprimanded his hunting dog, then cautiously took a step forward. Seeing the opponent still advancing, Xiaoqing immediately lowered its head, every muscle in its body tensing, ready to strike at any moment. Just then Xiaoqing caught a familiar scent, and its previously rigid posture softened considerably. Li Qinghao, noticing Xiaoqing's tension had eased, mistook it for an acceptance of his goodwill, and eagerly took several steps forward. Woof! 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 At that moment, waves of barking echoed through the area. Li Chenghao's expression darkened instantly when he saw Xiaoqing, which had been all tensed up, suddenly relax and answer with a bark toward the source of the sound. Woof! Xiaoqing's bark was deep and resonant, carrying far through the forest. Upon hearing the response, Da Huang grew extraordinarily excited, barking and picking up its pace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan, who had been trailing behind Da Huang, also heard the bark. Though he had never heard Xiaoqing's call before, instinct told him it was indeed her, so he immediately quickened his pace. After Lin Yuanshan had just gutted the sow, Su Mingho arrived. He immediately tasked Su Minggao with watching the old sow and shouted to Da Huang, "Let's go find Xiaoqing." Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's command, Da Huang hesitated and glanced at the old sow. It was clearly reluctant to leave the prey it had helped catch without getting any meat. But Lin Yuanshan, fearful that something might have happened to Xiaoqing, repeated his call, his voice considerably more stern this time. Woof! Woof! Da Huang seemed to sense Lin Yuanshan's determination, barked once in response, and immediately bolted back along the path they had come. Da Huang ran with its head held high, sniffing the air as it went. It didn't catch Xiaoqing's scent until it reached the fork where the wild boar had separated from the sow, at which point it let out two excited barks and darted into the woods. When Li Chenghao spotted a yellow hunting dog emerging from the nearby woods, his heart sank to his stomach. However, he was a man of composure. Though deeply disappointed, he kept his 3 dogs under control and prevented any confrontation. After all, the opponent's 2 hunting dogs were no pushovers. The blue-green one alone was exceptionally fierce, and while the yellow dog looked unremarkable, its steady, calm gaze revealed it was no ordinary fighter. Da Huang bounded up to Xiaoqing, face alight with excitement as it moved in for affection, but Xiaoqing's icy stare made it skid to a halt. Watching from the side, Li Chenghao found himself amused. He had never thought he'd see embarrassment on a dog's face. Fortunately, Da Huang quickly composed itself and let out 2 eager barks toward the nearby woods. Almost immediately, a tall figure of over 1.8 meters emerged from the forest, none other than Lin Yuanshan, who had been following close behind. Lin Yuanshan was visibly surprised by the scene before him and turned to look at Li Chenghao standing nearby. When Li Chenghao saw the owner arrive, he hurried forward with a smile to greet him. "Hello, brother. I'm Li Chenghao from Jiazi village. My dog led me over here, but when I saw your dog had already killed the wild boar, I called it back." Understanding Li Chenghao's explanation, Lin Yuanshan realized the other man was simply observing proper hunting etiquette, so he stepped forward with a smile rather than keeping a cold expression. "I'm Lin Yuanshan from Wazitan. The 2 dogs got separated while chasing the boar, so as soon as I finished handling things over there, I came right away." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Li Chenghao was startled. In his understanding, the man had already killed 2 wild boars today. A look of envy crossed his face. "Your skills are impressive, brother, and those are excellent dogs. Mind if I ask where you got them? I've been looking for a good dog myself." Li Chenghao pulled a pack of cigarettes from his chest, extracted 2, and offered one to Lin Yuanshan. Though Lin Yuanshan rarely smoked, he accepted the cigarette out of courtesy. After lighting up and exchanging a few idle words, he found the man to be decent, so he said with a smile, "This yellow dog is from my own breeding, a local-born hound. The green one I bought at the market. The seller intended to butcher it for meat, but I couldn't bring myself to let that happen, so I purchased it instead. Who would have thought it turned out to be such a good dog? Tisk, you're a kind-hearted brother. Good people get rewarded. I'll check the market in a couple of days then. You go ahead and finish up with this boar, I'll go wander around some more." Li Chenghao muttered a couple more words of appreciation, tossed his cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped it out, then called his dogs and departed. Lin Yuanshan watched him walk away, crushed his own cigarette, and headed toward the young wild boar. He had actually noticed it while smoking. Xiaoqing had been sneaking bites of wild boar meat while the 2 men were chatting. When Xiaoqing saw Lin Yuanshan approaching, its ears twitched, but it paid him no mind, keeping its head down and continuing to devour the meat. Still eating, Lin Yuanshan stepped forward and slapped Xiaoqing, but the dog snapped its head up and bared its teeth, issuing a silent threat. "Woof! Woof!" Lin Yuanshan realized the dog was guarding its food. Without hesitation, he transformed his open palm into a fist and slammed it into Xiaoqing's massive head. Thud! Aowo! Xiaoqing's head rang with the impact. Memories of being choked by Lin Yuanshan flooded back instantly, and its gaze cleared. It retreated several steps on its own and lowered its body to the ground in submission. Only then did Lin Yuanshan give a satisfied grunt. He raised his foot and kicked Xiaoqing, his voice cold and threatening. "Next time you bare your teeth at me, I'll break them." Lin Yuanshan drew a short blade from his waist and began to butcher the young wild boar. Since Xiaoqing had already bitten through its neck, most of the blood had drained away. He made quick work of the task, then split the pig's heart in half and handed one piece to Da Huang. Da Huang immediately clamped its jaws around the heart and began devouring it voraciously at Lin Yuanshan's feet. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing watched with envy from the side, quietly edging closer. But this time it was Da Huang who bared its teeth at her. "Xiaoqing, get lost. How much have you already eaten?" Lin Yuanshan glanced at Xiaoqing's round belly and scolded her grumpily. After dressing the old, Su Mingho sat aside waiting for Lin Yuanshan and the others. As time drifted by, a creeping chill seeped into his bones. He suddenly raised his head and scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. However, Su Mingho did not grow careless. He knew that in the mountains one must always trust one's instincts. He lifted the air rifle Lin Yuanshan had given him and began scanning the surrounding woods. His vigilance was rewarded. After an unremitting search, Su Mingho finally spotted the creature that had sent that chill down his spine concealed among the trees. When he caught sight of the gray silhouette beneath the distant pine, Su Mingho couldn't help but shudder. How did I draw something like this? Su Mingho knew all too well that gray wolves rarely hunted alone. He quickly scanned the surrounding forest for more and soon located 2 additional gray wolves not far away. 3 of them. Su Mingho's heart sank. All he could do now was pray that Lin Yuanshan would return soon, for if he didn't, Su Mingao feared he might not survive the night. No, I can't die here. I haven't cured mother's illness yet, and what about my younger sister? How would the 2 of them survive without me? Thinking of his family, a surge of strength coursed through Su Mingho's veins. He immediately raised his rifle and fired toward the wolves. Thwomp. Though the air rifle's pellets lacked power and range, the sharp sound was enough to spook the wolves, who slipped away into the surrounding forest in a flash. Su Mingho fired several more rounds into the mountainside before lowering his rifle. Though the wolves had vanished, he knew full well they hadn't given up. They were surely lurking at a distance, waiting for the danger to pass before closing in once more. After all, there was something here they were unwilling to abandon, that over 200-gene-old sow. True to his expectation, just over 10 minutes later the 3 gray wolves reappeared before Su Mingho's eyes. He repeated his earlier tactics, firing several shots, though this time the effect was far more limited. The cunning wolves had seen through his stratagem and were now advancing toward him step by measured step. In truth, Su Mingho's best option would have been to flee at once. There was a good chance the wild wolves would have been drawn to the sow's carcass rather than pursuing him. But Su Mingho wanted to hold out a little longer. It was Lin Yuanshan's and his first hunting trip to Dongshan, and if he abandoned the prey and ran, he feared Lin Yuanshan would form a poor impression of him. As the 3 gray wolves drew ever closer, Su Mingho could see the savagery blazing in their eyes. I can't wait any longer. I will not die here. Su Mingho rose to his feet and fired several shots at the wolves. Thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. Though lead pellets held limited destructive power, they still inflicted serious wounds upon flesh and bone. One stray pellet struck a gray wolf's foreleg, shattering it cleanly. Awoo! The injured wolf let out a piercing wail, managing to stay upright on its remaining leg. The other 2 wolves, witnessing their comrade's desperate plight, did not retreat. Instead, baring their fangs, they charged straight at Su Mingho. Seeing the dire situation, Su Mingho gritted his teeth and decided to withdraw, for as the saying went, where the green hills remain, firewood would never run short. But the moment he rose and aimed his rifle to escape, a chorus of barking echoed through the forest. Da Huang. Hearing the familiar dog bark, Su Mingho instantly abandoned his plan to flee. Instead, he scrambled up a nearby tree in one fluid motion, raising his rifle to fire probing shots at the remaining 2 wolves. The distant barking was indeed Da Huang, arriving just in time. Not only had it caught the wolves' howl, but it could also smell their presence. Da Huang knew well the terror these creatures could inflict. Had Yi Qingmei or Zhang Sujuan been by its side, it would have led them away without hesitation. But today the one following behind was Lin Yuanshan. Days of successful hunts had inflated Da Huang's confidence to such an extent that upon catching the wolves' scent, it showed no sign of backing down. Instead, it let out an excited yelp and sped forward toward them. Xiaoqing, go lend a hand. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuanshan immediately called out to Xiaoqing. At Lin Yuanshan's command, Xiaoqing, eager to redeem itself, did not hesitate for a moment. It transformed into a green streak, chasing after Da Huang. Lin Yuanshan himself wasted no time. He hung the small wild boar on a nearby tree and charged forward with his rifle raised. When the wolves heard the approaching dog barks, they did not immediately retreat. Instead, they stood their ground waiting. By their experience, the creatures hastening toward them, though similar in appearance, were far weaker in combat. It was not worth abandoning prey already within reach. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqing appeared first on the horizon. Its brown eyes gleamed with killing intent. Upon spotting the distant wolves, it did not hesitate and charged straight at them. Seeing the massive Xiaoqing hurtling toward them, the 3 wolves grew restless. The largest among them let out a bark, and together with the uninjured wolf, they moved to intercept Xiaoqing. These 3 wolves were of average size for their kind, weighing over 60 gene each, roughly matching Da Huang, but no match for Xiaoqing in comparison. Yet the lead wolf remained confident, for it had slain several creatures, much like Xiaoqing before. The 2 dogs and 3 wolves closed in rapidly. Just as they were about to collide, Da Huang suddenly burst forth from the side. The unexpected twist caused the lead wolf to pause. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiaoqing's eyes flashed. Its hind legs drove hard against the ground, launching its entire body skyward. With overwhelming momentum, it pounced directly upon the alpha. Pressured by Xiaoqing's ferocious charge, the lead wolf instinctively attempted to step back, but it was too late. Caught midair by Xiaoqing, the wolf felt sharp teeth sink into its nape. Nevertheless, this wolf had earned its place as alpha through sheer capability. Clamped by the neck, it rolled violently across the ground, and before Xiaoqing could release its grip, it launched itself upward toward the dog. Seeing this, the other wolf hurried forward to assist, but its attention was drawn by Da Huang, who had followed close behind. Woof! Woof! Da Huang let out 2 mocking barks at the wolf, then charged headlong into battle. The wolf, showing no fear, bared its fangs and met the charge head-on. Though the gray wolf's ferocity would normally grant it an advantage in a fight against a hound today, it faced Xiaoqing. In a single clash, the gray wolf was pinned to the ground by Xiaoqing's superior physique. Then a flash of crimson glinted in Xiaoqing's eyes as it clamped its jaws onto the wolf's throat and shook its head violently. Tear. Though the gray wolf had thick hide and tough flesh, Xiaoqing's frenzied biting still ripped several gashes in its neck. Only then did the gray wolf realize that today's opponent was entirely different from those it had faced before. The immense size, the mad and ruthless gaze, all attested to the adversary's formidable strength. Once wounded, the gray wolf instinctively tried to retreat, but Xiaoqing clung to it relentlessly, refusing to let it escape. Meanwhile, the battle between Da Huang and the other gray wolf ended quickly. That wolf was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground by Da Huang. Although Da Huang had yet to tear through the wolf's hide, it was only a matter of time. When Lin Yuanshan arrived with his gun, the commotion startled both the hounds and the gray wolves. The wolf pinned beneath Da Huang struggled desperately, and in the moment Da Huang was distracted, it sank its teeth into Da Huang's foreleg. Da Huang yelped in pain and retaliated immediately, but the wolf had no intention of continuing the fight. It rolled over, scrambled up, tucked its tail between its legs, and prepared to flee. Just then Lin Yuanshan raised his hunting rifle, aimed at the wolf, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Because the distance was so close, the bullet snapped the wolf's neck cleanly. Blood and flesh splattered across the ground, a gruesome sight. The gunshot startled the remaining two wolves. The three-legged wolf, sensing danger, scrambled desperately toward the northern woods. But with its broken leg, it could only hobble along, hopping awkwardly toward the forest. At the sound of the gunshot, Xiaoqing's eyes flashed a fierce crimson, and it launched a frenzied attack on the lead wolf before it. The lead wolf had already suffered considerable injuries from Xiaoqing's assault. Coupled with its single-minded desire to escape, it had no will to fight. Under Xiaoqing's relentless barrage, its throat was finally torn open, and it collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness. After dispatching that wolf with a single shot, Lin Yuanshan immediately set off after the three-legged wolf. The crippled wolf seemed to sense death approaching, so it threw itself into the forest with all its might. Bang! Once he was within range, Lin Yuanshan fired without hesitation, showing no inclination to toy with the wolf. After all the lessons he had learned in his past life had taught him a profound truth: stay steady and don't get cocky. Brother Dashin, you're finally back. I was about to run. Su Mingho trotted over to Lin Yuanshan, his face beaming with excitement. Lin Yuanshan reached out and gave Su Mingho a sharp flick on the back of his head. Thwack! What did I tell you before I left? If you run into danger, get out of there first. What if something happened to you? What would your mother and sister do? Lin Yuanshan was genuinely angry this time, so he put a bit more force into the flick. Su Mingho rubbed the lump swelling on his head, but felt no resentment. Only a sheepish grin. Brother, I know. I just couldn't bear to let those wolves ruin the boar we hunted. All right, hurry up and skin these 3 wolves, then let's get out of here. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand, telling Su Mingho to bring over the other 2 wolves while he handled the skinning. Lin Yuanshan's marksmanship was accurate at close range, so all 3 wolf pelts were in good condition. Although the pelts at this time of year weren't as fine as in winter, they were still decent and could fetch a good price. After removing the skins, Lin Yuanshan cut off the wolves' heads, innards, and limbs, leaving only the 4 legs and torsos. He then began stuffing the meat into burlap sacks. Lin Yuanshan kept everything from the sow except the innards, for even a mosquito's leg is meat. After packing all the meat into the sacks, Su Mingho hurried forward to carry one, but Lin Yuanshan waved him off. There's still a small wild boar up ahead, probably about 60 or 70 gene. You can carry that one. Oh, okay. Su Mingho knew his physique was far inferior to Lin Yuanshan's, so he didn't refuse. He simply began packing up the gear and followed Lin Yuanshan. The day's hunt had been fruitful, and Lin Yuanshan was in high spirits, especially after discovering that Xiaoqing possessed the potential to be a lead dog. On the way back, Da Huang kept trying to sidle up to Xiaoqing to get friendly, but Xiaoqing just gave him a cold glare, and Da Huang wisely circled around to the other side. Watching Da Huang's antics, Lin Yuanshan chuckled inwardly. As a mature male dog, Da Huang had a whole harem in Wazi village. But making eyes at Xiaoqing was a fool's errand. Xiaoqing was nothing like the yard dogs in the village. With its towering muscular frame and fierce temperament, it would only submit to someone stronger. And Da Huang was clearly not that. It probably couldn't beat Xiaoqing. No, not probably. It definitely couldn't. Lin Yuanshan was gradually getting to know Xiaoqing's personality, calm, steady, and fierce. The only one in the Lin family who could command it was likely Lin Yuanshan himself. Xiaoqing, come here. Lin Yuanshan called to Xiaoqing, who was walking ahead. At the call, Xiaoqing stopped and waited in place. Only when Lin Yuanshan beckoned again did it reluctantly approach. Watching Xiaoqing's behavior, Lin Yuanshan knew it would take time to earn its complete submission. Unlike Da Huang, who had grown up with Lin Yuanshan and was naturally affectionate, Xiaoqing was a grown dog with a set temperament that would need to be gradually reshaped. But in his past life, Lin Yuanshan had spent his time in the mountains shooting and training dogs, so he knew exactly how to handle a dog like Xiaoqing. He believed that after just 2 more trips up the mountain, Xiaoqing would be fully obedient. After all, Lin Yuanshan could provide both the strength and the food it needed, so submission was only a matter of time. When Xiaoqing came to his side, Lin Yuanshan reached out and stroked its head. Despite its obvious reluctance, Xiaoqing stayed put, clearly aware that resistance would only lead to forceful suppression. Seeing Xiao Qing show signs of submission, Lin Yuanshan stopped pressing it. He shouldered the sack and continued onward. Su Mingho followed behind with his own sack, watching Lin Yuanshan stride ahead with ease. Though he was drenched in sweat, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Due to 2 consecutive delays, the two did not reach the foot of the mountain until past 4 in the afternoon. It was already nearly dark, so there were very few people on the road. Most had gone home to cook or eat their meals. After arriving at the Lin family's home, Lin Yuanshan asked Su Mingho to take home a hind leg of a small wild boar. Su Mingho could hardly contribute during these mountain trips with Lin Yuanshan, so Lin Yuanshan decided against sharing the earnings for now. Once Su Mingho learns hunting skills, they can discuss how to divide the spoils properly. After all, Lin Yuanshan had already promised Su Mingho the gallbladder from the next bear they brought down, a single prize worth multiple hunting hauls combined. Su Mingho returned home with a wild boar leg slung over his shoulder, his face alight with joy. Despite running through the mountains all day with Lin Yuanshan, he felt no fatigue. Hope had given him something to look forward to, and he found himself increasingly eager for whatever days lay ahead. As he whistled a tune while approaching the alley where his home stood, a dark shadow materialized near his doorstep. "Who's there?" Su Mingho roared, sharply tossing the wild boar leg aside as his hand flew to the bone knife tucked at his lower back. "Cough, cough. Mingho, it's me, Wang Dajuan." The dark figure by the wall, seeing Su Mingho's agitated state, knew he always carried a knife and feared accidentally being hurt, so he quickly whispered an explanation. Su Mingho finally eased his guard upon hearing Wang Dajuan's voice, though his hand remained resting at his waist. "Brother Dajuan, what brings you here?" Wang Dajuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing recognition in Su Mingho's voice, then cautiously approached and spoke in a low tone. "I heard you're now hunting in the mountains with Lin Yuanshan." "Yes." Su Mingho nodded without hesitation, for this was known throughout the entire village. No surprise that Wang Dajuan had heard of it. Wang Dajuan grinned broadly, revealing his crooked yellow teeth upon seeing Su Mingho did not deny it. He scanned the area left and right, and only when he confirmed no one was nearby did he speak. "I heard about a black bear in a certain place while napping in the firewood pile today. I wonder if you might be interested." Su Mingho's eyes brightened immediately upon hearing the other person knew about the black bear. What he needed most right now was a bear gallbladder. But Su Mingho was not swept away by the news. He understood well that nothing comes for free. Having experienced too much warmth and coldness in these years, aside from Lin Yuanshan, no one had ever helped him without reason. "Brother Dajuan, what is it you're after?" Wang Dajuan chuckled at the question and looked at Su Mingho. "Mingho, though I am nobody important, I am no fool either. I know most folks in the village look down on me and will not have anything to do with me. Whether you believe it or not, I consider you a friend. This black bear is at the foot of Ershin Mountain. If you bring it down, I want nothing else, just the hide. It will keep me warm through the winter." After finishing his words, Wang Dajuan's gaze fixed on Su Mingho. Su Mingho thought it over. A bear hide in exchange for such information was like a gift from heaven. And if they failed to hunt it, he owed nothing, no loss at all. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Very well, I will speak for Brother Dacian on your behalf. If we bring it down, the hide is yours." Keep your word." Wang Dajuan chuckled, then turned his gaze to the pig leg Su Mingho had dropped on the ground earlier. Su Mingho showed no reluctance, gesturing generously toward Wang Dajuan with a smile. "Brother Dajuan, wait here a moment. I will go home and cut you a piece of pork to take back and taste." This is not necessary." Wang Dajuan swallowed hard, scratching his head in embarrassment. Though he protested verbally, his feet remained firmly planted. Su Mingho did not mock him. A week ago he would not have been so generous either. But now a bit of meat meant nothing to him. Watching Wang Dajuan depart with the pork in hand, Su Mingho had considered going to find Lin Yuanshan immediately. But thinking of his sister at home, he decided to return first and cook. Tomorrow would suffice. The black bear would not escape. Wang Dajuan kept some caution in reserve. Though he had mentioned the bear's general location to Su Mingho, he had not revealed the exact spot. If Lin Yuanshan went looking without specifics, they would likely waste time. But after Su Mingho handed over the pork, Wang Dajuan shared the precise details. Su Mingho returned home, secured the door, and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Su Mingwe was already slicing sour cabbage, and upon seeing her brother return, she eagerly greeted him. "Brother, shall we use the big bones to stew the sour cabbage tonight?" Su Mingwe swallowed hard as she spoke. Despite Su Mingho bringing back meat several times over the past few days, it was still far from enough for the Su family, who had been deprived of it for so long. Su Mingho looked at his sister's hopeful eyes, smiled, and ruffled her hair before waving his hand. "Of course, tonight we will use all those big bones and let you eat your fill." "Wow, brother, you are the best." Su Mingwe, overjoyed, embraced him and began stoking the fire with excitement. "Mingho, did Dacian give you this as well?" Just then Wang Yuling, having regained her senses, entered the kitchen and asked in surprise upon seeing the wild boar leg on the cutting board. "Yes, mother. Please wait in the room for a moment. I will finish cooking, and then we can eat." Wang Yuling looked at her well-behaved children, a gentle expression softening her pale face. She stepped forward and took the spatula from Su Mingho's hand. "Let me handle this. Are not you two siblings fond of my sour cabbage stewed with big bones?" Su Mingho had initially wanted to refuse. Wang Yuling had always been frail, and he rarely let her do any work. In recent years, it had been Su Mingwe who took on all the household chores. But seeing Wang Yuling in good spirits today, Su Mingho finally nodded. "All right, I will split the big bones in half. The marrow inside must not go to waste. Wonderful. I want to eat the marrow. Su Mingyue cheered and took her place at the stove. Meanwhile, Wang Yuling began preparing the stir-fry. Watching this heartwarming scene, Su Mingho made a silent vow in his heart he would cure his mother's illness so that their family could truly be complete. At night, beside a forest on the northwest edge of Wazi village, two shadowy figures, one tall, one short, were whispering slyly. The tall man glanced around left and right, saw no one nearby, and finally spoke in a low voice. Have you passed on the message? The short man replied, it's done. I saw Wang Lizi with my own eyes go to Su Mingho's house. But afraid of being discovered, I didn't get too close and didn't see him speak with Su Mingho. Hearing this, the tall man waved his hand dismissively and smiled. It's fine. Su Mingho is probably the only one in all of Wazi village willing to associate with him, so wherever he goes he's bound to seek him out. The short man asked with a hint of doubt, are you certain Lin Yuanshan will go? And even if he does, what if Lin Yuanshan actually succeeds in hunting it down? Wouldn't that be a terrible loss for us? The tall man's expression hardened with confidence, his smile turning cruel as he replied, rest assured. This time Lin Yuanshan will surely die. Even if his ancestor's grave erupts in flames, he'll still lose a layer of skin. The next morning at the Su residence, Su Mingyue warmed up the leftover dishes from the previous evening, cooked a pot of coarse corn porridge, and then went to call Su Mingho for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Su Mingho instructed Su Mingyue not to open the door for anyone, then set off toward the Lin family's home. Woof! Woof! From far away, De Huang heard Su Mingho's footsteps and immediately barked twice toward the house. Hearing De Huang's bark coming from the Yi household, Lin Yuanshan guessed it must be Su Mingho arriving. He paid it little mind and continued eating on the Kong. When Su Mingho arrived at the Lin residence and entered the courtyard, Shao Qingtai beside the west wall opened its eyes and glanced at him before retreating back into its nest to continue sleeping. Su Mingho paid no mind to this. He knew Shao Qing's temperament well enough. Even his elder brother Dashan was sometimes ignored by the creature, let alone himself. Uncle, Aunt, brother, are you eating? Zhang Sujuan spotted Su Mingho and quickly rose to welcome him. Mingho, have you eaten? Let me fetch you a pair of chopsticks. Have a few more bites. Oh, no need, Aunt. I already finished eating before coming over. Su Mingho hurriedly stopped Zhang Sujuan from getting up to grab chopsticks. You've really eaten? Then I won't press the matter. Honestly, would I be so formal with you? Su Mingho pulled over a stool for himself and turned to Lin Yuanshan, who was still eating. Brother, I just received word about a black bear. Uff. Lin Yuanshan, having just taken a sip of coarse porridge, spat it all over. Lin Wei was sitting across from him. Lin Wei was brow furrowed as he prepared to assert his paternal authority, but Zhang Sujuan swiftly pulled him back. Her face radiant with delight, she turned to Su Mingho and said with a smile, Mingho, you truly are your brother's lucky star. Scratching his head bashfully, Su Mingho replied, Aunt, please don't say that. If it weren't for Brother Dashan taking me up the mountain, I'd still be lost somewhere by now. Hearing Su Mingho's words, Zhang Sujuan's smile widened further. No one wishes to find that the person they help proves ungrateful. Very well, treat each other as family from now on. Yes, yes. Su Mingho nodded eagerly, for he had long felt the same way in his heart. Where is the black bear? After watching his father finish clearing the remnants from his clothes, Lin Yuanshan asked. At Urshan Mountain. What? The moment Su Mingho spoke those words, both Lin Weigua and Zhang Sujuan's expressions darkened dramatically. Lin Weigua's face grew almost pallid. Urshan Mountain was widely dreaded across the surrounding towns. Even the most celebrated hunters there rarely dared to hunt in its vicinity. Legend held that the mountain was formerly called Huangxian Mountain. Later a white immortal arrived, and the two immortals battled fiercely, both sustaining grievous wounds. Henceforth the mountain was renamed Urshan Mountain. The reason Lin Yuanshan and his wife reacted so strongly was that Urshan Mountain possessed a peculiar and sinister quality. Shrouded in perpetual mist, the mountain was not large, yet people frequently became lost within its depths. Even more terrifying was the fact that several people had mysteriously vanished there in recent years, which explained the Lin couple's alarm. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yuanshan also frowned. It was not fear that troubled him, but rather a fleeting thought that flickered through his mind, something he could not quite grasp whenever he tried to recall it. Observing the Lin couple's expressions, Su Mingho immediately realized this place was no ordinary location. He hastened to ask, Uncle, and is there something wrong with this place? Mingho, you're young, and may not have heard of Urshan Mountain. This place. After Zhang Sujuan explained the matter in detail, Su Mingho's face darkened. He turned to Lin Yuanshan and began explaining the source of the information. Big Mountain brother Wang Dajuan told me this news. He merely heard it from others. At the sound of Wang Dajuan's name, Lin Yuanshan's eyes widened. At last the missing thread in his mind clicked into place, and a familiar figure flashed before his eyes. In his past life, a terrible incident had once occurred in Wazi village. 3 hunters had entered a certain place together, and all 3 perished there. The incident had caused a sensation in Wazi village at the time. Though these men were not the most formidable hunters, they were seasoned veterans who had hunted for decades, yet none had returned from the mountain. Only after village head Wu Jianjun mobilized his influence and led over a dozen villagers into Urshan Mountain did they recover the 3 hunters' clothing. As for their bodies, they had vanished without a trace. The sole reason the 3 men had entered Urshan Mountain was that someone had told them a black bear dwelled there. That information had been spread by Li Hongsheng. Although the people around Changbai Mountain often said, life and death are predetermined, wealth and honor are heaven's gift, the three families still fell into fierce conflict with the Li family. Only through Wu Jianjun's mediation was the matter eventually settled. Lin Yuanshan pieced the events together in his mind and began weighing the risks and benefits. After considerable deliberation, Lin Yuanshan ultimately decided to make the journey. After all, a black bear's value was still quite significant to him at present. Father, mother, I'm going to take a look. Absolutely not. Before Lin Weigua could speak, Zhang Sujuan immediately refused. Fearing it might offend Lin Yuanshan, she quickly turned and nudged him, saying, Your father disagrees as well. Lin Weigua cast a speechless glance at Zhang Sujuan, but readily agreed, adding, Dashin, I believe you should consider this matter very carefully. Hearing that his parents did not agree to his going to Ershian Mountain, Lin Yuanshan did not intend to sneak off this time. Instead, he raised his head, looked at Lin Weigua and Zhang Sujuan, and spoke with a solemn expression. Dad, Mom, I must go to Ershian Mountain. And as I just said, the black bear is at the foot of the mountain. As long as we don't go up, it won't be that dangerous. Zhang Sujuan wanted to say more, but Lin Weigua reached out and patted her knee to stop her. Then he looked at Lin Yuanshan and said softly, Dashin, you are now the pillar of our family. You can make your own decisions on many matters, but you must promise me to be careful. If anything happens to you, your mother, and I will have no hope left. I understand, Dad. I'll be careful. Lin Yuanshan nodded solemnly, then turned to Su Mingho and said, Mingho, you heard what your aunt said just now. Are you coming with me or staying at home? Su Mingho did not hesitate at all, directly nodding to Lin Yuanshan and saying, Brother, of course I'm going with you. Shall we leave now? Let's go. Lin Yuanshan wiped his mouth with his hand, then turned over and got off the Kong, put on his shoes, and led Su Mingho to the west room. After the two left, Zhang Sujuan turned to look at Lin Weigua, frowning as she complained. Husband, why didn't you persuade our son? How dangerous is Ershian Mountain? Lin Weigua shook his head. The Changbai Mountains are dangerous everywhere. Since our son has embarked on the path of hunting, he will have to face these things sooner or later. Rather than letting him face these crises unprepared, it's better to let him actively confront them now. Although there is a certain degree of danger, at least the danger is controllable. Hearing her husband's words, Zhang Sujuan nodded reluctantly, then spoke with a worried expression. Husband, do you think our son will go to Guamian Ridge in the future? Hearing this name, Lin Weigua's face changed drastically, and a trace of fear appeared on his resolute face. It was a while before he came back to his senses and said to Zhang Sujuan with a bitter expression, This is what I have been worried about. I suspect our son will go there soon. Lin Weigua knew his son's character well. He knew that as soon as the time was right, he would definitely go to avenge him. Lin Yuanshan led Xiaoqing while Da Huang wagged its tail and walked at the front. Su Mingho walked beside Lin Yuanshan with an excited expression, secretly calculating in his heart that if they could encounter a black bear today, he would fulfill his wish. Shortly after the two left along South Street, a figure emerged from the woods on one side. That familiar dogskin hat. Wasn't it Sun Dekun, the idler in the village? Seeing the two heading into the mountains, a glint of malicious light flashed in Sun Dekun's eyes. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he spat in the direction they had left. Huh. Damn it, let you be arrogant. Let's see how you come back this time. Ershian Mountain is located northwest of Dongshan, neither too far nor too close to Wazi village. After walking along the mountain path for about an hour, Lin Yuanshan stopped, determined the direction, and then plunged into the dense forest beside them with Su Mingho. As soon as they entered the dense forest, Da Huang immediately slowed down, keeping within 10 meters of Lin Yuanshan. Its expression became alert as it continuously observed the surroundings. Xiaoqing still appeared calm, but its ears kept rotating, constantly monitoring the surroundings. Dashin, you're really amazing. You even know how to get to Ershian Mountain. Lin Yuanshan, after wandering in the mountains enough, you'll know the way. We're almost there. Be careful. Lin Yuanshan held Xiaoqing's leash with one hand and pulled the double-barreled shotgun from his back, holding it in his hand. As the two emerged from a forest, a high mountain appeared before them. Ershian Mountain was densely forested with linden, pine, red oak, and various other trees intermingling. Almost every tree species found in the Changbai Mountains could be seen here. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, one could see the peaks shrouded in thin mist, the summit nearly invisible. Lin Yuanshan looked up at the mountaintop. He knew there was a precious treasure hidden here, but it was not suitable for him to go up now because his weapons were not sufficient. Years of hunting experience in his past life had cultivated in Lin Yuanshan ample confidence. Although he still held respect for nature, any problem that could be solved with a bullet was not a problem to him. Let's go. The place Wang Dajuan mentioned should be to the north. Lin Yuanshan turned to Su Mingho and said, then led Xiaoqing forward. The two walked around Ershian Mountain for about half an hour, finally reaching the place Wang Dajuan had mentioned. This was a valley at the foot of Ershian Mountain with a dry stream. When the water was abundant, the stream could be 5 or 6 meters wide, but now it was the dry season, so only a few small pools had a little water. The place Wang Dajuan had mentioned was right beside the stream. There were 2 large poplar trees. One was so thick that 2 people could barely encircle it, while the other was only 1 arm span in girth. On the larger poplar tree, there was a hole as wide as a water tank with a few strands of frost hanging at the entrance, though not very obvious. As soon as they arrived, Da Huang's body tensed, its eyes fixed on the tree hole of the poplar, clearly having detected the presence of the black bear. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing shook its head in confusion, glanced at the tree hole, then looked left and right as if searching for something. Lin Yuanshan surveyed the surrounding terrain, then began to assign tasks to Su Mingho. Mingho, in a moment, take a stick and knock on this tree trunk. Start from the bottom and knock upward, knock 3 times, and then pause. Listen for any sound inside. As soon as you hear something, run quickly toward me. Understood? Understood. Lin Yuanshan looked at Su Mingho's face, hesitated for a moment, then still gave him an uneasy reminder. Mingho, the black bear's roar is a bit terrifying. This is your first time encountering one, so you must stay calm. As long as you can run over here, the black bear won't be able to hurt you. Su Mingho had been somewhat dismissive after all. The hunting with Lin Yuanshan over the past few days had been too smooth, so he felt that these things were nothing much. But seeing Lin Yuanshan's serious expression, he straightened up and said earnestly, "Don't worry, brother, I will be careful." After saying that, Su Mingho took the knife from Lin Yuanshan's hand, walked to a poplar tree, and began to chop it. Soon Su Mingho chopped down a small green poplar, trimmed both ends, and obtained a stick as thick as an arm. He carried the stick to the poplar tree, then turned to look at Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan tied Xiaoqing and Da Huang to a nearby tree, then raised his hunting rifle and nodded at Su Mingho, signaling that they could begin. Su Mingho swallowed, then took a deep breath, gripped the stick, and smashed it against the large green poplar. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, Su Mingho pricked up his ears and listened intently to the sounds from the tree hollow, but the hollow was silent with no movement at all. So Su Mingho raised the stick and struck 3 more times. After stopping and hearing no response, he started striking continuously. Growl. A chilling bear roar came from the tree hollow. Su Mingho, standing beside the tree, felt a chill run up his spine, and his mind went blank for a moment. Swish, swish, swish. From the tree hollow came the sound of bear claws scraping against the trunk, and then a black bear's head emerged from the hole. As soon as the black bear poked its head out, it spotted the culprit who had disturbed its hibernation. With a forceful push, it fully extended its head, then gripped the trunk with one claw and pulled its entire upper body out of the tree hollow. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the black bear emerge, Da Huang immediately started barking wildly. Lin Yuanshan, seeing that the bear was about to come out, knew that if he didn't act, Su Mingho might be doomed. So he unhesitatingly raised his rifle and fired a shot into the air. Bang! Woof, 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 growl. At the sound of the gunshot, chaos erupted. Su Mingho, standing by the poplar tree, shuddered violently and finally snapped back to reality. He threw away the stick and ran directly toward Lin Yuanshan. Bang! Su Mingho's running immediately provoked the black bear. The bear pushed off with its hind legs and scrambled out of the hole. Because it came out too fast, the black bear fell directly to the ground. However, a drop of 2 or 3 meters was nothing more than a tickle to its thick-skinned body. The bear let out an angry roar, rolled over on the ground, sprang up, and charged after Su Mingho. Hearing the roar behind him, Su Mingho wished his parents had given him 2 more legs. He sprinted desperately toward Lin Yuanshan's location. Lin Yuanshan's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't seen the black bear closing in. Instead, he tilted the gun downward. Uft, uft. A bullet and a shell casing were ejected. Lin Yuanshan reached into his pocket with his right hand, and when it came out, his index, middle, and ring fingers were already holding 2 bullets. He pressed them into the double-barreled shotgun's magazine, then flicked the barrels upward. Click! The shotgun was reloaded. Lin Yuanshan raised the gun and aimed directly at the black bear that was about to catch Su Mingho, then let out a loud shout. Dodge! Su Mingho reflexively jumped aside. At the same time, 2 gunshots echoed through the mountain forest. Bang! Bang! The black bear, only 30 meters away from Lin Yuanshan, had its head burst like a large watermelon. Its body, driven by pre-death muscle memory, continued running a few steps before crashing to the ground. Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief and habitually tilted the gun stock, ejecting the shells. Woof! 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 At that moment, Da Huang, tied behind Lin Yuanshan, suddenly started barking frantically, and even the usually aloof Xiaoqing barked twice, breaking its usual demeanor. Brother, behind you. Su Mingho, who had scrambled to his feet, rushed toward Lin Yuanshan while waving desperately. At that moment, Lin Yuanshan also felt a chill at his back, and his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he slid a step to the side, dodging behind a nearby linden tree, then spun around. When he saw what was behind him, even Lin Yuanshan, with years of hunting experience, felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. A shaggy black bear was standing silently not far behind him. If Lin Yuanshan hadn't taken that step, he would have been mauled to death by the bear. Seeing that it had been spotted, the black bear's eyes flashed with cruelty, and it let out a roar at Lin Yuanshan. Growl! Lin Yuanshan turned and ran without hesitation, shouting at Su Mingho as he ran. Run! Su Mingho turned and fled without a second thought. Lin Yuanshan, while dodging around the tree, pulled out bullets from his pocket. After pressing 2 rounds into the magazine, he snapped the gun shut, turned around, and fired at the black bear charging toward him. Bang! At this critical moment, the black bear suddenly dropped low, dodging the bullet in the blink of an eye. This eerie move made even the experienced Lin Yuanshan's scalp tingle. He couldn't tell if it was a coincidence or if the bear truly possessed such skill. Without hesitation, as the bear continued to charge, Lin Yuanshan raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Afraid the bear would repeat its earlier trick, Lin Yuanshan aimed not at its head, but at its chest. Fortunately, this time the bear did not evade the bullet. It was hit directly in the chest where the heart lay. The powerful projectile tore a large hole in the bear's chest, shattering half its heart. Despite its tenacious vitality, the black bear could not survive such a critical wound. Yet even with this severe injury, it continued to chase after Lin Yuanshan. But Lin Yuanshan was experienced in dealing with such creatures. After hitting the bear's heart, he didn't wait around, but turned and ran. After pursuing Lin Yuanshan for several dozen meters, the bear's blood had nearly drained away. Finally, as it rounded a pine tree, it collapsed to the ground. The moment the bear fell, a green figure rushed over and pounced on it, tearing at it savagely. Seeing the half-length rope hanging around Xiaoqing's neck, Lin Yuanshan knew it had bitten through the rope out of devotion to protect its master. A surge of warmth filled his heart. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Yuanshan took several deep breaths, calming his surging blood. This was one of the closest brushes with death he had experienced in all his years. Brother Yu. Su Mingho ran over to Lin Yuanshan, his eyes filled with admiration. He had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know how to begin. Lin Yuanshan composed himself and finally understood why those three from Wazi village had met their doom here. Even Lin Yuanshan had failed to detect where this black bear had emerged from. Had Da Huang and the other dogs not sounded the alarm, Lin Yuanshan would likely have perished here today. Thud, thud. Lin Yuanshan first reloaded his hunting rifle, then carefully surveyed the area where the second black bear had appeared before approaching a massive tree. At its base lay a pile of rocks, and beneath them sat a triangular hole roughly the size of a watermelon. An easy oversight if one wasn't paying close attention. Lin Yuanshan could already imagine how those three men from Wazi village had met their end in his past life. The gunfire must have awakened the black bear hidden within the rock crevice, allowing it to silently pick them off one by one. This was precisely the greatest drawback of firearm hunting. Regardless of the breed, a hunting dog's senses far surpass human capability, enabling it to detect prey at the earliest moment. Had those three brought a hunting dog with them into the mountains, their fate might have been different. However, in this life, Lin Yuanshan had preemptively claimed their prey and saved 3 lives. Let's go retrieve the gallbladder first. After thoroughly inspecting the area and confirming no other black bears remained in the cave, Lin Yuanshan approached the bear's corpse and began to butcher it, extracting the gallbladder. The first bear gallbladder was removed swiftly. It was an ordinary grass gallbladder. Lin Yuanshan handed it to Su Mingho. Take it. You know how to process it, right? Su Mingho was profoundly moved upon seeing Lin Yuanshan hand over the bear gallbladder without any hesitation. Brother, are you really giving this to me? Stop wasting words, take it quickly. Lin Yuanshan pressed the gallbladder into Su Mingho's arms. Fearing it might drop to the ground, Su Mingho cradled it carefully with both hands, then retrieved a prepared cloth pouch from his pocket and wrapped the gallbladder with utmost care. Lin Yuanshan then approached the second black bear. To be honest, this one could only be described as scrawny even from the outside. Several deep scars marred its face, and at just over 300 caddies, it was actually smaller than the first black bear. Lin Yuanshan drew his hunting knife and sliced open the bear's chest. When a flash of golden hue caught his eye, his heart skipped a beat. What is this? Lin Yuanshan quickly shifted the other internal organs aside. Upon spotting the brilliantly golden bear gallbladder, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, it's actually a golden gallbladder. Su Mingho, noticing Lin Yuanshan's intense excitement, hurried over to take a look, and was immediately captivated by the shimmering golden gallbladder. Brother, have we struck it rich? Ha ha ha, indeed. What incredible luck today. Lin Yuanshan carefully detached the golden gallbladder from the bear and examined it closely in the palm of his hand. Though a golden gallbladder ranked only 1 tier above an iron gallbladder, its rarity increased dramatically. Beyond all the beneficial properties of ordinary bear gallbladder, it possessed several unique and remarkable effects. After carefully placing the golden gallbladder into a cloth pouch, Lin Yuanshan finally began processing the 2 black bear carcasses. The 2 black bears combined weighed well over 500 caddies. While Lin Yuanshan was still capable of carrying them, he decided against it. The journey back spanned not mere hundreds of meters, but 2 to 3 hours of mountain trail. Carrying them on foot would have been extraordinarily exhausting. After removing the bear paws, noses, and knees from both carcasses, Lin Yuanshan began cutting meat to feed the dogs while surveying the surrounding forest. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze upon a pine tree, brushed off his hands, and pointed to it while speaking to Su Mingho. Mingho, let's carry the remaining meat over to that pine tree. I'll hang it up there shortly. The 2 of them made 2 trips to transport the black bear meat to the base of the pine, after which Lin Yuanshan climbed the tree, while Su Mingho passed the bear meat up to him. Both men packed the bear meat into burlap sacks to provide some measure of protection, though this could only be considered better than nothing. Brother, nobody'll steal this stuff, right? I'm not entirely sure either. Hanging the bear meat in the tree only deters gray wolves. It offers no protection against tree-climbing beasts. But we have no choice, 2 of us simply can't carry all this meat back. Sai, you're absolutely right. Su Mingho let out a sigh, well aware that there was no other option. Fortunately, within the forests of Changbai Mountain, most tree-climbing predators hunted alone rather than in packs like wolves. Even if one did discover their cached meat, it couldn't consume everything at once. Some would always remain. Let's go. If we wait any longer, it'll be dark. Lin Yuanshan glanced up through the dense canopy toward the setting sun, then urged Su Mingho to depart without delay. Each man shouldered a sack of bear paws, and accompanied by the 2 hunting dogs they set forth on their journey home. In this season on Changbai Mountain, night fell with remarkable speed. Before they had even reached the mountain path, darkness was already closing in, prompting them to quicken their pace immediately. Not long after the 2 had departed, before complete darkness had fallen, a brownish-gray figure emerged in the valley near Xian Mountain. The gray silhouette appeared roughly the same size as the Huang. Drawn by the rich metallic scent of blood permeating the valley, it perched atop a large boulder, observing for a moment. Then with a light, agile leap, it descended from the rock, its movements exuding an effortless grace. Strolling forward with leisurely confidence, the gray figure approached the pine tree where the black bear's entrails hung. With a gentle push from its hind legs, it deftly scaled the trunk. Up close, one could see that the creature bore a striking resemblance to a domestic cat, though considerably larger, with sharper teeth and more formidable claws. It was none other than the lynx, a renowned predator of Changbai Mountain. This particular lynx appeared to be male, its amber-brown pupils keeping a vigilant watch over its surroundings even as it fed. After consuming some of the bear's entrails, the lynx grew dissatisfied and lifted its head, gently sniffing the air. By the time Lin Yuanshan and his companion descended the eastern ridge, it was already past 5 in the evening, and complete darkness had settled. Having confirmed they had safely reached the foothills, Lin Yuanshan holstered his hunting rifle and retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, installing the batteries and flipping the switch. "Mingho, you still holding up?" "I'm fine." Su Mingho felt a surge of vitality coursing through his entire body. Today he had finally obtained the bear gallbladder capable of curing his mother's illness. His heart burned with eagerness, longing to sprout wings and fly straight home to save her. Nevertheless, he was well aware that bear gallbladder had to be properly processed before it could be utilized. Untreated, it was completely unusable. The 2 reached the fork on East Avenue, where Lin Yuanshan took the bag from Su Mingho's hands and patted his shoulder. "All right, that's far enough. I can see you're not really in the mood to come to my place. Go back quickly and remember to properly process that bear gallbladder before using it." "He got it, brother." Su Mingho scratched his head sheepishly. His mind was already racing ahead, so he didn't hesitate or overthink it. He simply turned on his heel and ran straight home. Su Mingho shielded his chest with one hand where the bear gallbladder lay. Everything felt surreal, like a dream, but the firm bulge against his chest reminded him this was real. He truly possessed a bear gallbladder. Deep down, Su Mingho knew this bear gallbladder was a gift from his brother Dashin. After all, he had nothing to offer but strength. Coming along on Lin Yuanshan's hunting trips was purely to fill space. But he kept all of this to heart. Even if it took a lifetime, he would repay this kindness in full. Bang, bang, bang. Mingyue opened the door quickly. "Coming." Hearing her brother's voice, Su Mingyue rushed to the courtyard and flung open the door, muttering a quiet complaint under her breath. "Brother, could you be gentler? Mom just fell asleep. Don't wake her up." "Oh, I'll keep it down." Su Mingho slipped inside and closed the door behind him. "Brother, didn't you catch anything today?" Su Mingyue noticed her brother came back empty-handed and couldn't help asking in confusion. After all, in her mind, ever since he started hunting with brother Dashin, he'd always brought something back. "Hehe, Mingyue, come with me." Su Mingho chuckled and led his sister to the kitchen. Click. The kitchen light flickered on with a crisp sound, and Su Mingyue watched her brother in surprise. "Brother, why turn on the light? I can see fine. She'll let me show you something special." Su Mingho pressed a finger to his lips, shushing his sister, then carefully withdrew the bear gallbladder from his chest. "Do you know what this is, eh?" Su Mingyue gazed at the dark lump, shaking her head blankly with a puzzled expression. "Bear gallbladder. This can cure mother's illness." "Oh, really?" Hearing it could heal their mother, Su Mingyue gasped in astonishment. "Should keep your voice down." Su Mingho quickly covered her mouth, his expression growing serious. "Keep it down. No one can know about this. From now on, besides watching over mother, your main duty is to guard this. Understood?" Su Mingyue nodded vigorously, and Su Mingho finally released her mouth. "Start boiling some hot water first. I'll handle this." "All right." "Woof, woof." De Huang announced his arrival with barks before he even appeared at the doorstep. Yi Qingmei, cooking in the kitchen, heard the barking and beamed with delight. She quickly scooped water from the jar into De Huang's bowl. De Huang, clearly parched, drank half a basin of water before slowing down. Yi Qingzhu watched his eldest sister's restless demeanor and sighed with resignation, stepping forward to take the spatula. "You go on." Yi Qingmei didn't protest, simply lifting the curtain to make her way toward the Lin residence. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan had already returned home and was showing his parents their day's catch in the courtyard. He kept the dangerous moments to himself. There was no sense in worrying them since they couldn't assist anyway. "Second uncle, auntie. Qingmei's here. Come see. Dashin shot 2 black bears today." Zhang Sujuan's face lit up upon spotting Yi Qingmei, and she eagerly beckoned her over, grasping her hand warmly. Yi Qingmei examined Lin Yuanshan from head to toe, relieved to find no injuries, before turning her attention to the bear paws lying on the ground. "What about the rest of the meat?" "There's too much to carry. I'm planning to hire a cart tomorrow to haul it from the mountain." Yi Qingmei fell silent, offering only a gentle nod. Lin Yuanshan felt a warmth stir in his chest as he studied her delicate features. Her concern had been genuine. The next morning bells chimed at the Lin residence's entrance. Zhang Sujuan had hired old man Zhang from the village the evening prior for 5 yuan to accompany them into the mountains. "You're here, Master Zhang. Would you like to come in for a meal?" Old man Zhang waved off the offer, tapping his pipe against the carriage frame with a grin. "No thanks, I've already eaten. Shanzi's grown quite capable. Your mother told me you bagged 2 black bears yesterday. Impressive skill. He just lucky." Lin Yuanshan knew he couldn't keep quiet about it anyway, so he simply admitted it outright. Old man Zhang gave a satisfied nod at his composed demeanor, then jerked his chin toward the path ahead. "Let's go." "Hold on, Master Zhang, my dog is coming too." "All right." Lin Yuanshan returned home to gather his mountain gear, then checked his pockets and counted just 3 bullets remaining. He'd need to figure out how to acquire more ammunition. Whoa, what a sturdy dog. Even the seasoned old man Zhang couldn't help but remark when Lin Yuanshan let out Xiaoqing. "Right, Master Zhang. My dog isn't just strong, she bites hard too." Old man Zhang glanced at the composed Xiaoqing, noting the cold detachment in her eyes, and nodded instinctively. "I can tell. Dogs that bite don't bark." Xiaoqing seemed to sense the comment was directed at her. She glanced at old man Zhang, read the lack of hostility in his demeanor, and turned back around. Lin Yuanshan fetched a huang from the Yi residence before old man Zhang drove the cart toward the mountains. News of Lin Yuanshan's 2 black bears spread swiftly through Wazi village, drawing a mix of envy and resentment. "Holy shit, is this real? How is this possible?" Li Dahu stared in utter disbelief. He'd planned to sabotage Lin Yuanshan, but instead his scheme backfired spectacularly. The boy had walked away with 2 bear gallbladders completely unscathed. Those gallbladders alone were worth over 1,000 each. Easily 3 or 4,000 combined. The mere thought that Lin Yuanshan pocketed all that money made Li Dabeo's heart ache with jealousy, nearly driving him mad. Yet amid his envy, a reckless notion took root. If someone with barely any hunting experience like Lin Yuanshan could bag those bears, maybe he could too. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Li Dahe's heart was filled with restlessness. Ignoring the fact that he was lying on the Kong, he scrambled up in one swift motion, pulling on his coat while speaking to Li Dabeo. "Do you remember if we have that foreign rifle? Do you know where it's kept?" Li Dabeo scratched his head, furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, "Is it in the storeroom? I remember Mom put all sorts of odds and ends there. Come on, let's go find it quickly." Li Dahe jumped off the Kong, his shoes slapping against the floor, and rushed out excitedly, without even buttoning his coat. Li Dabeo followed, reluctantly muttering under his breath. "What do you want that for? Dad said that gun has some issues. It doesn't work sometimes." "So what? We can fix it. Lin Yuanshan has already bagged 3 black bears. Aren't you envious?" Li Dahe's words struck a chord with his younger brother. How long had it been, and Lin Yuanshan had already taken down 3 black bears? If this continued, he'd be unstoppable. Damn it, why should he get all the luck? The 2 brothers squeezed into the storeroom, and after rummaging through piles of clutter, finally found the antique rifle in a box tucked away in a corner. This was a modified gun capable of firing both slugs and buckshot. For small game like roe deer, buckshot sufficed, but for larger prey like wild boars and black bears, the more powerful slug was needed. Li Dahe picked up the gun and inspected it, concluding it should be fine. He then pocketed 2 or 3 bullets from the bottom of the box. "Let's go find a place to test it. Uncle Zhang, it's just ahead around the bend. The path gets rough. Let me know when you can't go any further." Old Zhang raised his head, gazing at the wooded mountains ahead. A look of pride spread across his weathered, furrowed face. "Don't worry, Shanzi. This old partner and I have been together for years. We've traversed all kinds of treacherous terrain. This little path won't stop us." Though old Zhang's words were a bit boastful, his driving skills were indeed impressive. He managed to steer the donkey cart to the foot of Ershin Mountain. While they hadn't yet reached the spot where the black bear's body was hidden, Lin Yuanshan was still pleasantly surprised. "Shanzi, I can only go this far. How much further is it?" "Uncle Zhang, it's very close. Just over that hill ahead. I'll go carry the black bear over." "All right, go ahead." Old Zhang released the donkey's reins to let it wander, pulled out his pipe from his pocket, leaned against the cart, and began to enjoy a smoke. Lin Yuanshan had just crossed the ridge with his 2 dogs, when Dahuang suddenly pricked up its ears, staring warily at the valley below. Xiaoqing also tensed up, its eyes fixed on a pine tree in the valley, the very spot where Lin Yuanshan had hidden the black bear's body. Caw, caw, caw. Above the valley a flock of crows circled, but something below threatened them, keeping them from descending. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuanshan had a suspicion. He immediately raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, a grayish-brown figure darted down from a pine tree. Before anyone could react, it vanished into the forest as a blur. Dahuang barked twice and gave chase, while Xiaoqing silently bolted after it. "So it's a lynx. Too bad this gun doesn't have long range, otherwise I'd take a shot." Lin Yuanshan shook his head regretfully. He had guessed what kind of beast lurked in the valley. Usually a lynx, or in a more leopard sense. If it were a Siberian tiger, there wouldn't even be crows in the sky. Unfortunately, Lin Yuanshan now had marksmanship and experience, but the one thing lacking was a good hunting rifle. "Once I sell this bear meat, I must get myself a Type 56 semi-automatic. Otherwise I won't be able to take down another one of these creatures next time." The lynx was a well-known predator in the Changbai Mountains, famous primarily for its incredible speed. Even seasoned hunters with decades of experience dared not guarantee they could hit one, It was not only extremely wary, but also astonishingly fast. Moreover, these creatures posed a notorious problem for hunters that killed dogs. Once a lynx targeted a hound, escape was nearly impossible. With its agile movements and sharp claws, the hound could neither outrun nor outfight it. Some hunters who relied on dogs would even avoid these animals altogether to prevent losing their prized hounds. As for why Lin Yuanshan hadn't stopped the two hounds from chasing, he knew that Da Huang and Xiaoqing were no ordinary dogs. If he prevented them from pursuing prey, they would gradually lose their hunting instincts, which would ultimately harm them. Of course, the main reason was that his gunshot had startled the lynx away. Given the lynx's cautious nature, it wouldn't return anytime soon and was probably far away by now. The hounds would never catch up. Due to various factors, lynx pelts were scarce everywhere, making them highly valuable. An ordinary lynx pelt could sell for over 1,000 yuan, while those with high integrity and good coloration fetched even more, comparable to a worker's annual income. The reason Lin Yuanshan felt regret was that the timing was perfect. Lynxes were usually nocturnal, rarely active during the day. The fact that this one hadn't returned to its den at this hour meant it had claimed the black bear as its prize, defying its habits and resting in the tree. Dwelling on it was pointless. Lin Yuanshan walked over to the pine tree where he had hidden the meat. He found that the lynx had torn a hole in the sack and eaten part of the bear meat. There was nothing to be done about it. Lin Yuanshan climbed the tree in a few quick moves, untied the sack and tossed it down, then jumped straight from the tree. Thud. Clap. 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 Lin Yuanshan brushed the dust off his hands, waited a moment, then raised his shotgun and fired a shot into the air. Bang. Click. Click. Lin Yuanshan reloaded and stood waiting, testing whether Da Huang and Xiaoqing could understand his gunfire commands. By now the two hounds had already run a full mountain away. Their reactions to the gunshot differed. Da Huang, having been with Lin Yuanshan longer, looked back once in the direction the lynx had vanished, then turned without hesitation and ran toward Lin Yuanshan. Xiaoqing paused for a moment as if weighing its options, but eventually snorted in the direction the lynx had fled, as if expressing dissatisfaction, then turned and followed Da Huang back. Zhang Yuanshan stood in place waiting for a short while when he heard the bark of Da Huang. Soon after, he saw the dog dash out from the forest ahead. Da Huang ran to Zhang Yuanshan's side, rubbing against his pant leg and making grumbling sounds as if expressing dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuanshan patted the dog's head and said impatiently, "Alright, do you think you can catch it? That creature is long gone by now. What about Xiaoqing?" Zhang Yuanshan searched for quite some time, but couldn't find Xiaoqing. His earlier excitement suddenly faded as he realized this was only Xiaoqing's second trip up the mountain. But soon his mood brightened again as he spotted Xiaoqing running toward him from the nearby forest. Watching Xiaoqing approach, Zhang Yuanshan felt a sudden surge of joy. He reached out to stroke the dog's head and praised it. Xiaoqing, amazing. Though slightly puzzled by his owner's excitement, Xiaoqing could sense the affection in his demeanor and gently rubbed its head against Zhang Yuanshan's pant leg. Back to that moment when Zhang Yuanshan fired his first shot, Lao Zhangtu's donkey suddenly reared up with startled brays and tried to bolt. Fortunately, Lao Zhangtu kept his grip steady, instantly grabbing the reins upon hearing the gunshot, while rhythmically stroking the donkey's fur to calm its nerves. Upon hearing the second gunshot, Lao Zhangtu's expression grew grave. He took a deep drag from his clay pipe and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Could something have happened to Shanzi? Please tell me he hasn't run into wolves. Almost immediately his worries seemed validated. The gray donkey pulling the cart began pacing restlessly back and forth, tugging at the reins as though urging Lao Zhangtu to leave. Could he really have encountered a wolf pack? Observing his donkey's agitation, an ominous feeling crept into Lao Zhangtu's mind. He paused, torn between waiting for Zhang Yuanshan or making a run for it. But after a moment's thought, Lao Zhangtu made his decision. He would stay and wait. He reasoned that abandoning Zhang Yuanshan would leave him without explanation for the Lin couple. Better to gamble on waiting here. Once resolved, Lao Zhangtu quickly dismounted to soothe the donkey. As minutes passed, the animal's anxiety intensified, and Lao Zhangtu's own tension grew. Woof! 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 Suddenly a dog's bark echoed through the air. Hearing it, Lao Zhangtu felt immediate relief. Things weren't as dire as he'd feared. Soon a yellow hunting dog burst from the woods. Lao Zhangtu instantly recognized Zhang Yuanshan's dog and shouted loudly, "Da Huang, over here." Not long after the dog arrived, Zhang Yuanshan appeared in sight, carrying a sack, with Xiaoqing by his side. Seeing the burlap sack on Zhang Yuanshan's shoulder, Lao Zhangtu finally understood why his donkey had become so frightened. The donkey must have sensed the proximity of the black bears. Though these two had been butchered long ago, they still carried the aura of apex predators. The donkey's instinctual fear encoded in its very genes drove it into such agitation. "Pa, Shanzi, when I heard those gunshots, I feared the worst for you." Lao Zhangtu spat, trying to mask his lingering anxiety. "Just ran into a lynx." "What? A lynx? Didn't your dogs chase it off?" Lao Zhangtu's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at both hounds still intact and unharmed, relief washing over him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan grinned broadly. "They did chase it. I fired the second shot to recall them." "Wow, your dogs are quite intelligent then, understanding that much. Right, let's load up and head home. Something's been bothering me all day. Then let's go quickly." At Lao Zhangtu's words, Zhang Yuanshan promptly hoisted the sack onto the donkey cart. The gray beast brayed in alarm on the verge of panic, but a crack of Lao Zhangto's whip restored its composure, and it obediently pulled the cart under his guidance. Only after they'd emerged from the forest did Lao Zhangtu finally exhale, retrieving his pipe from his waist and taking a leisurely puff. Phew. Shanzi, believe it or not, there was definitely something massive in that area just now. This old Zhang's decades of traveling north and south have honed exactly this kind of intuition. I believe you. Lin Yuanshan nodded without hesitation. He too had felt an inexplicable unease moments before. Though he'd initially attributed it to the lynx encounter, that explanation no longer held up. But scarcely had Lin Yuanshan left the valley when a colossal shadow materialized at its base. Beep, beep, beep. The following morning, as Lin Yuanshan rose to check on Xiao Hui's family of five, a succession of horn blasts echoed from the doorway. Well aware that only the Lin and Yi families resided in this area, Lin Yuanshan recognized the visitor must be an acquaintance and opened the door to greet them. Stepping outside, Lin Yuanshan spotted a small jeep parked at his threshold, with Lin Yuanxing standing before it beaming. Sis, why have you returned? You're only just beginning your pregnancy. Lin Yuanxing slapped his arm and scolded him, her expression stern. Why couldn't I come back? This is my home too. I traveled by car. What danger could there be? Meanwhile, Wu Aihua, who had been unloading goods from the jeep's trunk, finally looked up. I say, can you two siblings save the chatter for inside? Let's get these things moved in first. Oh, sorry, brother-in-law, I just noticed you. Lin Yuanshan hurried forward to help Wu Aihua with the packages. After Wu Aihua exchanged a few words with the driver, the jeep departed. Impressive, brother-in-law, you've got your own chauffeur now. Lin Yuanshan chuckled, watching the receding vehicle. Wu Aihua, finding Lin Yuanshan's humor congenial, shared quietly. The bureau needed someone at the forestry farm, so they offered us a ride. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked sending your sister back and forth alone. Good thinking. Let's head home. The folks are waiting. I managed to bag 2 black bears yesterday, so I'll make bear paw stew for you all. What? You hunted more bears? 2. Wu Aihua stared in disbelief. Lin Yuanshan studied the disbelief in Wu Aihua's eyes, and believing that actions speak louder than words, he led the pair straight to the family storage room. Pointing to the row of bear paws neatly arranged on a table in the corner, he said with a smile. Look, that pile right there. When he saw the 8 bear paws arranged in perfect order, precisely 2 batches from black bears, Wu Aihua finally believed Lin Yuanshan. Waves of emotion surged within him, though his expression remained composed as he replied with a smile. Dashin, it seems I've really come to the right place today. Could you show me around the mountain later? Sure, no problem. Oh, shall we? Lin Yuanxing followed into the storage room, and immediately spotted Xiaowei lying in the corner. The dog clearly recognized her savior, and sprang up, wagging her tail frantically at Lin Yuanxing. Dashin, look. It still remembers me. Lin Yuanxing eagerly showed off to her brother before hurrying over to Xiaowei's side. Xiaowei's 4 pups had been nursing peacefully, but when their mother suddenly rose, they found themselves unable to reach. Each one began whimpering and searching for milk. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuanxing's maternal instincts flared. She quickly crouched down, stroked Xiaowei's head, and said with a smile, Go on and feed your little ones. They're crying with hunger. But Xiaowei paid no mind to her own pups. Instead, she kept licking Lin Yuanxing's hands and face, reducing the woman to peals of laughter. Oh, this puppy is already so big. And look, it's got its eyes open. Dashin, come quick. Sister puppies typically open their eyes between 7 and 10 days. It's been over a week. What's so surprising about that? Lin Yuanshan shook his head, helplessly watching his sister, doting on the puppy, a faint smile playing on his lips. Dashin, I'd love to take one home to keep as a pet. At this, Lin Yuanshan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He knew his sister well. If she used that particular tone with him, and he refused, she would summon the family matriarch Zhang Sujuan to settle the matter on her behalf. It wasn't that Lin Yuanshan was being stingy. He simply understood that these 3 hunting dogs together were worth more than the sum of their parts. Giving any one of them away would be a waste, and parting with any of them filled him with reluctance. The mere thought of sending Wulong away made his heart ache. Stuck in dilemma, he fell silent. Noticing her brother's hesitation, Lin Yuanxing's eyes narrowed with mild displeasure. What? You can't bear to part with it? The familiar threatening edge in her tone made Lin Yuanshan shiver. Just as he was about to reluctantly agree, Wu Aihua spoke up from behind him. Yuanxing, there's no way we could properly raise these dogs back home. It's better they stay here. With us coming back whenever you want to see them, we'll get to visit Mom and Dad more often too. Wu Aihua's words struck exactly the right chord. Lin Yuanxing's clouds of reluctance dispersed at once, though she still wore a slightly disappointed expression. You're right. Let's leave it at that then. Come on, let's head home. Mom and Dad are waiting for us. Seeing his sister finally drop the idea, Lin Yuanshan feared she might change her mind, and quickly ushered the two toward the east room. Lin Weigua and his wife were sitting on the Kong at home waiting for Lin Yuanshan to return for a meal when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Yuanxing pushed open the east room door and called out loudly. Oh, my eldest daughter. Why didn't you let us know you were coming? Mom, I just missed you. Lin Yuanxing rushed into Zhang Sujuan's arms and melted into a fit of coquettish affection, a habit she'd cherished since childhood and never relinquished even after marriage. Dad, Mom. Wu Aihua, following behind, greeted the Lin couple and set the gifts she'd brought on the floor. Aihua, why do you keep bringing so many things? Nothing much. Just some rare treats for Mom and Dad to try. Since they'd caught an early bus that morning, neither Wu Aihua nor Lin Yuanshan had eaten. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sujuan immediately rose to prepare more food, but Lin Yuanshan stopped her. Mom, this is plenty. Just hurry and pour me a bowl of coarse cornmeal porridge. I don't know why, but it just doesn't taste the same in the city. Oh, come now, is it really that dramatic? The family enjoyed their morning meal together in warm harmony. Wu Aihua in particular finished 2 large bowls of porridge before looking up and remarking, Mom, our family's coarse cornmeal porridge really does taste better than what I make at home. Ha ha ha. Zhang Sujuan burst into laughter, convinced her son-in-law was merely flattering her, unaware that the words were entirely sincere. Behind the hills of Weizi village lay a spring no larger than an egg in size, yet it flowed steadily year-round. The entire village fetched its water from there, genuine mountain spring water, which naturally made cooking a cut above the rest. Meanwhile, the residential compound where the Wu family lived had long been connected to municipal tap water, nothing like the pristine mountain spring in comparison. After breakfast, Wu Aihua couldn't wait to drag Lin Yuanshan up the mountain. With his wife safely at home, he felt completely at ease. Noticing his brother-in-law's enthusiasm, Lin Yuanshan didn't want to dampen the mood. He returned to his room, donned his gear, and set off with Wu Aihua for the mountain. Lin Yuanshan watched her husband's eager demeanor, and unwilling to spoil the fun, could only remind Lin Yuanshan, Dashin, keep a close eye on your brother-in-law. If he doesn't listen to you, I'll give him a good scolding when we get back. Don't worry, sister. I'll bring him back safely. Lin Yuanshan patted his chest with assurance. In truth, he had no intention of leading Wu Aihua deep into the wilderness. A casual stroll near the forest edges would suffice. Lin Yuanshan stood at the doorway until the 2 figures disappeared from sight, then turned back and linked arms with Zhang Sujuan, speaking in a soft voice. Mom, Dashin has really changed. Indeed. Otherwise, how could he already have a girl lined up for him? Lin Yuanshan's delicate face erupted in astonishment. Mom, when did this happen? Why haven't I heard anything? That fellow didn't even tell me last time he went. Whose daughter is it? Watching her daughter fire off question after question like a machine gun, Zhang Sujuan shook her head with gentle exasperation. You're asking me so many things at once. Which one do you want me to answer first? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go inside and chat. And so the east room of the Lin residence soon echoed with Lin Yuanshan's string of delighted exclamations. What a... No way. Is this really happening? He's always like the second sibling. Mom, why didn't you stop him? Well, what should we do about this? As Lin Yuanshan and the other man led the dog onto East Avenue, Wu Aihua pulled Lin Yuanshan aside and whispered, Dashin, your brother-in-law has a favor to ask you. Oh, what is it? Seeing Wu Aihua's earnest expression, Lin Yuanshan sensed this was related to that unusually lavish meal they'd had in the city last time. Your uncle has a friend who enjoys hunting, but can't find anyone suitable to accompany him. I was wondering if you might. Wu Aihua left the request deliberately open-ended, then gazed at Lin Yuanshan with hopeful anticipation. Hearing this request, Lin Yuanshan's brow immediately furrowed. Honestly, he was deeply reluctant to help, because anyone who could be friends with Wu Yuanzhang would be at least his social equal. People accustomed to issuing commands at their workplace and likely to disregard his guidance. Moreover, if anything went wrong, he could find himself in serious trouble. Thus, Lin Yuanshan instinctively wanted to refuse. Brother-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help, but I've only been hunting for less than a month. I'm not qualified to lead anyone. If something were to happen, I simply couldn't bear the responsibility. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's refusal, Wu Aihua grew anxious. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then revealed the truth. Dashin, I'll be honest with you. This matter concerns your uncle. He's looking to advance within the bureau, but they've been blocking him. That's why he thought of seeking outside support. I need to know who this person is. Secretary Hao. Alright, I understand. Lin Yuanshan maintained a calm exterior, but his mind churned with turmoil. He hadn't expected Wu Yuanzhang to have such connections. That explained his ambition to advance. After much deliberation, Lin Yuanshan ultimately decided to accept. First, the Wu family had always treated his sister well, without the usual arrogant entitlement, so he held favorable views toward them and was willing to help. Strengthening ties with the Wu family would benefit both the Lin family and himself. The second reason was that he also wanted to cultivate a positive connection. After all, he couldn't hunt forever. In a few years, when gun restrictions took effect, he would need to pivot to other endeavors, and this favor could serve as leverage. Very well, I agree. However, I can only do my best to ensure his safety. If he encounters genuine danger and refuses to cooperate, I simply cannot help him. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's acceptance, Wu Aihua joyfully patted his shoulder, his face alight with excitement. Excellent. You've truly helped me greatly. Wait here a moment. I'll make a call from the store. I'll be right back. Wu Aihua returned quickly, jogging back to where they waited. I spoke with your uncle. He asked me to thank you. He said regardless of whether this succeeds, the Wu family owes you a favor, and you should contact him whenever you need anything in the future. Wu Aihua, clearly adept at relay messaging, faithfully repeated Uncle Wu Yuanjing's words without omission. Brother-in-law, your uncle is too kind. We're family. We needn't be so formal. Ha ha, I said exactly the same to my father. Wu Aihua felt Lin Yuanshan was his confidant. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Having settled this important matter, Wu Aihua felt a burden lifted from his shoulders. Lightheaded with joy, he actually asked Lin Yuanshan if they could hunt another black bear that day. Lin Yuanshan was momentarily speechless, torn between laughing at his brother-in-law's fanciful thinking or admiring his fearless ignorance. Brother-in-law black bears aren't as common as Chinese cabbage growing in fields. The chances of encountering one in the forest are quite slim. But you've encountered 3 in less than a month. Wu Aihua seemed unable to believe it. With Lin Yuanshan as a living example, his words lacked convincing power. Lin Yuanshan couldn't quite explain it himself, so he simply shook his head and fell silent. Besides, today was meant as a leisurely walk through the mountains with Wu Aihua. Those who frequently climb mountains understand that mountain trails are arduous. Wu Aihua, having grown up sheltered and never endured hardship, began panting heavily after over an hour of walking and gestured for a break. Dashin, are we not there yet? Can we find a place to rest? Lin Yuanshan looked up at the sun and estimated they'd been walking for over an hour. For someone from the foot of Changbai Mountain, this was ordinary, but for someone unaccustomed to mountain climbing, it was genuinely exhausting. All right, let's rest here. Lin Yuanshan surveyed the surroundings and decided to rest beneath a pine tree. The thick layer of pine needles would effectively insulate them from the cold ground, making it a suitable resting spot. Wu Aihua collapsed beneath the pine tree, gasping for breath. Once his breathing stabilized, he turned to Lin Yuanshan. Dashin, are we really just wandering through the forest? Will we actually encounter prey? Brother-in-law, hunting is far more difficult than you imagine. Most hunters spend an entire day in the mountains and return empty-handed. Oh, I hope we have better luck today. After over an hour of mountain terrain, Wu Aihua had realized hunting wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. He no longer dared to hope for a black bear. If they caught anything at all, even a pheasant would suffice. Yet the two of them wandered through the mountains all day without so much as a hare sighting. Whether this was due to Wu Aihua's terrible luck or some other factor remained unclear. As dusk approached and concern for their family grew, Lin Yuanshan said to the disappointed Wu Aihua, "Brother-in-law, it seems today won't work out. Let's head home." "Oh, all right." Wu Aihua cast a lingering gaze back at the forest, hoping to catch sight of prey before departing. "Hey Dashin, what's that?" Suddenly Wu Aihua spotted several gray shapes moving in the distant forest. But when he looked more closely, nothing was visible, so he turned to the more experienced Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan glanced toward where Wu Aihua pointed, and his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately grabbed Wu Aihua's arm and shouted, "Brother-in-law, run. Wolves." "What?" Wu Aihua's scalp tingled with terror upon realizing he'd spotted a wolf pack. He had hoped to find prey, but never imagined becoming prey himself. Clearly, if they didn't flee immediately, or if they moved too slowly, they would become the wolves' meal. "Ha, is that really true? You sure ran fast." When Lin Yuanshan and the other returned home and finished recounting the events, Lin Yuanshan burst into laughter. But as the laughter subsided, a wave of fear washed over her, and she turned to look at Lin Yuanshan with deep concern. "Dashin, maybe you should stop going up the mountain. It's far too dangerous. You were lucky you saw them today, but what would have happened if you hadn't? What else can I do? Just go to another funeral banquet." Lin Yuanshan shrugged nonchalantly, only to receive a sharp slap on the shoulder from Lin Yuanshan. "I'm being serious here. Stop smiling so casually. It's fine, sister. Even if my brother-in-law hadn't noticed them, when the wolf pack draws closer to Huang and the others would have detected them." Seeing that her brother was resolute in his decision, Lin Yuanshan knew further persuasion would be futile. She began wondering whether to find him a job in the county town so he wouldn't constantly obsess over going to the mountains. "Dashin, come here, I want to ask you something." Thinking of this, Lin Yuanshan suddenly had an idea. She called Lin Yuanshan over, then glanced at Wu Aihua, who had followed behind, and said in an irritated tone, "Why are you coming over? Can't I talk privately with my younger brother?" Upon hearing this, Wu Aihua's face flushed red, and she scratched her head awkwardly. "I'm just curious." Lin Yuanshan rolled her eyes at her husband, then grabbed Lin Yuanshan's arm and pulled him into the western room. As soon as they entered, she couldn't wait to ask, "Dashin, why didn't you tell me about your proposal to Changmei? Sister, I'm an adult now. I can make my own decisions." "But you can't marry Changmei. Sister, you've been educated and now live in the city. You should understand that this is merely a unique physical trait. There aren't all those ridiculous rumors. To be honest, I've lived for so many years, and I've only ever seen one woman like this whose land bears no crops." Lin Yuanshan frowned, still wanting to argue further, but Lin Yuanshan flatly refused her protests. Forced, she finally brought out her trump card. "Have you forgotten that you and Qinglan promised yourselves to each other since childhood?" "What? I didn't know anything about that." Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan was startled. He quickly searched his memory for the past, but found no trace of such an event. Lin Yuanshan rolled her eyes at her brother and said impatiently, "When you were young, you even sneaked a kiss from her, which scared Qinglan into running home crying, terrified she might get pregnant." Lin Yuanshan had no idea such an incident had occurred. At a loss for words, he could only manage a bitter smile. "Sister, let's not dwell on childhood matters. You've seen Qinglan's behavior these past few years. She clearly has no feelings for me. Otherwise Qingmei wouldn't have agreed to this." Sighed. Lin Yuanshan sighed deeply, her pretty face clouded with worry. Qinglan's sudden coldness toward Lin Yuanshan over the years had been noticeable to both families. Ultimately, she said nothing more and simply sighed. Beep, beep, beep. When the piercing horn sounded at the Lin household once again, Wu Aihua, who was staying in the southern room, immediately sat up from the Kong and threw on her cotton coat before heading outside. "They must have arrived. The previous evening Wu Aihua had told Lin Yuanshan everything. Although Lin Yuanshan felt worried upon hearing the news, she ultimately did not object, for this was Lin Yuanshan's own decision. Wu Aihua opened the courtyard gate and indeed spotted a jeep parked at the entrance. Beside it stood a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform. He was not particularly tall, only a bit over 5'7", but his posture was upright and commanding. Standing simply where he was, an aura of natural authority radiated from him. Upon seeing Wu Aihua come out, the man's eyes lit up and a warm, approachable smile spread across his face. "You must be Aihua. I remember meeting you at your father's workplace." "Secretary Hao, hello." Wu Aihua greeted him respectfully. To her surprise, the man casually waved his hand and said, "No need for such formality out here. I'm actually 2 years older than your father, so just call me uncle." Hearing this, Wu Aihua was overjoyed and immediately agreed without hesitation. "Uncle, MMH." Secretary Hao nodded approvingly, then turned his gaze toward Lin Yuanshan, who had just stepped outside. His eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, "What a fine candidate for military service. Uncle, this is my brother-in-law Lin Yuanshan." "Yuanshan this is." Wu Aihua paused as she introduced him, casting a glance towards Secretary Hao, who promptly took over the conversation with a smile. "Dashin, I'll follow your brother-in-law's lead and call you that. I'm an old friend of your grandfather's, so you may call me uncle as well." "Uncle. Good. Come. I brought some gifts in the trunk. Both of you help me carry them down." Following the two men to the jeep's trunk, Secretary Hao opened it to reveal an impressive array of goods: cigarettes, liquor, candy, tea, all neatly packed. "All of this is for you." Secretary Hao gestured toward the trunk. These were items he had received from others on various occasions, and he had set aside only a portion of them. "Uncle, this is far too much." "Too much? I've barely given you half of what I intended. You've gone to trouble for us. Of course some gifts are warranted. Now come help me carry these inside." Wu Aihua knew that Secretary Hao, having come from the military, despised long-winded courtesy. She had just turned to remind Lin Yuanshan when she saw him already carrying 2 sacks in one hand and a bundle of other items in the other, heading toward the house. "What strength!" Secretary Hao's eyes sparkled as he watched Lin Yuanshan effortlessly lift 200 pounds of flour. These were specially purchased precisely because he knew the village lacked such essentials. The fact that Lin Yuanshan could carry them in one hand indicated extraordinary strength, which only heightened his interest in the upcoming hunting trip. To avoid putting too much pressure on the Lin couple, Lin Yuanshan had previously instructed Wu Aihua not to reveal Secretary Hao's true identity to his parents, merely saying he was an elder who worked at a government office. Although the Lin couple sensed that Secretary Hao carried himself with unusual authority, they did not think much of it and continued their normal hospitality routine. However, no one expected Secretary Hao to arrive so early. Therefore, no elaborate breakfast had been prepared. Only a pot of coarse grain porridge had been cooked, and the plan was to heat up yesterday's leftovers. Unexpectedly, Secretary Hao did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he sat down with great enthusiasm and ate heartily, commenting between bites how long it had been since he had enjoyed such delicious coarse grain porridge. Hao Jiangwo's words stirred a thought in Lin Yuanshan's mind, but considering the timing wasn't right, he didn't voice it and decided to wait. The meal was enjoyable for both host and guest. After breakfast, Hao Jiangwo eagerly asked Lin Yuanshan, "Dashin, when are we going up the mountain?" Lin Yuanshan looked at the enthusiastic Hao Jiangwo and smiled without keeping him in suspense. "We can go now? Have you brought all the gear for the mountain, uncle?" "Yes, I have them all in the car. We'll drive there, it'll be faster." "Oh, what about my dogs?" Hao Jiangwo waved dismissively. "We'll take them along. The car can hold 2 or 3, and the trunk can take 4 or 5. Squeezed and we can fit 7 or 8. How many dogs do you have?" 2. "Then it's settled. Let's go, I can't wait." "Alright, I'll grab some food. We might need to eat on the mountain." "No need, I have compressed biscuits in the car. They're easy to carry and filling." Hearing how well prepared Hao Jiangwo was, Lin Yuanshan sighed inwardly. Power was truly a wonderful thing. "Wow, Dashin, your dog must be over 100 gene. I haven't seen such a sturdy dog in a long time." When Hao Jiangwo saw Xiaoqing, his eyes filled with affection. He stepped forward to pat its head, but a single glance from Xiaoqing stopped him. He was certain that if he dared, Xiaoqing would bite. Yet Hao Jiangwo wasn't angry, instead he liked it even more. In the army, he had always favored the tough ones. They were the capable ones. The same applied to hunting dogs. Those with a bad temper that were still kept usually had real skills. Uncle Xiaoqing just arrived home not long ago, and is still wary of strangers. Lin Yuanshan, worried that Hao Jiangwo might provoke Xiaoqing, took the initiative to explain. "Oh really? Then why does it obey you?" Hao Jiangwo looked at Lin Yuanshan with puzzlement. He knew that adult dogs usually had their own minds, and were hard to tame. "Well, it's a long story. No problem, we'll talk in the car." On the way up the mountain, Lin Yuanshan recounted the whole story. Hao Jiangwo listened, and then patted his shoulder with emotion. "Dashin, you're something else. I like you." Sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Aihua felt waves of emotion upon hearing Hao Jiangwo's words. He knew that if this word got out, his brother-in-law could really achieve something. With the car going up the mountain was fast. What would have taken 2 hours on foot took less than half an hour by car. This strengthened Lin Yuanshan's resolve to buy a vehicle. Not a jeep, but a Jiefeng truck, since he needed to haul things. "Alright, driver, stop here." Lin Yuanshan looked around, feeling they were close, and signaled the driver to stop. Squeak. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt by the mountain path. Lin Yuanshan opened his door, jumped out, then opened the trunk to let out the two restless hunting dogs. Da Huang immediately ran into the nearby woods to relieve itself, then began to wander around. Xiaoqing stood behind the car, surveyed the surroundings, then walked over to a tree and sniffed. Lin Yuanshan had now confirmed that Xiaoqing was also a lead dog, but he was still unsure about its scenting range since it rarely showed off. Meanwhile, Hao Jiangwo got out to prepare his gear. He opened a long box in the trunk, revealing a brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Seeing the mark 296 on the stock, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but exclaim, "Made in Shanshan. Good eye, Dashin. Do you know about these, eh?" Lin Yuanshan, "Hee, I just like this rifle. I plan to buy one when I have the chance. It's the ultimate weapon for a hunter." Oh, Hao Jiangwo's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. Instead, he picked up a rifle and handed it to Lin Yuanshan with a smile. "Try it. This one is from Workshop No. 1. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up. He knew what Workshop No. 1 meant. It was where the most experienced craftsmen of the entire 296 factory worked. Every rifle produced, there was a masterpiece. He hadn't expected Hao Jiangwo to get one. This meant Hao Jiangwo's connections were far from ordinary, likely beyond what his official position suggested. Lin Yuanshan took the Type 56 and inspected it with remarkable proficiency, which made Hao Jiangwo's eyes gleam. "Uncle, the rifle is fine. Truly a top-notch piece from Workshop No. 1. Hao Jiangwo took back the rifle and checked it according to his own habits. His movements, though not as fast, were clean and crisp, showing he had put considerable effort into mastering this weapon. This relieved Lin Yuanshan. Having someone with no skills would have been a huge problem. From Hao Jiangwo's demeanor, he could tell the man was a good shot. After checking the rifle, Hao Jiangwo set it aside and dragged a wooden crate from the trunk. Seeing the label, Type 56, 1500 rounds, Lin Yuanshan's scalp tingled. "Are you going hunting or to massacre the mountain? Why bring so much ammo?" "Haha, Dashin, your brother-in-law told me your rifle uses the same ammo. Take 2 packs for yourself." "Okay, thanks, uncle." Lin Yuanshan didn't stand on ceremony. Why pass up freebies from a rich relative? In his past life, he had opened such an ammo box before, so he stepped forward to open it. After prying open the wooden crate with a knife, he found 2 metal boxes inside, each with a can opener. Using the openers, they revealed packs of bullets. Lin Yuanshan pulled out 2 packs and handed them to Hao Jiangwo with a smile. "Uncle, 50 rounds will be enough for today. No need to take more." "Alright, let's take these. You take 2 packs too." "Okay." Lin Yuanshan took 2 more packs and put them in his pocket, then closed the box and put it back in the crate. "Let's go, uncle. Today we're heading to Wild Boar Ridge." If anyone asked where the most wild boars were on East Mountain, most would answer Wild Boar Ridge. It had the largest pine forest for miles around, so wild boars frequented the area year-round. However, hunters rarely visited this area. The primary reason was its remote location deep within the mountains. Just reaching the nearest Wazi village required 2 hours on foot, and other settlements were an even longer trek of at least 3 hours. The second reason was far more daunting. This was not merely wild boar territory, but also the hunting grounds of northeast tigers, leopards, gray wolves, and jackals, all predators drawn to the very same prey. Hunting here carried real danger. Lin Yuanshan had brought Hao Jiangwo here after careful deliberation. Given Hao Jiangwo's status, pursuing ordinary game would have been effortless for him. Yet he had sought out Lin Yuanshan specifically, likely because Wu Aihua had spoken of his encounters with black bears. He wanted Lin Yuanshan to lead him on a hunt for such formidable prey, or at the very least something beyond the ordinary. Yezyuling Ridge. True to form, the moment Hao Jiangwo heard the name, his eyes lit up. He hoisted the backpack from the vehicle and gripped his rifle, excitement evident on his face. "Then let us be off. Let us go." Lin Yuanshan slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder, called over Da Huang and Xiaoqing, and set off first toward Yezyuling Ridge. Hao Jiangwo followed behind with his gun, while Wu Aihua brought up the rear. Yezyuling Ridge covered a vast expanse. Local hunters generally divided it into eastern, western, southern, northern, and central zones. Today, Lin Yuanshan's target was the eastern sector. The terrain here was not particularly rugged, but the rolling hills were continuous and unbroken, ideal for long chase pursuits, especially for the endurance-trained hunting dogs. Lin Yuanshan had chosen this location because he knew a large herd of sows and piglets gathered there. Though the breeding season had passed, solitary boars still patrolled the outskirts. His target today was these lone males, far more numerous than the rare black bears. Lin Yuanshan had parked not far from the eastern ridge. The group walked for only half an hour when Da Huang suddenly perked its ears, raised its head, and barked excitedly. "Woof! Woof! Da Huang has found prey. We will need to run now. Uncle, can you keep up?" Upon hearing this, Hao Jiangwo immediately patted his chest, his expression radiating confidence. "Of course. Back in the army, I was first place in cross-country running." Da Huang, move out. Seeing no need for further words, Lin Yuanshan barked the command directly. Upon receiving Lin Yuanshan's order, Da Huang immediately bolted toward Yezyuling Ridge, barking all the way. In a pine forest on the eastern ridge, a sounder of wild boars grazed leisurely beneath the trees, feasting on pine cones. The herd numbered over a dozen, including 4 or 5 mature sows, and the rest juveniles of varying sizes. At the forefront stood a massive solitary boar, a dominant male known colloquially as a cannon rooster. Its coarse black bristles stood rigid along its body, and 2 formidable tusks curved skyward. Its spine was crowned with upright mane-like fur, making it strikingly conspicuous. Most impressively, it dwarfed even the largest sow in the herd by 2 full circles, easily weighing over 500 catties. The cannon rooster gnawed contentedly on pine cones, occasionally glancing back at his harem. Several robust sows held particular favor, which explained why he still remained with the group rather than roaming alone. Yet such a harem life was hardly without its burdens. The slightly gaunt frame of the cannon rook betrays the toll his nightly duties undoubtedly exacted. Casting a sideways glance at a sow drawing near the cannon rook sensed the weakness in his limbs and quietly shuffled a few steps aside, deftly evading her advancing affections. The sow clearly registered his cold shoulder, grunted discontentedly, and turned away to knock pine cones against the roots of another pine. Sighing in relief, the cannon rook approached a large pine, rubbing his flanks against the trunk to coat himself in resin. He then rolled in a nearby mud puddle, allowing the resin to mix with dirt and form a hardened crust, nature's own armor. Satisfied, he settled beneath the tree and closed his eyes in quiet repose. Uff, uff. Suddenly the cannon rook sprang to his feet, his body taut with alarm as he fixed his gaze northward into the forest and let out a deep howl. Howl. At the sound, the entire sounder snapped into disciplined formation as if drilled for battle. They crowded around the cannon rook, who shook himself and moved to the front. Behind him stood the 2 largest sows, with younger pigs sheltered in the center, protected by the adults on the outside. Hardly had the sounder organized itself when a chorus of barking echoed through the trees. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing only a single hunting dog, the cannon rook visibly relaxed. Facing 6 or 7 dogs in his current weakened state would have been truly perilous. Just as his tension eased, a yellow hunting dog emerged from the woods. Upon sighting the organized sounder, Da Huang, clearly encountering such a formation for the first time, slowed his pace and halted several meters away, hesitating whether to charge forward. In that instant, a greenish figure shot past Da Huang and launched itself directly toward the sounder. Watching Xiaoqing charge, the cannon rook's eyes flashed with disdain. Though Xiaoqing was among the larger hunting dogs, he was no match for this 500 catty beast. With a low growl to the herd, the cannon rook lowered his head and charged straight at Xiaoqing. Dog and boar collided in a flash. In the split second of impact, the cannon rook dipped his massive head to the right and swung his entire body weight in a devastating blow aimed directly at Xiaoqing's jaws. Thud! Xiaoqing was launched through the air by the tremendous force, hurtling like a cannonball toward where Da Huang waited. Ow! Xiaoqing rolled upon landing and scrambled to his feet, but a mournful cry betrayed him. He had injured a foreleg. Each attempt to put weight on it drew sharp whimpers of pain. Witnessing his comrade wounded, Da Huang immediately unleashed a series of fierce growls at the cannon rook and courageously charged forward. Woof! 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 Seeing the smaller dog advance, the cannon rook's contempt deepened. Lowering his head, he charged straight at Da Huang. But Da Huang was no reckless fool like Xiaoqing. At just 2 or 3 meters from the boar, he planted his legs and sprang sharply to the side, causing the cannon rook's devastating charge to miss entirely. After Da Yuan's strike missed its mark, its massive body lost balance, and it stumbled several steps. Da Huang, already poised for action, immediately launched its attack toward the soft flesh beneath Da Yuan's front armpit. Ayo! This patch of soft flesh was one of the rare places on Da Yuan's body devoid of protective armor, and the bite sent a violent shudder through its entire frame. A sudden weakness overcame its left front hoof, but with a powerful whip of its body, Da Yuan hurled Da Huang aside. Regaining its footing, the boar charged straight at the dog. With Xiaoqing's front leg injured, Da Huang found itself facing the mighty boar alone. However, it clearly had a strategy, using its nimble agility to dance around Da Yuan. Though it never found an opportunity to bite again, the boar failed to land a single blow on it. The stalemate lasted over 10 minutes when Da Yuan suddenly caught a strange scent on the wind. It immediately threw back its head and let out a howl, then abandoned Da Huang and bolted toward the source of the odor. Seeing Da Yuan charging toward the direction of its master, Da Huang's eyes burned with desperation. Summoning every ounce of strength, it gave pursuit. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing also ignored its injured leg, pushing through excruciating pain to charge after Da Yuan, determined to intercept it. Da Yuan's howl reached the wild boar herd, sending the entire group into a frenzy. Led by 2 elderly sows, the whole tribe surged forward, chasing after Da Yuan. Thus, in the eastern part of Yezuling, a remarkable scene unfolded. Da Yuan leading the charge at the front, 2 hunting dogs close behind, and dozens of meters further back, an enormous herd of wild boars in hot pursuit. Da Huang's full-speed burst was astonishing, and it quickly caught up to Da Yuan. Having dealt with wild boars before, Da Huang knew exactly where their weakest point lay. Without hesitation, it opened its jaws wide and sank its teeth into Da Yuan's hindquarters. Ayo! Da Yuan emitted a piercing scream that echoed through the entire forest. Its already weakened limbs buckled completely, and it collapsed to the ground. Da Huang knew deeply that while this strike had caused tremendous damage, it was insufficient to kill Da Yuan outright. It tore savagely 2 more times before releasing its grip and leaping to the side. Ayo! Ayo! Da Yuan let out 2 more agonized cries, then forced its massive body upright, whipping its head around and snapping its jaws at whatever was behind it. Ca clack. The sharp sound of teeth colliding rang out. Da Yuan's strike missed once again. Be careful. Something big is coming. The moment Lin Yuanshan heard that desperate howl, his alertness sharpened instantly. He quickly turned around to warn Hao Jiangwo, who was following behind. As for Wu Aihua, he had long since been left far behind and was nowhere to be found. Hao Jiangwo had not been exaggerating. His stamina was indeed excellent, and he had kept pace with Lin Yuanshan the entire time without falling behind. Nevertheless, he was already breathing heavily with exhaustion. Understood. Hao Jiangwo snatched the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from his back rack, the bolt flipped the safety off, and steadied the weapon with both hands aiming forward. Seeing Hao Jiangwo ready, Lin Yuanshan gripped his own gun and sprinted toward the direction of the noise. He had barely run for a short while when he spotted Daoyuan charging at him in a frenzied rage with Dahuang and Xiaoqing hard on its heels. Dash and let me handle this. Upon seeing such a massive boar charging in their direction, Hao Jiangwo felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, his face lit up with excitement as he raised his rifle and called out to Lin Yuanshan. Uncle, don't hit the dogs. Noting Hao Jiangwo's eager expression, Lin Yuanshan made no move to take away his kill, merely shouting a reminder. Got it. Hao Jiangwo was also a dog lover and instinctively raised his barrel a few inches higher to avoid injuring the hunting dogs trailing behind Daoyuan. Bang, bang, bang. The firing accuracy of the Type 56 was far beyond anything a double-barreled shotgun could match, effortlessly reaching 200 or 300 meters. Thus Hao Jiangwo simply aimed and opened fire. Whether due to his long hiatus from shooting or some other reason, two of Hao Jiangwo's 3 rounds missed Daoyuan entirely. Only the final bullet struck the boar's back, grazing it and leaving a shallow bleeding track. Ayo! Wounded though it was, Daoyuan did not retreat. Instead, its ferocity was ignited. After letting out a terrifying howl, it charged straight at Lin Yuanshan and his companion, completely ignoring the 2 hunting dogs relentlessly attacking it from behind. Although Hao Jiangwo had served in the military for many years, most of his confrontations had been with human adversaries, rarely with wild beasts. Therefore, when Daoyuan charged forward with such brutal momentum, Hao Jiangwo was momentarily frozen in shock. At this critical moment, Lin Yuanshan, who had been standing in front of Hao Jiangwo, stepped forward. He shifted to the side, positioning himself between the boar and Hao Jiangwo, then calmly raised his rifle, aimed at the rapidly approaching Daoyuan, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The thunderous roar of the double-barreled shotgun echoed through the entire forest. At a range of barely more than 10 meters, the shotgun's power far exceeded that of the Type 56, utterly shredding the upper portion of Daoyuan's head. Daoyuan's massive body surged forward another 10+ meters on pure inertia before finally collapsing mere feet in front of Lin Yuanshan's boots. At that moment, the 2 hunting dogs trailing behind finally got their chance, charging forward and tearing savagely at Daoyuan. Dash and I owe you one today. Hao Jiangwo, also awakened by the colossal roar, still felt a lingering chill of fear as he recalled what had just transpired. If not for Lin Yuanshan being there, he could very well have been severely injured, if not killed. Lin Yuanshan, however, showed no sign of relaxation. He immediately turned and shouted to Hao Jiangwo, "Uncle, we need to climb a tree, now." Without delay, he grabbed Hao Jiangwo and led him to a nearby pine tree. Though puzzled by Lin Yuanshan's urgency, Hao Jiangwo swiftly slung his rifle onto his back and scrambled up the trunk with his hands and feet. Lin Yuanshan, meanwhile, darted over to Xiaoqing and Dahuang, who were still viciously biting at the fallen boar. Grasping each dog by the scruff of its neck, he sprinted toward a crooked tree to one side. No one knew whether this tree had been uprooted by a mountain flash flood or toppled by violent winds. It leaned against the ground at an angle of more than 40 degrees, allowing Lin Yuanshan to scale it with ease, given his agile physique. The moment Lin Yuanshan reached the tree, a massive herd of wild boars came thundering into view. By now, a calmer Hao Jiangwo had finally reasserted his marksmanship, perching on a tree fork and steadily firing. Bang, 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 bang. Hao Jiangwo fired 6 consecutive shots, emptying his magazine entirely. The results were immediate and striking. The once fierce and overwhelming wild boar herd erupted in a chorus of screams, with 2 or 3 boars collapsing on the spot. After a brief period of chaos and confusion, the entire herd scattered and fled in every direction. After the wild boar herd scattered and fled, Hao Jiangwo jumped down from the tree and ran excitedly toward where the boars had fallen, gun in hand. Lin Yuanshan also jumped down from the tree, holding 2 hunting dogs. Upon releasing them, both dogs charged toward the boars. Bang, bang. Hao Jiangwo shot dead the 2 boars that were still struggling, then stood there gazing contentedly at his trophies. "Uncle, your marksmanship is truly impressive." Lin Yuanshan, seeing that Hao Jiangwo could hit boars on the run, and even several of them, though only 3 were finally secured, was enough to prove that Hao Jiangwo's marksmanship was truly outstanding. "Haha, I haven't held a gun for so long, otherwise I could have left a few more." Lin Yuanshan's words clearly struck a chord with Hao Jiangwo, filling him with great pride. After all, he had witnessed Lin Yuanshan's performance just now and knew he was definitely a hunting expert. "Dash, and how should we handle these boars?" Lin Yuanshan looked at the 4 boars lying on the ground and asked meaningfully, "Uncle, are you planning to take these boars back to eat, or do you have other uses for them?" A glint flickered in Hao Jiangwo's eyes upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's words. "Oh, what's the difference? If you plan to take them back to eat, we can butcher them. That way they'll be easier to carry and distribute when you get home. If you have other uses for them, then we'll just gut the boars and take them whole so that the carcasses remain intact." The moment Lin Yuanshan's words fell, Hao Jiangwo instantly understood his meaning. He thought that if he could take that huge boar back, his comrades would be green with envy. With this thought, Hao Jiangwo looked at Lin Yuanshan a bit sheepishly, then said in a consultative tone, "Dashin, how much do you think these 3 boars I shot weigh?" Lin Yuanshan surveyed the 3 boars before him. Among them was a sow weighing over 300 jin and 2 smaller boars over 100 jin each. Together, they probably totaled about 600 jin. About 600 jin. Uncle wants to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Can Uncle trade these 3 boars for that big boar of yours? Hao Jiangwo's words were completely within Lin Yuanshan's expectations, so he smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. In fact, I'm the one getting a good deal. After all, the meat of a big boar is neither good to eat nor easy to sell. All right, Dashin, I'll remember this favor." Although Lin Yuanshan's words were reasonable, Hao Jiangwo knew that such matters were a matter of perspective, and it was impossible to calculate who actually gained or lost. But for Hao Jiangwo, he certainly felt he had gained a lot. After all, given his status, wild boar meat was nothing special and wouldn't earn him any envious glances. However, a 500 jin boar was a different story. As far as he knew, none of his comrades or friends had ever bagged a boar that heavy. The last time a comrade caught a 400 jin boar and wanted the whole world to know, bringing it up at every reunion. This time it was finally his turn to shine. Hao Jiangwo could already envision their envious and jealous gazes. After Lin Yuanshan finished processing the big boar, Wu Aihua finally arrived. Seeing the 4 wild boar carcasses on the ground, he felt as if he had missed a fortune. He beat his chest and stomped his feet in regret, hating himself for being so useless and failing to keep up with the 2. Neither Hao Jiangwo nor Wu Aihua had experience in butchering wild boar, so the task fell solely on Lin Yuanshan. Fortunately, he had butchered no fewer than 800 boars in his life, so his technique was exceptionally skilled. Soon he finished processing all 4 boars, and even had the other 3 dissected neatly. "Uncle, we can't carry this big boar back. We'll have to go back and find a vehicle to haul it. As for the boar meat, we can take it back first. Dashin, won't it be eaten by wolves if we leave it here?" Hao Jiangwo asked worriedly upon hearing that they would leave the big boar here. "Uncle, it's fine. It'll only take about an hour to get back, and we can definitely haul the boar back before dark. With all the gunshots, just now no wolf pack will be coming anytime soon." "Oh, that's all right then." It must be said that Hao Jiangwo was highly efficient. After the group returned to Wazi village by vehicle, he immediately went to the village office, made a phone call, and arranged for a truck. By the time they hauled the big boar down from the mountain, the truck was already waiting on East Avenue by Lin's house. As soon as the donkey cart reached East Avenue, the driver and another man who had been waiting by the truck scurried over. "Secretary, how I'm not late, am I?" Hao Jiangwo frowned when he saw the man beside the driver, but he didn't say much. Instead, he pointed at the big boar on the donkey cart and said, "Load this onto the truck." "Wow, Secretary, how this boar must be 700 or 800 jin. Your marksmanship is truly divine." The man let out an exaggerated exclamation upon seeing the big boar on the cart, then showered Hao Jiangwo with flattery as if it cost nothing. "All right, hurry up." Hao Jiangwo waved his hand, impatiently cutting off the man's flattery. Then he jumped off the donkey cart and said to Lin Yuanshan, "Dashin, come with me." Seeing that Hao Jiangwo seemed to have something to say, Lin Yuanshan greeted old Zhang and followed him toward Lin's house. After they had walked a distance away, Hao Jiangwo said softly to Lin Yuanshan, "Dashin, since you often go hunting in the mountains, have you ever heard of the Xianyang?" "Oh." Lin Yuanshan was surprised that Hao Jiangwo suddenly brought up this creature. The Xianyang was known as the sacred beast of Changbai Mountain, and many hunters never encountered one in a lifetime. Lin Yuanshan, however, happened to know about it. Not only did he know, but in his past life, he had actually obtained one. Back then he had stumbled upon it by chance and hadn't hunted it himself. Nevertheless, it was through this Xianyang that he had come into contact with a benefactor, and from then on his business began to grow. In this life, Lin Yuanshan also planned to inquire whether anyone knew how to capture this creature, for it was of great use to him. The Xianyang was called the sacred beast of Changbai Mountain because its blood was extremely beneficial to humans, even more precious than the blood of a Siberian tiger. And if Lin Weiguo's body was to recover, Xianyang blood would be the best tonic. Hao Jiangwo noticed Lin Yuanshan's momentary hesitation, but paid it no mind, merely turning his head as he continued walking, while calling over his shoulder, "If you happen to hear about where to get one of those, keep an eye out for me. I've got use for it." "Oh, all right," Lin Yuanshan replied, saying little more than that he would keep it in mind. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan was not the type to make grand promises like the others, Hao Jiangwo appreciated the young man all the more. He then unbuckled the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from his back and handed it over. "Uncle, this. Take it for now. When we get back, unload the ammunition from the trunk as well. You can use it freely. Just let me know when you run out." Lin Yuanshan was overcome with delight upon hearing this. He had been worrying about obtaining a firearm recently, and a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was something that could be easy or difficult to acquire depending on your connections. If you had the right contacts, getting one was simple. If not, there was no way at all. Lin Yuanshan had originally planned to go through Wu Aihua to secure a weapon, never expecting Hao Jiangwo to hand one directly to him without hesitation. "Uncle, I actually need this rifle quite badly right now. I'll shamelessly accept it then." Hao Jiangwo chuckled heartily upon seeing Lin Yuanshan accept without demur, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. "Good, I like your straightforward nature. Next time I come, we'll go hunting on the mountain together." "Sounds great. Just let me know when you're free. Hao Jiangwo appeared eager to return and show off, declining to stay for dinner at the Lin residence and departing straight away by car back to the county town. After Hao Jiangwo left, Lin Yuanshan instructed Zhang Sujuan and Lin Weihua to handle the wild boar meat, while he retreated to his room, examining the newly acquired Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with obvious affection. Among all the hunters at the foothills of Changbai Mountain, not a single one would not have fallen in love with this Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Whether in precision or power, this rifle was ideally suited for hunting, even surpassing the more advanced Type 56 fully automatic rifle. Although the Type 56 fully automatic could fire in bursts, its protruding magazine made it cumbersome in dense mountain forests, easily tangling on branches and vines and hindering movement. Lin Yuanshan played with the Type 56 semi-automatic in his hands, unable to put it down. Compared to the Type 56 semi-automatic produced by the Northern Machinery Factory, this one was superior in craftsmanship and every other aspect. The quality was evident in every detail. Dash and come eat. It was not until Zhang Sujuan personally came to his room to call him that Lin Yuanshan reluctantly locked the rifle in the cabinet where 2 tin boxes of ammunition were already stored. Meanwhile, Hao Jiangwo returned to the county without delay. His residence was an independent courtyard within the personnel quarters, its facilities and furnishings far more refined than those of the Wu family home. Lao Gao, I'm back. Hao Jiangwo directed the driver to unload the cannon into the courtyard, then called out toward the house. I'm coming. Weren't you hunting? Why are you back so soon? A middle-aged woman wearing glasses pushed open the door and stepped out, muttering to herself. Upon seeing the enormous wild boar in the courtyard, the woman was startled pale. Lao Hao, where on earth did you get this thing? Don't you ever try to scare me to death? Gao Yulan patted her chest, casting a displeased glance at Hao Jiangwo. He quickly approached, took her hand, and said with unrestrained pride, of course I hunted this on the mountain. Wait here. I'll call Lao Li, Lao Zhao, and Lao Ma, and have them come over to see. Hey, you? Gao Yulan watched her husband's excited expression and opened her mouth to stop him, but Hao Jiangwo had already returned to the study to make phone calls. She could only shake her head, helplessly pinched her nose, and surveyed the massive wild boar in the courtyard with an expression full of distaste. The following day, Lin Yuanshan stayed home, a rare occurrence as he normally spent his time hunting on the mountain. Experienced hunters knew that one should not hunt for more than 3 consecutive days, beyond that the hunting dogs would grow sluggish. Such high-intensity running simply could not be sustained on one night's rest, so Lin Yuanshan decided to take the day off. Lin Yuanxing had taken leave specifically to return home and planned to stay for several more days. Wu Aihua had also requested time off, ostensibly to accompany his wife, though in truth he wanted to hunt here himself. Though he had no plans to climb the mountain, Lin Yuanshan grew restless after just one morning at home. With the new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his possession, it would have been a waste not to try it out. Therefore, after lunch he set off with Wu Aihua to take a stroll in the southern mountain. He carried 50 rounds of ammunition, intending to familiarize himself with the rifle that afternoon. Many had heard the saying that good marksmanship is forged by the cost of bullets. Though somewhat blunt, the principle held true. Aside from natural-born sharpshooters, the majority of people honed their shooting skills through relentless practice. Lin Yuanshan possessed a modest amount of innate talent. Though not comparable to prodigies, he had cultivated his marksmanship to an exceptionally high level through persistent training. He would not claim boastfully, but at the peak of his ability in his past life, he could guarantee a 90% hit rate on moving targets within 200 meters. Now his priority was to quickly regain that touch to cope with the increasingly dangerous situations on the mountain. As Lin Weihua had analyzed with him, the current year would be a boom year for wildlife on the mountain. As the weather grew colder, animals would grow bolder, and after the first heavy snow blanketed much of their food supply, many beasts would roam widely, some even venturing down to the village in search of sustenance. Lin Yuanshan estimated that soon the village would organize an emergency response team to handle any sudden wildlife attacks. Lin Yuanshan, Wu Aihua, and Su Mingho strolled together toward the southern mountain. Lin Yuanshan had specifically sought out Su Mingho since Wu Aihua would soon return to the county, and he still needed to hunt alongside Su Mingho, so he seized every opportunity to build their rapport. This time Lin Yuanshan brought the Type 56 semi-automatic himself and handed the double-barreled hunting rifle to Su Mingho. However, concerned that Su Mingho might struggle with its powerful recoil, he specifically warned him not to fire without permission. It was Su Mingho's first time handling such a powerful weapon, and he cradled it lovingly throughout the entire journey. After entering Nanshan, Su Mingho led the way ahead with Lin Yuanshan and Wu Aihua following behind. Su Mingho thus guided the two men along the lines of traps he had set. For the past few days, Lin Yuanshan had been too busy to hunt with him, so Su Mingho had been setting his own traps in Nanshan on his own. By now he had already caught 3 martens and 6 pheasants, and his trapping skills were steadily improving. Before Su Mingho even reached the site of his first trap, he heard a flurry of flapping. His eyes lit up, and he immediately broke into a run. "Brother-in-law, come quick. Didn't you want to see how the trap works?" At Lin Yuanshan's reminder, Wu Aihua eagerly sprinted after Su Mingho. Upon arriving, they found a pheasant caught in Su Mingho's trap, constantly fluttering in a desperate attempt to fly free. Sensing the approach of human footsteps, the pheasant grew even more panicked, its wings beating frantically as it let out startled cries. "Cow, cow, cow. Seeing this, Su Mingho promptly slung his rifle behind his back and rushed forward. In one swift motion, he seized the pheasant by its wings, bound its legs with a rope, and tossed it into his bag. Done. Mingho, there's another one over here. At that moment, sharp-eyed Wu Aihua spotted a pheasant's claw peeking out from a nearby grassy nest and immediately exclaimed with excitement. Good heavens, well hidden. I almost missed it. Su Mingho quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and parted the grassy cover above. Indeed, there was a pheasant hiding inside. This one was considerably larger than the previous catch. When it realized it had been discovered, it immediately began flapping wildly and calling out in alarm, but the steel wire snapped it back. Good heavens, this one must be weighing in at over 3 Gene. This is my biggest pheasant yet. Full of delight, Su Mingho rushed forward, tied the pheasant's legs, and secured it in his bag. Brother Dashan, take these 2 pheasants back home for me. Have Sister Qing stew them for lunch. Will do. Lin Yuanshan agreed with a smile, making no pretense of refusal. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan treated him without any false modesty, Su Mingho's smile deepened. He tidied up the traps once more and led the 2 men onward to the next one. However, Nanshan was hardly a deep wilderness. The game within it was limited. For the next several traps they checked, there was not a single catch. Lin Yuanshan therefore decided to call it a day and said to Su Mingho, who was walking ahead, Mingho, let's stop here and give the gun a try. Really? Awesome. Upon hearing this, Su Mingho instantly grew excited. He dropped the bag from his back onto the ground, raised the hunting rifle, and Lin Yuanshan stepped up beside him to explain how to use it. Although Su Mingho had never actually handled a firearm before having grown up at the foot of Changbai Mountain, he had seen enough to understand the basics. Under Lin Yuanshan's guidance, he quickly grasped how the gun should be used. Alright, let me hold this for you first. Go ahead and fire a shot. Standing behind Su Mingho, Lin Yuanshan placed both of his hands over Su Mingho's, helping him steady the hunting rifle. Fire. Alright. Su Mingho nodded, his heart pounding wildly. The aiming technique, 3 points in a straight line, echoed repeatedly in his mind before he firmly pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot cracked through the forest. Su Mingho felt as though the rifle in his hands had suddenly become a wild boar weighing hundreds of Gene, jerking upward with tremendous force. Had Lin Yuanshan not restrained it in time, the barrel would have smashed straight into his head. Wow. Wow. It took Su Mingho quite a while to recover his composure. Gazing at the fierce little beast in his hands, he felt an even deeper admiration for Lin Yuanshan. He had always assumed handling this gun was straightforward, never expecting the recoil to be so formidable. How's it feel? Can you still handle it? Lin Yuanshan released his grip, allowing Su Mingho a moment to recover. Su Mingho nodded with determination and spoke up. Brother, this gun is powerful. Hold it for me once more, and I'll take another shot. After that, I'll try on my own. Alright. With Lin Yuanshan's assistance, Su Mingho fired again. Bang! This time prepared as he was, Su Mingho performed noticeably better than before. Thwack! Thwack! Following Lin Yuanshan's instructions, Su Mingho broke open the barrel, loaded fresh ammunition, and prepared to try on his own. Bang! Despite Su Mingho exerting all his strength to control the barrel, the enormous recoil of the double-barreled shotgun sent it snapping upward once more. Fortunately, having already fired twice, Su Mingho had gained some experience. He clenched his fingers tightly, preventing another accidental discharge. Pointing the muzzle downward, Su Mingho approached Lin Yuanshan with a pained expression. Phew, brother, I think I've strained my arm. Lin Yuanshan took the rifle from Su Mingho's hands, first disengaged the safety, and then examined his arm. Finding only a minor strain with no bone injury, he finally relaxed. Don't worry, your wrist will probably swell for a couple of days. Rub it with Baijiu when you get home, and it'll be fine. You're still a bit weak right now, so you need to eat more meat and train harder if you want to wield this gun properly. Brother, I'll definitely master it as soon as possible. Though his wrist was injured, Su Mingho was far from discouraged. Instead, his heart swelled with the joy of firing a gun for the very first time. Just then, Wu Aihua, who had been following along, suddenly pointed toward a rock beside a distant pine tree and said in surprise, Dashan, what's that over there? Is it a wild cat? Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan casually glanced in the direction Wu Aihua was pointing. His expression instantly darkened. He shook his shoulder and swiftly brought the Type 56 carbine slung behind him to the front, raising it to aim at the large rock, only to find nothing there. Had he not personally witnessed a lynx squatting at that spot just moments ago, he would have suspected his own eyes were playing tricks on him. Brother-in-law, your eyesight is really sharp. Suppressing his disappointment, Lin Yuanshan turned to Wu Aihua and teased with a smile. This was not the first time Wu Aihua had spotted game. If he did not have a proper job, Lin Yuanshan genuinely considered partnering with him for mountain hunts. After all, Wu Aihua's eyesight was extraordinary. It was he who had first spotted the wolf pack last time, and the lynx just now. Such natural talent wasted on anything other than hunting was truly a pity. Right? I've had keen eyes since childhood. Don't you think I have a natural talent for hunting? Indeed you do. Dashan, what was that thing earlier? Delighted by Lin Yuanshan's affirmation, Wu Aihua proudly asked about the creature they had just witnessed. Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant forest. He was puzzled, for he had never before seen a lynx in Nanshan. Although Nanshan was home to pheasants and hares, the area was too small to support apex predators like the lynx. This was Lin Yuanshan's first time seeing one here. That's a lynx, not a wild cat. These creatures are incredibly ferocious, and ordinary people rarely manage to hunt them. But why is there a lynx in Nanshan? Upon hearing that this was indeed the renowned lynx, Wu Aihua grew even more excited and eagerly asked, Dashan, should we give chase? Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan shook his head. Seeing the excitement on Wu Aihua's face, he couldn't help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. This creature runs far too fast, and we didn't bring any dogs today. We won't be able to catch it. Even with dogs, pursuing a lynx is dangerous. It can hunt wolves and would easily overpower hunting hounds. Oh, it's that fierce. Upon hearing how formidable this creature was, Wu Aihua's eyes lit up and his interest in the lynx grew even stronger. Brother, how did this creature end up in Nanshan? Su Mingho asked, gazing at the distant forest with confusion. Lin Yuanshan thought for a moment, but found no answer, so he simply shook his head. I'm not sure either. Perhaps it wandered over. After thinking for a while without reaching any conclusions, Lin Yuanshan decided to stop dwelling on it, and simply began testing the gun right there. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out continuously through the forest, driving the surrounding wildlife elsewhere. After firing 40 rounds, Lin Yuanshan finally began to regain his touch, his accuracy steadily improving. Lin Yuanshan did not fire all the remaining 10 rounds. The sight of the lynx had reminded him that you must always keep ammunition in reserve, otherwise, if anything unexpected occurred, you would be helpless. Over the following days, Lin Yuanshan went to Nanshan almost daily to practice shooting. After nearly a week of training, his marksmanship finally returned to its peak condition. Just as Lin Yuanshan was preparing to rest for a day before heading back up the mountain the next day, Su Mingho suddenly came looking for him. Brother Dashan. Su Mingho called out as he rushed into Lin Yuanshan's western room. What's the matter in such a hurry? Lin Yuanshan was sitting cross-legged on the heated Kong bed with a table set up in front of him where the Type 56 rifle lay. He was clearly cleaning and maintaining it. Bro, look what I found. Su Mingho plopped down on the edge of the Kong bed and carefully lifted his padded jacket to reveal a fluffy light brown creature underneath. Where did you find a cat? Lin Yuanshan glanced over casually, but when he saw the expression on Su Mingho's face, he suddenly realized something was wrong and leaned in to examine it closely. Holy crap, a lynx. Where on earth did you get this? Seeing Lin Yuanshan's stunned reaction, Su Mingho grinned triumphantly and laughed. Bro, this morning, I went to Nanshan to check my snares. When I passed by that place from last time, I wanted to take a look. Unexpectedly, right as I got there, I heard this little one calling nonstop. I found it near that rock. If I hadn't discovered it today, it probably would have frozen to death by nightfall. Lin Yuanshan looked at the tiny lynx in Su Mingho's arms, and all his doubts suddenly connected. He finally understood why this lynx had appeared in Nanshan, presumably to protect its offspring. Although lynx typically mate between February and April and give birth 2 to 3 months later, exceptions do occur. Judging by the size of this cub, it must have been born just a month ago, meaning the mother gave birth in September. It looks like the mother gave birth in a crevice between rocks. But after several consecutive days of us coming up the mountain to shoot, she was scared into relocating, and this little one was left behind. Yeah, I guess so. Brother, could I leave this little one at your place? You know my situation. I can't keep it. All right. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuanshan agreed. After all, this was his first time raising a lynx, and he was unsure whether it could ever be tamed. Lin Yuanshan had already returned with Wu Aihua the day before. While she could take extended leave, Wu Aihua could not afford to. As a lower-level official, he was still hoping to climb the ranks. Oh whoa. The young lynx seemed to have recovered from the cold and started opening its mouth, searching for food. Lin Yuanshan had been about to feed the little lynx some malted milk powder when he suddenly remembered they had a nursing hunting dog at home. So he took the lynx from Su Mingho and began feeling around its body. He wanted the lynx to pick up his scent so that Xiao Hui would not see it as prey and bite it to death in one go. Lin Yuanshan rubbed the little lynx for quite a while, making it cry out in protest before tucking it against his chest, getting off the Kong, and putting on his shoes. Let's go, I'll find it a mother. Upon hearing this, Su Mingho quickly caught on and hurriedly followed behind. He also wanted to see how Xiao Hui would react upon seeing the little lynx. The moment Lin Yuanshan pushed open the door to the storage room, he saw Xiao Hui waiting there. Excited to see him, the dog wagged its tail furiously and jumped up repeatedly. All right, I found you a little one. Take care of it together. Lin Yuanshan patted Xiao Hui's head to calm it down, then pulled the young lynx from his chest. No sooner had the little lynx been taken from Lin Yuanshan's embrace than Xiao Hui's expression shifted. It regarded the creature warily from Lin Yuanshan's hands, catching a whiff of its natural predator's scent. If not for Lin Yuanshan constantly calming it beside him, Xiao Hui would have likely bristled with agitation. Yet the dog trusted Lin Yuanshan deeply, and under his soothing presence, Xiao Hui finally relented and laid down to let the young lynx nurse. Watching the little lynx gulp down the milk, a bold idea suddenly occurred to Lin Yuanshan. If a lynx grew up alongside hunting dogs from childhood, would it be possible for them to hunt together in the future? In his past life, Lin Yuanshan had heard more than once about dogs acting as surrogate mothers to tigers and lions. Animals that once grown would follow a single dog's lead. If tigers could do it, then why not lynx, being felines themselves? The moment this thought took hold, Lin Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being able to hunt with a lynx on the mountain would be an enormous advantage for him. After all, as a feline, the lynx possessed innate advantages over canines, moving with greater agility through complex terrain. While the small lynx was enjoying its meal, it discovered that several little creatures whose territory had been usurped were not pleased. Wulong, the most robust and stout among them, initiated the assault, darting straight to the small lynx and opening its mouth to launch an attack with its newly sprouted milk teeth. However, being a predator's cub and several weeks older than the puppies, the lynx simply pressed a paw onto Wulong's head. Had it not been ravenously focused on nursing, it might have delivered a fatal bite. Once pinned down, Wulong began to struggle in discontent, whimpering as it thrashed about. Lin Yuanshan watched as Wulong launched charge after charge, each time mercilessly suppressed by the young lynx, yet the dog showed no signs of discouragement. The other three little ones, led by Wulong, united against the common foe, continuously harassing the nursing lynx. Lin Yuanshan felt a pang of helplessness watching the tussling pups, yet he knew this was a necessary ordeal. Only when the lynx was truly accepted by the others could they grow up together and eventually venture into the mountains. Xiao Hui seemed to understand Lin Yuanshan's intent. Hearing her pups' incessant yelps, she did not intervene, but instead tilted her head indifferently, observing their antics. After over an hour, Wulong finally realized it was outmatched and, exhausted from the struggle, crawled under Xiao Hui's belly to nurse. The other three puppies followed suit, ceasing their attacks. Fortunately, Xiao Hui had plenty to eat and drink, her milk supply abundant, so accommodating the extra lynx cub posed no issue. Seeing the little ones finally at peace, Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Su Mingho and said with a smile, "It seems this little lynx can survive. How's your wrist healing?" Su Mingho grinned, sheepishly flexing his wrist. "Brother, it's been fine for a while. With a bit more practice, I'll be able to control it properly." Good. There will be chances." Early morning at the Li residence. Li Hongxing and Li Dalong had finished breakfast and driven the horse cart to the forest farm, leaving only the second and third sons and Lu Guixiang at home. "Mom, I'm full. I'm going out for a stroll." Li Dahu, once his elder brother and father had left, wiped his mouth and prepared to rise. "Where are you off to? Don't go causing trouble." "Got it, Mom." Li Dahu replied, dismissively, exchanging a glance with Li Debao at the table, then got up and left. After Li Dahu departed, Li Debao finished his porridge, set down the bowl, and wiped his mouth. "Mom, I'm done too. Go ahead." Lu Guixiang knew her third son well. He was soft-natured and rarely stirred up trouble, so she felt at ease with him. Following the agreement with his second brother, Li Debao left the house and headed to the back of the village. At a fork in the rear road, he spotted Li Dahu carrying a cloth bundle. "Why so slow?" Li Dahu grumbled with dissatisfaction as his brother finally arrived. Li Debao muttered resentfully, "I had to eat my fill, didn't I? Brother, are we really going to kill a hibernating black bear?" Seeing Li Debao's worried expression, Li Dahu felt a twinge of anxiety himself, but for the sake of his elder brother's dignity, he forced himself to appear nonchalant, waving a hand dismissively. "What's the big deal? Black bears sleep deeply during hibernation. We'll just block the den entrance with our gun, and once it sticks half its body out, we'll shoot it." "Second brother, why wait for it to show half its body?" As Li Dahu had anticipated, Li Debao began to press for details. Ahem. Li Dahu cleared his throat twice and began to put on airs in front of his younger brother. "Think about it. A black bear weighs at least 300 or 400 gene. If we kill it before it fully emerges from the den, the carcass will fall back inside. Then how would we get it out? Cutting down the tree would be a huge hassle." "Oh brother, you're so smart." Li Debao suddenly understood, looking at his seemingly composed second brother, his own anxiety finally easing somewhat. The temporary workers at the forest farm were mostly recruited from surrounding villages, so the place was a mixed bag and news spread quickly. The information Li Dahu had obtained came from a co-worker of Li Hongxiang. Some might wonder why these people, knowing where a bear den was, didn't seek out their local hunters and instead casually shared the information. The reason was simple. Li Hongxiang was a sociable man who got along well with the temporary workers in his team. The one who told him was a drifter from a neighboring village, a man with no one to care for him. Too lazy to approach the local hunters, he simply mentioned the bear den during a drinking session with Li Hongxiang. Upon hearing this, Li Hongxiang's first thought was to inform the village hunters and exchange the info for some bear meat. But Li Dahu stopped him, arguing that the bear den wouldn't run away, so there was no rush. Instead, they should sound out the hunters in the village to see which family offered better terms. Li Hongxiang found the reasoning sound and entrusted the matter to Li Dahu, urging him to maximize the benefit. Little did he know that his son's ambition was far greater than he imagined. Not content with a share, Li Dahu aimed to claim the entire prize. This was inextricably linked to Lin Yuanshan, for Li Dahu, once on good terms with him, knew that Lin Yuanshan had no hunting experience. Yet a novice like Lin Yuanshan had managed to kill 3 black bears in a row along with several wild boars, which so inflamed Li Dahu's jealousy that he was deluded into thinking, if he can do it, so can I. Li Dahu had accompanied his father Li Hongxiang to the mountains a few times, so he had a rough memory of the trails. Moreover, the bear den's location was not particularly remote, leading Li Dahu to believe he could find it with a bit more time. However, Li Dahu clearly underestimated the difficulty of navigating the forest and overestimated his own abilities. Not long after they veered off the main trail into the woods, the two of them got lost. "Second brother, aren't we just going in circles?" After spinning around 3 consecutive times, even Li Debao, whose reactions were somewhat slow, noticed something was off and asked with a puzzled expression. Ahem. Li Dahu coughed awkwardly at these words, pondering how to save face, when suddenly Li Debao plopped down onto a nearby stone and panted heavily, saying, "Second brother, why don't we just head back? We're both unfamiliar with this place." I'm afraid if we go any deeper we won't be able to find our way out. Li Dabao's words left Li Dahu somewhat embarrassed, feeling that his pride was being challenged. Therefore he simply waved his hand to cut Li Dabao off. Let's catch our breath first. I've already found the way. We'll definitely locate that black bear's den. Seeing his elder brother's displeased expression, Li Dabao recalled all the beatings he'd suffered since childhood and promptly shut his mouth obediently. After resting for a while, the two continued their journey. Strange as it may seem, whether because Li Dahu had truly found the right method or not, they soon arrived at their destination. Gazing at the enormous red pine before them, Li Dahu couldn't help but proudly boast to Li Dabao. See, I told you so, didn't I? We've found the place. Second brother, you're amazing. So what do we do now? Hearing his younger brother's praise, Li Dahu grew even more self-satisfied. His previous apprehension vanished, entirely replaced by an overwhelming surge of arrogance. Here's the plan. Go chop down 2 small trees roughly arm thick. Then at my command you swing those poles against the red pine with all your might. Huh, won't the black bear just bite me as soon as it comes out? Li Dabao's face contorted with fear at the thought, full of reluctance. Seeing his brother's scared expression, Li Dahu was immediately filled with rage and couldn't help but scold him. What's there to be afraid of? It'll take the beast considerable time to climb out of that hole. By then I'll have already finished it with a single gunshot. Under Li Dahu's intimidation, Li Dabao, despite his reluctance, took his knife and went to chop down some trees. There were plenty of pines in the area, and soon Li Dabao had cut 2 sturdy poles and returned. Second brother, done. Good, go on. Li Dahu nodded toward the front, then slung his hunting rifle from his back and stepped back about 10 paces, stopping roughly 15 meters from the bear's den. Do it. Li Dahu gave Li Dabao a firm nod. Looking at the dark hole in the red pine, Li Dabao felt a chill run down his spine. But upon seeing his brother glaring at him with fierce eyes, he steeled his nerves, squeezed his eyes shut, hoisted the wooden pole, and smashed it forcefully against the base of the red pine. Thud! Thud! After striking twice, Li Dabao listened carefully for sounds from inside the tree hollow. But the cavity remained completely silent, as though nothing lived there. If not for the frost hanging at the entrance of the tree hole that they had seen earlier, the two would have begun to doubt whether their information was wrong. Keep going. Hit it harder. Seeing no movement from the tree hollow, Li Dahu bellowed at Li Dabao, which startled him badly. Li Dabao quickly grabbed his pole and continued striking the red pine. Thud, 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 thud. As Li Dabao struck along the trunk upward from the base, when he reached a little over a meter above the ground, he suddenly noticed the sound had changed. It became somewhat hollow. His heart immediately clenched. He knew he had struck the tree hollow. The black bear would awaken any time now. Although Li Dabao's legs were trembling with fear, he did not stop striking. After all, the black bear might not necessarily hurt him, but his elder brother would certainly beat him if he failed. Swish, swish, swish. Under Li Dabao's relentless pounding, the black bear inside the den was finally roused. It scratched at the tree trunk with its claws and let out a displeased roar. Come. Hearing the black bear's call so vividly for the first time, Li Dabao felt as though a wave of energy passed through his body. His entire frame stiffened involuntarily, his mind going completely blank. On the other side, Li Dahu was no better off. Terrified by the chilling sound of the bear, he couldn't even move his fingers. After roaring once more, they heard a series of crackling sounds from within the tree hollow. The black bear was climbing upward. Upon hearing this sound, Li Dabao's face turned ashen. He wished his mother had given him 2 more legs so he could run faster. Before anyone could react, people often assumed black bears were rather clumsy creatures, but this was a misconception. Black bears were actually quite nimble. In just a few seconds, the black bear crawled from the bottom of the hollow to the opening. Poking its head out, it immediately spotted the culprits who had disturbed its slumber. Come. The black bear emitted a fierce growl at Li Dabao, then extracted its entire body from the hollow and began descending headfirst, feet up. At this critical moment, Li Dabao, still beneath the tree, finally snapped out of his daze. Feeling the dampness between his legs, shame and indignation flashed across his eyes. But then he saw the black bear descending toward him. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted. As he ran, Li Dabao shouted to Li Dahu, "Brother, shoot it quick." Shaken awake by his brother's cry, Li Dahu jolted out of his stupor, shuddered violently, and quickly raised his rifle, firing directly at the black bear. Bang! The deafening gunshot caused the black bear to instinctively pause for a moment, giving Li Dabao a few more steps of distance. Then the bear reacted, letting out a furious roar and charging directly at Li Dahu, who had shot at it. Li Dahu had not expected the black bear to charge at him. Overcome with terror, he made a mistake. He turned and ran. But 2 legs could never outpace 4. Before Li Dahu had taken more than a couple of steps, the black bear caught up and swung its right paw fiercely at him. Schlick, schlick, op. The black bear's sharp claws easily tore through Li Dahu's cotton-padded jacket, exposing the white cotton beneath. Thanks to the cotton padding, the black bear did not tear into Li Dahu's flesh and blood, but merely gave his back a scratch. However, the bear may have misjudged its strength. Not only did it slap Li Dahu flying with a single blow, but it also left 3 deep bleeding wounds. Li Dahu flew through the air like a tattered sack, land face first on the ground not far away, twitched a few times, and then lay motionless. After bringing down Li Dahu, the greatest threat to it, the black bear did not stop. A hint of ferocity flashed in its dark, beady eyes as it turned and lunged toward Li Dabao, who was already sprinting far ahead. Li Debao ran desperately with his head buried forward. In his mind, there was only one thought: escape this place and never set foot in this mountain forest again. However, Li Debao, whose physical stamina was mediocre at best, could not match the speed of the black bear, a creature that had lived in these mountains for years. Before long, the black bear closed the distance and caught up to him. Fixing its murderous gaze upon the culprit who had awakened it, the black bear extended its right paw forward, grabbed Li Debao's legs, and yanked him backward. Li Debao was thrown to the ground by the black bear, which then settled its full weight upon him. Crack! Crack! The black bear's crushing weight snapped both of Li Debao's legs. Tears streaming down his face, he let out a heart-rending scream and frantically clawed at the ground, desperate to drag himself free. But the black bear lowered its head and bit down. Crack! A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed through the air. Li Debao's struggling body went rigid, then slowly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing that Li Debao no longer moved, the black bear rose and dragged his body toward where Li Dahou lay. It was not until dinner time that the Li family discovered the two brothers had gone missing. When Li Hongsheng and Li Dalong dragged their exhausted bodies back home, just about to sit down for a meal, they suddenly realized their two sons were not yet back. Their faces darkened, and Li Hongsheng turned to his wife Lu Guixiang with irritation. Where have those two brats run off to now? It's so late, and they still haven't returned. Lu Guixiang rolled her eyes and retorted sharply. How should I know? I'm not idle at home all day to keep watch over them. Then go find them. A flash of anger crossed Li Hongqing's face, and a vague sense of dread welled up within him. He hurriedly urged his wife to go look for their sons. Chided by Li Hongqing, Lu Guixiang reluctantly stepped outside, muttering under her breath, I must have owed you in my past life. Those two damned kids really deserve a beating. Lu Guixiang went to the small shop where Li Dahou often hung out and took a look. Finding him nowhere, she asked around, but nobody had seen him all day. Hearing this, a foreboding feeling gripped Lu Guixiang's heart. She rushed to several more places Li Dahou frequently visited, only to discover he hadn't been anywhere today. Her vision swam, and she hurried back home as fast as she could. Husband, something's wrong. Li Hongsheng was at home sipping hot water waiting for his two sons when he heard Lu Guixiang's cry. His heart sank, and he shot up from his stool in an instant. What's the matter, husband? Today both Dahou and Debao didn't appear anywhere in the village. Where do you think they could have gone? No sooner had Lu Guixiang finished speaking than Li Hongqing's face grew grim. He immediately turned to Li Dalong and said, Dalong, go at once to Zhao Fenglei's and Wu Qishan's houses in the village. Ask whether your younger brother mentioned the black bear to them. If not, gather everyone at the village office immediately. Yes, I'm going right now, Li Dalong answered and rushed out of the house. Meanwhile, Li Hongsheng and his wife hurried toward the village office. Cough, cough, cough. Attention, villagers. We are looking for Li Dahou and Li Debao from the old Li family. If you've seen them, please come to the village office at once. The broadcast played 3 times. Soon someone came rushing in, and upon seeing the Li couple spoke first. This morning I saw your Dahou and Debao heading toward Mount Dong. What? At these words, everyone in the office jumped to their feet in shock. Lu Guixiang was the first to rush forward, grabbing the man's arm and asking in a trembling voice, Old Su, are you certain you didn't miss C? Old Su shook his head bitterly, then gave Lu Guixiang a gentle nod. Absolutely certain. I would never lie about something like this. When I tried to warn them, they deliberately hid from me. Village Chief Wu Jianjun stepped forward looking puzzled and asked Li Hongsheng, Old Li, why would your children suddenly venture into the mountains? I'm fairly certain they don't hunt. Just then Li Dalong ran to the office entrance, gasping for breath. Before he could catch his breath, he said to Li Hongsheng, Dad, neither of them has seen Dahou or Debao. Li Dalong's words confirmed Li Hongsheng's worst fears. He let out a long sigh, and the pain in his still healing ribs flared up, sending him into a violent coughing fit. Cough, 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 cough. Seeing her husband in distress, Lu Guixiang hurriedly reached out and repeatedly patted his back. Li Dalong stood anxiously to the side, unsure of what to do. His own arms were not yet healed, and a plaster cast still remained on his forearm. Under Lu Guixiang's patting, Li Hongsheng gradually recovered. He immediately turned to Wu Jianjun, his face etched with desperate entreaty, and said, Chief, could you please gather a few people to go up the mountain and search? Hearing this, Wu Jianjun's expression turned troubled. Looking at Li Hongsheng, he shook his head gently and said, Old Li, you know I cannot risk the lives of so many villagers. Even if I were to speak up, not everyone would necessarily agree to go. Hearing Wu Jianjun's words, Li Hongsheng's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling. Chief, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. Dahou and Debao are children you watch grow up. Unable to bear the situation, Lu Guixiang rushed forward and seized Wu Jianjun's arm, pleading desperately. Wu Jianjun tried in vain to pry her fingers loose, but she held on, as if clutching the last straw of hope. Helplessly, he turned to Li Hongsheng and said, Old Li, keep your wife in check. Guixiang, let's go. With those words, it seemed as though all Li Hongsheng's strength had been drained from him. In an instant, he appeared decades older. Witnessing this, Wu Jianjun felt a pang of compassion and spoke. Old Li, go home and rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will organize the villagers to search for Dahou and Debao together. Thank you, Chief. Li Hongsheng forced a grim smile and gave Wu Jianjun a slight nod. Before dawn, the loudspeaker at the brigade office broadcast Wu Jianjun's voice. Cough, cough, cough. Attention, all villagers. Li Dahu and Li Debeo from the Li family went into the mountains yesterday afternoon and haven't returned since last night. We are organizing a search party. Those who wish to join should gather at the brigade office. Lin Yuanshan, who had just gotten up, was practicing his fist forms in the backyard. Upon hearing this news, his face remained completely expressionless as he continued to focus on his training. After finishing his routine morning exercises, Lin Yuanshan returned to the front courtyard. He noticed the eastern room was already lit, meaning Lin Weigua and Zhang Sujuan were likely awake, so he made his way over. "Parents, are you awake? Dash and come in," Zhang Sujuan called out, and Lin Yuanshan pushed open the door. He saw his father Lin Weigua already awake, sitting cross-legged on the Kong, wrapped in a cotton-padded jacket, lost in thought. Lin Weigua glanced up at his son and nodded toward the seat. "Sit." Lin Yuanshan took his place, and Zhang Sujuan immediately began speaking. "Dashan, are you going with them up the mountain?" Lin Yuanshan shook his head firmly. "No. Won't people in the village talk ill of you?" Zhang Sujuan said with concern. Lin Yuanshan waved it off casually, smiling reassuringly at her. "Mom, rest assured. The Li family has offended so many people in the village. I doubt they'll all show up. If just a few refuse, no one can criticize me. On the contrary, if I go, people will think I'm too accommodating, and I won't have that." Yes, that makes sense. I agree. Then we won't go." Zhang Sujuan immediately found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Unable to sleep any longer, Zhang Sujuan decided to go to the kitchen and make breakfast. After she left, Lin Weigua finally spoke. "Dash and those two, Dahu and Debeo, going into the mountains has nothing to do with you, right?" Lin Yuanshan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. "Dad, what do you mean? How does this involve me? I've been home all these past few days." "As long as it's unrelated, that's good. I figure those two brats are in deep trouble this time. I'm worried old Li Hongxing will turn into a mad dog and bite anyone." Lin Yuanshan grinned, baring a set of snow-white teeth. "Dad, a mad dog is only frightening because people choose not to reckon with it. But if it dares to bite randomly, I'll pull out all its teeth and break its legs. Let's see if it still dares to bare its fangs at me." Lin Weigua noticed the chilling coldness flashing in his son's eyes, but instead of anger, he felt relieved. His deepest fear had always been that his son would be constrained by worldly conventions, making him vulnerable to schemes from an old fox like Li Hongxing. Lin Yuanshan's decisiveness was exactly what Lin Weigua hoped to see. "Brother Dashan, are you home?" While the Lin family was having breakfast, Su Mingho rushed over and burst in with excitement. "Bro, do you think those two brothers really fell?" Lin Yuanshan looked at Su Mingho's gleeful expression and responded somewhat irritably. "You must never speak like that outside, or the Li family will come after you for revenge." Su Mingho waved dismissively, his face filled with contempt. "The Li family has been bullying people throughout the village, relying on their numerous brothers. They've offended countless people. I can't believe they dare to do anything just because I said a few words. Besides, if those two got themselves killed, the Li family would only have 2 men left. What do I have to fear?" Lin Yuanshan shook his head at Su Mingho's self-righteous demeanor and said no more. After all, his own relationship with the Li family was poor as well, and pressing further would make him seem hypocritical. In front of the brigade office square, Wu Jianjun's expression grew grim. He hadn't expected the Li family to be so unpopular in Wazi village. After waiting a full hour, only a dozen or so people had shown up. Wazi village had nearly 200 households, and even excluding the elderly, weak, and disabled, over 100 households could contribute people. Yet only this few came, revealing just how ill-liked the Li family truly was. Li Hongxing seethed at the scene before him. Normally, when someone met with accident in the mountains, Wu Jianjun could easily gather dozens of people. But when it involved his own family, barely a dozen showed up. For a man who prided himself on being influential in Wazi village, having his reputation trampled like this was an agonizing humiliation. Seeing that dawn had fully broken and knowing no one else would come, Wu Jianjun cleared his throat and stepped onto the platform to speak. "Everyone knows what happened. I won't dwell on it. Old Li suspects his sons went to Erdeo Go. Let's start searching there." With a clear objective, the small group set out toward their destination. By afternoon, news had spread through Wazi village like wildfire. Upon learning of the news, Su Mingho immediately rushed to the Lin family to tell Lin Yuanshan. "Bro, those two brothers are dead. Li Debeo was reduced to bones and half of Li Da's body was eaten. That black bear fled north from the scene. Someone will likely hunt it down tomorrow." "I see." Lin Yuanshan nodded calmly, his expression unreadable. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, spending a night in the wilderness was a death sentence for ordinary people. "Shall we head to the mountains tomorrow as well?" "Yes. Even if we don't encounter the black bear, we still need to go. It's been too long since our last trip." "Wonderful. I'll come over tomorrow morning." Su Mingho slapped his thigh with excitement, his face alight with enthusiasm. His wrist had fully recovered during this period, and now his heart was set on trying out that double-barreled shotgun. After nightfall, a morning tent was erected over 100 meters from the entrance to Wazi village. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, there existed a tradition: those who died unnatural deaths could not enter the village, as it was believed to bring misfortune upon the entire community. No one dared to challenge this tradition, not even the village head Wu Jianjun. After all, doing so would mean making an enemy of the entire village. Should anyone dare take a single step into the village, they would be torn to shreds by the villagers swarming upon them. In that era, even government agencies treated such traditions with utmost caution. In the eyes of villagers, some customs held greater importance than life itself. This was precisely why the state later banned firearms. When lethal weapons are in hand, the impulse to kill naturally arises. Inside the morning tent, Lu Guixiang lay collapsed against one side, while Li Yuanshan hunched over, his eyes vacant as he stared at the people passing by. He appeared decades older in an instant. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the people of Wazitan began to stir, most of them being hunters from the hamlet. Lin Yuanshan, having finished his morning practice, was eating breakfast at home when Su Mingho arrived. "Uncle, Aunt, brother." Su Mingho greeted the household, then fetched a wooden stool and sat down to one side. "Mingho, have you eaten yet?" "And I've already eaten. Please go ahead." Zhang Sujuan heard this and did not press further. She had come to realize that Su Mingho now treated their home as his own, which filled her heart with joy. After breakfast, Zhang Sujuan cleared the dishes while Lin Yuanshan took Su Mingho to the western room to prepare their mountain gear. The primary objective of this trip was supposedly to track down that black bear, but Lin Yuanshan knew in his heart that it would not be easy. The mere presence of all the rival hunters from the hamlet made the task extremely difficult. Moreover, the black bear was cunning and might have already found a lair to hole up in. However, Lin Yuanshan had never intended to fixate on this black bear. He had no plans to compete with the others for it. Instead, he planned to take Su Mingho to another place and take a gamble. Everyone in the hamlet knew that the black bear had fled north, and Lin Yuanshan intended to head north and try his luck. But clearly he was not the only clever one. As the two walked north along the mountain path, they encountered a dark-faced man carrying a rifle, the old hunter of the hamlet, Zhao Fenglei. Seeing Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho arrive with their two dogs, Zhao Fenglei's eyes flickered, and he asked with a hint of probing, "Dashin, what brings you two here?" Lin Yuanshan met Zhao Fenglei's wary gaze without any intention of concealing the truth, and replied directly, "Uncle Zhao, I heard a black bear showed up at Erdaegu, so I thought I'd head to the sand dowling ridge ahead and try my luck, see if I can run into it." "Where are you headed?" When Zhao Fenglei heard that Lin Yuanshan had the same destination, his expression soured. However, his naturally dark face made it less noticeable. "If you sure know how to grab the easy pickings. You didn't lift a finger when people were needed, but you sure run fast when there's profit to be had." Hearing Zhao Fenglei's sarcastic remarks, Lin Yuanshan's face darkened. Though the other was his elder, he would not stand for such mistreatment, so he shot back directly. "As far as I know, Uncle Zhao, you didn't go yesterday either, yet here you are today." Lin Yuanshan's merciless words made Zhao Fenglei's face twist with anger, his chest heaving violently, clearly livid. "I had things to do yesterday. Besides, I came up the mountain today because the Li family asked me to avenge their two boys." "Oh really? So just because the two Li boys got mauled, that means the black bear belongs to the Li family now, and no one else is allowed to hunt it?" Su Mingho, burning with indignation at Zhao Fenglei's words, could not help but join in the sarcasm. Zhao Fenglei, shocked that even Su Mingho dared to talk back, glared with eyes as wide as an ox's and pointed a finger at him, cursing. "Since when did a little brat like you get to speak? Do you want me to slap you on behalf of your father?" The mention of Su Mingho's father made his eyes turn red, and he shouted at Zhao Fenglei, "Now you remember my father. Where were you when those beasts bullied my mother and us three kids after he died? Where were you when we were nearly starving? What right do you have to discipline me on behalf of my father? You little bastard, you're asking for it." Su Mingho's words thoroughly enraged Zhao Fenglei. Accustomed to throwing his weight around the hamlet, he had grown arrogant and domineering. Seeing Su Mingho speak to him like that, he instinctively moved forward to teach him a lesson. Seeing Zhao Fenglei about to strike, Lin Yuanshan stepped forward and blocked his path. Zhao Fenglei, faced with Lin Yuanshan's broad shoulders, long legs, and sturdy build, instinctively reached out and shoved him. "Dash and get out of the way. Let me teach this little brat a lesson." But to his surprise, his push did not budge Lin Yuanshan. Instead, Lin Yuanshan grabbed his arm and said with a hint of mockery, "Uncle Zhao, you keep calling him a little brat. Is that how an elder should behave? Besides, I think Su Mingho is right. You have no right to discipline him because you didn't help him when he needed it most. There's no outsider here today, so don't play the elder card just to throw your weight around. You." Lin Yuanshan's words had ripped off Zhao Fenglei's last fig leaf. Enraged, he yanked his arm free and pointed at Lin Yuanshan, about to curse, when he saw the cold impatience in Lin Yuanshan's eyes. That look was like a bucket of cold water dousing the hot-headed anger and sobering him up. Seeing the grim, chilling aura emanating from Lin Yuanshan, and Su Mingho behind him already gripping his rifle stock, Zhao Fenglei felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally said nothing, spat out one last remark, and turned to leave. "Hope you don't run into trouble in the mountains and need me." After Zhao Fenglei left, Su Mingho spat contemptuously at his retreating back. "Wow, what a jerk. Alright, Uncle Zhao is just that kind of person. He's not really a bad man." Lin Yuanshan's defense of Zhao Fenglei puzzled Su Mingho, but at this moment Lin Yuanshan's word was law in his heart. So he merely grunted a reluctant, "Oh," without arguing. "Let's go. We need to hurry to sand dowling." Lin Yuanshan did not abandon the plan just because Zhao Fenglei had gone there. Instead, he chose a different route, approaching sand dowling from another direction. Lin Yuanshan believed that if the black bear had passed this way, his dogs Da Huang and Xiaoqing would surely find it before Zhao Fenglei did. But this time Lin Yuanshan's judgment proved wrong. When he and Su Mingho reached sand dowling, there was no trace of the black bear. Could it be that it didn't come this way? Lin Yuanshan muttered to himself, puzzled as he surveyed the ridge before him. "Brother, what do we do now?" Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brow, thinking. The black bear was a living creature after all. He couldn't dictate its path. Even if it had headed north, there were several routes it could take. While sandaling was the most likely, the possibility of it taking another path was hardly negligible. Just as Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho were racking their brains, Zhao Fenglei on his end had run into trouble. Crack, crack, crack. Beneath an oak tree midway up a small hill, a black bear rose to its feet and extended a massive paw, diligently digging at a hollow in the trunk. Upon that very oak, a little gray squirrel chirped anxiously from branch to branch. The hollow the black bear was tearing open clearly contained its stored winter provisions. The bear paid no heed to the squirrel's frantic cries, relentlessly clawing at the trunk with its razor-sharp talons, sending the hidden acorns spilling forth in a steady stream. Only after excavating every last acorn did the black bear lift its head to cast a disdainful glance at the furious squirrel, then bent down to begin devouring its prize. The squirrel dared only to shriek from its perch. Should it venture below, the black bear would scarcely hesitate to make a meal of it. The black bear possessed an insatiable appetite, requiring hibernation merely to conserve energy, though once roused it had to devour continuously lest it weaken. Having consumed every acorn scattered on the ground, the bear shook its head and lumbered onward northward. To the east, a dark-faced man hurried to intercept it. However, the dark-faced man had clearly overestimated the bear's speed. He assumed it would bolt northward once driven away, unaware that the creature moved at its own leisurely pace, pausing intermittently to forage along the way. This left Zhao Fenglei in the same predicament as Lin Yuanshan and his party. They had all outrun the bear. Yet unlike Lin Yuanshan, Zhao Fenglei was far too close enough that the bear had caught his scent. The black bear, ambling northward, halted abruptly upon catching Zhao Fenglei's scent. Its small black eyes darted about before fixing on something unseen, standing motionless as it assessed the wind. Meanwhile, having failed to locate the bear, Zhao Fenglei did not turn south. He understood all too well that this creature was cunning and vicious. Pursuing it from behind was the only way to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, the roles of hunter and prey could reverse in an instant. After a thorough search yielded nothing, Zhao Fenglei turned eastward, intending to retrace his steps to the mountain trail and then cut across to the peak south of Sandaling, hoping to track the bear's movements. On the other side, the black bear had stood its ground after catching Zhao Fenglei's scent. When it sensed him heading east, it immediately gave pursuit. Its keen sense of smell had already confirmed that a lone human had ventured into the forest, a remarkable source of sustenance, one it could not afford to surrender. Having attacked humans numerous times before, it had grown accustomed to the tender flesh of such vulnerable prey, easy to catch and even easier to devour. Zhao Fenglei remained oblivious to the bear's predatory gaze. His thoughts were consumed by the humiliation inflicted upon him by Lin Yuanshan and the others moments before, and he silently vowed to demand justice from Lin Weigua should the chance arise upon his return. The unvarnished scorn directed at him that day by Lin Yuanshan had stung deeply, stripping away the sharp instincts that normally guided him. It was not until the surrounding silence struck him like a physical blow that awareness crashed over him. His right hand lunged for the rifle slung across his back, but it was already too late. A blur of black fur materialized behind him, and a massive paw struck his back with devastating force. Scree! A gut-wrenching screech tore through the air as the bear's claws scraped across the weapon, carving 3 deep grooves into the rifle stock. Thankfully, the rifle itself absorbed the brunt of the attack, sparing Zhao Fenglei from having his chest torn open. He was simply hurled aside by the force of the blow. It's over. The thought flashed through his mind as he sailed through the air before he crashed heavily against a tree. Crack! Thud! Agony exploded across his chest. Zhao Fenglei knew at once that several ribs had been shattered, but there was no time to dwell on the damage. Drawing a sharp breath against the stabbing pain between his ribs, he forced himself upright and bolted. Do not ask why he did not fight back. The bear's swipe had severely damaged his rifle, and if it could not fire, he was utterly defenseless. The bear was taken aback that the human could rise after being sent flying, pausing momentarily in surprise. Then with a thunderous roar, it charged after Zhao Fenglei once more. That roar reverberated through the forest, reaching both Zhao Fenglei's ears and from a distance Lin Yuanshan's as well. Upon hearing the bear's challenge, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted to Da Huang and Shaoqing. Go! Wang! 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 The dogs sprang into action at Lin Yuanshan's command, bolting toward the source of the sound, with Lin Yuanshan close on their heels. It transpired that after failing to locate the bear near Sandaling, Lin Yuanshan had made the same decision as Zhao Fenglei. If the bear truly traveled this route, they needed to pursue from behind. Had they positioned themselves ahead, Da Huang and Shaoqing would have been unable to utilize their greatest advantage. Dogs sniffing upwind cannot detect prey downwind, but those positioned downstream can catch scents from great distances. Meanwhile, the bear had long since detected Lin Yuanshan's party approaching. However, its keen sense of smell had warned it that they numbered many and came with 2 trained helpers, so it had avoided confrontation. After all, primal instinct dictates that predators target the weakest prey first. Yet as the humans closed in rapidly, the bear could not suppress a warning roar. Hung! But what answered it was the relentless, encroaching bark of pursuing dogs. Wang! 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 Amidst the continuous barking, a single deeper, more thunderous howl resonated with unmistakable authority. The bear found itself torn between 2 impulses. press on and claim the meal already within reach, or abandon the hunt and flee before the pack surrounded it. Ultimately, the bear's instinct as an apex predator prevailed, and it surged forward after Zhao Fenglei once more. However, that moment of hesitation had already given Zhao Fenglei sufficient ground to put between himself and the bear. As a seasoned hunter, he was no green recruit like Li Dahu. He knew full well that a straight flight would only delay the inevitable and leave him stranded before rescue could arrive. Therefore, after putting some distance behind him, Zhao Fenglei abandoned his straight-line retreat and immediately located a sturdy oak circling around it in a desperate bid to throw off Yuer. Wong, Wong, Wong. The bear chased him around the tree for several laps, until at last the sound of approaching dogs announced the timely arrival of Da Huang and Xiaoqing. Hearing the dogs bark so close, Zhao Fenglei felt a surge of ecstasy and also a sense of relief. Today he had finally managed to save his own skin. Although Zhao Fenglei was relieved, his feet did not stop for a moment. He continued circling the tree. But as luck would have it, after several smooth circles on this very one, Zhao Fenglei suddenly tripped and fell heavily to the ground. The black bear that had been chasing Zhao Fenglei saw this, and its eyes lit up. A flash of cruelty passed over its face. It ran directly to Zhao Fenglei, pinned his body down with its two paws, and opened its mouth to bite at the back of his head. It's over, I'm done for. Feeling the two powerful bear paws pressing down on him, Zhao Fenglei struggled with all his might, but could not move. A wave of despair washed over him, and he simply closed his eyes, waiting for death. At that moment, Da Huang finally reached the black bear's rear. In that critical instant, Da Huang bit fiercely at the bear's backside. Roar! The black bear, which had been about to bite Zhao Fenglei to death, let out a miserable howl. A sharp pain shot through its rear, causing its entire bear body to tremble. After biting fiercely, Da Huang immediately dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, once the black bear recovered, it had no intention of chasing Da Huang. Instead, it planned to finish off the prey in front of it first. By now, Da Huang had also dodged aside. As the black bear was about to bite Zhao Fenglei to death, Zhao Fenglei could even feel the warmth of its mouth and smell the pungent stench of blood. At this moment, Xiaoqing, who had been standing by, seemed to have finally made up its mind. With a push of its hind legs, it dashed straight to the black bear's rear, opened its mouth wide, and bit at the bear's backside. Unlike Da Huang, Xiaoqing was far superior in both bite force and weight. After clamping onto the black bear's rear, Xiaoqing braced its forelegs on the ground and yanked backward violently. Roar! The black bear immediately let out a high-pitched scream, feeling as if its intestines were being pulled out by the creature behind. The soul-shaking agony made it forget the prey at its feet. It turned and slapped Xiaoqing with its paw. Roar! The moment the black bear turned, Xiaoqing released its bite and dodged backward, but it was a step too slow. The bear's claw swiped across its face, leaving 3 deep gashes. Had it not dodged quickly, the black bear's furious slap might have snapped its neck. After failing to achieve the desired effect with its strike, the black bear immediately turned and continued its attack on Xiaoqing. But by now, Da Huang had also reacted. Having coordinated with Xiaoqing many times, it ran directly to the black bear's rear and continued attacking the exposed area that had been pulled out. Roar! Woof! Woof! A series of bear roars mixed with dog barks. The black bear, continuously attacked from behind, was both furious and pained, but could do nothing against the two agile dogs. Just then, Lin Yuanshan finally arrived, carrying his rifle on his back. This time armed with a Type 56 rifle, Lin Yuanshan did not approach the black bear too closely. Instead, he stopped about 200 meters away, raised his rifle, and aimed at the bear. The moment Lin Yuanshan appeared in the black bear's line of sight, the bear immediately abandoned the 2 hunting dogs and charged toward Lin Yuanshan. Faced with this situation, Lin Yuanshan was not flustered at all. After all, he had been able to handle them at a distance of dozens of meters. Now 200 meters was even easier. He even planned to find a better angle to avoid injuring the hunting dogs behind. Bang! Bang! Just as the black bear, roaring and clawing, charged to within 100 meters of Lin Yuanshan, he finally pulled the trigger. The bullets pierced through the black bear's head, leaving a fist-sized hole in the back of its skull. Through the hole, one could even see the bear's white brains. Both shots struck the black bear's head, killing it without a struggle. It ran a few steps forward by inertia, then collapsed head first onto the ground. Although the black bear was thoroughly dead, Lin Yuanshan did not put away his rifle. Instead, he kept scanning the surrounding forest for any other dangers, a habit formed in his past life. He had not originally had this habit, but after a painful lesson it became ingrained. That incident had cost him 3 hunting dogs, and it took him a long time to recover. At that time, Lin Yuanshan was well equipped with 6 hunting dogs under his command, 3 of which were lead dogs, and he carried a Type 56 rifle. During a hunting trip, he encountered a black bear. With the help of his hunting dogs and his Type 56 rifle, Lin Yuanshan easily killed the bear. But while Lin Yuanshan was busily gutting the black bear, another black bear suddenly emerged from somewhere only a dozen meters away. Lin Yuanshan had no time to react. Had it not been for the hunting dogs desperately blocking it, clamping down, even as the bear broke their spines, Lin Yuanshan would likely have been mauled to death. From then on, after killing a prey, Lin Yuanshan would carefully observe the surroundings, only relaxing his vigilance when he was sure there was no danger. If 2 people went up the mountain together, it was simpler. One kept watch while the other handled the carcass. Cough, cough, help. A faint cry for help reached his ears. Lin Yuanshan immediately looked in that direction and saw a person lying behind a large linden tree. Lin Yuanshan hurried over and recognized the familiar clothes. Wasn't it Zhao Fenglei who had just parted from them not long ago? Lin Yuanshan quickly turned Zhao Fenglei over to prevent him from suffocating. Zhao Fenglei hadn't expected his savior to be Lin Yuanshan, and his face showed a complex mix of emotions. Lin Yuanshan, however, was the first to break the awkward atmosphere, smiling as he said, "Uncle Zhao, how are you feeling?" Zhao Fenglei looked at Lin Yuanshan's smile and felt flattered. He quickly reached out to feel his body. Aside from some pain in his ribs and back, there were no other issues. "Dashin, I'm fine. Thank you today, otherwise your Uncle Zhao might have died here." Lin Yuanshan helped Zhao Fenglei up and leaned him against the linden tree, saying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. In the mountains, anyone would lend a hand in such a situation." "Regardless, Uncle Zhao thanks you. I'm not good with words, but don't hold the past against me. If you ever need anything, just say the word." "All right. Uncle Zhao, I won't stand on ceremony with you." "Ha ha, good cough. Cough." Zhao Fenglei was pleased by Lin Yuanshan's generous manner and burst into loud laughter, but the sudden movement stirred his wounds, making him grimace in pain. Not long after Su Mingho arrived. Seeing Zhao Fenglei injured, he curled his lips slightly. His earlier anger significantly diminished. However, he said nothing to Zhao Fenglei and instead spoke to Lin Yuanshan. "Brother, let me go take the bear gall." "Go ahead." Lin Yuanshan noticed Zhao Fenglei's pallid complexion and quickly interjected with an explanation. "Uncle Zhao Mingho is still young. Don't hold it against him." Zhao Fenglei's weathered face flushed at these words. He sensed something unspoken in Lin Yuanshan's remarks. In the past, he would have fired back, but today he owed Lin Yuanshan his life, and the brush with death had clarified things for him. He sighed. "It's nothing. I don't blame the boy. He spoke no wrong. I've been meddlesome, that's true. For all these years I've kept to myself, convinced I needed no one's help, so I've made mistakes. But after today, I understand now. We are people after all, and no one can live alone." Lin Yuanshan observed Zhao Fenglei's contemplative expression. Though he didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning, he recognized that Zhao Fenglei sharing these thoughts was ultimately a positive sign. At that moment, Su Mingho returned carrying the bear gall and other valuable parts in a bag. "Brother, I'll carry these. You take the rest of the bear meat." Lin Yuanshan shook his head and pointed toward Zhao Fenglei. "Uncle Zhao is injured. I need to support him walking out. You carry those items instead, and we'll fetch the remaining bear meat tomorrow." "But..." "Enough." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand to stop Su Mingho's protests, then helped Zhao Fenglei to his feet. "Uncle Zhao, give it a try." With Lin Yuanshan's assistance, Zhao Fenglei took a few steps. Though his back and ribs still sent sharp jolts of pain, he could bear it. He looked up and said, "Dashin, I can walk. It's just delaying you." "Uncle Zhao, don't say that. People matter more than anything." "Sigh. Uncle Zhao remembers that." Several days later, Lin Yuanshan woke to a chill seeping through the window. He quickly rose and drew the curtain aside. Snow finally. Staring at the thick blanket of white covering the courtyard, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but mutter excitedly. He threw back his covers, pulled on his wool sweater and padded trousers, and shuffled down from the heated Kong in his cotton shoes. Opening the door, a gust of wind carried snowflakes inside, sharpening his senses. Crunch, crunch. The fresh snow was still soft. Lin Yuanshan's spirits soared, and he began practicing his martial forms in the front courtyard. "You little rascal, causing trouble in the yard this early. The snow will get compacted and hard to sweep." Zhang Sujuan emerged in a padded jacket, watching her son move energetically in the yard, and couldn't resist scolding him. "No worries, Mom. I'll handle all the sweeping." After finishing his routine, Lin Yuanshan stomped his feet and headed toward the storage room. The moment he opened the door, Xiaowei burst out eagerly. After spending time together over the past while, Xiaowei had claimed this place as home. Each time Lin Yuanshan opened the door, the animal would dash into the yard to frolic. Seeing the heavy snow in the courtyard, Xiaowei became even more ecstatic, running back and forth with joy. Xiaowei's pups were now old enough to run and jump, so they followed close behind, eager to play in the snow. However, one by one they plunged headfirst into the drifts and disappeared beneath the white cover. Woo-woo, woo-woo. As for the young lynx, slightly older and less mischievous than the puppies, it merely stood at the storage entrance, eyeing the thick snow with hesitation. Lin Yuanshan paid no mind to the puppies and entered the storage room to fetch a wooden snow shovel and a broom, then began clearing the courtyard. He first carved a path through the snow before piling the rest against the southern wall. Soon he was drenched in sweat, steam rising from his body and head. By the end, Lin Yuanshan simply shrugged off his outer cotton jacket, wearing only his wool sweater. Zhang Sujuan emerged from the kitchen and frowned at his thin attire. "Dashin, put your jacket on at once. One gust of wind, and you'll catch a chill." Though confident his body wouldn't falter so easily, Lin Yuanshan knew better than to ignore his mother's words. He quickly grabbed the jacket from the windowsill and slipped it on. Only then did Zhang Sujuan nod with satisfaction and return to the kitchen to continue cooking. After clearing the snow around his own home, Lin Yuanshan swept the entrance and then set off for the Yi residence with his tools. At that moment, everyone in the Yi household except the old matriarch was busy sweeping snow in the courtyard. When they saw Lin Yuanshan arrive, Yi Qingzhu immediately looked at him as though he were a savior. She dropped her broom and ran over excitedly. "Brother Dashin, you're finally here. My arms are so sore." Watching Yi Qingzhu's playful and innocent expression, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, smiling. "Go rest. I'll handle the rest." "Great. You're the best, Brother Dashin." Yi Qingzhu excitedly hugged him, then scampered off to the kitchen to help her grandmother cook. You two should go rest too. I've got this. No need. I'll work alongside you. Yi Qingmei shook her head, picking up the shovel to continue pushing snow toward the southern wall. Meanwhile, Yi Qinglan glanced up at Lin Yuanshan before setting down her broom and turning to go back inside. Lin Yuanshan caught Yi Qinglan's peculiar gaze, shrugged it off, and grabbed a shovel to clear the remaining snow. Since the Yi sisters had already cleared a portion of the courtyard, the rest was finished quite quickly. Noticing Lin Yuanshan drenched in sweat, Yi Qingmei's beautiful eyes filled with concern. She approached him and gently wiped the perspiration from his forehead with her sleeve. You must be exhausted. Gazing at Yi Qingmei's face so close to his, Lin Yuanshan's heart pounded wildly. He quickly glanced around to ensure they were alone, then suddenly leaned down and kissed her. Swish. Taken aback by the sudden move, Yi Qingmei's delicate cheeks flushed crimson. Fearing he might do something even bolder, she pushed him away and hurried into the house with her head bowed in embarrassment. On the day of the first snowfall, Lin Yuanshan finished clearing snow at home and stayed put. Around mid-morning, Su Mingho came by. Lin Yuanshan gave him a few instructions, and then Su Mingho left. At night, Lin Yuanshan lay on the warm kong, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was full of Yi Qingmei's graceful image, and his heart burned with passion. If only I'd held the ceremony earlier, then I wouldn't have to endure this every day. Lin Yuanshan muttered helplessly to himself. He tossed and turned until the wee hours, finally drifting off into a dazed sleep. Meanwhile, in the west room of the Yi family, Yi Qingmei lay in bed on the kong, eyes wide open, completely without sleep. Recalling the day's events, waves of sweetness welled up in her heart. After all, she was just a young woman in her 20s yearning for a sweet love. But now she felt she had already found it, and she began to look forward to the days ahead. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Before dawn the next day, the Yi family's rooster held its head high and let out a series of crowing. Hearing the sound, Lin Yuanshan couldn't help rubbing his eyes and cursing a few words. I really should have let that yellow weasel kill you off too. During this time, that yellow weasel had never come again. Both families had long since put it out of their minds, thinking it would never return, little knowing that this yellow weasel would soon give them a surprise. Today, Su Mingho arrived a bit late. It wasn't until after Lin Yuanshan had eaten breakfast that he showed up. But he didn't come empty-handed. He brought 2 pheasants. Mingho, we haven't finished the 2 pheasants you brought last time yet. You should keep them and sell them yourself. Zhang Sujuan saw Su Mingho had brought pheasants again. She was very pleased, but also felt a bit sorry for Su Mingho's family situation, so she insisted he take them back. Su Mingho scratched his head with a somewhat simple look and smiled. Auntie, this time the heavy snow sealed off the mountains, covering all the food on the mountain. So I trapped 7 or 8 pheasants and brought 2 for you to taste. There's still plenty left at home. Zhang Sujuan wanted to say something more after hearing this, but Lin Yuanshan waved his hand to interrupt her. Mom, just keep them. Mingho and I are heading up the mountain. Ah, you kids. Zhang Sujuan muttered a few words helplessly while Lin Yuanshan had already led Su Mingho toward the door. Aren't you taking the dogs today? No, we can't. The snow is too deep for the dogs to walk. Hearing that they weren't taking the dogs, Zhang Sujuan wanted to ask a few more questions, but found they had already walked far away. She could only stomp her feet helplessly. Those 2 rascals. Walking along the road, Su Mingho asked with some confusion. Brother, we're really not bringing the dogs this time. No, we're not. This time we're not going hunting, we're going to set traps. Set traps. Su Mingho was somewhat surprised when he heard this and glanced at Lin Yuanshan, wondering if they needed to go to Dongshan just to set traps. Is it worth making such a fuss? Lin Yuanshan didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the distant Dongshan and uttered a sentence. I'll tell you once we're on the mountain. Then he stopped talking and just focused on the journey. East Avenue and South Avenue were the 2 main roads of Wazitun, so after the snow stopped, Wu Jianjun organized people to clear them. But once outside the bounds of Wazitun, no one maintained the roads. At that point, they had to trudge through the snow, stepping deeply and shallowly. After a day and night of wind and sun, the snow on the road had hardened a bit. And since some people and horses had passed by yesterday, there were a few cart tracks pressed into the road. The 2 walked along the cart tracks. Though it was more strenuous than usual, it was much better than walking directly in the snow. However, the situation improved once they reached the mountain road. Dongshan Forest Farm employed a large number of road maintenance workers every year. Normally, these people were only responsible for minor road repairs, and their work was very easy. Only after the annual snowfall did their workload become heavy. They had to clear all the snow from the mountain road as soon as possible, then set fire to the frozen soil nearby, and spread a layer of earth, ensuring that the road was safe for both pedestrians and vehicles. This not only benefited the forest farm workers, but also the hunters going up the mountain. The 2 walked along the mountain road for over 3 hours. Lin Yuanshan looked up at the surrounding markers, and then said to Su Mingho, let's go enter from here. Su Mingho nodded upon hearing this, said nothing, and followed Lin Yuanshan into the forest. The snow in the forest was deep, often reaching up to a person's knees, and in some places, even up to the thighs. Walking through it was extremely exhausting. Coupled with the fact that they had already walked for 3 hours, Su Mingho soon became drenched in sweat, and his cotton-padded jacket was soaked through. Lin Yuanshan, being tall with long legs, had an advantage in this kind of terrain. However, when he noticed Su Mingho's condition, he looked around, and then pointed to a large rock, and said, let's rest there for a while. Panting okay. Su Mingho's stamina was nearly exhausted, so he didn't try to be tough and nodded in agreement. Lin Yuanshan casually cleared the snow under the rock, then found a few dry branches and quickly started a fire. Come warm yourself by the fire, don't catch a chill from the wind. After warming himself for a while and drying his soaked back, Su Mingho immediately felt much better. Brother, let's go. Okay. Seeing that Su Mingho had recovered, Lin Yuanshan stood up, cupped snow to extinguish the fire, and then the two continued deeper into the mountain. Mingho, do you know where we're going today? On this leg of the journey, Lin Yuanshan took the initiative to talk to Su Mingho about the purpose of their trip up the mountain. Su Mingho frowned and thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled what Lin Yuanshan had told him before. Brother, are we going to trap Sable today? Smart. Lin Yuanshan snapped his fingers, then pointed to a large mountain ahead and said meaningfully, the fur of Sable is extremely valuable. A high-quality winter pelt can sell for 300 to 400 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative, and in some places even up to 1,000 yuan. How much? Su Mingho was shocked by the price and widened his eyes in astonishment. Don't be surprised. That's indeed the current price, and it will only get higher. Lin Yuanshan explained calmly, then continued. This thing is so expensive, yet few people can catch it. Do you know why? Why, oi? Su Mingho asked foolishly. Lin Yuanshan glanced at him and said impatiently, I'm asking you, use your own brain. Su Mingho saw that Lin Yuanshan was somewhat angry, so he stopped asking and began to ponder with a furrowed brow. Could it be that this thing is relatively rare? That is one reason. This thing is hard to find. That is the second reason. I can't think of anything else. Watching Su Mingho's pained expression, Lin Yuanshan no longer pressed him and explained with a smile. The most important point is that this little fellow is too wary, ordinary people can't even trap it. Having said this, Lin Yuanshan stopped in his tracks, lifted his chin, and pointed toward a forest ahead. This is a place where I know purple martins can be found. Watch me set the trap, and once you've learned, I'll share half the traps with you. We'll split up, and any purple martins you catch are yours to keep. Oh, that won't do, I disagree. Su Mingho had been nodding along until he heard about the share, then grew anxious, feeling that he was receiving too great a benefit. Mingho, as I've told you before, while you're learning to hunt for me, I don't give you anything until you've learned. That's the rule of this trade. But teaching you to set traps and letting you keep what you catch isn't breaking any rules. But this... Su Mingho was so moved he could hardly speak, and tears streamed down the face of the young man. Enough, you know my nature, I dislike dallying. Come quickly. Lin Yuanshan walked ahead briskly. Seeing this, Su Mingho wiped his tears with his sleeve and hurried after him. After leading Su Mingho into the forest, Lin Yuanshan scanned the snowy surroundings, and upon noticing no tracks, he led Su Mingho directly through the middle. Once inside the mountain forest, Lin Yuanshan fell silent and carefully searched for signs of purple martins. Although this forest had purple martins in his past life, at this present time Lin Yuanshan was uncertain. After all, no one could be sure whether they originally lived here or had migrated later. However, after walking a dozen meters into the forest, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up. He abruptly stopped and pointed with his finger toward a pine tree about 4 or 5 meters ahead. Su Mingho widened his eyes and looked there quickly, spotting a row of densely packed small footprints beside the pine tree. Though he didn't recognize them from Lin Yuanshan's reaction, he knew these must be purple martin footprints. Seeing Su Mingho nod, Lin Yuanshan finally took off his backpack, pulled out a trap and a jar filled with a dark red substance that caused a wave of discomfort. Lin Yuanshan carefully worked his way around to the edge of the footprints, then crouched down and began digging into the snow about 40 to 50 centimeters away. After yesterday's sun and a night of wind, a thin hard crust had formed on the snow surface. Lin Yuanshan dug a hole from underneath to beneath the footprints, then placed a trap inside. Finally, he unscrewed the jar, used a twig to pick out a small piece that emitted a strong fishy odor, placed it on the trap, and carefully filled the snow hole back. After the two sneaked back to the side, Lin Yuanshan turned to Su Mingho and asked softly, "Did you learn how?" Su Mingho nodded upon hearing this. Lin Yuanshan, seeing this, took 5 traps from his backpack and handed them to him, then gave him a small jar of bait and pointed toward the nearby forest, saying, "You go left, I'll go right." The two split up. With Lin Yuanshan's abundant experience, he soon finished setting all his traps and returned to the original spot to wait for Su Mingho. This pine forest wasn't large, so setting 10 traps was more than enough. After all, there weren't that many purple martins here. Lin Yuanshan knew of a larger gathering place for purple martins, but it was too far away. Before having transportation, Lin Yuanshan wouldn't consider going there. After all, walking there on foot would likely take a whole day, whereas by car it would take at most 2 hours. Lin Yuanshan waited in place for about 2 hours until Su Mingho finally arrived, covered in sweat. Seeing Lin Yuanshan, Su Mingho scratched his head shyly. "Brother, have you been waiting long? I couldn't find a place for the last 2 traps, but I finally managed to set them. It's fine, now let's hurry and leave this place, find somewhere to rest." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand and walked ahead. After walking about 3 or 4 li, he stopped and sat down in a sheltered spot. Let's rest a moment and warm by the fire." The two sat on the ground resting for a while, then got up and gathered some firewood from around. Lin Yuanshan used a piece of pine wood to start the fire, then placed the lunchbox prepared by Zhang Sujuan over the flames. Brother, my mom didn't prepare food for me." Su Mingho then remembered he hadn't brought any food and scratched his head awkwardly. Lin Yuanshan rolled his eyes at Su Mingho and said irritably, "Would I let you go hungry after coming out with me? Your aunt prepared your portion long ago. Oh, just wait until it heats up, and you can eat. Annie is so nice." Hearing this, Su Mingho grinned with a foolish smile, didn't refuse politely, and readily accepted this kindness. After all, in his heart, he had already considered the Lin family his own family. After finishing the meat pies, Zhang Sujuan had brought Lin Yuanshan, also broke several chunks of ice from the nearby stream, put them in the lunchboxes to boil, and the two held their lunchboxes comfortably drinking hot water. Phew, brother, drinking hot water really does feel good. After taking a sip, Su Mingho felt a warm current spread from his stomach throughout his body, all the coldness disappearing, leaving him warmly relaxed. Exactly. Oh, from now on, wherever you are, as long as conditions allow, always boil the water before drinking, understand? How should we boil it in summer too? That's such trouble. Su Mingho muttered unconcernedly after hearing this. Lin Yuanshan, seeing Su Mingho's demeanor, couldn't help but slap him on the head. Of course we should. Don't be fooled by the water's clear appearance. It actually contains many parasites. Don't you remember how Zhao Lauer died a few years back? He was eaten alive by bugs. Hearing Lin Yuanshan mention Zhao Lauer, Su Mingho shivered involuntarily, felt a chill run down his spine, and turned his head away. However, at that very moment of turning his head, Su Mingho suddenly seemed to discover something. His body stiffened, and he whispered softly, "Brother, look at what's that." Upon hearing Su Mingho's words, Lin Yuanshan subtly shifted his head, following the direction of Su Mingho's gaze. His eyes then fell upon a gray figure standing on a rock not far from them, staring intently at the pair. A lynx. Lin Yuanshan recognized the creature at first glance and murmured softly. The lynx was covered in a grayish-brown coat, blending almost seamlessly with the rock beneath it. Had it not been for the slight protrusion of its form atop the stone, it would have been difficult to spot. Lin Yuanshan estimated the distance between them and the lynx to be roughly 300 meters, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Firstly, at this distance, he was not confident of a clean headshot. Secondly, he feared that once he raised his gun, the lynx would bolt immediately. Just as Lin Yuanshan found himself in a dilemma, the lynx, standing on the rock, seemed to sense that the two humans posed no threat. It yawned widely and stretched its body lazily. This action of the lynx made Lin Yuanshan's eyes light up without hesitation. He shrugged his shoulders, swinging the rifle from his back to the front, then raised it and aimed at the lynx. However, Lin Yuanshan's swift movements startled the lynx. Without a moment's delay, it pushed off with its hind legs and leaped from the rock onto a nearby pine tree. The instant the lynx landed on the pine branch, Lin Yuanshan pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! Just as the lynx settled onto the branch, a flash of blood blossomed at its neck. Then its body tumbled headfirst into the snow. Quick! Lin Yuanshan slung the rifle over his back and dashed toward where the lynx had fallen. The mountains may appear close, but reaching them is a marathon. Though the distance was merely a few hundred meters, trudging through knee-deep snow demanded considerable effort from both men. Lin Yuanshan reached the pine tree first, lifting the lynx's carcass from the snow. He found that the bullet had pierced through its neck, leaving a bloody gaping hole. "Brother, you're incredible. You actually hit that." Su Mingho, who had just caught up, stared at the lynx in Lin Yuanshan's hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yuanshan's mouth. After all, this was the first lynx he had hunted since his rebirth. Unlike bear gallbladders, a lynx pelt could be sold for money once it was skinned intact, which would help alleviate his current financial straits. Today was pure luck. The area around this rock is covered in thick snow, making it hard for the lynx to move. So I guessed it would jump onto that pine tree, and I was right. Without that condition, it would have been tough to get it. As he explained to Su Mingho, Lin Yuanshan began skinning the lynx with a knife. Freshly killed prey is easiest to skin, and with his practiced hand, it took only a little over 10 minutes to peel off a complete pelt. Lin Yuanshan reached out and stroked the smooth fur of the lynx pelt, letting out an appreciative sigh. This lynx must weigh around 60 or 70 gene, a decent size. The pelt should fetch a good price. Su Mingho's eyes lit up at the words. How much can it sell for? Is it worth more than bear gall? It's different. Bear gall has to be dried before it can be sold, but this one can be sold right away. We'll check the traps tomorrow, and then take these pelts to sell together. Lin Yuanshan carefully rolled up the lynx pelt, placed it in a bag, and then continued to butcher the lynx. The meat of the lynx was edible, so after cleaning out the internal organs, Lin Yuanshan stuffed the entire carcass into a burlap sack. Once everything was packed up, the two hurried home, knowing that if they delayed any longer, darkness would fall. After rushing as fast as they could, they finally reached the mountain path just before sunset. The path was much safer, and they let out a sigh of relief, continuing their ascent under the moonlight. The moonlight was bright that night, making the walk easy. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, Lin Yuanshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Without thinking, he raised his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and aimed at a nearby dense forest. Startled by Lin Yuanshan's actions, Su Mingho immediately turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. There he saw a sight that sent a chill down his spine. Beneath a pine tree several dozen meters away, a dark figure stood, continuously waving in their direction. It seemed like a person beckoning them to come closer. In an instant, Su Mingho recalled a story the village elders used to tell. That story was, if you ever encounter a figure waving at you in the mountains, no matter what you're doing, you'd better run. Because it's likely a black bear disguised as a human luring you in. Once you approach, it will pounce and devour you. Some black bears even pick up clothes to wear. In poor visibility, you might genuinely mistake them for humans. Brother, shoot. Lin Yuanshan shook his head and whispered, let's keep walking. Ignore it. The reason Lin Yuanshan didn't shoot was twofold. First, it was night, and poor visibility made aiming difficult. Second, he himself wasn't sure what that thing was, and a sense of unease kept him from provoking it with a gunshot. And so Lin Yuanshan kept his rifle raised, cautiously watching the figure as they descended the mountain. After they had walked a good distance away through the dark forest, they could still see the shadow waving ceaselessly. Phew. Brother, what was that thing? Su Mingho let out a long breath, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Lin Yuanshan's expression was grim, a residual dread still gripping his heart. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In broad daylight, he would have shot without a second thought. After all, he didn't believe any flesh-and-blood creature could withstand a 7.62mm bullet. I'm not sure either. It could be a black bear or something else. The Changbai Mountains have all sorts of things at night. Let's just get back quickly. The two followed the main eastern path until they turned onto the Lin family's lane. From a distance, they saw Zhang Sujuan standing in the light, her hands tucked into her sleeves. Mom, we're back. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho had finally returned, Zhang Sujuan breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you so late? Qingmei is waiting for you at home. Go see her quickly. Oh, okay. Without even taking off his gear, Lin Yuanshan pushed open the door and entered the eastern room. Dad, Sister Qingmei, I'm back. Yi Qingmei was sitting on the heated brick bed, chatting idly with Lin Weiguo. When she saw Lin Yuanshan return, a gleam of joy flashed in her eyes. She quickly got off the bed, her big eyes blinking with concern. You're back? Are you okay? You're back? Are you alright? It's nothing. I happened to run into a lynx today, which is why I'm back late. What? A lynx? Lin Weiguo and Yi Qingmei both let out a cry of surprise. Lin Weiguo had hunted before and knew how ferocious the creature was, so he looked at Lin Yuanshan with some concern. Yi Qingmei, though she had never hunted, had heard from the village elders that this creature could even kill wolves, making it the top predator of Changbai Mountain. Yeah, look, this is the lynx's pelt. Lin Yuanshan set down the bag on his back and pulled out the lynx pelt. Phew. Wow. Seeing the exceptionally intact lynx pelt, Lin Weiguo gained a new level of respect for his son, and for a moment his expression turned complicated. Yi Qingmei, on the other hand, carefully stroked the smooth lynx fur, stars shining in her eyes. After all, no woman could resist top-tier fur, and Yi Qingmei was no exception. Sister Qingmei, let's sell this pelt for now. Next time I catch a lynx, I'll keep one for you to make a padded jacket. Yi Qingmei hadn't expected Lin Yuanshan to say such sweet words in front of Lin Weiguo. Her pretty face flushed crimson instantly. She gave Lin Yuanshan a shy glare and spoke softly. I don't want it. This pelt is too expensive to wear while working. Better sell it for money. Fine. At that moment, Zhang Sujuan, who had finished sorting the lynx meat, pushed the door open and came in. Dash and Mingho asked me to tell you he left first, or his mother and sister would worry. I cut him a piece of meat and let him take it. Alright, you handle it. Lin Yuanshan had no objection and thought his mother had handled it perfectly. Qingmei, I'll make another dish of stir-fried meat with chili peppers. You'll stay for dinner tonight. Oh, no need, Andy. I'll just grab something at home. Yi Qingmei hurriedly waved her hand to decline, but Lin Yuanshan grabbed her arm. Come on, Sister Qingmei, if you go back the food will get cold, and that's bad for your stomach. Just stay and eat here tonight. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's caring words, Yi Qingmei felt a warm glow in her heart. She finally stopped refusing and sat back down. Lynx meat has a sour taste, so it needs to be stir-fried with a generous amount of chili peppers. This suppresses the gamey and sour flavors, resulting in a distinctive and delightful taste. Lin Yuanshan had been walking all day and expended a great deal of energy. With the tangy and spicy lynx meat, he devoured 3 bowls of rice in a row. After the satisfying meal, Yi Qingmei took the initiative to help Zhang Sujuan clear the dishes, while Lin Yuanshan lounged lazily on the heated bed, stretching with contentment. Dashing a lynx isn't easy to hunt, right? Lin Weiguo pulled a straw from the broom, picking at the meat stuck between his teeth, while asking Lin Yuanshan. It really wasn't easy. If heavy snow hadn't sealed the mountain and left the lynx nowhere to go, I doubt I could have gotten it. Oh, then you were indeed lucky. But it also required extremely accurate marksmanship. It seems you're truly cut out for hunting. To master shooting in such a short time, you're better than me. Had the disciple surpasses the master. Lin Yuanshan did not modestly deflect, he accepted his father's praise with ease. Lin Weiguo shook his head helplessly, but in his heart, he was quite proud of his son. Dad, on our way back, just now we ran into a dark figure on the roadside. It was waving at us. What? Hearing this, Lin Weiguo sat up abruptly from the heated bed, his eyes wide. Tell me all the details. Lin Yuanshan then recounted everything they had encountered today in full detail. Although he too had extensive hunting experience, this was truly the first time he had faced such a situation. After Lin Yuanshan finished, Lin Weiguo pondered with a grave expression for a long, while finally letting out a sigh and speaking. Dashin, you were right not to fire tonight. After all, no one knows what that thing was. If you'd missed your shot, you'd have been in serious trouble. Dad, could it be something other than a black bear? Of course. Facing Lin Yuanshan's confusion, Lin Weiguo nodded affirmatively. But I've never seen such a thing myself. I've only heard village elders say that Changbai Mountain is a blessed land, so many unnaturally clever beasts appear there. Having lived for many years, these creatures become extremely intelligent. Among those that wear human clothes besides black bears there are gray wolves. Gray wolves. Lin Yuanshan looked at his father in surprise. Lin Weigua picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then continued. Wolves are naturally cunning and sly, and when they live long they become even smarter. Some old wolves abandoned by their pack will pick up human clothes in the mountains and even walk on two legs. From a distance you can't tell whether they're human or wolf. Once a person is lured closer it can enjoy a hearty meal with minimal effort. After hearing Lin Weigua's words Lin Yuanshan felt relieved instead. As long as it wasn't something illusory or supernatural Lin Yuanshan was not afraid of it. After all, as long as it was flesh and blood Lin Yuanshan was confident he could take down a gray wolf even with his bare hands. Of course a black bear was out of the question. No matter how strong a person was, it would be nearly impossible to kill a black bear barehanded. Dash and Qingmei is about to leave. Go see her off. At that moment Zhang Sujuan, who had finished cleaning the dishes, called out to Lin Yuanshan through the window. Sure. Lin Yuanshan quickly scrambled off the heated bed, put on his padded jacket, and walked into the yard. Yi Qingmei understood that Zhang Sujuan was deliberately creating some private space for the two, so she didn't refuse. The two walked out of the courtyard. Seeing that Yi Qingmei didn't seem to be heading home, Lin Yuanshan casually said, "Shall we take a stroll over there for a bit?" Yi Qingmei softly agreed, bowing her head as she walked beside Lin Yuanshan. "Sister Qingmei, I'm going to the county town in a couple of days. Is there anything you need me to bring back?" The two walked along the path for a while, then Lin Yuanshan broke the silence. "Ah, you're going to the county town. I don't need anything. I have everything I need." What are you going to the county town for?" Yi Qingmei was silent for a moment before finally asking out of curiosity. "I plan to sell the lynx pelt. I can get a good price in the county town. I'll also see if I can buy a motorcycle." "You're buying a motorcycle?" "Yeah, otherwise getting up the mountain is too inconvenient. Some places take 3 or 4 hours on foot, and the days are getting shorter. I wouldn't make it back in time." "Oh, that must cost quite a bit." "Not that much. The pelt money will cover it. If the Jiefeng truck weren't so expensive I'd just buy one of those instead. It can carry goods and people." The next morning, as soon as daylight broke, Su Mingho rushed over. Today was the day he and Lin Yuanshan would go to the mountains to check their traps. Last night, Su Mingho had been so excited that he barely slept. He had woken before dawn. Had he not feared disturbing Lin Yuanshan, he would have come to the Lin residence long ago. "Let's go." Lin Yuanshan knew Su Mingho was impatient, so he quickly swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of food and led him up the mountain. After 2 days and nights of wind and sun, the snow in the mountains had gradually thinned. Though it still reached halfway up the calves, it was now passable with some effort. Lin Yuanshan observed the melting snow and estimated when he could bring the hunting dog up the mountain. Without further word, the two reached the wooded area where they had set their traps and split up to check each one. Lin Yuanshan first approached the site of his initial trap, but from a distance he could see no sign of activity. He did not bother drawing closer, instead turning toward another trap location. Before he even arrived, he noticed the second trap site was in disarray. A wave of excitement surged through Lin Yuanshan, and he hastened his pace. Upon reaching the spot, he dug into the snow with his hand and quickly pulled out a trap bearing a sable. Not bad, an auspicious start. Lin Yuanshan chuckled with satisfaction as he freed the sable from the trap, secured the mechanism, and prepared to set another trap elsewhere. Sables are remarkably alert creatures. They typically follow a single path, and the moment any alteration appears they abandon that route entirely. Therefore, once a sable had been caught at a particular spot, no others would pass through there. Lin Yuanshan then checked his remaining 3 traps and found only one other catch. Along the way, however, he discovered 2 additional sable tracks and set 2 more traps. Returning to the original spot, Lin Yuanshan waited for Su Mingho while beginning to skin the 2 sabers. The pelts were highly valuable and required meticulous care, so even with his experience, Lin Yuanshan spent over half an hour finishing the task. After securing the sable pelts, Lin Yuanshan waited a while longer before spotting Su Mingho grinning broadly as he came running toward him, a sable dangling from his hand. "Brother, I caught one." Lin Yuanshan took the sable from Su Mingho. Though not the largest he had seen, its fur was in excellent condition and should fetch a good price. "Quite good. Let me teach you how to skin it. You must be careful. Start from the legs." After finishing the skinning, Lin Yuanshan handed the sable pelt to Su Mingho, but the latter did not reach for it immediately. Instead, he hesitated and spoke. "Brother, I've been thinking, and this isn't right. Why don't you take it and sell it? Just share a portion of the proceeds with me when the time comes." "Nonsense, what would that make me?" Lin Yuanshan's expression darkened at these words. He threw the sable pelt into Su Mingho's arms, who quickly caught it, afraid it might fall and be damaged. Seeing Lin Yuanshan's grim expression, Su Mingho resembled a child who had done wrong. With his head bowed and eyes reddening, he tried to explain. "Brother, I didn't mean anything by it. I just feel this is too valuable. It's like a dream." "Enough, treat it as a dream. Let's move." Lin Yuanshan had no patience for such sentimentality. He strode forward with long, decisive steps. Su Mingho carefully tucked the sable pelt into his inner pocket, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and then broke into a grin before hurrying to catch up. That day their hunt required little time, and they were descending the mountain before dusk. When they passed the spot from yesterday, Lin Yuanshan suddenly stopped and turned to Su Mingho. "Mingho, do you want to know what that thing was we encountered last night?" Su Mingho's heart skipped a beat, but his eyes quickly hardened with determination. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes." "Then let's go and take a look." Lin Yuanshan set off at a brisk pace toward the place where they had seen the shadow the night before with Su Mingho close behind. As they walked, a trace of unease stirred within Lin Yuanshan. His greatest fear was that nothing would be found beneath that tree. However, when the two arrived at the tree where the shadow had stood the night before, Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. A profusion of unmistakable footprints lay beneath it. Recognizing those familiar plum blossom prints, he exhaled deeply and smiled at Su Mingho. I know what we encountered last night. It must be an old wolf driven out of its pack. But this one is substantial. Look at these prints. It weighs at least 100 gene. TCH that big. Su Mingho, though new to hunting, had grown up at the foot of Changbai Mountain and knew something of the local wolves. Normal gray wolves typically weighed 70 or 80 gene, and those exceeding 90 were rare. Wolves are pack hunters that rely on coordination, so individual size mattered little. Too large meant sluggishness and reduced agility, not to mention greater food consumption. Old wolves expelled from the pack were usually weak, diseased, or disabled, surviving on scraps. For one to be so large indicated exceptional strength enough to hunt alone. Let's go. Wolves are wolves no matter how big they grow. Can it withstand a bullet? Now certain that the creature from the night before was a wolf, Lin Yuanshan felt considerably relieved. No matter how cunning a wolf might be, it could not escape a hunter's rifle. Should he encounter this one again, Lin Yuanshan would gladly add its pelt to his collection. Such a massive wolf was a rare sight, even in Changbai Mountain. Su Mingho found the reasoning sound and patted the double-barreled shotgun on his back. If they were to cross paths with that wolf now, he would not hesitate to let it taste his firearm. The two had no idea what trouble this cunning wolf would bring them in the days ahead. Shortly after they departed, a shadowy figure stumbled through the nearby forest. Its gait was peculiar, resembling that of a hunched person. When the shadow reached the tree, a chilling scene unfolded. The figure was none other than a gray wolf wearing a military green greatcoat. More astonishing still, the gray wolf walked upright on its hind legs. From a distance, it was nearly impossible to recognize as a wolf at all. The old wolf lowered itself to all fours beneath the tree where Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho had paused, then began sniffing repeatedly at their footprints. Only after searing the scent deeply into its memory did the old wolf rise again. Its gaze fixed on the direction the two had left, it extended its tongue to lick its lips, then pulled them back to reveal a row of ivory-white teeth. A cruel, predatory smile. Deshaun, sell the furs and deposit the money quickly. Don't loiter about aimlessly and don't let anyone pick your pocket. Before departing, Zhang Sujuan urged Lin Yuanshan with deep concern. After all, this trip to the county town involved selling pelts worth several thousand yuan, a veritable fortune in those days. Don't worry, Mom. I'll deposit the money as soon as I sell them, and then I'll ask my brother-in-law to take me to buy a motorcycle. Oh, must you really buy one? Those things aren't cheap. Zhang Sujuan sighed at his words and asked with genuine distress. After all, motorcycles still belong to the realm of luxury items in this era, and the one Lin Yuanshan desired would cost over 2,000 yuan. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Yuanshan didn't shut the door completely. In truth, another thought lingered in his heart. He wanted to purchase a tractor outright, which could both carry people up the mountain and haul goods. But such a machine was even more expensive, and fearing his mother would disapprove, he kept it to himself. With that, the two of them boarded the passenger bus under Zhang Sujuan's expectant gaze and set off for the county town. This was Su Mingho's first time visiting the county town, so he sat in the bus asking questions left and right with excitement. Lin Yuanshan, far from growing impatient, patiently answered each one. When the two arrived at the town by bus and had barely stepped off, Lin Yuanshan caught a familiar voice calling out, "Deshaun, brother, where are you headed?" Lin Yuanshan turned his head, and a smile immediately spread across his face. "Brother Yang, I'm heading to the county town. Are you on duty today?" Seeing Lin Yuanshan's warm demeanor, Zhang Qingyang's smile broadened. He hurried forward and seized his arm. Come. Let's go inside for some tea. My next shift is driving, and the bus won't depart for another half hour." "All right, then I won't decline." Lin Yuanshan didn't stand on ceremony and followed Zhang Qingyang into an office. In those days, licensed drivers were highly sought after, and their benefits were excellent. Zhang Qingyang even had his own dormitory here, which further convinced Lin Yuanshan that this man was no ordinary fellow. Zhang Qingyang invited the two inside, retrieved an iron box from the cupboard, and poured some tea leaves into the cups on the desk. He then lifted a thermos from beneath the table and filled the cups with hot water. A rich fragrance of tea immediately rose with the steam. "Here, have some tea. This is Longjing, sent by a friend from the south. Do give it a try. Indeed, fine tea." Lin Yuanshan took a deep breath, lifted the cup, and took a small sip before nodding in appreciation. "Brother Yang, your friendship with that friend must be very close. This tea isn't cheap." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's praise, Zhang Qingyang's mouth split into a grin, and he replied with a laugh. "Ha, absolutely. Old Xie and I share a bond forged through life and death. But your brother Yang is just a rough sort. I only noticed how fragrant the tea was and never bothered to consider its price." Su Mingho couldn't interject in their conversation at all, but he didn't mind. Instead, he held the cup in both hands, listening to their talk, while sipping the tea in small, careful draughts. "By the way, brother, what brings you to the county town this time?" After drinking tea for a while, Zhang Qingyang finally brought up Lin Yuanshan's purpose. Though seemingly afraid of causing misunderstanding, he quickly added, "Oh well, brother Yang means no harm. I just want to know if there's anything I can help with." Hearing this, a thought flickered through Lin Yuanshan's mind. Zhang Xingyang was a driver himself. Could he possibly know someone in this line of work? But they had only met a second time, or would it be inappropriate to ask directly? As if reading Lin Yuanshan's hesitation, Zhang Xingyang grinned broadly and waved his hand. No worries. If it's inconvenient, just forget it. Seeing that Zhang Xingyang had said so much, Lin Yuanshan no longer hesitated and spoke plainly. Brother Yang, actually there's no major matter. We're going to the county town to sell furs, and then we want to buy a motorcycle. Oh, new or secondhand? Domestic or imported? Hearing Zhang Xingyang's question, Lin Yuanshan's heart stirred. He hadn't expected the man to genuinely have connections in this area, so he smiled and replied. I want a secondhand one. After all, I'll need to upgrade later. Imported would be best. They don't break down easily. Imported. Zhang Xingyang frowned and pondered for a moment, finally saying with some uncertainty. I'm not sure if he still has any in stock. How about this? Are you staying in the county town tonight? Tomorrow I'll find someone to cover my shift, and we'll go take a look together. Oh, that's too much trouble. Making you go out of your way for this. Lin Yuanshan hadn't anticipated such warmth from Zhang Xingyang and felt a trace of suspicion stir in his heart. Zhang Xingyang waved his hand to indicate the matter was settled, then lifted his cup and took a sip of tea. His expression turned earnest as he spoke. Brother, I don't know what impression I've made on you, but the moment I first saw you, something just clicked. Since you call me Brother Yang, don't refuse this. The days ahead are long. We'll get along well. Noticing the calm sincerity in Zhang Xingyang's eyes, Lin Yuanshan couldn't quite fathom why the man felt such rapport, but having weathered storms himself, he could tell Zhang Xingyang was genuine. He no longer put on airs and openly offered his thanks. Then I won't be prudish anymore. Thank you, Brother Yang. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. After finishing their tea, Zhang Xingyang glanced at the time, stood up, and said, I need to check in first. Let's go together. All right. More than 2 hours later, the bus pulled to a stop at the station. The two made arrangements to meet Zhang Xingyang there the next day, then left the station. After exiting the station, Lin Yuanshan stopped in front of a bus stop sign and studied the route map. Su Mingho had never been to a county town before, so everything sparked his curiosity. Yet he also felt somewhat constrained, for most people around him wore clean, neat clothes, which made him self-conscious about the patches on his own garments. Relying on the memories in his mind, Lin Yuanshan searched long and hard at the signboard before finally locating his destination, Hongri Grand Hotel. Let's go. Lin Yuanshan watched the approaching bus and tugged at Su Mingho's sleeve. Hiss. The bus came to a halt in front of the sign, and the waiting crowd surged forward into a jostling mass. Taking advantage of his tall and broad frame, Lin Yuanshan carved a path through the throng and secured 2 seats. After they sat down, Su Mingho could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, Brother, where are we going? Hongri Grand Hotel. Huh. A passenger nearby overheard the place Lin Yuanshan had mentioned and glanced at him in surprise. After all, that was one of the finest hotels in the entire county town. Most people couldn't afford even a single meal there on a month's wages. Lin Yuanshan and his companion neither gave the impression of wealthy men. Lin Yuanshan fared somewhat better. His garments, though not particularly fine, were at least neat and clean. Su Mingho, on the other hand, bore visible patches upon his clothing. Though spotlessly clean, it was obvious to any observant eye that he possessed little money. Su Mingho sharply perceived the unusual glances from those around him, and his keenly sensitive pride flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. Compared to Su Mingho, Lin Yuanshan appeared remarkably composed, his expression calm and unhurried as he regarded the surrounding crowd. Paradoxically, his composure made those nearby feel rather ill at ease, causing them to avert their gazes and look away. Upon hearing the broadcast announced the bus had arrived at Hongri Grand Hotel, Su Mingho immediately rose with visible relief and pressed his way toward the exit. Lin Yuanshan swiftly followed, alighting through the rear door. Stepping off the bus, Su Mingho was utterly stunned by the ostentatious splendor of Hongri Grand Hotel before him. Having spent his entire life surrounded by modest single-story houses in the countryside, this 6-story building left him frozen in place, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Lin Yuanshan, by contrast, remained entirely unruffled. Setting aside all else, as a man reborn, he had witnessed far more luxurious hotels in his previous life. This Hongri Grand Hotel was hardly worth a second glance. Let us go. Lin Yuanshan pat Su Mingho on the shoulder and strode confidently toward Hongri Grand Hotel. As the finest establishment in the entire county, this hotel certainly lived up to its reputation. In this era, someone was already stationed at the entrance to receive guests. Seeing the 2 men approach, the young attendant at the door promptly swung it open and greeted them warmly. Good day, sir. Welcome to Hongri Grand Hotel. Hello. I'm here to see Manager Xia. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's request to meet Manager Xia, a flicker of admiration flashed across the young man's eyes. Clearly, this Manager Xia held a particularly distinguished place in his regard. He then asked with a smile, Might I ask if you have an appointment? No, but please inform her that I have a prime pelt to sell. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, a trace of envy crossed the young man's eyes before he replied courteously, Please wait a moment in the lounge, and I shall notify Manager Xia immediately. Very well, do be quick. Lin Yuanshan led Su Mingho into the grand lobby, dropped himself into the plush sofa with evident comfort, and casually crossed his legs. Su Mingho, however, carefully surveyed the surroundings before gingerly lowering himself onto the seat. For Su Mingho, experiencing a sofa for the very first time, the cushioning was far softer than the heated brick bed at home, enveloping his entire body in delightful surrender. Meanwhile, the young attendant bustled excitedly to an office at the far end of the ground floor and rapped lightly upon the door. "Come in." A woman's voice came from within, soft and alluring, yet carrying an indefinable authority. The young attendant carefully opened the door, remained standing at the threshold without entering, and bowed his head as he spoke cautiously. "Manager Xia, there are two people in the lobby who say they have a prime pelt to sell." "Oh." Upon hearing the report, the woman seated before the desk capped her pen and lifted her gaze to regard the young attendant. She wore a tailored silver-gray business suit paired with a crisp white blouse beneath, the top button of her blouse undone to reveal a generous expanse of fair luminous skin. Yet that alone was not the most devastating feature. What proved truly lethal was her formidable commanding figure combined with her exquisitely delicate features. Though a pair of gold-rimmed glasses partially concealed her enchanting eyes, any man of any generation upon catching her first glimpse would share the same singular thought: she was a peerless beauty. The young attendant had evidently stumbled before in her presence, hence he kept his eyes firmly lowered, fearful of repeating whatever embarrassing incident had occurred the last time. Xia Qingsheng was well aware of her own allure. After all, everyone in the county knew that the person in charge of Hongri Grand Hotel was a peerless beauty, a celebrated socialite of the town. Many whispered that she shared a special relationship with the county party secretary, and some even claimed she was the mistress of a certain municipal official. She never troubled to refute such rumors, continuing instead to radiate her charm as she pleased. "Please bring them to me. By the way, go to accounts and collect 50 yuan as your reward." "Ah, thank you, Manager Xia." Upon hearing there was a reward, the young man's face lit up with gratitude. He bowed deeply to Xia Qingqing, then quickly stole a fleeting glance at her, before promptly turning and hurrying off to deliver the news. Shortly thereafter, the young attendant returned with Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho in tow. "Manager Xia, they're here." "Very well, thank you. You may return now." Upon seeing the two men, Xia Qingqing immediately rose and stepped out from behind her desk. "Good day. I am Xia Qingqing. May I ask how you two are addressed?" "I am Lin Yuanshan, and this is my brother Su Mingho." Lin Yuanshan, gazing upon the woman before him, couldn't help but admire silently. Her reputation was indeed well deserved. Her tailored business jacket and matching skirt, commonplace attire in later decades, constituted a devastating assault on the fashion sensibilities of this era. Perhaps due to the chill in the air, Xia Qingsheng wore black stockings beneath her skirt, further accentuating the exquisite straightness and length of her legs, rendering them all the more captivating. Su Mingho, fixated upon Xia Qingqing, stood momentarily spellbound, his unblinking eyes locked firmly upon her. Xia Qingqing, however, did not return his gaze. Her eyes moved directly past him to rest upon Lin Yuanshan. Noticing that Lin Yuanshan's eyes held only appreciation and wonder, devoid of the intense possessiveness and raw lust that most men displayed, Xia Qingqing found herself stirring with a faint, unexpected fondness for the man before her. "I understand from Little Song that you have a pelt you wish to sell to me." Xia Qingsheng gestured for them to be seated, and with practiced grace pressed a hand to her skirt before settling elegantly into the chair. As she sat, the space between her thighs and the hem of her skirt formed a deep, shadowy gap, an irresistible invitation for wandering eyes. Lin Yuanshan's gaze darted briefly in that direction, 2 or 3 times, before he finally redirected his attention to Xia Qingqing's face, a smile playing upon his lips. "Manager Xia, I have more than one pelt. In addition to a lynx pelt, I also have 3 sable pelts. If your price is favorable, I am willing to sell them all to you." "Oh, and what precisely would constitute a favorable price?" Upon hearing this, a remarkable sparkle flashed across Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes, and she inquired with a charming smile. Lin Yuanshan, completely unfazed by her allure, maintained his composure and spoke in a calm tone. "Manager Xia, please inspect the goods first. We can discuss pricing afterward." Observing the expression upon Lin Yuanshan's face, Xia Qingsheng likewise folded away her playful smile and adopted a serious demeanor. "Very well, let us examine the pelts first." Lin Yuanshan retrieved the cloth bag from his back, spread it open upon the desk, and proceeded to remove 1 lynx pelt and 3 sable pelts from within. At the first glance at the lynx fur, Xia Qingsheng was startled. From the fresh marks on the pelt, she could tell it had been recently shot. When she saw the other 3 sable furs, she had already made up her mind to build a good relationship with the 2 young men in front of her. The moment the lynx fur was in her hands, Xia Qingsheng could already tell that this lynx was quite large. Among the lynx pelts she had received this year, its size ranked among the top. However, this lynx fur was exceptional. Not only was it large, but it was also the finest winter pelt. Most importantly, there were no flaws on the entire pelt. It was remarkably intact. After examining the lynx fur, Xia Qingqing showed no change in expression and proceeded to review the remaining 3 sable furs. She already had a rough idea of the price in her heart, but she continued to pretend to ponder for a while before speaking. "The lynx fur goes for 1,800 and the largest sable pelt goes for 1,000, while the other 2 go for 850 and 800 respectively." Upon hearing Xia Qingqing's quotation, Lin Yuanshan showed no reaction on his face, as if these 3 or 4,000 yuan had nothing to do with him. "Manager Xia, is this your bottom price? If so, there's no need to continue this conversation." "Yes, these are the highest prices. You can go ask around." The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't pay nearly this much. Xia Qingqing's face broke into a bright smile, her eyes peering affectionately into Lin Yuanshan's. Then we'll be on our way. Let us look elsewhere. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan unhesitatingly reached out and rolled up the furs on the table. Xia Qingqing did not stop him, instead watching with a smile as he tucked each pelt into his cloth bag, as though her offered price was already the absolute maximum, and she would not go any higher. After slinging the cloth bag back over his shoulder, Lin Yuanshan stood up and said to Xia Qingqing, "Manager Xia, until we meet again." Xia Qingqing rose and extended her right hand. Lin Yuanshan smiled and shook it, feeling a cool smoothness like a piece of mutton fat jade. "Brother Lin, won't you reconsider?" "No need. Perhaps we can cooperate another time." Lin Yuanshan released Xia Qingqing's hand and prepared to leave without looking back. Just as Lin Yuanshan opened the office door to step out, Xia Qingqing's voice came from behind. "Brother Lin, how much do you think is reasonable?" Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan paused, a faint smile touching his lips. One hand remained on the door handle. "The lynx fur 3,000, the sable furs 3,000 too." "Impossible. No one in the entire county would pay that price." Upon hearing this price, Xia Qingqing's expression shifted and her smile vanished completely. "Then there's nothing to discuss." Lin Yuanshan stepped forward with his right foot, his body nearly leaving the office when Xia Qingqing called out to him once more. "Brother Lin, business doesn't have to be so hurried. Why don't we sit down, have some tea, and talk things over slowly?" Lin Yuanshan appeared to hesitate, though his mind was already made up. Finally, he turned around and sat back on the sofa, saying with a smile, "Then I'll taste Manager Xia's." Seeing that Lin Yuanshan was finally willing to sit down and talk, Xia Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. With a flirtatious sidelong glance at him, she said alluringly, "That's more like it. You don't have to be so aggressive." That glance made Lin Yuanshan's heart skip a few beats. His eyes drifted away somewhat evasively, and inwardly he sighed at how this woman was simply a vixen. If she had lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a femme fatale capable of toppling a nation. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan dared not meet her gaze, Xia Qingqing finally regained a trace of confidence. She straightened her full chest and said with a half smile, "Drink your tea first." Xia Qingqing had clearly studied the art of tea preparation, for every movement was fluid and graceful, a pleasure to the eye. Su Mingho seemed to know that his earlier display had been somewhat embarrassing, so he kept his head bowed, staring at his teacup and daring not to look directly at Xia Qingqing. "Where are you from, Brother Lin?" After drinking tea for a while, Xia Qingqing took the initiative to chat with Lin Yuanshan about personal matters. Lin Yuanshan did not hide anything, for with Xia Qingqing's capabilities, it would be far too easy for her to investigate his background. There was no point in playing games. "We are from Wazitun in Zhugo Town. We are just ordinary hunters scraping a living from the mountains." Hearing that the two of them were hunters, Xia Qingqing's face did not show even a hint of disdain. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. "Oh, then you two brothers are capable people. I hope you'll take care of your sister in the future. Manager Xia flatters us. It should be you who helps us. With you running such a grand hotel, our little side hustles are hardly worth mentioning." After a round of mutual flattery, Xia Qingqing, chafed by the slick and slippery Lin Yuanshan, grew impatient. Finding that closeness building was useless, she finally got straight to the point. "Brother Lin, the furs you brought are all quite good, but the price is too high. How about this? I'll raise the lynx fur to the ceiling at 2,200 yuan. As for the 3 sable furs, let's round it off. I'll give you 3,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Since Manager Xia is being straightforward, I'll save the words too. 5,500 yuan in total. If that works, we have a deal, otherwise we'll go elsewhere. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's price, Xia Qingqing displayed a troubled expression, her furrowed brows making her look pitiful. Su Mingho, seated nearby, wondered whether his brother Deshan was being too unreasonable. Lin Yuanshan, however, kept his eyes lowered and his thoughts centered, as if he had not noticed Xia Qingqing's complicated expression at all. Seeing that her invariably successful beauty trap had failed, Xia Qingqing finally ceased her struggle and made her decision. "It's a deal. It's a deal." The two hands, a large one and a small one, clasped tightly together. The large hand took the opportunity to savor the smoothness of the small one, earning a sharp glare from its owner. "Please wait here a moment. I'll make a phone call and the money will be sent over shortly." "No problem. I trust Manager Xia." Lin Yuanshan's words made Xia Qingqing roll her eyes involuntarily. She grumbled with a touch of exasperation. "Brother Lin, your words sound much nicer now. Why didn't you give me some leeway earlier? I'm not making any profit on this deal." Xia Qingqing's tone carried a hint of coquetry, as though she were flirting with a lover. But Lin Yuanshan would not be fooled by such appearances. Grinning, he said pointedly, "Manager Xia certainly won't lose out. Lynx fur is becoming increasingly rare, and a piece this flawless is exceptionally uncommon. Once you find a knowledgeable buyer, it will fetch a fine price. And as for the sable furs, I believe there will be many more who appreciate them." Hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, a glimmer of something extraordinary flashed in Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes. She realized that this man in front of her seemed to know quite a lot, and was likely more than just an ordinary hunter. Xia Qingqing picked up the telephone on her office desk and called the finance department. Soon an accountant from the hotel arrived with the money. Taking the bundle from him, she handed it directly to Lin Yuanshan, a smile playing on her lips. "Brother Lin, would you like to count it?" Faced with a peerless beauty like Xia Qingqing, most men would likely spare their pride and pretend to trust her without counting, but Lin Yuanshan was clearly not among them. He chuckled softly and began to count the money right there. In April 1987, the fourth series of renminbi had already been issued featuring denominations of 50 and 100 yuan. Thus 5,500 yuan amounted to only a thin stack. Lin Yuanshan finished counting in no time. Brother Lin, needn't you check whether they're genuine? Watching Lin Yuanshan count for 3 full rounds before stopping, Xia Qingqing could not help but speak with a touch of mockery. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand casually and replied, "No need. I trust Manager Xia." The words struck Xia Qingqing like a hammer wrapped in cotton, making her teeth itch with frustration. In truth, Lin Yuanshan had not inspected each bill, not because of any trust in Xia Qingqing. After all, he always believed that business was business and emotions should never cloud judgment. The real reason was his own confidence. Having done business himself in his past life, he had handled countless sums of money and could tell authenticity by a single touch. During his counting, he had already verified them all. Moreover, this series of renminbi had been in circulation for less than half a year, so counterfeit versions were unlikely to have appeared yet. After the transaction concluded, the atmosphere in the office lightened once more. Drawing upon her natural talents as a socialite, Xia Qingqing engaged Lin Yuanshan in a lively conversation. Eventually, Lin Yuanshan glanced at the clock on the wall and took the initiative to excuse himself. "Manager Xia, we should not detain you further. Let us cooperate again when the opportunity arises." Seeing Lin Yuanshan and his companion preparing to leave, Xia Qingqing quickly spoke up to retain them. "Brother Lin, chance encounters are fate itself. It is already 12 o'clock, right around mealtime. Would you care to stay for a bite here?" Witnessing Xia Qingqing's earnest enthusiasm, Lin Yuanshan instinctively wanted to decline. Yet his stomach betrayed him with an inconvenient rumble. "Brother Lin, I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you." Even your stomach has protested. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuanshan nodded and agreed. "Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Manager Xia. Let us go." Xia Qingqing rose and led the way ahead. With her fiery figure and black high heels, her swaying hips resembled a begonia in full bloom, utterly enchanting. The two men following behind could not help but let their gazes drift downward. Xia Qingqing seemed to sense the two burning stares behind her, and her swaying grew even more alluring, as if she intended to twist that slender waist until it snapped. "We have arrived. Please come in." At last, reaching the private room's entrance, Xia Qingqing personally opened the door and escorted the two inside. The room was modest in size, seating perhaps 4 or 5, yet lavishly decorated, a clear indication that it was reserved for distinguished guests. Observing this, Lin Yuanshan's vigilance quietly tightened. He understood that nothing in this world came without cost. Such extraordinary warmth from her could only mean she sought something. And considering Xia Qingqing's capabilities, the favor she desired must be exceedingly difficult to obtain. Otherwise, why would a hotel owner behave so enthusiastically? "Manager Xia, this level of hospitality is rather excessive. Is there something on your mind? If you could speak plainly first, I fear I might not dare to accept this meal." After taking his seat, Lin Yuanshan addressed Xia Qingqing directly. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xia Qingqing's face faltered for a moment, nearly breaking, but soon she recovered and replied with a bright smile. "What could I possibly want? I merely hope to maintain a good relationship with you, Brother Lin. When you acquire fine pelts in the future, please keep your older sister in mind." Gazing at Xia Qingqing's smiling face, Lin Yuanshan felt a slight tremor within. Since she refused to elaborate, he would not press further. After all, his legs belonged to him, and he could leave whenever he chose. Not long after the three took their seats, dishes began to arrive. Xia Qingqing had ordered only 4, a selection of simple homestyle meals, as though this were an ordinary gathering. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan breathed a silent sigh of relief and proceeded to answer Xia Qingqing's questions one by one. Learning more about Lin Yuanshan, Xia Qingqing suddenly grasped his remarkable nature. After all, such extraordinary marksmanship alone guaranteed a steady stream of premium pelts in the future. Just as the meal drew near its conclusion, Xia Qingqing casually brought up a question. "Brother Lin, I hear that hunters who venture into the mountains often encounter Siberian tigers. Have you ever come across one?" At the mention of the Siberian tiger, Lin Yuanshan's relaxed demeanor instantly tensed like a drawn bowstring. His expression grew serious as he said to Xia Qingqing, "Manager Xia, I have not encountered one myself. But any hunter who ventures into the mountains would likely avoid such an encounter, for hunting them is illegal." Xia Qingqing blinked her eyes, studying Lin Yuanshan, as though gauging whether he understood her true intent. Lin Yuanshan met her gaze without flinching, his eyes radiating quiet certainty. For a moment neither spoke, and a heavy tension settled over the private room. Xia Qingqing's sudden laugh dissipated the tense atmosphere entirely. Covering her racing heart with her hand, she scolded him with playful indignation. "Brother Lin, what are you thinking? Of course I know hunting them is illegal. I simply wish to know whether they truly roar with a voice capable of paralyzing wild boars as legend claims." Relieved that Xia Qingqing did not intend to probe deeper, Lin Yuanshan exhaled softly and nodded affirmatively. "Manager Xia, the tales you have heard about Siberian tigers may contain some exaggeration, but the majority of them are indeed true. Tell me more." Resting her chin upon her hand, Xia Qingqing's large eyes flickered with curiosity. That touching innocence set against her breathtaking beauty created a striking contrast that made Lin Yuanshan's heart skip several beats. Well, let me explain. If you were to encounter one in the wilderness, even the bravest man might be frightened to death by its roar. As for prey like wild boars, once a Siberian tiger sets its sights on them, very few escape alive. Then is it true that if you lie flat on the ground and play dead, you can survive an encounter? Pure nonsense. Whether you live or die depends entirely on luck. Under normal circumstances, when food is abundant, Siberian tigers do not attack humans proactively. However, once a tiger has claimed a human life, the authorities will organize a team to eliminate it. With seemingly casual remarks, Lin Yuanshan revealed a hidden rule of Changbai Mountain, then continued to share other tales about Siberian tigers. After lunch, Xia Qingsheng arranged a room for the two of them. Lin Yuanshan had wanted to decline, but a single sentence from Xia Qingsheng changed his mind. Brother Lin, you have more than 5,000 yuan tucked away on you. If you stay at some random place, it's like carrying a chunk of fatty meat around the streets. Who knows how many hungry wolves will lock onto you? Lin Yuanshan suddenly came to his senses. This era was not like later times. Robberies and murders were rampant, and petty theft was even more common. He immediately decided to stay at the hotel. Since Xia Qingsheng had matters to attend to in the afternoon, she returned to her office first, and told the two to find her if they needed anything. Oh, brother, this bed is so soft. As soon as he entered the room, Su Mingho's lively personality returned. He flopped directly onto the bed and let out a satisfied exclamation. Lin Yuanshan sat down on the other bed and carefully took in the room's decoration, then said with a smile, how could it not be soft? Do you know how much it costs to stay here for one night? More than 100 yuan. What? Su Mingho, hearing this, bolted up from the bed, his mouth hanging open in utter shock. This was truly staggering for him. After all the forestry workers he looked up to as remarkable men earned only a little over 100 yuan a month. Brother, why don't we find somewhere else to stay? Then I won't sleep at night. I'll watch the money. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mingho walked over to Lin Yuanshan and whispered. Seeing how nervous Su Mingho was, Lin Yuanshan smiled and patted his shoulder, gently reassuring him. It's fine. We don't have to pay to stay here. Manager Xia is treating us. Su Mingho's expression did not change at all. Still frowning, he said, brother, does Manager Xia have something she wants us to do? Otherwise, why would she treat us to meals in a hotel for no reason? Lin Yuanshan looked at Su Mingho with some surprise. He hadn't expected the boy to think that far. It seemed he had underestimated him all along. So Lin Yuanshan decided to explain a little more of what was really going on. Mingho, do you know why I insisted on coming to the county town to sell the hides? Su Mingho had clearly thought about this before, so he answered without hesitation. They fetch a better price in the county town. That's one reason. The county town does indeed sell at higher prices than Zhong Town, but if we sold these hides to the supply and marketing cooperative, they would only bring 1,500 yuan. What? Su Mingho was dumbfounded by this news. In his mind, goods were usually sold to the supply and marketing cooperative. If the cooperative wouldn't take them, then you sold them privately. He had never imagined the price gap could be so enormous. That's why I brought you here to sell. When you sell to private buyers, the price is higher, but there's one big problem. You might not get paid. The black market, it's full of things that can't stand the light of day. Then how do you know Manager Xia will buy these things, brother? Su Mingho's question plunged Lin Yuanshan into thought. The reason he knew Xia Qingsheng bought such things was not from anywhere else. He had read it in the newspaper. But at that time, Xia Qingsheng had not become prosperous. She was arrested on the charge of speculation and profiteering. It was said that not long after being sent to prison, she took her own life. This caused a sensation throughout the entire county and even spread to the city. One of the newspaper reports said that Xia Qingsheng had used the Hongri Grand Hotel as a cover to buy and sell all kinds of specialty products from Changbai Mountain on a large scale. In truth, anyone with discerning eyes could see that Xia Qingsheng had probably offended someone and was therefore saddled with such a charge. Back then, Lin Yuanshan had only been struck by the sight of Xia Qingsheng in the newspaper, which was why he remembered so many details. He never expected it would come in handy today. Lin Yuanshan knew Xia Qingsheng's case was far more complicated than the newspaper claimed, but he had no intention of getting involved. After all, the relationships behind it were tangled and intricate, and as a mere hunter, he could change nothing. Most importantly, this happened in 1990, meaning Xia Qingsheng still had more than 2 years left. Even if Lin Yuanshan told her now, she wouldn't believe him. Early the next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho took their leave of Xia Qingsheng. Knowing they still had other matters to attend to, she told them to be careful and then saw them to the door. With their hands tucked into their sleeves, Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho stood in front of the bus stop sign waiting for the bus. Just then, a young man wearing a dog fur hat walked past. As he came alongside Lin Yuanshan, his foot slipped and his whole body pitched toward him. Seeing that the young man was about to crash into him, Lin Yuanshan's expression did not change in the slightest. He lightly pushed off the ground and as if weightless retreated 2 meters. Bang! The young man hadn't expected Lin Yuanshan to dodge, and caught completely off guard, he slammed straight onto the ground. Damn you! The ground was frozen hard at this time of year, and the fall left him seeing stars. Instinctively, he blurted out a curse. To the young man's surprise, Lin Yuanshan stepped forward 2 paces, reached out, grabbed both of his arms, and hoisted him fully into the air. Brother, the roads are slippery in the cold. Be careful, we don't want trouble. The young man felt as if his arms were clamped in a pair of iron pliers. Watching the other man handle his 100-plus gene frame like it was a toy, he realized he had run into a tough opponent. Adopting the wisdom that a wise man avoids a losing fight, he grinned. Thanks, brother. Lin Yuanshan saw the ruthless glint deep in the young man's eyes and knew he would not let the matter go so easily. He could not help sighing inwardly, and his expression turned cold. Brother, next time it won't be this simple. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's menacing words, the young man's face changed. Instinctively, he wanted to call his companions for help, but unexpectedly Lin Yuanshan let him go. Once free, the young man immediately tossed out a "we'll meet again" and turned to leave. After walking more than 10 meters, the young man turned back and shot Lin Yuanshan a venomous glare. By now 3 or 4 men had gathered around him, seemingly waiting for his order. Yet the young man stood there for quite a while and ultimately could not bring himself to teach Lin Yuanshan a lesson. His instincts, honed through years of experience, told him the man was no pushover. Every time he wanted to approach Lin Yuanshan, his instincts screamed a frantic warning. Let's go. We'll go back and find Uncle Liao. In the end, the young man waved his hand and turned to leave with the men at his side. Squeak. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as the public bus pulled into the station. Lin Yuanshan withdrew his gaze, his eyes flashing with cold glares. From the look in the other party's eyes, before leaving he could tell that they would not let the matter drop. Su Mingho had been standing behind Lin Yuanshan the whole time. Only after the other person departed did he finally speak. Brother, the bus is here. Let's go get on. Lin Yuanshan steadied his mood and pushed ahead through the open bus door. Thanks to yesterday's experience, Su Mingho also relaxed a bit and relied on his youthful vigor to squeeze inside. After the two sat down, Su Mingho kept stealing glances at Lin Yuanshan. He knew Lin Yuanshan was carrying a large sum of money, and after what had just happened, he now regarded everyone as a potential thief. Lin Yuanshan, however, remained remarkably calm. After all, he had hidden the money in his innermost pocket. As long as he crossed his arms over his chest, no one could steal it from him. Moreover, the pickpockets he had encountered earlier were likely from this very area. If his guess was correct, there should be no thieves left on the bus now, since they had all gathered together when the confrontation seemed imminent. As Lin Yuanshan had predicted, the journey was remarkably peaceful, and the two arrived at the bus station without incident. When the two followed the address Zhang Qingyang had left and found his office, Zhang Qingyang was sitting inside chatting and cracking sunflower seeds with 2 other people. Seeing Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho arrive, Zhang Qingyang clapped his hands, rose with a smile, and came to greet them. Brothers, you're here. Come in and have some tea. The other two, noticing that Zhang Qingyang had guests, tactfully excused themselves and left the office empty. Brother, was everything smooth yesterday? Zhang Qingyang poured 2 cups of tea and asked casually. Quite smoothly. We'll need your help again today, Brother Yang. Haha, that's easy. Let's go right after this. After finishing a cup of tea, Zhang Qingyang, sensing Lin Yuanshan's urgency, directly led the two to his friend's place. This place was very close to the bus station, only a few hundred meters away. The 3 walked and soon arrived. From far away, a huge sign could already be seen bearing 4 large characters, Hongyuan Car Dealership. The entire lot covered a vast area roughly the size of half a bus station. Brother Yang, your friend's business is quite large. Lin Yuanshan had not expected the dealership to be so large. Remember, this was in 1987. It meant that the owner, whether in terms of financial strength or capability, was no pushover. Lin Yuanshan's confidence in the purpose of this trip grew a little more. As the 3 walked into the dealership's courtyard, Zhang Qingyang told the two to look around freely while he went to fetch his friend. The courtyard was filled with motorcycles. At first glance, there were at least 30 or 40. There were also more than 10 cars. What thrilled Lin Yuanshan the most was that in a corner of the yard several trucks were parked, 2 of which were the Daijiefeng trucks he had been longing for. The Daijiefeng was clearly specially cleaned. Its exterior looked to be about 80% new. Its military green body appeared extremely durable and tough. Before long, Zhang Qingyang returned with a burly middle-aged man. The man wore a black coat over a perfectly tailored black suit, a white scarf wrapped around his neck, black leather shoes on his feet, and a round hat on his head. A cigarette dangled from his lips. His entire outfit was a complete replica of Su Wenxiang from Shanghai Bond. However, with his resolute face and towering build, he wore the outfit without any sense of incongruity. The man radiated an overwhelming presence. Shanha, this is my little brother Lin Yuanshan, and this is Su Mingho. This is the boss of this place, Zhao Shanha. Hello, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, your outfit is quite handsome. Not just anyone can pull off such a look. Lin Yuanshan greeted Zhao Shanha with a smile, then complimented his attire. Zhao Shanha had initially been somewhat dismissive when Zhang Qingyang said he had a little brother coming to buy a car. Out of respect for Zhang Qingyang, he had come personally to receive them. But when he saw Lin Yuanshan, his attitude subtly changed. After all, someone like him had a sharp eye for judging people, who otherwise he could never have built such a large enterprise. The first impression Zhao Shanha got of Lin Yuanshan was that the man was extraordinary. Even facing so many vehicles in the courtyard, his expression remained calm, forming a striking contrast with the teenager beside him, whose face was flushed with excitement. Moreover, Zhao Xinye could vaguely sense the threat emanating from the tall figure before him, which added another layer of respect in his heart. Having boasted of being a master himself, he now took the situation more seriously. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's compliment, Zhao Shanha's eyes lit up, and he grinned broadly. Haha, just threw this on randomly. This isn't randomly dressed, Brother Zhao. This style is currently all the rage in Shanghai. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Shanha's eyes. He could not believe the young man knew about trends in Shanghai. Regardless of how he knew, it indicated that he was no ordinary villager. Thus, Zhao Shanha placed even greater importance on Lin Yuanshan in his heart. Haha, good taste, brother. Zhang Qingyang told me you want to buy a motorcycle. They're lined up over there. Pick whichever you like, and I'll give you a cost price. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Yuanshan did not choose a motorcycle. Instead, he pointed to the Dai Jiafeng parked in the corner of the courtyard and asked, Brother Zhao, how much is that Jiafeng? Huh? Lin Yuanshan's question clearly stunned Zhang Qingyang beside him. Even Zhao Shanha was taken aback. Hadn't he said he wanted to buy a motorcycle? Why was he now eyeing the Jiafeng? Brother, weren't you looking to buy a motorcycle? What made you change your mind? Zhao Shanha did not give a direct price answer, but asked with a smile curling his lips. Brother Zhao, I just want to know the price. After all, I will need to buy one very soon. Zhao Shanha stared at Lin Yuanshan for a moment. Seeing that his expression was not joking in the least, a sudden surprise struck him. When had mountain hunters started needing cars for transportation? Haha, very well. That Jiafeng is just over 4 years old. I've already refurbished it, and it can easily last another 4 or 5 years. If you want to take it away for 18,000. Gasp! Zhao Shanha's words made Zhang Qingyang and Su Mingho beside him involuntarily suck in their breaths. In contrast, Lin Yuanshan remained utterly calm, as if Zhao Shanha had just mentioned a price of 180 yuan rather than 1800. Seeing Lin Yuanshan's serene demeanor, Zhao Shanha for the first time felt that the young man was not joking and truly intended to make the purchase. Lin Yuanshan frowned, calculating in his mind. He realized that even selling everything at home would not be enough to afford such a Jiafeng. However, there was still a long time until the new year, and soon he would be able to afford one. Brother Zhao, I can't afford it right now. Give me some time to sell off my family's belongings, and I'll come back to you then. Lin Yuanshan showed no trace of embarrassment, speaking to Zhao Shanha with utter composure. For reasons unknown to him, Zhao Shanha instinctively trusted that the other was telling the truth. He patted Lin Yuanshan on the shoulder and made a pledge with his hand on his chest. Alright, I'll save the best one for you, Brother Zhao. Lin Yuanshan didn't take it too seriously. After all, if someone else came to buy it, the seller would never hold it back for him. Business people's words were just that, words. After their interaction, Zhao Shanha felt Lin Yuanshan's temperament suited his own, so he volunteered to guide the trio in selecting a motorcycle. Lin Yuanshan had originally considered purchasing a second-hand imported model since they typically required less maintenance and offered greater peace of mind. However, upon learning that such motorcycles cost at least over 3,000 yuan, he abandoned the idea. Brother Zhao, I'll go with a domestic motorcycle then. Once I save up enough, I'll buy a Jiafeng directly. That would be much better. Haha, fine. How about these two Jialing models? They've got Honda engines barely 2 years old, and you can take one away for 1,200 yuan. Zhao Shanha patted a black motorcycle beside him and began explaining its features to Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan examined the motorcycle before him. From the exterior, it appeared quite new. The black fuel tank had been polished to a brilliant shine, gleaming especially elegantly under the sunlight. Alright, I'll take this one. Lin Yuanshan made his decision after just a couple of glances, since he viewed the motorcycle merely as a transitional vehicle whose lifespan he couldn't predict. Witnessing Lin Yuanshan's promptness, Zhao Shanha was somewhat taken aback. He had expected to negotiate a counteroffer, but the other party had committed immediately, leaving him momentarily caught off guard. Fortunately, Zhang Qingyang, who had remained silent throughout, stepped forward at that moment. Seeing Lin Yuanshan had already decided on the motorcycle, he spoke directly to Zhao Shanha. Lao Zhao, give us an honest price. Skip the fancy talk, he said. Hearing this, Zhao Shanha offered a wry smile and addressed Lin Yuanshan. Look at your brother Yang. His tongue never lets up. Tell you what, I acquired this bike for 950 yuan. Add in all the various fees, and you can take it home for 1,000. How can I accept such generosity? Won't you be losing money, Brother Zhao? No loss at all. It's settled. Let's have lunch together. By afternoon, the paperwork will be sorted, and you can ride it straight home. Zhao Shanha waved his hand, finalizing the decision with straightforward certainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan promptly spoke up. In that case, I'll arrange lunch. We'll eat together. The moment Zhao Shanha heard this, his expression darkened, and he frowned. Brother on my turf, how could I let you treat? Enough of this back and forth. If you keep going on like this, I'll be offended. Seeing Zhao Shanha's resolute stance, Lin Yuanshan ceased his objections and followed him to settle the payment, leaving his ID card behind as they waited for the afternoon pickup. Though the motorcycle itself cost 1,000 yuan, the additional expenses for permits, insurance, and various taxes pushed the total to over 1,300. After completing the transaction, Zhao Shanha drove the three of them to a restaurant near the river. Brothers, don't let the modest exterior fool you. The food here is fresh and delicious. Indeed, I can tell. Observing the 7 or 8 cars lined along the roadside alongside motorcycles and bicycles, Lin Yuanshan recognized the establishment's popularity immediately. As they pushed through the restaurant doors, a wave of warmth enveloped them, and the lively chatter of diners filled the air. Zhao Shanha, clearly well acquainted with the place, guided them through winding passages to a small private room. Though cramped enough for only 4 or 5 people, securing a private space in such a bustling restaurant was no small feat. The space is a bit tight, but make yourselves comfortable, Zhao Shanha offered. Brother Zhao, this is more than generous. Having a private room here speaks volumes about your standing. Look at how packed it is out there. There's barely room to turn around. Lin Yuanshan's words clearly pleased Zhao Shanhe, who found this younger brother remarkably appealing. A smile spread across his face as he waved dismissively. All right, we must have a drink later. Since you're heading back this afternoon, let's not overdo it. Half a gin each, what do you say? Sounds good. Next time we'll drink properly. Zhao Shanhe stepped out briefly and returned with 2 bottles of baijiu. It wasn't particularly prestigious, just a local distillate, but it tasted excellent. Dishes arrived in quick succession. Zhao Shanhe had ordered sparingly, just 4, but the restaurant's plates were enormous, consuming nearly 3/4 of the table. Come try the house specialties. This is forest frog stewed with potatoes, this is venison with glass noodles, this is free-range chicken with mushrooms, and the final dish, well, that's flying squirrel soup. His voice dropped considerably on the last dish, clearly uneasy about being overheard. With all the courses now served, Zhao Shanhe poured himself a full glass and raised it. Let's have our first toast. The 4 raised their glasses together and finished their initial drink in one gulp. The first round of liquor loosened the atmosphere in the room. Aside from Su Mingho, all 3 could easily handle a gin or 2 of spirits without showing any signs of intoxication. Lin Yuanshan picked up a forest frog with his chopsticks and savored it, nodding with satisfaction. Brother Zhao, this restaurant excels at its cuisine. The flavors have really penetrated the meat. Exactly. That's why I brought you here, Zhao Shanhe replied, ladling himself a bowl of soup and sipping it slowly with evident enjoyment. These creatures are becoming increasingly restricted. They may well be banned entirely within a couple years. Each bowl we drink now is one less we'll have in the future, and who knows if we'll even be able to enjoy this dish in 2 years' time. Lin Yuanshan followed suit, pouring himself a bowl and taking a sip. The profound umami hit him like a warm current rushing to the back of his skull, drawing a satisfied sigh from his lips. The 4 shared bowl after bowl until every drop of soup was consumed before turning their attention to the remaining dishes. Following the meal, Lin Yuanshan and his companions waited in Zhao Shanhe's office until shortly after 2 in the afternoon, when all the paperwork was finally processed. Drive safely. Knowing Lin Yuanshan could operate the motorcycle, Zhao Shanhe and his companion offered only a brief farewell before standing at the doorway to watch them depart. Lin Yuanshan rode the motorcycle with Su Mingho aboard, traveling home along the main road. Zhao Shanhe had been truthful about the bike's condition. It performed flawlessly with its quiet engine, robust power, and responsive handling. The drive from the county town to Huazitun took roughly over 2 hours, and because some stretches of the road were in poor condition by the time Lin Yuanshan and his companion returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening. When the gentle roar of the Jialing motorcycle echoed before the Lin family's gate, Zhang Sujuan hurried out of the house. The moment she set eyes on the motorcycle, she beamed from ear to ear. "Dashin, this bike looks brand new. How much did it cost?" Lin Yuanshan drove the motorcycle straight into the yard and stopped, 1 foot planted on the ground, while 1 hand killed the engine. "About 1,000 yuan. Have you 2 eaten yet?" "Not yet. I figured you'd be back today, so we waited for you to eat together." Lin Yuanshan heard this and didn't say much. After all, most parents are like that. If their child is coming home, no matter how late it is, they'll wait to eat with their child. "Mingho, come and eat with us." Lin Yuanshan called out to Su Mingho, who had just jumped off the motorcycle, but Su Mingho waved his hand in refusal. "Brother, we finished late at noon. Oh, and I'm still not hungry. I'll head back first." Su Mingho turned to leave after saying this, but Lin Yuanshan called him back. "Wait." Lin Yuanshan took out the remaining money from inside his coat, counted out 10 bills from it, and handed them to Su Mingho. "This is the money from selling the furs." "Brother, this is way too much. I only need 2 bills. Although Lin Yuanshan had long said the fur money would go to Su Mingho still found it hard to believe when Lin Yuanshan actually handed over 1,000 yuan bills. "Cut the nonsense, put it away, and head home." Lin Yuanshan stuffed the money into Su Mingho's hand. Afraid of dropping it, Su Mingho quickly grabbed the cash. Zhang Sujuan, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. "Mingho, if your brother gives you something, just take it. There's a long road ahead. You 2 brothers getting along well is more important than anything." "I understand." Only then did Su Mingho carefully put the money away, nodding at Zhang Sujuan with deep emphasis. Lin Yuanshan kept a little over 100 yuan for himself as pocket money and handed all the remaining 3,000 yuan to Zhang Sujuan. Zhang Sujuan had never seen so much money in all her life. For the moment, she forgot even to eat. Sitting on the edge of the Kong, she counted the bills one by one. "Dashin, this one here looks a bit lighter in color to me. Could it be counterfeit?" "Mom, how could it be? This one is just a bit more worn, so you're seeing the color differently." "Oh." Zhang Sujuan continued counting the money, while Lin Yuanshan and Lin Weigua ate nearby. Before long, she spoke up again. "Son, this bill doesn't sound as crisp as those others. Is something wrong with it?" "Mom, that's just your imagination. There's nothing wrong with the money." Lin Yuanshan's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but he also understood why his mother was acting this way. In those days, most families probably didn't even have 3,000 yuan in savings. Thinking about it that way, it was easy to understand why Zhang Sujuan was so excited. "Son, let's take the money to the town and put it in the bank tomorrow. I won't feel safe leaving it at home." "All right, it's up to you. Then ride the motorcycle tomorrow to take me there. I've never been on a motorcycle before." "Okay." Su Mingho carried the small fortune tucked against his chest, walking home on edge the whole way, terrified that someone might suddenly jump out and snatch the money away. Only when he reached his own home did Su Mingho let out a sigh of relief. He knocked lightly on the door. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp ring of the door knocker startled Su Mingho. He hastily glanced around, and only after confirming that no one had noticed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Who is it? Soon a timid voice came from behind the door. Mingyue, it's me. Upon hearing that it was her brother, Su Mingyue was overjoyed. She hadn't been out for 2 days, and hastily opened the door. Su Mingho slipped in through the gap of the door, then poked his head back out, looked around, shut the door, and locked it from the inside. After entering the house, Su Mingho found his mother sitting on the kong, sewing clothes for his little sister. Seeing him return, Wang Yuling lifted the corners of her mouth into a gentle smile and spoke in a soft voice. Mingho, you're back. Are you hungry? Should I heat up some food for you? Su Mingho was delighted to see his mother in such a clear-headed state, and he quickly waved his hand in refusal. I'm not hungry. I had a late meal in the county town, so I'll skip dinner tonight. Su Mingho hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't take the money out in front of his mother. After all, his mother's condition was very unstable now. If she remained confused, the money might end up somewhere she'd never be able to find again. Mingyue, come here. I have something to ask you. Su Mingho called Su Mingyue aside. Seeing this, Wang Yuling didn't say anything since she was well aware of her own condition. She was often not lucid and had to rely on the 2 children for care. Though her condition had improved a bit, she could relapse at any moment. The siblings stepped into the adjacent room. Su Mingho turned on the light, then pulled the 1,000 yuan out from his chest. Mingyue, you must remember what I'm about to tell you. You can't tell anyone, understand? Seeing how serious her brother looked, Su Mingyue's small face instantly tensed up. She nodded heavily and gave a soft assent. This is the 1,000 yuan I got from hunting in the mountains with Brother Dashin. Find a place to hide it yourself and don't tell anyone. If something urgent comes up and I'm not home, take the money to the Lin family and find second uncle or auntie. Ask them to help you. Understand? Although Su Mingyue was young, children from poor families mature early. She was far more sensible than other children her age. In her young heart, Su Mingyue vaguely sensed that her brother was making final arrangements. With big teary eyes, she spoke cautiously. I'll remember. Brother, are you going to do something dangerous? Can't we just not go? Su Mingho wrapped his arms around his younger sister in one swift motion and comforted her in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. I was just thinking that from now on I might often go hunting in the mountains with Brother Dashin, and sometimes I won't be able to take care of things at home. That's why I'm telling you this. Once Mom's illness is cured, you won't have to worry about it. Really? Su Mingyue looked up at her brother with tearful eyes and asked. Of course it's true. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to abandon us. How could I? Su Mingho stroked his sister's hair while comforting her in a gentle voice. In truth, even though his words sounded light, he knew very well in his heart that no one could guarantee returning safe and sound every time when going up the mountains to hunt day after day. Yet he was equally clear that if he didn't hunt the 3 of them, his mother, his sister, and himself would eventually starve to death. So now he didn't regret at all following Lin Yuanshan to hunt in the mountains. If it weren't for his brother Dashin, their family probably wouldn't even have meat to eat, let alone share in such a fortune. At daybreak the next morning, Zhang Sujuan had already prepared breakfast. She had lain awake all night fearing that a thief might break in to steal the money. Urged on by Zhang Sujuan, Lin Yuanshan finished his meal quickly, then started the motorcycle and took Zhang Sujuan to town. He parked the motorcycle in front of the bank and leaned against it, waiting for her to deposit the money. Zhang Sujuan went inside with the passbook and in no time deposited the 3,000 yuan. Seeing the extra 3,000 in the passbook, a satisfied smile spread across her face. Let's go. Zhang Sujuan put away the passbook, then sat on the back of the motorcycle and patted Lin Yuanshan's shoulder with a relaxed air. Lin Yuanshan started the engine and rode the motorcycle back home. The motorcycle was indeed fast. Before long they reached the entrance of Wazi village. Seeing this, Zhang Sujuan quickly tugged at Lin Yuanshan's clothes. Hey son, don't go this way. Take the road in front of the village and drive slowly. Lin Yuanshan instantly understood his mother's intention and said helplessly, Mom, is that necessary? But hearing this, Zhang Sujuan was displeased and gave Lin Yuanshan a slap on the back. How is it not necessary? Ever since your father was injured, so many people in the village have been laughing at us. I want them to see that our family is doing well now. Hearing Zhang Sujuan's words, Lin Yuanshan, who had been reluctant, felt a jolt in his heart and suddenly understood his mother. He turned the motorcycle onto the South Avenue, a cheerful grin spreading across his face. Mom, this is nothing. Give me some time and I'll buy you a Jiefeng truck. Now that's something impressive. Alright, I'll be waiting. Oh, and Zhang, you're soaking up the sun here. I'm fine. It's just that Dashin just bought a motorcycle and insisted on taking me for a ride. We just went to town. It was so fast. Antly, where are you going? Oh, to town. Want Dashin to give you a ride. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Dashin has to go up the mountain today, so he can't take you. Third uncle, you're here having fun. It's just that Dashin has bought a motorcycle and said he wanted to take me out to try it. But what would a woman like me know about trying a motorcycle? And so Lin Yuanshan took Zhang Sujuan on 3 full laps around Wazi village. If she hadn't been worried about the fuel, Zhang Sujuan might have ridden around all day. But 3 laps were more than enough because now everyone in Wazi village knew that Lin Yuanshan had bought a motorcycle. In those days, motorcycles were still a rarity. You could count those in Wazi village on one hand. So Zhang Sujuan for once felt thoroughly triumphant and Lin Yuanshan became a topic of discussion at the village gossip hub. Since he had wasted too much time that morning, Lin Yuanshan decided not to go up the mountain that day. Instead, he stayed home tinkering with his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. At a little past 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yuanshan was lying on the Kong, dozing with his eyes half closed, when Su Mingho came running in high spirits. "Brother, have you heard? A giant boar has appeared at Forest Farm No. 55. It gored 2 people to death and bit 4 or 5 workers. Now the farm is consulting several villages about what to do." Hearing that it was just a giant boar, Lin Yuanshan immediately lost interest. After all, he knew the forest farm had a security section specially for handling such matters. With ample ammunition, one burst from their guns would take care of any giant boar. Didn't the security section take action? Lin Yuanshan asked lazily. Hearing this, Su Mingho wore a mysterious smile, moved closer, and whispered, "Of course they did. 7 or 8 men from the security section, but they found nothing. And just after they left, that giant boar came out again." "Oh." At this, Lin Yuanshan became interested and sat up from the Kong. "Tell me in detail." "They all say this giant boar has become a spirit. Whenever people surround it, it hides somewhere and only comes out after they leave." Hearing how strange this boar was, Lin Yuanshan became intrigued. He was just about to ask Su Mingho to gather more information when the village broadcast sounded. Ahem. Ahem. "Attention all men of Wazi village. A giant boar has appeared at Forest Farm No. 55, and it has already caused 3 deaths and 7 injuries. Any man with confidence in himself may try to take down this giant boar. The farm has set up a reward of 1,000 yuan, and the boar's carcass will belong to the one who kills it." Hearing this news, Wazi village immediately buzzed with excitement. 1,000 yuan was no small sum, causing most hunters in the village to rub their hands in eagerness. Of course, some cautious ones chose to wait and see. At the same time, similar broadcasts were aired in Liuhe village and Jizi village, exciting the people in both villages. At this moment in Wazi village at the Lin residence, Su Mingho looked at Lin Yuanshan with excitement and asked, "Brother, are we going for it?" Contrary to expectations, Lin Yuanshan was not excited at all. Instead, he frowned with a helpless expression and finally cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Whoever came up with this lousy idea, making such a big fuss over finding this giant boar, as if they'd ever find it." Hearing from Lin Yuanshan's tone that he didn't want to go, Su Mingho asked anxiously, "Brother, do you really think this giant boar hides from people?" Lin Yuanshan touched his chin and nodded gently. Very likely. I suspect this giant boar might be a gun-shy one. In that case, it will hide in some obscure corner, and you can search forever. Aren't there dogs?" Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan immediately laughed. He smiled and patted Su Mingho on the shoulder. "Do you know how big Forest Farm No. 55 is?" Seeing Su Mingho shake his head blankly, Lin Yuanshan described it simply. "It's probably as big as 4 or 5 Nanshan mountains." Off. Su Mingho was dumbfounded, realizing how stupid his earlier question had been. After all, even on Nanshan, it would be extremely hard to find a boar that wanted to hide, let alone on Dongshan, where the conditions were even more complex. "So we're not going. We'll go, of course, but there's no rush. These next couple of days will be the busiest. Let's go check other places first. Let them scout the way first." Lin Yuanshan hated crowds, especially this kind of excitement. When more hunters went up the mountain, safety did increase, but there were also more accidents. Take the matter of the kill's ownership, for instance. If 2 hunters spot the same prey at the same time and shoot it dead together, how would they split it? What if one of them has a dog, or if it's one man's shot that hit the vital spot? That would lead to disputes, and that was exactly the kind of thing Lin Yuanshan hated most. Although this broadcast had stirred up the 3 surrounding villages, it was already afternoon, so no one was heading up the mountain. Any experienced hunter would try to avoid spending the night in the mountains. The mountains were dangerous enough during the day and 10 times more perilous at night. Thus, except for those with extraordinary skill and courage, few hunters would go up in the afternoon and stay overnight. Actually, this presented an opportunity. If Lin Yuanshan went up the mountain in the afternoon, he could avoid competing with so many others. But Lin Yuanshan had no such plan at the moment. First, Su Mingho was not yet an experienced hand and couldn't be of much help. Second, although Lin Yuanshan now had a gun, he only had 2 dogs, so he wasn't exactly well equipped. With that in mind, he looked up at Su Mingho, remembered that the man was always well informed, and decided to ask, "Mingho, do you know where there are people selling off their dog packs around here?" Lin Yuanshan needed dogs that could be put to use immediately, so he asked Su Mingho about anyone disbanding their dog packs. Breaking up a dog pack was actually a local saying. It meant that some hunters, due to old age, injury, or other reasons, had to sell their dog pack. In order to get a good price and find good owners for their dogs, they would usually spread the word and let the surrounding hunters bid, with the highest bidder taking the dogs. "Bro, you want to buy dogs?" Wang Laowu from the neighboring Xiazikan recently took a loss on the mountain, and with his age, he's planning to stop going up. He's about to sell his dogs. "Oh, when does he plan to sell?" "I'm not really sure. How about we go take a look?" "Let's go." Lin Yuanshan didn't have much of an impression of this Wang Laowu, but Xiazikan was very close, so he immediately decided to make a trip. Before leaving, though, he needed to get some money from Zhang Sujuan. After all, he only had a bit over 100 yuan on him at the moment, enough to buy 1 dog, but if there were several good dogs, he might want to buy more. Drive slowly and be safe. Zhang Sujuan had no objection to Lin Yuanshan buying dogs. After all, she couldn't help him much with his mountain hunting, and more dogs would also make him safer. Got it, it's just a few steps away. With the 500 yuan Zhang Sujuan had given him tucked inside his jacket, Lin Yuanshan rode his motorcycle towards Xiazikan with Su Mingho. Xiazikan lay to the east of Wazitan. Taking the southern road out of the hamlet, crossing a small hill, you would reach Xiazikan. The two asked for directions along the way and finally arrived at Wang Laowu's house, only to discover there were already several groups of people there. Seeing the two arrive on a motorcycle, everyone in the yard cast them strange looks. After all, motorcycles were still a rarity in this era. Wang Laowu, standing in the middle of the yard, saw Lin Yuanshan roll up on a motorcycle, and his eyes brightened. He called out to Lin Yuanshan, "Hey man, you here to buy dogs too?" Just looking around. Lin Yuanshan ignored the surrounding stares and led Su Mingho straight into the yard. Once inside, Lin Yuanshan saw three people from Wazitan. One was Wu Qishan, a well-known hunter of Wazitan. The other two were quite a surprise. They were the no-good Sun Dikun and Sun Hongbao. How did these two bastards end up together? Lin Yuanshan inwardly cursed his bad luck, then greeted Wu Qishan, "Uncle Wu." Wu Qishan gave the two a nod, his expression indifferent, no smile on his face. Lin Yuanshan didn't mind. That was just his personality. He was like that with everyone, a decent enough man. "Brother Shan, you're here to buy dogs too." Seeing that Lin Yuanshan didn't intend to acknowledge him, Sun Hongbao felt a surge of anger, but with a fawning smile on his face, he took the initiative to greet him. As for Sun Dikun, likely feeling he had lost face last time, he turned his face away coldly at the sight of Lin Yuanshan, clearly unwilling to have anything to do with him. "Just looking." Lin Yuanshan answered coldly, and then ignored Sun Hongbao, which made Sun Hongbao flush with anger. He gritted his teeth and a venomous glimmer flashed in his eyes. "Wang Laowu, hurry up and get started. How much longer are you going to wait?" Seeing Wang Laowu dawdling and still holding off, obviously wanting to wait for even more people, those in the yard began shouting impatiently. The crowd around him voiced their agreement, thwarting Wang Laowu's original plan. He could only helplessly raise his hand and press it downward in a calming gesture. "All right, you must all be here for my pack of dogs, so I won't waste words. I have 5 dogs in all. Dahua is the lead dog. She's taken down 3 black bears for me and countless wild boars. The remaining 4 are pack dogs. Qinghua and Huanghua each weigh over 80 jin, while Xiaohua and Xiaohe weigh over 70 jin. They're all first-rate dogs. The whole pack starts at 800. As he said this, Wang Laowu looked at Lin Yuanshan with anticipation. In his mind, Lin Yuanshan was probably the only person present who would take the whole pack at once, since he had come on a motorcycle and looked quite young. But it was clear he was about to be disappointed. Lin Yuanshan showed no intention of speaking, his eyes fixed on the 5 dogs tethered near the base of the wall. "Come on, Wang Laowu, who's going to buy the whole pack? Just start selling the dogs separately." Seeing that Lin Yuanshan had no intention of bidding, Wang Laowu's eyes flickered with disappointment before he gave a smile and said, "Fine, we'll sell them one by one. Starting with Dahua, 200 yuan opening bid. 210. Clearly most of the people on site had their eyes on Dahua, the lead dog, so the moment Wang Laowu finished speaking, someone immediately raised the bid. 220. 220, any higher. 230. 260. The atmosphere in the yard grew even livelier. Even Wu Qishan, who had been standing aside, silently joined in with a bid directly calling out 260. Clearly he had been gunning for Dahua as well. That was only to be expected though. Wu Qishan already had a lead dog, with this one added he'd have 2. Going up the mountain from then on, he was bound to spot more prey and quickly earn the cost back. Seeing Wu Qishan himself bid, Wang Laowu was grinning from ear to ear. After all, the man was a famous hunter in the area. His bidding proved that Wang Laowu's dogs were truly top-notch. Wu Qishan's participation obviously sent a chill through the yard, for he was a famed hunter with far more money at his disposal than ordinary folk. Yet clearly Wu Qishan wasn't the only wealthy man there. After a minute of silence, someone in the yard picked up the bidding again. 280. The bidder added 20 yuan on the spot, and the onlookers in the courtyard turned their gaze toward the person who had spoken. Seeing all eyes fixed upon him, Sun Hongbao bowed to the crowd with folded hands, a wide grin spreading across his face as he spoke. "Elders, I am preparing to form a hunting pack to venture into the mountains, which is why I urgently need this lead dog. I sincerely hope you will part with her." Hearing Sun Hongbao's overly polished and pretentious speech, Lin Yuanshan felt a wave of revulsion and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a bloody show-off. Seeing Sun Hongbao's smug demeanor, Wu Qishan's expression darkened as well. Yet as an elder, he could hardly prevent the sale, or his reputation in the village would be ruined. 300. Wu Qishan reluctantly added another 20 yuan, pushing the price to 300. Sun Hongbao exchanged a glance with Sun Dikun, and both saw a flicker of determination in each other's eyes. Stealing his resolve, Sun Hongbao boldly added 30 more yuan. 330. The moment the price was announced, most of the onlookers in the courtyard lost interest. Even Wu Qishan shook his head with a bitter expression, deciding not to bid further. The price of a lead dog typically started at 200 yuan with no fixed ceiling. After all, there had once been a top-tier lead dog sold for 5,000 yuan in the county town. However, at the foothills of Changbai Mountain, even the finest lead dogs rarely exceeded 1,000 yuan. As for Wang Laowu's dog, she was a bowing fragrance type rather than a head-up fragrance, so the price had already reached a high level at 300 plus. Wu Qishan clearly understood the dog's value, so after a moment's hesitation, he decided not to bid any higher. After all, over 300 yuan could buy several dogs outright. If purchasing puppies instead, he could acquire dozens. Continuing to raise the price simply wasn't worthwhile. Is there anyone offering higher than 330? Wang Laowu looked at Sun Hongbao, whose decisive pricing had scared off the rest of the crowd, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. In his mind, Dahua was worth at least 400 yuan, yet here, she was being sold for merely 330. This irritated him deeply. Alright Wang Laowu, nobody's bidding anymore. Just announce the result quickly. I'm waiting to buy the remaining dogs. Seeing no further bids, a smug smile spread across Sun Hongbao's face as he shouted to Wang Laowu with his hands on his hips. But the moment those words left his mouth, a strange glint appeared in Lin Yuanshan's eyes. He raised his hand and added a bid. 340. Upon hearing the bid, Wang Laowu was overjoyed and immediately called out. 340. Is there anyone higher? Sun Hongbao's face changed dramatically as the prey seemed about to slip from his grasp. Looking at Lin Yuanshan with a forced, humorless smile, he asked, Brother Shan, are you also interested in this dog? Lin Yuanshan gave Sun Hongbao a contemptuous glance and replied calmly, Of course. Didn't I come here specifically to buy dogs? Seeing Lin Yuanshan's dismissive expression, Sun Hongbao was consumed by rage and snapped. Then why didn't you bid earlier? Were you deliberately trying to trip me up? Sun Hongbao, have I given you too much face? How dare you speak to me like that? Hearing Sun Hongbao's accusatory tone, Lin Yuanshan's eyebrows rose sharply, and he fixed him with a chilling stare. Under Lin Yuanshan's piercing gaze, Sun Hongbao shuddered and suddenly came to his senses. Fear of being dominated by this man flooded back into his mind. Yet with so many people watching, backing down would be utterly humiliating. His lips turned blue with rage, and his entire body trembled. Just then a hand patted him from behind. Sun Dikun leaned close to Sun Hongbao's ear and whispered, Ignore him. Keep bidding. Hearing these words, Sun Hongbao's heart steadied. Indeed, why was he getting entangled with Lin Yuanshan? This wasn't something Lin Yuanshan could control. It was all about who offered the highest price. With that thought, Sun Hongbao immediately regained his arrogance. Ignoring Lin Yuanshan entirely, he raised his hand and shouted, 350, 360, 370, 380. From that point on, Lin Yuanshan and Sun Hongbao fell into a heated bidding war, each refusing to yield. This sight delighted Wang Laowu so much that his mouth nearly split with laughter. He wished they could keep bidding all afternoon. However, when the price reached 400 yuan, Sun Hongbao faltered. He and Sun Dikun had only brought 500 yuan in total that day. They had previously discussed with Wang Laowu the idea of buying the entire hunting pack at once, but Wang Laowu stubbornly demanded 800 yuan, refusing to go down even by a single cent. So they had agreed to first secure the lead dog, then see how much money remained to buy one or two more. They never expected the price to have already climbed to 400 yuan. If they continued bidding, they might only afford a single lead dog today. Noticing Sun Hongbao's hesitation, Lin Yuanshan immediately understood. They likely had no more than 500 yuan with them. A sense of relief washed over him. On the other side, Wang Laowu was thrilled to see the price reach 400 yuan. Yet his greed drove him to shout to the hesitant Sun Hongbao, 400 yuan. Is there anyone offering higher? 401. In the end, Sun Hongbao gritted his teeth and added 10 yuan. Lin Yuanshan, without hesitation, continued raising the price. 402. 403. This time Sun Hongbao didn't hesitate and kept bidding. 404. Lin Yuanshan maintained a calm expression but cast a thoroughly disdainful glance at Sun Hongbao. He made no effort to hide it, and Sun Hongbao read his contempt clearly. Instantly, a towering fury erupted within him, his face turning crimson with rage. Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his hand and shouted, 500. The moment the price was announced, the entire courtyard fell silent. Wang Laowu's eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. 500. Is there anyone offering higher? Wang Laowu's voice trembled with excitement as he looked hopefully at Lin Yuanshan, hoping he would bid again. But Lin Yuanshan simply shook his head, indicating he would not continue. Wang Laowu immediately struck a broken basin beside him. Clang. 500 sold. Fearing Sun Hongbao might back out, he hurriedly led Dahua over and approached him, extending his hand. Money first, then the dog. Only now did Sun Hongbao realize with a pang that he had spent every last coin he brought purchasing nothing more than a single dog. Yet as he gazed into Dahua's sharp eyes and admired her powerful limbs, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cloth bundle containing a neat stack of bills, 5 yuan and 10 yuan notes. His hands trembled as he counted the money. These were the entire savings of both his and Sun Dikun's families. Aside from the purchase of guns, nothing else remained. If they failed to hunt anything on the mountain, all of this would have been wasted. Watching Sun Hongbao exhaust every last coin, Lin Yuanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted toward the corner of the courtyard. There lay his true prize, that little spotted dog. When Wang Laowu personally handed Dahua to Sun Hongbao, Sun Hongbao's face flushed with excitement as his hands trembled while taking the leash. Already he was fantasizing about running freely through the forests and mountains. With the lead dog sold off, most of the crowd in the courtyard dispersed at once. Clearly they had all come for that dog. Wu Qishan watched Sun Hongbao's smug expression and snorted coldly before leaving with the crowd. Sun Hongbao led Dahua over to Lin Yuanshan, a note of triumph in his voice. Sorry about this, Brother Shan, but this dog is mine now. Congratulations to you. Lin Yuanshan's lips curved into a sneer, the displeasure on his face unmistakable to anyone. Sun Hongbao noticed Lin Yuanshan's sour expression and felt even more triumphant inside, but he dared not push his luck any further lest Lin Yuanshan lose his temper and beat him up. Besides, he was already impatient to see what Dahua could do, so he did not linger and left with Sun Dikun. Before leaving, Sun Dikun cast a glance at Lin Yuanshan. He had a strange feeling that Lin Yuanshan was not particularly upset about missing out on the lead dog, but seeing his dark expression made him uncertain. He could only shake his head, suppressing his doubts, and followed Sun Hongbao away. Wang Laowu saw the crowd thinning out and grew anxious, immediately starting to call out. Now selling these 2 hound dogs, one for 150, both for 300. You can buy them separately or together. After Wang Laowu announced the price, there was little reaction from the people in the courtyard. Clearly few were interested. Just as Wang Laowu was anxiously scratching his head, Lin Yuanshan spoke first. 300 yuan. Hearing that Lin Yuanshan had not raised the price by a single coin, Wang Laowu was so furious he nearly spit blood. But inside he felt relieved. Someone had finally bid. At the very least, these 2 dogs could be sold. Someone calling a price broke the stillness in the courtyard. The remaining people had stayed because they were indeed interested in the 2 hound dogs, and bidding began. After making his bid, Lin Yuanshan remained silent, watching calmly as others competed. However, the price of the 2 hound dogs rose slowly. When it reached 350, no one continued bidding, as the price had apparently reached the buyer's expectations. Nevertheless, Wang Laowu was quite satisfied with this price. He had already sold for 850 yuan, exceeding his expectations. However, people are never satisfied. With 500 in hand, they won 1,000. Still hoping to make more, Wang Laowu turned his gaze directly toward Lin Yuanshan and called out loudly, 350. Is there anyone offering higher? But Lin Yuanshan did not bid again. His expression was calm, as if he had truly come today only to look around. Lin Yuanshan was in no hurry, but the man who had bid 350 could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and shouted at Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu, are you still selling or not? If not, I'm leaving. Seeing no response from Lin Yuanshan's side, Wang Laowu feared the deal would slip away and quickly called out. Selling. 350 sold. With the sound of the gong, the 2 hound dogs were sold. As soon as the 2 hound dogs were sold, the people in the courtyard began leaving one after another. Wang Laowu, seeing everyone walking out, anxiously shouted, don't go in such a hurry, everyone. I still have 2 more dogs. Save it, Wang Laowu. Keep your 2 dogs for yourself. Just look at those skinny legs. What good are they, eh? The man's words clearly voiced everyone's thoughts. After all, the remaining 2 dogs did not look like they were suited for hunting. The little black dog was slightly better, still somewhat fleshy, but its bristly fur was messy. The whole dog looked sickly, weak, and listless. The little spotted dog was even skinnier and smaller. Although Wang Laowu claimed it weighed over 70 jin, none of the people present were blind. They could tell at a glance that the dog weighed at most 50-something jin. Such a dog would barely be useful for guarding a house, let alone hunting in the mountains. Wang Laowu's old face turned red. To be honest, although he had taken these 2 dogs to the mountains before, he had never noticed any particular use for them. Still, one had been a stray he picked up, and the other was a puppy he had begged from someone else, so he was not too disappointed. He had hoped to sell both dogs today, taking advantage of the opportunity. To his surprise, everyone was sharp, and no one fell for it. Just as he was about to keep the 2 dogs for himself, he suddenly noticed 2 people had not left with the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he approached the 2 with a grin. Brothers, these 2 dogs may look unremarkable, but they fought alongside Dahua through countless battles and are full of experience. Take them home, and they'll hunt with you right away. They're top-quality hounds. Wang Laowu spoke words he did not believe himself. His eyes darted back and forth, clearly sizing up the 2 young men and preparing to pull the wool over their eyes. Lin Yuanshan did not expect Wang Laowu to actually try to fool him, but since he already had his own intentions, he decided to play along. Frowning, he spoke in a deep tone. These 2 dogs don't look that great to me. Look, no one is interested. Hearing this, Wang Laowu immediately realized that the 2 young men before him probably knew nothing about dogs and had likely sneaked out without their family's knowledge. He walked over to Lin Yuanshan and leaned close to whisper in his ear. They don't know how formidable these dogs are. Look at this black dog. Yes, its fur is bristly, but notice the swirl patterns on its coat. That is a rare physical sign, meaning it will become extraordinary in the future. As for the little spotted one, she is even more remarkable. She is born with the ability to read expressions and can help you communicate with other dogs. Hearing Wang Laowu's words, Lin Yuanshan felt there might be some truth to them, but still asked with some doubt. Really? Of course it's true. When have I, Wang Laowu, ever deceived anyone? If I weren't planning to give up mountain hunting in the future, I would never sell these 2 dogs. Seemingly moved by Wang Laowu's words, Lin Yuanshan finally asked the question that filled Wang Laowu's heart with wild joy. How much for these 2 dogs? 200. Seeing Lin Yuanshan take the bait, Wang Laowu's greed surged, and he blurted out a high price without hesitation. How much? Why don't you just go rob someone? Those 2 dogs just went for 300 and these 2 are worth 200. Before Lin Yuanshan could speak, Su Mingho beside him could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of words on Wang Laowu. Unexpectedly, Wang Laowu was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said to Su Mingho, "Brother, you may have misunderstood. The 200 I mentioned is the price for 1 dog. If you want both, that will be 400 yuan. Big brother, it seems I don't have the luck to buy these 2 dogs. We'll be going now. Lin Yuanshan turned and walked out after saying this, while Su Mingho gave Wang Laowu a cold snort and followed directly. Wang Laowu stood in the courtyard without calling them back, betting that the other party would definitely buy the 2 dogs. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan was also very nervous. It wasn't that he didn't want the little spotted dog, he was afraid the seller would see through his intentions. If he directly agreed to pay 200 yuan for 1 dog, the seller might become suspicious, and that could easily lead to complications. Rumble. Seeing that Wang Laowu didn't chase after them, Lin Yuanshan's heart sank. He knew the man could hold his composure better than expected, but going back now would put him at an even greater disadvantage. So without hesitation, he started the motorcycle. Click. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle outside, Wang Laowu finally confirmed that the 2 were really leaving. Unable to hold back any longer, he rushed out of the yard just as Lin Yuanshan was retracting the kickstand and called out to the 2 about to depart. Hey, wait up. What's the matter? Lin Yuanshan, supporting himself on the ground with one foot, turned his head and asked impatiently with a frown. Wang Laowu chuckled without the slightest hint of embarrassment, his skin seemingly quite thick. He leaned in and said in a low voice, "Everything can be negotiated, right? I just want to find good owners for these 2 dogs. The price is negotiable. Oh, I'll take them for 100 yuan. Hiss." Wang Laowu hadn't expected the other party to haggle so fiercely, cutting the price in half in one stroke. He couldn't help but wince, his face scrunching up in pain, and said with some difficulty, "Can you add a little more? How about the same as the previous 2? You can take them for 300 yuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuanshan remained silent after hearing these words. He gave Wang Laowu a strange look, then said somewhat displeased, "Who said 300? I meant 100 for both dogs. I'm taking both." What a... Hearing this, Wang Laowu jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, his face turning red as he shouted at Lin Yuanshan, "Are you kidding me? Go home. I'd make more selling them for meat. Then go ahead and sell them for meat." Without another word, Lin Yuanshan twisted the throttle. The motorcycle's exhaust puffed out rings of white smoke as it carried the 2 men away. This time Wang Laowu didn't call them back. Instead, he spat at their backs. "Huh, trying to take advantage of me. Dream on." With that, Wang Laowu walked back into the courtyard in a huff. At that moment, an old woman in her 50s or 60s came out from the inner room, and seeing his angry expression, hurriedly asked, "Old man, what's wrong? Why are there still 2 dogs left?" Hearing this, Wang Laowu fumed with anger, his beard bristling and eyes glaring. He waved his hand in exasperation. "Don't mention it. Nobody wants these 2 dogs." The old woman frowned upon hearing this, looked up, and glared at her old man. "That can't be right. Didn't I just see you negotiating with 2 young men in the yard?" "If that's true. But that young man wanted both dogs for 100 yuan, so I drove them off with a scolding." Wang Laowu had been somewhat complacent, but unexpectedly the old woman's eyes widened. She stormed over and grabbed Wang Laowu's ear, scolding him. "Have you lost your mind? If you're not selling the dogs, what are you keeping them for? They eat so much grain every day. Isn't 100 yuan money?" Wang Laowu, having his ear twisted by his wife, while being scolded, shouted out in grievance, "Don't worry, I'll definitely sell these 2 dogs. They'll fetch more than 100 yuan for sure. Fine, if you can't sell them, just you wait and see how I deal with you." The old woman was clearly a formidable character. After giving Wang Laowu a fierce warning, she finally let go of his ear. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan rode his motorcycle with Su Mingho to Wazitan and stopped beginning to consider how to buy those 2 dogs from Wang Laowu. Going back to 2 of them was definitely not an option. Wang Laowu, shrewd and cunning as he was, would surely know they had taken a liking to the dogs and would hold the price firm. It seemed the only way was to have his father go. To avoid any overnight complications, Lin Yuanshan told Su Mingho to go home first while he himself went back with his father. Seeing that it was almost dark, Su Mingho said in confusion, "Bro, can't we go tomorrow?" "No, I'm afraid someone will buy the dogs." Su Mingho hadn't expected Lin Yuanshan to be unable to wait even one night, so he asked curiously, "Bro, are these 2 dogs really good dogs?" "I'm not sure, but I think they should be pretty good." "Oh, alright then. Hurry up and take uncle with you. I can go home by myself." "Alright, come find me tomorrow, and we'll go up the mountain together." After Su Mingho got off, Lin Yuanshan twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle, trailing blue smoke, headed toward the Lin family's home. After returning home, Lin Yuanshan immediately rushed into the eastern room. Lin Weiguo was sitting on the Kong reading a newspaper. Seeing Lin Yuanshan come in, he smiled and asked, "Where did you go this afternoon?" "Dad, no time to explain. Come with me now. I'll tell you on the way." Seeing how anxious his son looked, Lin Weiguo didn't press further and immediately began getting dressed. On the way, Lin Yuanshan told Lin Weiguo everything that had happened that afternoon. When Lin Weiguo heard that his son was in such a hurry over just 2 dogs, he felt both annoyed and helpless. But since they had already come this far, he might as well go with him. "Dad, I can't go over there with you. I'll drop you off here." Lin Yuanshan stopped the motorcycle at an alley's distance from Wang Laowu's house. He let Lin Weiguo get off, then went to wait at the entrance of Jiazi village. Lin Weiguo nodded without saying anything. He took the money Lin Yuanshan handed him and tucked it into his chest, then walked toward Wang Laowu's house. Lin Weiguo had always been in poor health, but recently he had been eating meat every day and had recovered somewhat. He no longer got winded after just a few steps like before. Still, by the time he reached Wang Laowu's doorstep, he was quite exhausted. At that moment, he ran into 2 people who had just come to buy dogs at Wang Laowu's door. They had clearly failed to reach a deal and were cursing as they walked out. "These 2 lousy dogs still want money. Even if they were slaughtered for meat, I complain there's not enough. Lin Weigua overheard this and immediately lost interest in the dogs. But thinking that he was already there, he decided to go in and take a look. At this moment, Wang Laowu, still fuming after being rebuffed, was about to make some snide remarks when he saw Lin Weigua enter, but a cough from inside the house startled him. Cough, cough. Hearing his wife's voice, Wang Laowu immediately put on a fawning smile and said warmly to Lin Weigua, "Here to look at the dogs, friend. I heard you're selling a dog, so I came to take a look," Lu Weigua said with a smile as he greeted Wang Laowu, then turned his gaze toward the two dogs cowering in the corner of the yard. Even with prior expectations, Lu Weigua couldn't help but furrow his brows upon seeing the two dogs. No matter how you looked at them, neither appeared to be a capable hunting dog. In fact, they seemed inferior even to ordinary household watchdogs. Wang Laowu's heart sank as he noticed Lu Weigua's scowl. Since Lin Yuanshan and the others had left, several other visitors had come by, but they all glanced at the dogs once and walked away without even asking about the price. The once confident Wang Laowu felt his spirits steadily dampening. The thought of his sharp-tongued wife made him shudder involuntarily, and he turned to Lu Weigua with mounting anxiety. "Brother, don't let these two dogs fool you. Though they may not look like much, they're actually." Before Wang Laowu could finish, Lu Weigua cut him off with a dismissive wave of his hand, his expression dripping with disdain as he retorted sharply, "Save that nonsense for someone gullible enough to believe it. Don't you have any other dogs?" Upon hearing this, Wang Laowu understood immediately. His prospective buyer had no interest in his dogs. Deflated, he waved his hand in resignation. "None left. These are the only two. What on earth would someone want with these sorry-looking dogs?" Lu Weigua muttered to himself, though Lin Yuanshan's words from earlier still lingered in his mind. "Dad, I have high hopes for these two dogs. Please buy them for me. Spend up to 500 yuan if needed." Thinking of the remarkable changes his son had undergone lately, Lu Weigua hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to purchase the dogs on his behalf. However, he fully intended to negotiate a much lower price. "Looks like I'm heading back empty-handed again today," Lu Weigua grumbled under his breath, then turned to leave. But after taking a couple of steps, he stopped and asked impatiently, "Never mind. I can't go back empty-handed. How much are you asking for these two dogs?" Wang Laowu had already resigned himself to disappointment, steeling himself for his wife's wrath, when Lu Weigua suddenly asked about the price. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, but this time he dared not quote an outrageous figure. Instead, he spoke cautiously. 150 yuan for both dogs? That's my offer." Hearing the price, Lu Weigua's lips curled into a subtle smile behind his back. However, he made no easy agreement and immediately slashed the price in half. 80 yuan, and I'll take them both." "Ah, brother, you can't negotiate like that. Come on, add a bit more." Wang Laowu rubbed his chin as though physically pained by the offer, but he felt none of the earlier excitement Lin Yuanshan had displayed when quoting a price. Hearing Wang Laowu's plea, Lu Weigua appeared to hesitate before finally holding up one finger. 100 yuan, that's my final offer. Take it or leave it." "Sold. Sold." Upon hearing Lu Weigua raise the price to 100 yuan, Wang Laowu feared the man might change his mind and hastily agreed. After all, 100 yuan was a respectable sum. Though he could have sold the dogs for meat at a similar price, Wang Laowu had raised them from puppies and simply couldn't bear the thought of them being slaughtered. Lu Weigua retrieved a cloth-wrapped bundle from his chest, extracted a 100 yuan bill, and extended toward Wang Laowu. But Wang Laowu did not reach for it. Instead, he stared at Lu Weigua with visible confusion. "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" "Giving you the money." Lu Weigua too was thoroughly bewildered by Wang Laowu's reaction. "This isn't real money. I've never even heard of a 100 yuan bill in my life. Are you trying to play me?" Wang Laowu glanced at Lu Weigua with a suspicious expression, unmistakable distrust flickering in his eyes. It suddenly dawned on Lu Weigua that the 100 yuan note was a newly issued denomination. He himself had only learned of its existence when Lin Yuanshan brought it home, and likely few in the entire village were aware of it. "Haha, brother, you've misunderstood. This is the new currency issued by the government, completely genuine." Though Lu Weigua hurriedly explained the situation, Wang Laowu remained unconvinced, leaving Lu Weigua quite frustrated. The truth was he had no spare money on him. The 500 yuan was entirely from his son. Just as both men stood at an impasse, the elderly woman inside the house could no longer remain seated. She pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, addressing Lu Weigua directly. "Brother, it's not that we don't trust you. It's that people of our age earn money so hard and simply can't afford to be defrauded. How about this? Go exchange that bill for smaller denominations, then come back and buy the dog." "That's far too inconvenient. It's nearly dark and I still have a long journey home." Lu Weigua was reluctant to make another trip, especially when it likely required traveling to the town. Wang Laowu, desperate to close the deal, steeled himself and blurted out, "Brother, how about this? I'll let you take the dog today, and you can bring the money tomorrow." Off. Lu Weigua was genuinely taken aback by the stranger's apparent trust in him. Touched, he steeled himself and said decisively, "All right, brother, no more words then. Since you trust me so deeply, I'll make the trip, go to town, and exchange the money for you. There's no need to be so hasty. Look how dark and eerie it is outside. No worry, someone can give me a ride on their bicycle. Wait for me here." With that, Lu Weigua turned and departed from Wang Laowu's house, making his way to the front of Jiazi village, where he found Lin Yuanshan. Upon seeing his father return empty-handed, Lin Yuanshan's heart sank. He hurried forward. "Dad, did the dog get sold?" "Not yet. This family doesn't recognize the 100 yuan bill and insists on smaller denominations. I see. Relieved that the purchase had not yet gone through, Lin Yuanshan dug into his pocket and counted out a stack of bills only to find he had merely 81 yuan and 50 cents, still short. Dad, wait here. I'm going home to fetch the remaining money. We're getting that dog tonight. No excuses. Very well, go ahead. By now the sky had turned completely dark, but fortunately the motorcycle's headlight illuminated the road ahead. Less than half an hour later, Lin Yuanshan returned on his motorcycle, handing the money to Lu Weiguo and anxiously awaiting the outcome. Thankfully nothing else went awry, and Lu Weiguo soon returned leading both dogs. When Lin Yuanshan finally set eyes on his long-awaited Xiaohua, even a man who had lived 2 lifetimes could not suppress his excitement. At last he had secured her. The peculiar little dog possessed of extraordinary abilities. Strangely enough, Xiaohua, who had been listless since changing owners, suddenly lit up the moment she spotted Lin Yuanshan approaching on the motorcycle. She immediately trotted over, her tail wagging furiously. This spectacle left Lu Weiguo utterly dumbfounded. Only Lin Yuanshan, a broad smile on his face, stroked Xiaohua's head and quietly murmured to himself, "Indeed, she is that calculating, opportunistic little dog after all." In his past life, Lin Yuanshan had heard of a peculiar dog in Liuhe village. A dappled canine, whose coat, though interwoven with black and white patches, was entirely obscured by a mask of solid black across its face. What made it so extraordinary was not its striking appearance, but its bizarre temperament. This dog possessed the uncanny ability to judge a person by their outward appearance. At first the dog's owner failed to notice this trait, merely observing that the beast was unusually lethargic during hunts, appearing more suited to a leisurely mountain stroll than a serious pursuit of game. Once, however, the man had prepared for a matchmaking meeting by crafting a brand new padded jacket and tidying his hair, only to find his dog suddenly transformed, overflowing with enthusiasm, repeatedly leaping upon him. Without giving it much thought, he set off for the blind date, only to be rejected. Disheartened, he returned home and resolved to take the dog up the mountain to clear his mind. To his astonishment, this outing proved revelatory. The dog, usually so listless, was inexplicably animated that day. Barely had they ascended into the hills when it began barking eagerly, bounding ahead with unrestrained excitement. As the man followed, he discovered the dog circling a wild boar, emitting low grunts. The boar, seemingly enchanted, did not flee even upon spotting the hunter. He easily secured the wild boar that day. In the days that followed, he noticed his dog's enthusiasm wavered unpredictably. After numerous experiments, he finally uncovered the truth: his dog was an utterly calculating creature. If he dressed in fine, well-kept clothing, the dog would work diligently, but if he wore tattered rags, it would become listless and refuse to cooperate. This discovery was nothing short of astonishing. Yet when motivated, the dog proved remarkably effective, not only detecting prey but also restraining it. Relying on this animal, the man quickly accumulated considerable wealth. Lin Yuanshan never expected to encounter this very dog in his present life. Nevertheless, its distinctive appearance combined with its utterly dejected demeanor made it clear that none of the people present could possibly impress it. However, its reaction upon seeing the motorcycle confirmed Lin Yuanshan's suspicion. This was indeed the sycophantic hound. As for the other black dog, Lin Yuanshan had never heard of it in his previous life, and suspected it was merely an ordinary canine. He would take it up the mountain to test its abilities. If it proved useful, he would keep it, otherwise it could remain at home as a guard dog. This dog is rather... Lin Weiguo pondered for a long moment, but could not find the right word to describe it, since the term calculating hardly seemed suited to a beast. "Ah, Dad, this dog is just like that. Come on, get on the bike. Mom is waiting for us at home for dinner." Lin Weiguo mounted the motorcycle, one hand gripping the rear seat and the other holding the leashes of both dogs. Since neither dog had yet accepted him as their master, he dared not release their leashes lest they wander back to Wang Lao's house. However, Lin Yuanshan possessed extensive experience in such matters and was confident that within a few attempts both dogs would recognize him as their owner. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuanshan rode slowly. First, because darkness had fallen and the roads were treacherous, and second, because he worried the 2 dogs might struggle to keep pace. His concerns, however, proved entirely unfounded. Not only was Xiaohua exceptionally spirited after encountering the motorcycle, but even Xiaohei kept up without the slightest difficulty. This prompted Lin Yuanshan to nod approvingly. It seemed Wang Lao had not been exaggerating. This black dog truly could accompany him into the mountains. They returned home without incident. Da Huang barked from afar, announcing Lin Yuanshan's arrival to both households. Zhang Sujuan, hearing the dog's cries, hurried outside just as Lin Yuanshan pulled the motorcycle to a stop in the courtyard. Upon seeing the 2 dogs Lin Yuanshan had purchased, even Zhang Sujuan, who knew little about such matters, couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Son, are these the dogs you bought?" "Yes, Mom, don't underestimate them. I'll tell you all about it in a moment. It's quite amusing." Lin Yuanshan took the leashes from Lin Weiguo and led the 2 dogs toward the western wall. Interestingly enough, Xiaohua, who had been extraordinarily energetic moments before, immediately wilted the instant Lin Yuanshan dismounted the motorcycle, growing sluggish and listless. This bizarre spectacle left Zhang Sujuan utterly stunned. She turned quickly to her husband, who offered a wry smile and a nod. "How shall I put this? The dog seems rather snobbish." "A dog? Snobbish?" Zhang Sujuan was momentarily bewildered by these words, but upon observing Xiao Hua's behavior, she felt her husband's description might actually be rather apt. Just as Lin Yuanshan was leading the listless Xiao Hua and the barely alert Xiao He toward the western wall, Xiao Hua suddenly lifted her head, becoming wildly excited and lunging in one direction, barking incessantly. Following Xiao Hua's gaze, Lin Yuanshan murmured in surprise. Could this snobbery extend beyond humans to dogs as well? The direction Xiao Hua intended to pounce was precisely where Xiao Qing was located. Knowing Xiao Qing clearly wished to ignore this creature, she hadn't even raised her head from her nest. Yet Xiao Hua seemed undeterred by Xiao Qing's coldness, eagerly attempting to approach with an enthusiastic expression, until Lin Yuanshan grabbed her firmly. After all, they were still strangers to one another. Lin Yuanshan worried that Xiao Qing might viciously attack Xiao Hua, especially given the vast size disparity. Xiao Qing was fully twice Xiao Hua's weight. Failing to reach Xiao Qing, Xiao Hua whined anxiously. Lin Yuanshan, however, paid her no mind, and simply tethered her to the south side of Xiao Qing's enclosure. Instantly Xiao Hua fell silent. Though she still couldn't reach Xiao Qing, at least she could now see her. After securing both dogs, Lin Yuanshan fetched 2 dog beds from the backyard, nailed them against the corner of the wall, and then returned home for dinner. As soon as Lin Yuanshan had left, Xiao Hua emerged from her bed and began wagging her tail incessantly toward Xiao Qing, attempting to capture her attention. Xiao Qing, however, remained aloofly curled in her nest, showing no interest in responding. Despite this persistent coldness, Xiao Hua's enthusiasm never waned. She jumped up and down, continuously displaying affection toward Xiao Qing. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua was a female, one might have suspected she was in heat. Unlike the enthusiastic Xiao Hua, Xiao He, after Lin Yuanshan had settled his bed, crawled inside and lay motionless, apparently still grieving over being sold. Having listened to the tale of this dappled dog, Zhang Sujuan burst into hearty laughter, teasing as she chuckled. Haha, this dog is truly amusing. Does that mean I'll need to feed it in new clothes? That won't be necessary. It'll eat what it wants and ignore the rest. But from now on, when heading into the mountains, I'll need to dress more presentably. Otherwise, I might not be able to command its cooperation at all. The next day before dawn had even broken, wisps of cooking smoke rose over the entire Wazitan. Homes with hunters were preparing a meal before heading up the mountain. The Lin family was no exception. Zhang Sujuan rose early to prepare breakfast. Although Lin Yuanshan had said the previous night that he wouldn't join the frenzy, he still intended to go up the mountain today to have a look. After breakfast, before Lin Yuanshan had even started packing, Su Mingho arrived and was now in the yard examining the 2 dogs bought yesterday. Yet no matter how Su Mingho looked at them, he couldn't tell what was so special about the 2 dogs that they merited Lin Yuanshan going to such great lengths to buy them. Let's go. After packing up, Lin Yuanshan called to Su Mingho to set out. This time Lin Yuanshan had originally not planned to bring Little Flower and Little Black, but as he led away, Little Blue, Little Flower bounced up and down with excitement, her tail wagging relentlessly. This stirred a thought in Lin Yuanshan: why not take the 2 along today? But after mulling it over for a moment, Lin Yuanshan ultimately couldn't make up his mind. After all, the 2 dogs had just arrived home and weren't yet settled. If they ran off in the mountains, it would be a crushing loss for him. Rumble. Lin Yuanshan started the motorcycle. Su Mingho sat behind, and the 2 hounds ran alongside the bike. The 2 hounds had been with Lin Yuanshan for a long time, so he had no fear of them getting lost. Along the way, the 2 passed one person after another on the motorcycle. Some carried rifles, others carried rifles while leading dogs. All were heading up the mountain to deal with that wild boar. 1,000 yuan was no small sum. For many, it was a windfall. Since they had to go hunting up the mountain anyway, wouldn't it be even better to take down the boar along the way? Lin Yuanshan greeted those he knew, but ignored those he didn't. Yet Lin Yuanshan was somewhat of a celebrity in Wazitan now, and many knew him. Some envied him for riding his motorcycle up the mountain, some were jealous, and others cursed him behind his back. As the motorcycle climbed the mountain path, fewer and fewer people were encountered. Near lot 55, Lin Yuanshan didn't even stop. He simply twisted the throttle and continued riding upward. Big Yellow and Little Blue ran behind. Because the mountain path was rough, the motorcycle moved slowly enough for the 2 dogs to keep up easily. Screech. After running for less than an hour, Lin Yuanshan stamped on the brake and brought the motorcycle to a halt. He looked around to get his bearings, then turned to Su Mingho and said, "Let's go check the traps first, then we'll wander around and see if we can run into something." All right. Su Mingho had no objection and nodded in agreement. After getting off the bike, Lin Yuanshan glanced around, then picked up the motorcycle and carried it into the forest. This jolting motorcycle was a light model weighing less than 100 kilograms. Lin Yuanshan found it quite easy to lift. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the motorcycle by the roadside. It was simply that in this day and age, the vehicle was far too conspicuous. With so many people coming and going, someone might covet it and simply push it away. After walking a few hundred meters into the woods, Lin Yuanshan found a hollow, put the motorcycle down, and covered it with some weeds before walking away with peace of mind. After that bit of exertion, the 2 dogs had recovered their strength and followed the men through the woods. Mingho, this time, whether the traps have caught anything or not, we're taking them back. Oh, okay. Su Mingho didn't ask why, he simply nodded in silent agreement. While the 2 men were checking the traps, hunters began arriving one after another at Lot 55 Forestry Center. The Forestry Center had sent someone to wait at the gate to receive the hunters, hoping to resume work as soon as possible. After all, Lot 55 was vast. Without a general area to search, it could take forever. By a little past 10 in the morning, more than a dozen people had gathered in the square in front of Lot 55, clustered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering among themselves. Most of the hounds brought by these men were tied to the side. Although the majority lay quietly on the ground waiting for their masters, a few were unusually excited and kept barking at the other dogs. As a result, the square was exceptionally noisy. In the end, a forestry center manager stepped forward, clapped his hands, and addressed the crowd. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Shuhing, the person in charge here. I see almost everyone has arrived, so I won't waste time. I'll have Xiao Li from the forestry center take you to the scene of the incident. As for what happens next, it'll be up to each of you to show your skill." With that, a young man stepped forward. He was not tall, with a face tanned dark from sun exposure, clearly one who often worked outdoors. Led by Xiao Li, the group set off in a mighty procession toward the site of the incident. Shortly after the group departed, a man arrived at the forestry center with 4 dogs. Of sturdy build and cold expression, he was none other than Wu Qishan from Wazitan. After seeing off the hunters, Su Shuheng had been waiting at the gate. When he saw Wu Qishan approach, a smile immediately spread across his face as he went to greet him. "Uncle, you're here." A smile instantly lit up Wu Qishan's stern face as he caught sight of Su Shuheng, and he closed the distance between them, a question on his mind. "Have they all left?" he asked. "They just went off with Xiao Li." "Uncle, why didn't you go with them?" Su Shuheng replied. At that, Wu Qishan grinned, a flicker of disdain flashing across his dark face. "Shuheng, don't underestimate this big boar. An ordinary wild boar wouldn't injure so many people, and even if it did, it wouldn't eat them. This one has clearly acquired a taste for flesh and become a cunning beast. Would you believe that those people won't even catch a glimpse of it?" "Oh, there's that much to it." Su Shuheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He knew his uncle's skill well. The man was a renowned hunter in the surrounding area, and Su Shuheng had often enjoyed the meat his uncle sent over. He had originally planned to have his uncle quietly take down the boar so that one of their own could claim the 1,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, word of it had reached the forestry center's party secretary. The party secretary, unconcerned with personal favors, had only the center's mission in mind. He therefore contacted the town directly, asking them to muster men to hunt the boar and dispatch it as soon as possible. Hence this joint operation. "This boar will definitely steer clear of that crowd. I'll lead my dogs to other spots and see if we can cut it off. Then be careful, uncle." "Got it. You'd better get back to work." Wu Qishan waved a hand at Su Shuheng, then led his 4 dogs into the mountain forest. In a pine grove within Sector 55, a grayish-black Depeluan lay sprawled on its back beneath a solitary pine. Its spine was bristled with coarse, stiff quills. Its tail had been reduced to a mere stub, and a fist-sized wound marred its neck. Clearly an old injury, though it was now already closing over. 2 char-yellow tusks pointed skyward. One was exquisitely sharp, gleaming with a chilling frost. The other had sheared off near the tip, yet the ragged stump remained stained crimson with fresh blood, lending it a particularly ferocious appearance. Meanwhile, its body was encased in a thick slurry of pine resin and mud, carefully shielding its vital areas. Suddenly, the Depeluan's eyes snapped open. It rolled upright onto its feet, fixed a pair of blood-red orbs toward the south, and emitted continuous, wary huffing sounds from its snout. Its nostrils flared twice, catching the sense of more than a dozen distinct presences drawing near. Alarms blaring in its mind, it wasted no time and bolted northward at full speed. Though massive in build, the beast was remarkably swift, soon surmounting ridge after ridge. After cresting 3 ridges, the Depeluan came to a stop, scanned the area on both sides, and finally slipped into the woods to its right. Roughly half an hour later, the rhythmic barking of several hounds echoed as they burst from the forest. However, after following the scent trail into those right-hand woods, they promptly emerged from the opposite side, spending the next while circling aimlessly across the area. By the time the hunters arrived and witnessed this, their expressions darkened instantly. "Uncle Xia, what's wrong with your dog?" To rewind to earlier moments, after Xiao Li led the group to the accident site, he departed immediately. The accident site had been thoroughly trampled and disrupted by the numerous rescuers, but that posed no obstacle to these professional trackers. Soon they spotted fresh wild boar tracks not far off. Since the heavy snow had fallen only recently, the entire mountain remained blanketed in deep white drifts, providing ideal conditions for tracking the beast. Yet with so many boar tracks scarifying the ground, experience was required to discern which set marked the beast's approach, which its retreat, which were the freshest, and which were long abandoned. Consequently, the dozen or so hunters soon split into several groups, each tracking the boar in a different direction. Naturally, among them were those looking to take advantage of the chaos, Sun Hongbao and Sun Dikun being prime examples. The reason Sun Hongbao had been willing to spend such a hefty sum to purchase Dahuang yesterday was precisely to stake his claim here. And so at dawn, the 2 men strapped on their rifles and led Dahuang up the mountain. Their strategy was straightforward: follow the main party initially, and once a lead was found, strike out on their own. When Sun Hongbao and Sun Dikun followed the main group to the edge of this woodland, they noticed Dahuang was pacing about in obvious confusion. Seeing this, Sun Hongbao immediately whistled Dahuang over, then cast his gaze toward a man standing nearby. The man, addressed as Old Xia, called his own hound over, surveyed the forest ahead, and furrowed his brow. "Looks like something ominous lurks in those woods ahead." No sooner had Old Xia spoken than a chilling gust swept out from the trees, causing the hunters standing nearby to shiver involuntarily. Sun Hongbao stroked Da Huang's head, then stepped closer to ask, Uncle Xia, what's so eerie about this forest? Old Xia glanced at the approaching Sun Hongbao, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. However, remembering his good standing with the man's father, he suppressed his annoyance and explained, look at these tracks on the ground, left by that Depeluan only moments ago. Theoretically, my Qing Lang and your Da Huang should have easily cornered it, yet it slipped away. This proves there's something in these woods that interferes with a hound's nose. Yet to Sun Hongbao, Old Xia's words devolved into a blur of Depeluan. Fresh tracks. Blah blah. Then Uncle Xia will just follow the tracks. I don't believe this beast could fly away. Hearing this, Old Xia's brows knitted tightly together, and he shot Sun Hongbao an irritated glare. You make it sound so simple. Without hounds to assist, relying on our own two legs. Do you really think you could catch a Depeluan? Only then did Sun Hongbao realize his folly. Indeed, the Depeluan was astonishingly fast. Even many expert hounds struggled to keep pace, let alone humans. Still unwilling to concede, he retorted. Then let's at least track along the prints. I won't believe an entire mountain can baffle a dog's sense of smell. Sun Hongbao's point was not entirely without merit. Old Xia looked up at the two hunters beside him and asked, what do you two think? The two hunters exchanged a glance. The taller of the pair spoke up. Old Xia, it's broad daylight, and we're in numbers. There's no harm in taking a look, right? Old Xia sighed inwardly upon hearing this, recognizing that both companions leaned toward continuing the pursuit. He dropped further protest and nodded. Then let's move out. Saying so, he stepped into the woods first, and the others quickly followed in his wake. The trees within this woodland were chaotically interspersed, their gnarled branches twisting like grasping claws, instilling an uneasy discomfort in all who beheld them. The moment they crossed the tree line, the light dimmed, and a chill washed over their bodies. Their expressions shifted instantly, and covert vigilance took root in their minds. Before long, Old Xia, leading the vanguard, stopped with a grimace. Gazing upon the scene before them, he shook his head in weary resignation. Behind him, Sun Hongbao and the others saw the dense crisscrossing vines and instantly felt their spirits deflate. They finally understood why the hounds had refused to press forward. It was easy enough to squeeze into such thickets, but escaping them proved nearly impossible. Don't let their modest appearance deceive you. These vines were terrifyingly tough. A wild boar could batter through using its thick hide and brute strength, but hounds certainly couldn't. As for humans, it was even more futile. Unless one wielded a machete to hack a path through painstakingly, progress was out of the question. Bypassing the thicket entirely was equally impractical. The woodland was vast. How could they guess where the boar might emerge? What if it simply settled in and made no attempt to leave? After all, most of these vines were wild grapes, schisandra, and hardy kiwis. Perfect sustenance for a boar. It could easily remain hidden within for days on end. Let's go, we're heading back. Old Xia called out to the group and turned to lead the way back. Seeing him depart, the other two hunters hurried to follow. Though Sun Hongbao and Sun Dekun were reluctant to abandon the hunt, they knew their own limitations. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they stamped their feet once, then slunk away in defeat, trailing behind the others. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho had finished retrieving their snares and were preparing to head back. This time their catch was smaller than last time. Only 2 sables had been trapped, one by each of them. Su Mingho seemed full of energy, his smile never fading from his face since another 1,000 yuan had just come into their possession. On the way back, Lin Yuanshan explained to Su Mingho why they were collecting the snares. They had already caught 5 sables in succession. The sable population in this forest was nearly exhausted. The remaining ones had either migrated elsewhere or no longer roamed in the vicinity, making it pointless to leave more traps in place. Since they had ridden their motorcycles up the mountain that day, they had saved considerable time. It was still early, so Lin Yuanshan decided to find somewhere to explore nearby. Su Mingho had no objections and simply followed wherever Lin Yuanshan led. The two first returned to where they had parked their motorcycles and then rode downhill. Lin Yuanshan's destination was Field 55, partly because wild boars frequently frequented that area and partly because he hoped to see if they could find anything else. After riding for about 10 minutes, Lin Yuanshan stopped. They concealed the motorcycles once again and continued on foot into the forest. This area was very close to Field 55, so the trees grew more evenly spaced, granting better visibility. Da Huang had failed to locate any prey throughout the day and was growing restless. As soon as they entered the forest, he began sniffing around here and there. Even Xiaoqing, usually aloof and dignified, was behaving differently today. Her head raised high, she walked while sniffing the air. Clearly the fresh meat she had tasted in previous hunts had greatly boosted her enthusiasm. Lin Yuanshan was quite pleased with the dog's performance. As they ventured deeper into the mountain forest, he shared some hunting techniques with Su Mingho. Whether due to bad luck or because the area had been visited by hunters too many times, upon arriving at their destination, the two hounds showed no reaction at all. Clearly there were no prey nearby. Su Mingho looked at Lin Yuanshan. Though he said nothing, his meaning was clear. He wanted to know what to do next. Lin Yuanshan watched the two hounds still sniffing aimlessly around and realized they might return empty-handed today. Let's go. It doesn't look like a good day for hunting. Oh, we're going back already. What else is there to do? Just standing here waiting for nothing. All right. Su Mingho knew his own experience was limited, so following Lin Yuanshan's advice would surely be the right call. In a forest north of Field 55, amidst a tangle of interwoven vines, something began to shake violently. Then a dark shadow emerged. It was a massively large wild boar, none other than the Depeo one that old Xie and the others had just lost track of. The wild boar still had some vines clinging to its body. If not for the thick layer of armor covering its hide, it would likely have been slashed to pieces long ago. Even so, its front hooves and snout, unprotected areas, bore numerous cuts with blood slowly dripping from the wounds. The sudden appearance of this wild boar startled a black bear that was feeding nearby. The black bear had been sitting on the ground picking soft dates from the vines to eat. When the wild boar suddenly appeared, it paused for a moment, but quickly became drawn to the bloody scent on the boar's body. Its small black eyes darted, and it immediately dropped the soft date in its paws, charging toward the wild boar. Normally, in most cases, wild boars are prey for black bears. Even at similar sizes, most black bears can take down a wild boar. After all, black bears are natural predators, while wild boars are omnivores. Instinct alone would drive a wild boar to flee when faced with a black bear. But today's situation was somewhat unusual. This particular black bear was not among the larger individuals in its family, weighing only about 400 catties. In contrast, this wild boar was an exceptionally rare giant specimen, weighing over 600 catties. More importantly, this wild boar had roamed the mountains for years, possessing a fierce and domineering temperament, yet also being cunning and deceitful. When facing enemies it could not defeat, it would choose to avoid confrontation, but when facing opponents it could match, it would engage head-on. Roar! As the black bear lunged toward it, a flash of anger flashed across the wild boar's crimson eyes, quickly replaced by a ferocious expression. Letting out a furious roar, it charged directly at the black bear without hesitation. The move caught the black bear off guard. Its forward momentum instinctively slowed, and that split-second delay cost it the initiative. The onrushing wild boar rammed into it, sending the bear stumbling. The wild boar had extensive combat experience. The moment it collided with the black bear, it dipped its head low, then launched its upper body upward like a compressed spring. Its razor-sharp tusks sliced through the bear's fur, leaving two deep wounds, one long, one short. However, the black bear was no pushover. The instant it was knocked over, its two bare paws slammed onto the wild boar's back. Unfortunately, the bear was off balance from the collision, and the boar's thick armor proved remarkably resilient. The bear's claws only left a few white scratches, failing to inflict any real damage. Grr! The black bear let out an angry roar as it righted itself. It could not believe it had been wounded by its supposed prey. Enraged, it opened its massive jaws and bit down toward the wild boar. Having scored a successful strike, the wild boar emitted an excited growl, then lowered its head and charged at the black bear once more. Bang! Bang! This time the black bear was prepared. Its two paws swung directly at the wild boar's head. The wild boar was not to be outdone, continuously lowering its head to ram the bear, occasionally tossing its head upward to carve new wounds into the bear's body. As time passed, the already injured black bear gradually began to tire. Although most of its wounds were not fatal, the continuous bleeding steadily sapped its strength. Neither side had the advantage. The wild boar had a chunk bitten from its snout, exposing the white bone within. Its face also bore several gashes from the bear's claws, one of which even cut near its eye. If not for the eyelid providing some protection, one of the boar's eyes might have been lost. Yet far from retreating, the wounded wild boar grew even more frantic, relentlessly launching attacks at the black bear. Finally, with two more wounds added to its body, the black bear decided to retreat. After swatting away one of the boar's charges, it turned and sprinted toward a nearby pine tree. With a few powerful movements of its limbs, it climbed swiftly up the trunk. Thud! Thud! Bang! 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 The cannon tusks bore beneath the tree emitted a series of furious roars, continuously ramming against the pine. However, this pine was as thick as two people could embrace, so the boar's collisions only caused the tree to tremble, slightly shaking down some of the snow from its branches. He Xiaozi sat in the tree, licking the wound on his chest from time to time, occasionally glancing down at the cannon tusk's boar, and letting out provocative grunts, further enraging the creature below. Crack! Crack! After ramming for a while, the cannon tusk's boar seemed to realize it could not break through the massive tree, so it opened its mouth and began gnawing at the trunk instead. However, this tree had been growing for countless years, both thick and hard. The boar gnawed for quite some time before making only 3 or 4 fingerwidths of progress. It would likely take several days to chew through the entire tree. Huff! Huff! After gnawing for a while, the cannon tusk's boar grew exhausted and panted heavily. It raised its head to glance at He Xiaozi in the tree, let out a few unwilling growls, and finally turned and left. Not long after the cannon tusk's boar departed, He Xiaozi also climbed down from the tree, proudly shaking his head. He then turned to the place where he had been feeding earlier and continued to devour the soft dates. By rights, with the first snowfall of the season, He Xiaozi should have found a place to hibernate. But for some reason, this particular bear had not yet sought out a winter den. As long as He Xiaozi did not hibernate, he needed to eat continuously. In the season when snow covered most of the ground, the soft jujubes, schisandra, and wild grapes were evidently easier to find. Thud! Thud! Just as He Xiaozi was enjoying his meal, a furious roar suddenly erupted from behind him. A dark shadow slammed violently into his back, sending the entire bear crashing into the vines. Come! He Xiaozi never expected the cannon tusk's boar to return. Instantly stirred by primal aggression, he flipped over and prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, an embarrassing situation arose. He Xiaozi's right paw was entangled by the vines, allowing only limited movement. This sudden twist immediately filled He Xiaozi with panic, while across from him the cannon-tusked boar's eyes flashed, charging directly at him. Bang! This time He Xiaozi could not dodge, and was struck squarely in the belly by the boar, forcing a painful howl from his throat. Kung! However, that impact also dislodged the vines wrapped around He Xiaozi, freeing him once more. Having suffered setbacks repeatedly, He Xiaozi no longer had the will to continue fighting. He turned and scrambled up a nearby basswood tree with impressive speed. This time the cannon-tusked boar did not attempt to ram the tree. Though this tree was not as thick as the pine, it was hardly slender either. Knowing he could do nothing against the bear in the tree, he let out a few sullen growls before turning and leaving. He Xiaozi did not rush to descend this time. He remained in the tree until evening, when he finally climbed down and staggered toward another direction, clearly unwilling to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho were making their way back along the path they had come. With the footprints marking their trail, they need not worry about losing their way. Just as the two were about to return to the mountain trail, a sudden, northerly wind swept past, stirring snowflakes that drifted onto their faces, making them shiver and sharpen their focus. Woof! 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 Just then, Dahuang suddenly stopped and barked toward the north, while Xiaoqing's eyes also brightened with excitement as she spotted prey in that direction. Go! Enshan signaled to the two hunting dogs, who immediately bolted northward. Let's go! This might be that cannon-tusked boar. Lin Yuanshan called to the utterly thrilled Su Mingho before pressing on without delay. To the north, a cannon-tusk's boar was treading through the snow westward. The consecutive battles had clearly drained most of his strength, and with the deep snow on the mountain, the boar moved rather slowly. A trail of blood marked the snow where the cannon-tusk's boar had passed. He had been badly wounded as well. Just then the boar suddenly raised his head and turned to gaze toward the southern woods. Woof! 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 Hearing the barking approaching from that direction, the cannon-tusk's boar did not flee like ordinary boars. Instead, he halted and backed against a large tree. Humph! Humph! The boar raised his head and sniffed the air, detecting only 2 scents, which immediately relaxed him. Moments later, the yellow and green hunting dogs burst from the southern woods. Dahuang and Xiaoqing were fast, reaching the cannon-tusk's boar in no time. At this point, the contrast between their temperaments became evident. Upon seeing the cannon-tusk's boar's enormous size, Dahuang immediately came to a halt, intending to use his agility to harass the prey and wait for his master's arrival. Xiaoqing, however, his eyes reddening, charged straight at the boar without hesitation. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing was no inexperienced hound. Though he charged forward, he did not attack head-on. When only 3 or 4 meters away, he abruptly stopped, launched himself to the boar's right side, and bit down at the soft flesh behind the foreleg. But this cannon-tusk's boar was battle-hardened and certainly knew where his weak points lay. As Xiaoqing was about to bite, mockery flashed in the boar's crimson eyes. He tilted his head to the side and snapped straight at Xiaoqing's front legs. If that bite had connected, Xiaoqing's front leg would have been severed, crippling him entirely. At that critical instant, a yellow blur shot out and knocked Xiaoqing aside. Dahuang had rescued his companion's leg at the crucial moment. However, Dahuang was also knocked flying by the boar's charge. His chest slashed open in 2 places, exposing the stark white ribs within. Woof! Thanks to the snow's cushioning, Xiaoqing was unharmed from the fall. But when he saw Dahuang rolling into the snow, unable to rise, he let out a furious roar. Yet at that moment, the cannon-tusk's boar was no longer stationary. He charged directly at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with ferocity as he faced the charging boar, refusing to evade. Instead, he charged straight at it head-on. Bang! The outcome was predictable. Xiaoqing was sent flying by the impact, but before being struck, he had sunk his teeth into the boar's wounded nose, tearing away a chunk of flesh with the force of the collision. A whoa! Grievously wounded, the cannon-tusk's boar let out a deafening howl of agony before abandoning the 2 hunting dogs and bolting westward at full speed. When Lin Yuanshan arrived, he found Xiaoqing limping toward him, unable even to run, while Dahuang lay motionless in the snow nearby, his fate uncertain. Lin Yuanshan's heart jolted at the sight. He quickened his pace, walked over to Dahuang first, and pulled him out of the snowdrift. Seeing Dahuang squirm and struggle to stand, but fail, Lin Yuanshan quickly reached out to hold him still, then examined his body. The examination put Lin Yuanshan at ease. Dahuang had only a dislocated vertebra, which was why he could not stand, and none of his bones were broken. In his previous life, Lin Yuanshan had seen this kind of situation many times and knew how to handle it. He felt around with his hand, then shoved upward hard with his right palm. Crack! Yelp! With a grinding sound of bone, Dahuang let out a sharp cry, then struggled up from the ground on his own. Seeing Dahuang get to his feet, Lin Yuanshan smiled in satisfaction. He untied his leggings and wrapped the 2 wounds on Dahuang's chest and abdomen so Dahuang could go down the mountain by himself. Xiaoqing, seeing Dahuang stand up, no longer looked so anxious. Lin Yuanshan examined Xiaoqing and found that only one front leg was injured. After some rest it would be fine. Seeing that neither hound was seriously hurt, Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief, and in his heart he grew even warier of the great boar he had never laid eyes on. The next day, Lin Yuanshan did not go up the mountain. He stayed home to conserve his strength and give the 2 hounds time to recover. But just because Lin Yuanshan stayed away did not mean others would. A reward of 1,000 yuan was enough to make most people's eyes burn with greed. This great boar, however, was clearly more cunning and ferocious than imagined. When the hunters came in numbers, it hid. When it saw their numbers were small, it would take the initiative and launch a fierce attack. Within those 2 or 3 days, 2 hunters had died, 3 had been injured, and more than 10 hounds had been killed or wounded. Consequently, the number of hunters going up the mountain dwindled sharply. Only a few who were extremely confident in themselves still chose to go. A few days later, Lin Yuanshan was at home checking the dog's wounds. Xiaoqing had recovered fully and was running normally now. Da Huang's wounds had also been stitched up by Lin, and the wounds had scabbed over, so his movement was no longer affected. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Listen up, folks in the village. The forestry station has raised the reward. Whoever kills the great boar will receive 3,000 yuan directly. Hearing the broadcast over the loudspeaker, Lin Yuanshan showed no joy but a grave expression instead. After all, although he had not gone up the mountain these past days, Su Mingho had kept bringing him news. With so many casualties reported, Lin Yuanshan knew that this great boar was definitely no ordinary beast. With his current equipment, it would be difficult to take it down. After all, the more it fought with people, the more experienced this great boar would become, and the harder it would be to deal with. Brother Dashan, did you just hear the broadcast? Su Mingho rushed into the yard and said urgently. I heard it. The forestry station must be getting anxious. This great boar is too disruptive to operations. Lin Yuanshan stroked Xiaoqing's head and said calmly. Su Mingho, seeing Lin's composed expression, scratched his head a little sheepishly, then plopped down on the stool beside him. Brother, how are Da Huang and Xiaoqing recovering? They're about ready. Going up the mountain shouldn't be a problem, but I'm still hesitating. Su Mingho immediately understood Lin's worry. He had long seen how Da Huang and Xiaoqing behaved. They were truly excellent hounds, and both were lead dogs. If they were to die in the mountains because of this great boar, it would be a terrible loss. At that moment, Xiaoqing, who had been lying beside Lin Yuanshan, seemed to understand that they were discussing the great boar. It stood up at once and fixed its eyes on Lin. Da Huang, who had been wandering nearby, came over as well. What, the two of you want to take it on too? Woof, 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 woof. Da Huang and Xiaoqing immediately barked in unison, as if they had understood Lin Yuanshan's words, and wanted to return to the mountain to settle the score. Seeing the two dogs so excited, Lin Yuanshan was suddenly filled with bold heroism. He stood up and waved his hand fiercely. Then it's settled. We go up the mountain tomorrow. Woof, woof, woof. Early the next morning, Lin Yuanshan prepared his gear for the mountain, determined to take down the great boar this time. This time, Lin Yuanshan planned to bring Xiaohua and Xiaohe along as well. But since these two dogs were following Lin up the mountain for the first time, they had to be leashed, with Su Mingho holding them from the back of the motorcycle. To make Xiaohua work with extra enthusiasm today, Lin Yuanshan deliberately put on a brand new cotton padded jacket and a new pair of trousers. If wearing leather shoes had been practical for the mountain, he would even have worn the new calfskin shoes he had bought. Even though he was only wearing two new garments, Xiaohua's attitude made a complete 180. She became extremely warm toward Lin Yuanshan, and when he mounted the motorcycle, her excitement reached its peak, her tail whipping around like an electric fan. Da Huang, get up here. After starting the motorcycle, Lin Yuanshan patted the fuel tank in front and called to Da Huang. Da Huang came over and licked Lin Yuanshan's hand. Seeing Lin pat the fuel tank, he pushed off with his hind legs and jumped straight up. Da Huang's wounds had not fully healed, so Lin Yuanshan did not let him run behind him. Instead, he let him ride on the motorcycle. Of course, the other three hounds had to run alongside. Lin Yuanshan also wanted to see what physical condition Xiaohua and Xiaohe were in. Xiaohua went without saying. Even if her stamina were lacking, he would still bring her up the mountain in the future because of her unique ability. As for Xiaohe, if his stamina was poor, then he could only stay home and guard the house. Virum. Lin Yuanshan rode the motorcycle with his four dogs, heading once again toward East Mountain. In a dense forest at the northwest corner of Block 55, the great boar was scraping away snow and leaves under a tree with its hooves. The great boar's nose had scabbed over after these days of recovery, but it still did not dare to root in the ground. After all, it now had only half a snout left. A chunk had been bitten off the other side by the black bear, and another by Xiaoqing. The wound on the great boar's neck had also healed considerably, leaving only a bloody hole the size of an egg, making one can't help marveling at its astonishing recuperative powers. This was also what gave the great boar the confidence to go head-to-head with the black bear. As long as it had time, it could recover from all these wounds, especially since bacteria struggled to grow at the current temperature, and the chance of infection was low. While feeding, the great boar would still raise its head from time to time and sniff the air, clearly not letting its guard down, ready to flee or fight at any moment. On the mountain road in Dongshan, Lin Yuanshan stopped his vehicle on the north side of Field 55, propped it with one leg, and turned to ask Su Mingho. Mingho, where do you think this cannon egg might be now, eh? Oh, you're asking me. How would I know? Su Mingho was clearly taken aback by Lin Yuanshan's question and appeared puzzled for a moment. Of course I'm asking you. Right now nobody knows for certain where that cannon egg might have gone, so we can only guess. I wouldn't dare speculate. What if I'm wrong and our effort goes to waste? Upon hearing he was expected to guess, Su Mingho immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. However, Lin Yuanshan insisted Su Mingho take a guess, having noticed through their time together that Su Mingho possessed remarkably good luck. On their recent outings together, they had managed to find something almost every time. Lin Yuanshan harbored a faint intuition about this as well, though the direction seemed somewhat irrational. He wanted to see if his instincts aligned with Su Mingho's judgment. Then I'll guess over there. But don't blame me if I'm wrong. Seeing Lin Yuanshan's determination, Su Mingho casually pointed toward the northwest. As Lin Yuanshan observed the direction, Su Mingho indicated a thought stirred within him. He too sensed that cannon egg might be located there, though he couldn't quite articulate why this feeling arose. It might have been the intuition honed through years of practicing martial arts, or perhaps a benefit granted by his reincarnation. Haha, then let's head that way. I actually have the same feeling. That cannon egg should be there. Lin Yuanshan excitedly clapped Su Mingho on the shoulder before dismounting his motorcycle. As was his habit, he carried the motorcycle into the mountainside forest to conceal it. The entire Field 55 area formed an irregular rectangle with the mountain trail running straight through its center to facilitate transportation. The last time Lin Yuanshan and the others had spotted the cannon egg was on the northern side of Field 55. Based on the direction the cannon egg had departed at that time, it should now be in the eastern part of the field. The area Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho were heading toward was actually the western side, which was precisely why Lin Yuanshan had sought Su Mingho's opinion. He wasn't entirely confident in his own judgment either. Once they entered the forest, Lin Yuanshan untied the leashes of Xiaohua and Xiaohe. As soon as the leash came loose, Xiaohua bounced around excitedly beside Lin Yuanshan. After Lin Yuanshan scratched it several times, it finally ran contentedly over to Xiaoqing, wagging its tail and fawning over it. However, Xiaoqing clearly showed little interest in returning the affection. Each time Xiaohua drew near, Xiaoqing would gaze at it with cold eyes, and if it persisted in approaching shamelessly, Xiaoqing would bare its teeth as a warning. Seeing Xiaoqing's cold treatment, Xiaohua looked utterly dejected yet refused to give up, constantly circling around Xiaoqing. Lin Yuanshan found himself with a headache watching this. Wasn't this simply being a hopeless simp? As for Xiaohe, once released from its leash, it quietly followed alongside, without saying a word, keeping a consistent distance, neither too close nor too far. After making their way up the mountain, Lin Yuanshan observed that both Xiaohua and Xiaohe possessed excellent stamina, easily keeping pace. This pleased him greatly, and Wang Laowu had not been exaggerating about their capabilities in this regard. Thus Lin Yuanshan decided to bring Xiaohe along on the mountain ascent, as well at the very least to serve as an assisting dog. Among the 4 dogs, Xiaoqing and Dahuang were already confirmed as lead dogs, while Xiaohua showed promise too. If not for its abilities, that person in his previous life never would have built his wealth through it. Currently, Lin Yuanshan's expectations for Xiaohe were modest. Just being helpful would suffice. After all 4 pups with tremendous potential awaited at home, and combined with that lynx once they matured, he wouldn't worry about lacking assistance. Crunch, crunch. After days of wind and sun, the mountain snow had hardened considerably. The dogs barely sank into it, and Lin Yuanshan and his companions found walking far less taxing. The group followed the northern boundary of Field 55 westward for roughly 3 or 4 hours before Lin Yuanshan lifted his head to survey the surroundings, his brows furrowing involuntarily. They were nearly leaving the bounds of the 55th Forest Farm. Not only had they failed to spot the cannon egg, they hadn't even found a single track from it. Brother, where are we now? Su Mingho approached cautiously, noting the dark expression on Lin Yuanshan's face. We're about to exit Field 55. Beyond that lies Jiazi-go, which falls into the deep mountains. Lin Yuanshan's gloomy expression stemmed not only from their failure to locate the cannon egg thus far, but also from a memory of his past life. A report circulating that tigers had been spotted in the Jiazi-go area. Now hesitation gripped him. Whether to press onward or turn back remained unclear. As Lin Yuanshan wrestled with indecision, Xiaohua, which had been busy ingratiating itself with Xiaoqing, suddenly seemed to sense something. It raised its head, glanced left and right, then inexplicably abandoned Xiaoqing and bolted westward on its own. Xiaohua, come back. Alarmed, Lin Yuanshan called out urgently. But before he could recall Xiaohua, Xiaohe accelerated and caught up with it. Let's go, we need to bring them back. Seeing the 2 dogs gaining distance, Lin Yuanshan gritted his teeth, signaled to Su Mingho, and sprinted after them. Xiaoqing and Dahuang, witnessing Lin Yuanshan's pursuit, immediately followed. Quickly, the 2 lead dogs outpaced Lin Yuanshan, and Su Mingho trailing closely behind Xiaohua and Xiaohe. After running for a while, Xiaoqing suddenly jerked its head up, a flash of hatred crossing its eyes. It had caught a familiar scent on the wind, the creature that had injured it. Dahuang detected the same odor almost simultaneously and erupted into excited barks. Woof, 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 woof. Though Lin Yuanshan could no longer see the hounds from behind, the moment he heard Dahuang's bark, he immediately deduced that his partner had found prey. What else could the prey be but the cannon egg that giant had been so eager to find? This thought spurred Lin Yuanshan to quicken his pace with excitement, and he grew even more astonished at Xiaohua's performance. After all, it now appeared Xiaohua was the first hound to locate the cannon egg. Yet how Xiaohua had detected it remained unclear to Lin Yuanshan, since the dog's behavior didn't suggest it had picked up the cannon egg scent. He hadn't observed Xiaohua performing any particular action, not even the characteristic head-up sniff. Moreover, neither Dahuang nor Xiaoqing had detected anything, so how had Xiaohua managed to find it? After all, Dahuang and Xiaoqing were already top-tier lead dogs with highly developed sense of smell and considerable detection range. Could Xiaohua's olfactory ability surpass theirs? Meanwhile, on the other side, Depeo Luan was lowering its head to chew on pine nuts when its ears suddenly twitched. It lifted its head warily and sniffed the air. When it caught the scent drifting through the air, Wan's scarlet eyes flew wide open. Two streams of white mist burst from its nostrils, and a furious low growl rumbled from its throat. Snort, snort. After days of fighting Wan had become quite familiar with the hounds. It knew that unless there were too many of them, they posed little threat to it. The greater danger was humans. But now Wan was growing bolder and bolder. A few days earlier it might still have been wary of humans, but now unless a large number of people appeared it would not voluntarily yield. Hearing the hounds draw closer, Wan could no longer suppress its restless agitation. It threw back its head with a roar, then lowered it and charged toward the direction of the sound. The two sides soon met in an empty clearing. As the saying goes, when enemies meet their eyes burn especially red. Having raced ahead, Xiaoqing and De Huang went red-eyed at the sight of Wan. Woof! Xiaoqing let out a rare bark, deep and sonorous, echoing through the mountain woods. After that single bark it charged straight at Wan. Wan had not expected to run into Xiaoqing again today. Remembering the wound on its nose, a bone-deep hatred surged into its eyes, and it charged directly at Xiaoqing. Just as boar and dog were about to collide, something unexpected happened. Xiaoqing planted all four paws on the ground, break 3 or 4 meters before Wan, then kicked off with its hind legs and sprang to Wan's right. When it saw Xiaoqing dodge aside, Wan instinctively tried to stop, but its enormous frame and forward momentum would not allow it. It could only reduce its speed a little, watching helplessly as Xiaoqing darted past it. The instant Wan slowed, Xiaoqing seized its chance. Without the slightest hesitation it wheeled around, its legs pumping furiously, and in a few strides reached Wan's rear. There it opened its jaws wide toward the two huge lumps of flesh behind the boar's hindquarters. A whoa! Wan's slowed pace abruptly surged forward again as a soul-shredding pain lanced up from behind, making it wish it were dead. But after running 2 steps, Wan gave a violent shudder, trying to hurl Xiaoqing off. This time, however, Xiaoqing had locked its jaws with fierce tenacity and refused to let go even when the wild thrashing sent its entire body flying into the air. A whoa! A whoa! Driven half mad by the agonizing pain, Wan charged straight at a tree. Bam! With the thunderous impact, Xiaoqing could no longer keep its grip on the vital spot, and its whole body was hurled over Wan. Wan did not fare well either. Its vital spot had been raked by Xiaoqing's teeth into 4 deep gashes, and in 2 of them the flesh within was exposed. Ow! Finally free of Xiaoqing, Wan let out a furious roar. Then, glaring with crimson eyes, it charged at Xiaoqing, intent on shredding the creature before it into pieces. But at that moment, De Huang, who had been unable to get involved earlier, stepped forward. It made no other move. Relying on its agile footwork, it quickly closed in behind Wan and sank its teeth fiercely into the blood-soaked wound. Oh whoa! Wan was nearly frantic now. The agony from behind made it forget about dealing with Xiaoqing. It could only thrash its body wildly, trying to fling De Huang off its rear. De Huang's bite was not as vicious as Xiaoqing's. After one bite, it immediately let go and dodged aside. Snort! Snort! After suffering one heavy blow after another without managing to hurt its enemies, Wan finally calmed down a little. It snorted twice, then turned its tusks toward De Huang, and Xiaoqing silently retreating a few steps until its vital spot was pressed against a pine tree. Woof! 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 At this moment, Xiaohua and Xiaohe, who had fallen behind, finally caught up. Seeing that its opponents now had reinforcements, Wan immediately grew alert. It sat down low, tucking its vital spot beneath its body, so that no matter how many enemies it faced, it no longer had to fear being wounded there. But Wan's action played right into Xiaoqing and De Huang's plan. The two knew very well that by themselves they could only keep the boar entangled and inflict minor injuries. They could not kill it. That task required their master. So the two hounds sat down 4 or 5 meters from Wan, quietly waiting for Lin Yuanshan to arrive. Just then Xiaohua, who had just arrived, suddenly did something astonishing. It walked through the snow step by step toward Wan. Seeing this reckless, foolhardy approach, De Huang could not help barking twice, as if warning Xiaohua of the danger. Xiaohua, however, seemed not to hear, and continued edging toward Wan. Wan had initially been wary of the little creature approaching, but as Xiaohua drew closer it somehow gradually relaxed. Still it kept its vigilant gaze fixed on Xiaoqing and De Huang, and did not guard itself against Xiaohua, who was drawing ever closer. Watching this, even the usually aloof Xiaoqing could not help tilting its head, its small eyes brimming with confusion. Xiaohe had stood off to one side ever since arriving, seeming to have no presence at all. Yet its gaze never left Wan, and far from being afraid of the boar's massive size, its eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Huff! After the stalemate had held for some time, Wan suddenly scrambled to its feet, having caught an unfamiliar scent. This sudden movement startled Xiaohua, who had drawn close to its side, and it instinctively backed away from Wan. The 3 hounds across from Wan rose at once, their eyes locked on it. If it made any move, they would throw themselves at it without hesitation. Seeing the 3 hounds' response, Wan's eyes flickered with hesitation. In the end, pain overwhelmed reason, and it plopped down onto its rear. Xiaoqing and De Huang also caught the scent of their master, and excitement surged through them at once. They paced back and forth in front of Wan, ready to pounce at any moment. Crunch! Crunch. Amid the sound of snow breaking underfoot, Lin Yuanshan finally arrived. When he saw the scene beneath the big tree from afar, Lin Yuanshan could not help laughing. It seemed he only needed to finish the job. Hearing the commotion of Lin Yuanshan approaching, the cannon boar let out an uneasy grunt. It had encountered hunters like him before and had been shot, but those bullets had hardly fazed it. So while Lin Yuanshan's arrival stirred some restlessness within, it felt no real sense of panic. However, the cannon boar was unaware that Lin Yuanshan was unlike any other hunter. The hunters it had encountered before mostly carried crude muskets and antiquated firearms, firing a chaotic assortment of ammunition, predominantly buckshot and solid slugs. Buckshot, needless to say, relied entirely on the steel pellets for its damage. Unless it struck a vital area, it was little more than an irritation. While solid slugs possessed considerable stopping power, their accuracy was woefully inadequate. Coupled with the short engagement distance, they posed little real threat to the cannon boar. But Lin Yuanshan was different. In his hands was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle firing 7.62mm rounds that cared not whether the target wore armor. A single shot could pierce clean through. Before overwhelming firepower, any so-called armor was merely a paper tiger. A wild boar's thick hide could only deflect scattered buckshot, the steel pellets alone. Even solid slugs could penetrate it, let alone 7.62mm rounds. The cannon boar's current predicament was what hunters commonly called stationary prey. Simply put, the game had stopped moving and remained in one place. Under such circumstances, a hunter's task became considerably easier. All that was required was to aim and fire. But fate rarely cooperates so conveniently. As Lin Yuanshan closed the distance to 300 or 400 meters, the cannon boar seemed to sense the approaching doom. It suddenly sprang to its feet and bolted away at full speed. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing the cannon boar flee, the hounds immediately gave chase in a frenzy. Lin Yuanshan cursed under his breath. He had intended to draw nearer for a more reliable shot, but this beast proved far shrewder than anticipated. To avoid spooking the cannon boar earlier, Lin Yuanshan had not shouldered his rifle. It was too late now to raise it. His only hope lay with Shaoqing and De Huang. Shaoqing indeed lived up to Lin Yuanshan's expectations. The moment she saw the cannon boar running, she reacted first and gave pursuit without hesitation. Born with extraordinary burst speed, she quickly caught up. Once again came the familiar scene. The same terrifying presence, the same agonized shrieks. But this time Shaoqing changed tactics. Instead of going for the traditional target, she bit down on its hindquarters. A whoa! The cannon boar threw back its head and let out a piercing scream, then violently thrashed its entire body, hurling Shaoqing dozens of meters away. Because her bite hadn't landed at the ideal position, Shaoqing failed to hold on. Nevertheless, the cannon boar felt a burning, searing pain at its rear, which only fueled its rage further. Blinded by fury, the cannon boar abandoned flight entirely and charged straight at Shaoqing. Woof! Woof! But in that critical moment of distraction, De Huang and the others had arrived. Seeing the cannon boar charging toward Shaoqing, De Huang immediately circled around to its rear. This time, however, the cannon boar had grown cunning. Noticing De Huang's maneuver, it instantly spun around and faced its attacker head-on. At that very instant, Xiao He, who had remained largely unnoticed until now, surged forward from the flank and sank its teeth into the soft flesh behind the cannon boar's front elbow. Smack! Painfully struck, the cannon boar whipped its body around and sent Xiao He flying. In that brief window of chaos, Shaoqing had already scrambled back to her feet and charged once more. Surrounded on all sides by the four hounds, the cannon boar found itself unable to defend every angle. It could only continuously rotate its body, desperately keeping its vulnerable rear shielded. By now, Lin Yuanshan had finally reached a suitable position. He raised his rifle and took aim at the cannon boar, but held his fire, waiting for the perfect moment. After all, with 4 dogs swarming the beast, a single careless shot could easily wound his own companions. Lin Yuanshan proceeded with utmost caution. Just then, Lin Yuanshan's eyes flashed with realization. The cannon boar had suddenly turned and was now facing directly toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! Lin Yuanshan wasted no ammunition. 2 shots were fired, both striking the cannon boar's head, punching 2 enormous holes through its skull. With its brain reduced to pulp by the 2 bullets, the cannon boar's body stiffened and then collapsed straight onto the ground. Woof! 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 The hounds immediately surged forward, ferociously tearing at the fallen beast in a furious release of pent-up anger. Lin Yuanshan took a deep breath and slowly uprighted his rifle, standing his ground as he waited for Su Mingho. Through recent training, Su Mingho still couldn't match Lin Yuanshan's pace, but the gap had narrowed considerably. Before long, Su Mingho followed the trail of footprints and caught up. Lin Yuanshan said nothing, merely nodding his head toward the cannon boar ahead. Got it. On it. Su Mingho replied cheerfully, drawing the skinning knife strapped to his waist and striding toward the cannon boar. From a distance, the effect was less pronounced. But as Su Mingho drew closer to the cannon boar, his breathing gradually grew heavier. 600 Gene, a cannon boar of this magnitude. Even dead, Su Mingho could feel a primal ferocious aura washing over him. One could only imagine how terrifying this beast had been in life. But terrifying or not, it was now merely a corpse. Su Mingho gave a short grunt, pressed his back against the cannon boar's flank, and with a powerful push of his legs toppled it onto its back, exposing its belly. Mingho, I'll do the skinning after you've opened it. This boar hide should fetch a decent price. You got it. Su Mingho knew his skinning skills were lacking, so he readily agreed. The older a wild boar, the stronger its odor, especially for a massive specimen like this one. The pungent musky stench was nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, it was winter, which muted the smell somewhat. Had this occurred in summer, the fragrance would have been enough to make one's eyes water and nearly knock a person senseless. As Su Mingho slit open the cannon boar's belly, a foul, organ-laden stench rushed forth. The rising waves of warm vapor made him retch uncontrollably. Yet Su Mingho was no stranger to hardship. After a few violent heaves, he forced himself to take a deep breath. Though it only provoked a fiercer bout of retching, he soon acclimated and pushed through. Remove the heart, liver, and gallbladder, and keep the stomach. Toss everything else. Understood. Su Mingho worked swiftly and deftly, separating the organs Lin Yuanshan had specified, then yanking out the remaining entrails and hanging them on nearby branches. Lin Yuanshan examined the pile of viscera set aside. Picking up the gallbladder, he pressed between his fingers and felt a walnut-sized hard mass within. A beam of pure elation lit up his face. Lin Yuanshan drew out his blade, sliced open the pig's gallbladder, and there exposed to view was a hard nodule, roughly the size of a walnut, irregular in shape, with an earthen yellow hue. Not minding the mess, he picked it up with his bare hands and began cleaning it in the snow. Brother, what's that? Su Mingho watched Lin Yuanshan's actions with curiosity and drifted closer. Lin Yuanshan continued cleaning as he chuckled and explained. This is pig calculus, similar to bovine calculus. Quite valuable indeed. It'll be perfect for your mother's illness. When we get back, I'll find another piece for you, write out a prescription, and you can fetch the herbs from the pharmacy in town. What, really? Su Mingho was at once startled and overjoyed, his face alight with excitement. Of course. The reason I never told you before is that this stuff is exceedingly rare. Out of 100 wild boars, you might not find a single one. It calms the heart and anchors the spirit, clears the orifices, and awakens the mind. Paired with bear bile, the effect is even more remarkable. Brother, I don't even know what to say. From now on, I'll follow you wholeheartedly. Wherever you point, I'll strike. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan laughed and waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. Just focus on curing your mother's illness so you can head back into the mountains with peace of mind. Though Lin Yuanshan played it off casually, Su Mingho felt otherwise overwhelmed by a sense that he could never repay the kindness this man had shown him in all his life. After carefully cleaning the pig calculus, Lin Yuanshan tucked it into his pocket and then began dividing the pig's heart into 4 quarters with his knife. At this point, the hunting dogs knew their turn to feast had arrived. Excited, they crowded around. Lin Yuanshan first tossed a piece of heart to Xiaohua, who wagged her tail and carried it away to eat. After Xiaohua came Xiaoqing and Dahuang. After all, although Depaluen had been Xiaohua's discovery, the subsequent fight relied on Xiaoqing and Dahuang, so this distribution was only fair. Xiaoqing gently opened her mouth and took the piece of pork heart from Lin Yuanshan's hand, then immediately began eating beside him. Xiaoqing was the largest in size, and though she started second, she finished first. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan began dividing the wild boar's liver to give her a portion as well. Pork liver might be too gamey for humans, and many people dislike it. But for hunting dogs, it was a rare delicacy, the kind of rich-flavored, tender, and filling food they loved most. The liver of this wild boar was impressively large. After the hunting dogs finished the liver, Lin Yuanshan cut additional pieces of meat from Depaluen's belly and divided them among the dogs until they were all fully fed. Mingho, give me a hand. I'll peel off the pigskin, and then we'll take the head and head back. Alright, got it. Su Mingho understood that carrying the entire wild boar back on their own was impossible, so he accepted Lin Yuanshan's decision without question. With Lin Yuanshan's skilled knife work, the large pigskin was soon peeled off in one piece. He then severed the wild boar's massive head, placed it together with the pigskin into a hessian sack, and set it aside. He gazed at the remaining boar carcass and frowned with concern. After removing the internal organs, blood and head, over 400 gene of meat remained. If left exposed, wolves or other predators might discover it and wreak havoc. It seemed they'd have to hoist the meat into a tree. Lin Yuanshan had preferred not to go to such trouble, but the thought of wolves stealing their hard-earned prize wouldn't do. He resolved to find a way to get the meat above ground. Thankfully, the two had done this before and knew the drill. They first divided the boar into 4 sections, then Lin Yuanshan selected a suitable tree. Su Mingho stood below and pushed upward while Lin Yuanshan caught and positioned the meat among the branches. After a good while of effort, they finally managed to get all the wild boar meat up into the trees. It wouldn't deter every predator, but it would at least keep out those that couldn't climb, such as wild wolves. With the sight cleared, Lin Yuanshan glanced up at the sun and estimated it was around 1 in the afternoon. They needed to move quickly or they'd return after dark. The journey back was uneventful. The 4 well-fed hunting dogs trailed lazily behind, content and sluggish. By the time they reached the mountain path, it was past 4 in the afternoon, and the sky was nearly dark. Not daring to linger, Lin Yuanshan dragged the motorcycle onto the path, started the engine, and sped downhill with Su Mingho. The 4 hunting dogs followed close behind, none more so than Dahuang, whose wound Lin Yuanshan had inspected earlier. After today's battle, it hadn't split open, confirming the dog was fine. As night fell, creatures of the forest stirred. Near where Lin Yuanshan and his companions had slain the wild boar, a gray shadow crept forward. Upon spotting the entrails hanging from the tree, its eyes lit up. It hurried over to sniff, then threw back its head and emitted a long howl. Illo, illo. Soon echoing howls answered from throughout the mountain forest. Within moments 5 or 6 gray shadows emerged from and under the moonlight it became clear, a pack of gray wolves. One wolf, clearly larger than the rest, approached the frozen entrails first. Clamping its jaws around a chunk it pulled downward. The other wolves quickly joined in to help, and together they tore the entrails free. Once the entrails hit the ground, the alpha wolf glared at the several wolves still reluctant to let go and bared its fangs, growling threateningly. Seeing no intention of sharing from the alpha, the remaining wolves, cowed by its authority, demurely stepped aside, waiting for the alpha to finish before they could scavenge what remained. However, the heart and liver had already been taken by Lin Yuanshan, leaving little worth eating. After a short while, the alpha wolf lost interest, for even the scraps left were unworthy of its palate. Seeing the alpha abandon the meal, the other wolves cautiously approached to pick at the leftovers, but the remains proved completely inedible. The alpha wolf paced around, repeatedly lifting its head to catch scents on the wind until it followed a particular smell to the base of a certain tree. This was precisely where Lin Yuanshan had hung the meat. Staring up at the 3-meter height, the alpha wolf licked its lips, pondering how it might climb up. Ow! After circling the trees several times, the alpha wolf finally conceived a plan and let out a commanding bark to summon its subordinates. Soon individual gray wolves began approaching the tree, lying down beneath it. Then stepping backward, they gathered momentum and charged forward toward the trunk. Thud! The first wolf didn't leap high enough and slammed against the tree, falling back to the ground. The alpha wolf paid it no mind and signaled the others to continue their attempts. While the gray wolves were struggling desperately to win a bite of meat, a sudden gust of wind reeking of blood swept over a hill not far away. Then a vividly striped Siberian tiger stepped out from the forest beside it. The Siberian tiger lazily opened its massive jaws in a yawn, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. It did not roar, it simply stood there in silence, and the surrounding forest fell still. Suddenly a gentle breeze drifted by. The tiger raised its head and sniffed, its eyes instantly blazing with sharp light. With a single leap, its figure appeared more than 10 meters away. Meanwhile, thanks to the relentless efforts of the wolf pack, one gray wolf finally managed to jump onto the tree. After steadying itself on a branch, it lunged directly at the sack stuffed with wild boar meat. Rip! The sack was quite sturdy, but under the gray wolf's relentless effort, its ear was finally torn open. Just as it prepared to make the hole bigger, it suddenly caught a scent that made its fur stand on end. That scent seemed to be buried somewhere deep in its genes. Its legs went weak, and a stream of urine shot out beyond its control. At that moment, the wolf king was standing under the tree, looking up at its underling, mouth wide open, ready to catch the falling pork. As luck would have it, it got a mouthful of urine instead. A whoa! The wolf king sneezed violently, then gave its underling a dissatisfied howl. That howl proved to be the last straw. Frightened, the underling fell straight out of the tree. Thud! Seeing the underling crash to the ground, the wolf king bared its teeth and was about to teach it a lesson when it suddenly caught a scent. Click clack, click clack. The moment the wolf king smelled it, it began to tremble uncontrollably, its upper and lower teeth chattering nonstop. The wolf king raised its head and glanced at the wild boar meat in the tree. The prize that was almost between its jaws made it unwilling to leave. Just then, from the sack torn open by the gray wolf, a piece of hind leg meat dropped out. Plopped. The sound was slight, yet it drew the eyes of every gray wolf. The wolf king stared at the food so close at hand. The sweet scent was more than it could endure, so it pounced and began eating wildly. Seeing this, the other gray wolves crept forward one by one, eager to taste the meat. This time the wolf king did not drive them away. After all, it would still need their strength soon. Seeing that the wolf king had not chased them off, the gray wolves grew bolder. One after another, they crowded around the wild boar carcass and began to tear at it with big bites. When the Siberian tiger burst out of the mountain forest and saw this scene, it was immediately enraged and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! The roar echoed through the whole forest, scaring the feasting wolves so badly that they lost control of their bladders and bowels. They all trembled, not daring to move. But the Siberian tiger had no intention of letting them off easily, even if they did not move. With a light leap, it flashed to the wolf's side like a blur, and with one swipe of its paw sent the 2 gray wolves in front flying. Crack! Crack! The 2 gray wolves gave off crisp sounds of breaking bones. Their bodies were twisted by the immense force. When they hit the ground, they did not even let out a whimper before dying. But the death of those 2 gray wolves was not without value. At the very least, the strongest wolf king was jolted awake. Without the slightest hesitation, it tucked its tail between its legs and fled wildly. It might have been better if it had not run, but once it did, it immediately drew the Siberian tiger's attention. How could the tiger allow such a creature that had challenged its authority to keep living? It abandoned the remaining gray wolves, kicked off the ground with its hind legs, and chased after the wolf king in great bounds. How could a wolf king be faster than a Siberian tiger? It hadn't covered even a few dozen meters before the tiger caught up. The tiger lunged forward, pinned the wolf king to the ground, and bit down. Crunch! A sound of bones breaking rang out, and the wolf king's neck was bitten clean through from behind. After killing the wolf king, the Siberian tiger turned and returned to the wild boar carcass. The remaining wolves had already fled during the chaos. Seeing this, the tiger did not continue the chase, but walked up to the boar and began to devour the meat. The tiger clearly preferred boar meat to wolf meat. compared with the gray wolf's feeding, its way of eating was far wilder. The tiger pinned the boar down with a paw, clamped its jaws on a piece of boar meat, and tore with all its might. A huge chunk of flesh came away instantly and was swallowed in big gulps. Before long, the meat on the entire hind leg had been torn away by the tiger. Its belly gradually bulged, becoming round and full. After eating its fill, the tiger licked the blood from its lips, then lay down on the ground, narrowed its eyes, and began to rest. In the Changbai Mountain region, the Siberian tiger had no natural predators, so it basically ate wherever it went and slept wherever it ate. The remaining wild boar meat in the tree could feed it for several days, so the tiger decided to rest here for now. After finishing all the meat, it would continue hunting. Lin Yuanshan and Su Mingho had no idea that their prey was already being feasted on by a Siberian tiger. By the time Lin Yuanshan rode his motorcycle home, the sky was completely dark. Mingho, wait a moment. I'll get you some pig gallstone and write you a prescription. Go to the pharmacy in town tomorrow and get all the medicine. Brother, don't I still have to go with you tomorrow to bring the meat back? Su Mingho was extremely anxious about his mother's illness, but he still knew what should be done. But Lin Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand. All right, get the medicine sorted out first. I'll go to the forest farm myself tomorrow and have them help bring the meat back. We've solved such a huge problem for them. I don't believe they'd refuse this small favor. Then, fine. Seeing that Lin Yuanshan was not joking, Su Mingho gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Not knowing was fine before, but now that he knew Lin Yuanshan had a cure, he did not want to waste even a moment. He only wanted to cure his mother as soon as possible. Lin Yuanshan went back into the room, scraped off a small piece of pig gallstone, and wrapped it in paper. Pig gallstone and bear gall were both used as guiding ingredients in the prescription, so a small amount was enough. Too much would have been counterproductive. After seeing Su Mingho off, Zhang Sujuan looked at the boar's head in the yard and could not help exclaiming, "Dashin, is this that giant boar? How many gene does it weigh? I estimate at least 600 gene. That big. Just selling the meat alone would make a good amount of money." The next morning, Su Mingho set out early with money, heading to the town pharmacy to purchase all the herbs prescribed, then returned home, filled with excitement. At the same time, Lin Yuanshan rode his motorcycle away from home. Since today he was going to the forestry farm to collect his reward, he had not brought any hunting dogs, but for extra caution, he brought his Type 56 rifle. He had no idea that it was thanks to carrying his gun that he might not have made it back alive today. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The motorcycle belched white smoke as it sped up the mountain path toward the forestry farm. Along the way, more people could still be seen walking up the trail. Some were hunters, and the others were temporary workers hired by the forestry farm. Watching Lin Yuanshan ride past on his motorcycle, many eyes filled with envy. After all, a motorcycle was far swifter than walking. The head of cannon egg had been stuffed into a burlap sack by Lin Yuanshan and tied to the back seat, so no one could tell what lay inside. They assumed it was hunting gear, especially since Lin Yuanshan carried a rifle on his back, making his purpose obvious to any onlooker. Su Shuing had been troubled these past few days. When the incident at Site 55 erupted, he had volunteered to handle it, but days had passed, and not only had he failed to eliminate cannon egg, several more people had been killed or injured. This had earned him sharp reprimands from the secretary on multiple occasions. That very morning, the secretary had called directly, saying if he could not resolve the matter, someone else would be sent instead. Su Shuheng understood well that if someone else took over, not only would his chance at promotion vanish, but his standing with the secretary would plummet, leaving him with no path forward. So he grew increasingly anxious. He had assumed his uncle could easily deal with cannon egg, which was precisely why he had dared to accept the assignment. Instead, things had gone awry. His uncle Wu Qishan was hardly lacking in effort. Day after day, he had patrolled the entire Site 55 with his dogs, yet they had failed to track cannon egg even once. This was starting to sting Wu Qishan's pride, and his already dark complexion had grown even grimmer. Wu Qishan was well aware of the pressure his nephew faced, so before dawn broke he set out from home and arrived at Site 55 as the first light of morning touched the sky. To his surprise, when he arrived, Su Shuheng was already there. Spotting his nephew, Wu Qishan called out to him, "Shuheng, uncle." Su Shuheng pulled a pack of cigarettes from his coat, drew one out, and handed it to Wu Qishan. Normally, Su Shuheng rarely smoked. For one, working at the forestry farm, fire safety was always a concern, but lately under such heavy pressure, he had taken to smoking more frequently. Wu Qishan took the cigarette and reached for his lighter, but Su Shuheng was already leaning in with a flame. Click, click. Wu Qishan took 2 deep drags, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. Then he narrowed his eyes and gazed toward the north. "Shuheng, I went over it last night. That damn beast has grown cunning. It has been leading us on a merry chase all over Site 55. I sat down and thought carefully, and I have decided to check the northern sector today. I suspect it may have a den up there." Hearing this, Su Shuheng's face showed little excitement. Wu Qishan had made these claims more than once. At first he had been genuinely thrilled, but with each false hope his spirits had dimmed, and now he dared not indulge in wild expectations. "Sai, you." Wu Qishan patted his nephew's shoulder, about to offer a few comforting words when the sound of approaching motorcycles reached their ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Turning around, they were stunned to see none other than Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan had not expected Wu Qishan to already be there at such an early hour, so he called out a greeting. "Uncle Wu." Wu Qishan's relationship with Lin Weiguo was merely cordial, but he did not give Lin Yuanshan a cold stare. He merely offered a slight nod and said, Dashin, you're here. Why didn't you bring your dogs? Wu Qishan assumed Lin Yuanshan had come to hunt cannon egg as well, and found it peculiar that he arrived without any dogs, so he asked idly. Little did he know that Lin Yuanshan's next words would leave them both utterly stunned. Oh, I'm here to collect the forestry farm's reward. I killed that cannon egg yesterday. What? At these words both men on the scene exclaimed in unison. Su Shuheng's exclamation was filled with delight, while Wu Qishan's was pure shock. Yet beneath both voices ran a thread of doubt. Unbothered by their skepticism, Lin Yuanshan did not bother to explain. Instead, he dismounted the motorcycle and began untying the burlap sack from the rear rack. Seeing this, the two men eagerly rushed forward, eyes wide as they watched Lin Yuanshan untie the sack. Deep down, they already believed him to some extent. Lin Yuanshan untied the sack, tossed it to the ground, and dumped out the boar's head. When they caught sight of Cannon Egg's monstrous visage, Su Shuheng's eyes lit up with pure jubilation. Brother, you. Overcome with excitement, Su Shuheng could hardly form coherent words. Fortunately, Wu Qishan, older and far more experienced, had already regained his composure. He patted Su Shuheng on the shoulder and addressed Lin Yuanshan. Dashin, this is Su Shuheng, the person in charge here, and also my nephew. He is a bit older than you. Just call him Brother Su. Lin Yuanshan had not expected the young man before him to be the person in charge, so he grinned and greeted him warmly. Brother Su. Brother Dashin, come, let's discuss this in the office. With Wu Qishan's intervention, Su Shuheng quickly steadied himself and hurriedly pulled Lin Yuanshan toward the office. Wu Qishan, curious about how Lin Yuanshan had managed to kill Cannon Egg, followed them into the office. Once inside, Su Shuheng warmly poured tea for both men, then circled the boar's head, examining it with keen interest. Brother Dashin. Brother Su, no need for such formality. Just call me Dashin. That's what my family calls me. Hearing this, Su Shuheng felt an immediate warmth and said with a smile. Very well then, I shall follow Uncle's lead and call you Dashin. Exactly. Dashin, how did you manage to kill that Cannon Egg? Lin Yuanshan took a sip of tea and then began to recount in detail how he had discovered the beast. When Wu Qishan learned that Lin Yuanshan had found Cannon Egg in the northern sector, he was filled with remorse, wishing he could slap himself for not thinking of it sooner. If only he had thought of it earlier, the beast would have been his, and the 3,000 yuan reward would have been his as well. Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan say that the cannon swallower egg had been found in the north, Su Shuheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he shot his uncle by marriage a somewhat peculiar glance. However, he merely felt a touch of sympathy for Wu Qishan, harboring no other thoughts. Lin Yuanshan also noticed Wu Qishan's odd demeanor, but he paid it no mind. After all, he was the one who had killed the cannon swallower egg. No one could snatch away this reward. Fortunately, although Wu Qishan felt distressed, inside his character remained sound. After enduring his discomfort for a while, a smile forced its way onto his face, and he reached out to pat Lin Yuanshan on the shoulder. Great work, Dashin. You haven't disgraced your father. Uncle Wu, I was simply lucky. I still have much to learn from your experience. Lin Yuanshan's words greatly relieved Wu Qishan, and his expression gradually returned to normal. At this moment, Su Shuheng finally turned his gaze away from the cannon swallower egg's head and looked at Lin Yuanshan with a smile. Dashin, follow me to the forest farm headquarters shortly. Once the secretary has reviewed and signed off on it, the reward will be handed to you. All right, thank you, Brother Su. Upon hearing this, Su Shuheng waved his hand casually and replied. Oh, I should be the one thanking you. You have no idea. Due to the disturbance caused by this cannon swallower egg, most operations at Site 55 have been halted. If we fail to resolve this matter, this year's production targets are very likely to go unfulfilled, and then there will be. Speaking thus, Su Shuheng fell silent. Clearly he had grown overly excited today and said a bit too much. At this point, Wu Qishan finished the last sip of tea from his cup and rose to leave. Well then, Shuheng and Dashin, there's nothing more for me to do here. I'll head back first. All right, Uncle. Uncle Wu, take care on your way. Wu Qishan waved his hand and left the office. Yet his usually straight posture was bent more than usual today, for reasons unknown, clearly indicating that this matter had dealt him a severe blow. After all, Lin Yuanshan was a rising star in the village, and to have him cut in line was surely a loss of face. After Wu Qishan departed, Su Shuheng asked Lin Yuanshan to wait in the office for a moment while he went to arrange transportation. In the office, Lin Yuanshan sipped his tea, mentally calculating how much money he would have once he received the reward. Sigh. It's still not enough. It seems he'll need to think of other measures. Lin Yuanshan let out a sigh, well aware that haste makes waste, and took another sip from his cup. Within the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Wu Qishan returned, his face alight with excitement as he waved at Lin Yuanshan and said, Let's go, Dashin. The secretary happens to be at the forest farm right now. Let's hurry over. All right. Lin Yuanshan hoisted the wild boar's head and followed Su Shuheng out of the office. A large Jiefeng truck was already waiting in the square. The forest farm did have a jeep, but that belonged to the secretary. Ordinary people could hardly expect to ride in it. Lin Yuanshan did not mind this in the least, or in fact he found the rugged Jiefeng more to his liking. As he was about to toss the sack containing the pig's head into the truck bed, Su Shuheng stopped him. Hey Dashin, don't put the pig's head in the truck bed. What if it falls out along the way? How could it possibly fall? Besides, if not in the truck bed, where else should it go? Just place it in front of the seat. No problem, driverly. After saying this, Su Shuheng turned to glance at the driver, who cursed inwardly. Of course there was a problem. Wouldn't that soil the cab, requiring him to clean up afterward? However, though Driver Li thought thus, he dared not voice it. Instead, he offered a forced smile and said, "Of course it's no problem. I'll tidy it up later, Section Chief Su. Shall we depart? Let's go." Su Shuheng nodded, clearly satisfied with the driver's response. And so Lin Yuanshan and Su Shuheng sat in the front cabin with the cannon swallower Egg's pig's head lying beneath their feet. Both men had nowhere to place their legs and could only stand upon the hemp sack. Yet even so, Su Shuheng showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, he eagerly urged Lin Yuanshan to recount his hunting experiences. Although it was winter and the odor emanating from the cannon swallower egg was not as intense, the entire cab remained thick with a heavy fishy stench. Lin Yuanshan, long accustomed to such smells, felt nothing. Yet poor Driver Li and Su Shuheng suffered. Halfway there, Su Shuheng finally could endure it no longer. His face pale, he said to the driver, "Driver Li, why don't you crack open a window?" "All right." Driver Li had long been unable to tolerate the stench. Upon hearing this, he immediately rolled down the window. Instantly, biting gusts of cold wind swept into the cab. The fishy odor of the cannon swallower egg was indeed diluted considerably, but the piercing cold wind poured in relentlessly, quickly freezing all three to the bone. Achoo! The weakest among them, Su Shuheng, could not restrain a sneeze, and promptly rubbed his nose, which had turned crimson from the cold. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan, fearing the two might fall ill, spoke up. "Driver Li, you should have rope on this truck, right? How about we place the pig's head in the truck bed and secure it with rope? That way we needn't worry about it falling." Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Driver Li seemed to have spotted a savior, and hastily agreed. "We have it. Section Chief Su, what do you think?" Su Shuheng sniffled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go with Dashin's suggestion. Make sure you tie it securely. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences." "Rest assured, Section Chief Su. It will be absolutely fine." Driver Li patted his chest to guarantee it. After bringing the truck to a stop, Lin Yuanshan carried the pig's head and accompanied Driver Li to the rear compartment. Driver Li opened the tailgate and gave Lin Yuanshan a grateful look. "Brother, just set it there. I'll handle the tying." "All right, sorry to trouble you, Driver Li." Driver Li waved his hand dismissively and replied, "What trouble is there? This is precisely what we're here for." Fearing Su Shuheng might grow impatient, while waiting, Driver Li secured the pig's head in no time. He then reached out to tug at it, found it immovable, and nodded with satisfaction. He jumped down from the compartment, locked the tailgate, clapped his hands, and returned to the cab. "Is it secured?" Su Shuheng, who had recovered within this brief interval, asked Driver Li as he returned to the driver's seat. "Rest assured, Section Chief Su. It's all tied fast. Absolutely no problems." "Very well, let's proceed." The truck re-engaged and sped along the mountain road toward the Forest Farm headquarters. The Forest Farm's headquarters stood at the far northeastern corner of Dongshan, where a direct narrow-gauge train ran, specifically for transporting timber and employees. It was a separate route from this mountain road. The large Jiefeng truck crawled slowly along the winding mountain path. Due to the succession of sharp turns ahead, combined with the fact that leaders occupied the cab and a wild boar's head lay in the rear, Driver Li maintained a cautious pace. Though Su Shuheng was eager to seek out the Forest Farm secretary and claim credit, he also understood the perils of mountain roads. Therefore, he made no hurried demands upon Driver Li, which afforded the latter some relief. Once the truck cleared the series of bends, Driver Li pressed the accelerator, boosting speed and giving full throttle as he raced toward headquarters. The Forest Farm headquarters was the central gathering point for all personnel, the primary workplace for every staff member, so one could see figures constantly moving in and out from quite a distance away. The guards at the gate were well acquainted with all the Forest Farm vehicles. Upon spotting the large Jiefeng truck approaching, they hurriedly stepped out and threw open the gate. Master Li gave a brief honk in acknowledgement before flooring the accelerator and driving straight into the headquarters. "Dashin, wait here for a moment. I need to report to the secretary first." Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, Su Shuheng impatiently threw open the door and hopped out, tossing out those words as he made his leave. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan and the other could only obediently wait inside the car. Fortunately, Su Shuheng did not make them wait long. Soon he returned alongside a middle-aged man with a young man trailing beside him. "Secretary LV, this is Lin Yuanshan. Dashin, the one who took down that brute de Peo Wan." "Lin Yuanshan, this is Secretary LV of the Forest Farm." "Hello, Comrade Lin Yuanshan. You've worked extremely hard." Secretary LV warmly grasped Lin Yuanshan's hand immediately, his polished, bureaucratic greetings flowing effortlessly. Lin Yuanshan smiled and returned the handshake, his expression neither servile nor arrogant, engaging in the customary pleasantries in kind. "It's my duty. It's truly my duty." After a brief exchange of courtesies, Secretary LV turned to the young man beside him and spoke. "Shall we please go to the finance office and withdraw the reward, then deliver it directly to Comrade Lin Yuanshan? I have another meeting shortly." "Very well, sir." As soon as Secretary LV departed, Secretary Li straightened up from his slouch, giving Lin Yuanshan a nod before saying, "Comrade Lin Yuanshan, please trouble yourself to wait in the office with Section Chief Su for a moment. I'll go to the finance office to collect the money." "Thank you, Secretary Li." Amen. Observing Lin Yuanshan's calm and composed demeanor, Secretary Li's expression grew cold, a faint tinge of displeasure crossing his face. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Shuheng before turning on his heel and striding toward the finance office. Watching Secretary Li's haughty departure, a glint of disdain flashed across Lin Yuanshan's eyes. He had always maintained a policy of neither provoking nor engaging with such sycophants who borrowed authority to bully others. As long as they did not make things difficult for him, he would not trouble himself to clash with them. Su Shuheng seemed long accustomed to Secretary Li's attitude. He led Lin Yuanshan to his office, brewed a cup of tea for him, and after a moment of hesitation finally opened his mouth to speak. Dashan's Secretary Li serves as the Forest Farm Secretary's personal secretary. He's been by the secretary's side for 4 or 5 years now, so he may be a bit. Su Shuheng had not finished his sentence when the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, compelling him to fall silent and sit upright. Soon Secretary Li appeared at the office doorway, his expression chillingly indifferent as he addressed Lin Yuanshan. Comrade Lin Yuanshan, the finance office has something on today. Please come back another time. Upon hearing these words, both Su Shuheng and Lin Yuanshan's expressions shifted. Su Shuheng promptly rose to his feet, offering Secretary Li a conciliatory smile. Secretary Li, it hasn't been easy for Comrade Lin Yuanshan to make this trip. Would it be possible for him to wait here until the finance staff returns? A contemptuous smile curled Secretary Li's lips at this suggestion. Watching Lin Yuanshan's darkening expression brought him immense satisfaction. Who told you to act so arrogantly just now? Let's see how tough you can be now. That won't be necessary. There's no telling when the finance staff will return today. His waiting here would be futile. Su Shuheng immediately understood that Lin Yuanshan had offended Secretary Li. He urgently flashed a series of covert signals to Lin Yuanshan, hoping he would say something conciliatory. However, Lin Yuanshan appeared oblivious, his countenance returning to calm, as he simply asked Secretary Li in a level tone. Secretary Li, may I ask, when would be a more convenient time for me to return? Taking Lin Yuanshan's words as a sign of submission, Secretary Li felt a wave of smug pleasure. Yet he still had no intention of letting him off that easily. After all, as the secretary's personal aide, everyone treated him with the utmost deference. Those who came to see the secretary always brought double portions of gifts, 1 portion for the secretary and 1 for him. This man not only showed him disrespect, but had not offered so much as a gesture of goodwill. How could he possibly accept this? Just return home and wait for further notice. Secretary Li waved his hand, dismissively shooing Lin Yuanshan away, as though he were a beggar. Witnessing this, a faint smile played at the corners of Lin Yuanshan's lips, as he gave a slight nod and replied, "Very well. I shall take my leave then." Saying this, Lin Yuanshan nodded to Su Shuheng and walked straight toward the exit. "Hey, Secretary Li, let me say a few words to him." Seeing Lin Yuanshan walk away so casually, Su Shuheng felt a pang of guilt. After all, his uncle and Secretary Li hailed from the same village. Word would surely spread, making things awkward for him. Secretary Li nodded in agreement, sensing that it would be more appropriate for Su Shuheng to handle the matter. After all, he could hardly demand bribes outright himself. "Dash and wait for me." Su Shuheng broke into a jog, catching up with Lin Yuanshan and tugging him aside, whispering as they walked, "Go home and wait a while. I'll smooth things over with Secretary Li, and then I'll call you back to collect the money. But when the time comes, you'll need to make some kind of gesture." Hearing Su Shuheng's words, Lin Yuanshan felt a surge of disgust and raised his hand to decline. "Brother Su, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I'm going to find the Forest Farm Secretary myself and ask, who exactly runs this place? Why did he just say I could claim the reward today, only to reverse himself within moments? What a..." Lin Yuanshan's declaration left Su Shuheng utterly stunned. In this workplace, everyone maintained the delicate balance of covert conflict, never completely burning bridges. But Lin Yuanshan had just flipped the entire table, thoroughly severing ties with Secretary Li. Instinctively, he reached out to stop him. However, Lin Yuanshan had already taken several steps forward, while Su Shuheng was lost in thought. "Wait, dash and stay calm." Su Shuheng hurried over, reaching out to grab Lin Yuanshan's arm. But Lin Yuanshan twisted his body, evading his grasp. After several failed attempts, Su Shuheng finally panicked. Realizing he could not stop him, he immediately turned and sprinted back to the office. Secretary Li, Lin Yuanshan is heading to see the secretary. What a... Secretary Li had been reclining comfortably in his office chair, sipping tea with relaxed contentment. Upon hearing this news, he nearly dropped his teacup in shock. The hot water splashed all over him, but he barely registered the burn. He had no time to wipe the scalding liquid from his clothes. Instead, his face paling, he stepped out from behind his desk in a panic. "Quick, you must stop him." Secretary Li well understood the gravity of the matter. If the leadership found out, it would amount to trampling on their face. While both parties' impressions would suffer, Lin Yuanshan had no real connection to them and couldn't care less. But he himself was in deep trouble. His position as secretary might very well be stripped away. Thus, Secretary Li desperately wished he had 8 legs, eager to catch up with Lin Yuanshan and stop him. All he could do now was hope that Lin Yuanshan did not know which office the leader was in and would need some time to search, giving him a chance to intervene in time. "Hello, miss. Which office is Secretary Liu in?" "Oh, on the 4th floor. Thank you, miss." With a warm smile on his face, relying on his tall and muscular build and handsome appearance, Lin Yuanshan easily obtained the location of the secretary's office. What surprised him most was that the secretary's office was not on the top 6th floor, but on the 4th. He wondered if there was some particular reasoning behind it. But now he had no time to ponder such matters. He only wanted to cut through the complications quickly and get his money. Using his long legs, Lin Yuanshan covered the distance in only a few strides and soon arrived at the 4th floor. He glanced left and right and immediately spotted the office on the far east side with a sign bearing the 5 large characters, Secretary's Office. Striding forward confidently, he headed straight toward it. At that moment, Secretary Li and Su Shuheng finally reached the 4th floor. Seeing Lin Yuanshan walking towards Secretary Liu's office, Secretary Li's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Brother, wait." Lin Yuanshan turned and cast a glance at Secretary Li, whose face was contorted with desperate pleading on the verge of tears. But Lin Yuanshan did not slow down. Since he had already offended the other party, he would have to bring them down, or at least terrify them, otherwise he would surely face retribution in the future. "Knock, knock, knock, come in." Hearing Secretary Liu's voice, Secretary Li collapsed onto the ground, as though his soul had been extracted from his body. Lu Jianan had just put down the phone when he heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was Secretary Li returning, he called out for the person to come in. The secretary of the county party secretary had just called him to say that the secretary would visit the next day to inspect the progress of the forestry farm's production tasks. This news had thrown him into a state of tension, prompting him to hastily organize a meeting with the farm's leadership. Unexpectedly, when the office door opened, it was not Secretary Li who stepped inside, but Lin Yuanshan. Secretary Liu had presumed Lin Yuanshan had come specifically to express his gratitude, already composing in his mind how to appear amiable and approachable. He never imagined that Lin Yuanshan's very first words would cause his expression to darken instantly. "Secretary Li told me that the finance department is not available today and the payment cannot be processed. He said to wait for further notice. I would like to ask whose decision this was." "Huh? What?" Upon hearing Lin Yuanshan's words, Lu Jianan's expression instantly turned gloomy. Just then Secretary Li finally stumbled in. Seeing Lu Jianan's furious face, his legs trembled so badly he could barely stand. SEC. Secretary. The fact that Lu Jianan had risen to the position of Forestry Farm Party Secretary proved he was no fool. Some said even his eyelashes were hollow. Seeing Secretary Li's deathly pale face, how could he not understand what had happened? Bang! Thinking that the superior secretary was coming the next day and his own subordinate had caused such a mess, Lu Jianan slammed his palm onto the desk and barked in fury. "Li Changfeng, how about you take over as secretary?" "Secretary, I..." This was the first time Li Changfeng had ever seen the secretary explode with such rage, and he trembled uncontrollably with fear. "Speak. Who gave you the authority to withhold their reward? Who gave it?" By the end of his words, Lu Jianan's glare seemed ready to devour Secretary Li alive. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanshan, watching Lu Jianan in a furious rage, showed not the slightest change in expression. He stood quietly to one side, as though the affair had nothing to do with him at all. After venting his anger on Secretary Li, Lu Jianan turned to look at Lin Yuanshan. Upon seeing the young man's composed demeanor, a flicker of suspicion arose in his mind. This young man certainly did not seem like an ordinary person, and his frustration towards Secretary Li intensified accordingly. "Comrade Lin Yuanshan, I apologize. It was my failure in work. Rest assured, I will call the finance department right away and have your payment delivered to you." "Secretary Liu, you are too kind. You are occupied with matters of great importance day and night. How could you possibly have time to monitor such trivial details? These were acts committed by subordinates driven by selfish motives entirely unrelated to you." Lin Yuanshan smiled and offered some soothing words on Lu Jianan's behalf, greatly pleasing the latter, who felt that this young man was not the reckless type he had initially assumed. Clearly, it was Secretary Li Changfeng who had pushed him too far. Comrade Lin Yuanshan truly demonstrates remarkable political awareness. Lu Jianan praised Lin Yuanshan, then immediately picked up the telephone on his desk. "Hello, this is Lu Jianan." "Hello, Secretary Liu. What are your instructions?" "Bring 3,000 yuan to my office immediately." "Understood. On my way." After hanging up, Lu Jianan hurriedly gestured for Lin Yuanshan to sit down, then picked up the teapot to pour him a cup of tea. At this point, Secretary Li hurried forward to take the teapot. "Secretary Liu, let me handle this." Lu Jianan cast him a cold glance, but ultimately released his grip on the teapot, allowing Secretary Li to proceed. After all, it was inappropriate for a party secretary to personally brew tea for someone, though the situation would have been entirely different if a superior leader had been present. Secretary Li breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that since the secretary allowed him to serve, it meant there was still hope for him. What he failed to realize was that Lu Jianan had already made up his mind to replace him as secretary once the inspection from above was concluded. In the past, Lu Jianan had occasionally heard that this secretary of his often used his position to make things difficult for others, but he had tolerated him out of loyalty built over many years of service. He never expected the secretary to become increasingly audacious. Just moments ago, this secretary had dared to blatantly disobey an order and even claim that the finance department was absent. What horrors might this result in if he was not removed without delay? Secretary Li was entirely unaware that his dismissal was imminent. He was still devising a plan to apologize to the secretary later, admit his mistakes, and let the matter drop. However, after he finished pouring the water, Lu Jianan waved his hand dismissively and said in a cold tone, "You may leave first." Hearing this, Secretary Li's heart trembled, yet he dared not disobey. Setting down the teapot, he murmured softly, "Leader, I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." This time Lu Jianan did not even respond, merely waving his hand impatiently to indicate he should leave at once. Once Secretary Li had exited, Lu Jianen's demeanor softened considerably as he addressed Lin Yuanshan. Yuanshan, which village are you from? Huazi Tun. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Jianen's eyes flickered as though something had struck him. He decided to probe cautiously. Then is Lin Weigui your father? Then I'm his father. Oh, a tiger father indeed, sires no dog-like son. Lu Jianen's smile grew warmer as he began to explain how he knew Lin Weigui. Back then, I was still the security director of the forestry farm. It's quite a coincidence. A giant wild boar had appeared, and though this one wasn't as ferocious, several days had passed without anyone able to take it down. In the end, your father and a man from your village killed it together. I never imagined that after all these years it would be you who handles this beast. Lu Jianen wore an expression filled with nostalgia, then, as if remembering something, turned to ask Lin Yuanshan. By the way, how is your father's health now? Does he still hunt in the mountains? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's eyes darkened slightly, and he gently shook his head. My father hasn't hunted in the mountains for years. He was injured several years ago, and his health has never been good since. Oh, what a pity. Lu Jianen expressed regret, and poured another cup of tea for Lin Yuanshan. Secretary Lu, here's the 3,000 yuan you requested. At that moment, a man's voice came from the doorway. Seeing this, Lu Jianen waved him over. Come in. Give the money to Yuanshan. He's the one who killed that wild boar. We can fill out the paperwork later. The accountant, sharp-eyed as ever, immediately recognized the secretary's personal involvement and the warmth of the address. He broke into a broad smile and began flattering them. Wow. Young man, you're truly impressive. Such skill at your age. Here's the 3,000 yuan, counted. Thank you. Lin Yuanshan took the money from the accountant and immediately began counting it right there. The accountant's expression darkened. He could count the bills himself, and besides, the secretary was watching. How could he possibly cheat them? But Lin Yuanshan paid no mind to the accountant's displeasure, continuing to count through each bill methodically. Instead, Lu Jianen showed little reaction to the scene. Whether from deep reservoirs of patience or genuine indifference to such matters, it was impossible to tell. Exactly 3,000 yuan. Thank you, Secretary Lu. After finishing the count, Lin Yuanshan looked up and smiled at Lu Jianen. You're most welcome. It should be me thanking you. Without you, Field 55 might have shut down for who knows how long. This is all proper procedure, Secretary Lu. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianen felt a flicker of surprise. Lin Yuanshan was quite bold, pushing further after being given such an opening. Though internally annoyed, he kept his smile firmly in place. Tell me about it. If I can help, I certainly will. The words sounded gracious, but the unspoken message was clear. Whether he'd actually assist depended entirely on what was being asked. Lin Yuanshan seemed oblivious to the underlying hesitation in Lu Jianen's words and spoke directly. You see, I killed that giant wild boar yesterday. I only brought the head back at the time. All the rest of the meat is still there, and I was thinking it would be a bother for the secretary to find someone to help me transport it back. I can't handle it alone. Hearing Lin Yuanshan's request, Lu Jianen felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was just a small matter. He waved his hand dismissively. That's simple. When I send someone to deliver it later, have 3 or 4 people go with you. With the issue at Field 55 resolved, we need to prioritize getting production back online there. Then who should I look for? Lin Yuanshan followed up, knowing that leaders often made pronouncements, but left subordinates uncertain about whom to approach. He didn't want to waste time running around seeking permission. Lu Jianen, sharp and experienced in his position, immediately grasped Lin Yuanshan's concern. He picked up the phone without hesitation and made the call. Director Su, please come over. Right away, Secretary Lu. Su Shuheng, having just returned to his office, dropped everything and headed out immediately without even pausing for water. When Secretary Li had entered the office earlier, Su was waiting outside and caught every word of Secretary Lu's reprimand. He understood that Li was likely in serious trouble, so he retreated to his own office to avoid any collateral damage. Now that Secretary Lu had called, things must have been resolved. Su hurried toward the secretary's office. After finishing his call, Lu Jianen turned to Lin Yuanshan with a smile. I'll handle it directly with Director Su when he arrives. You just follow him. Thank you, Secretary. Lin Yuanshan quickly stood to express his gratitude. MHM. Su Shuheng arrived shortly after and immediately understood the situation upon seeing Lu Jianen and Lin Yuanshan together in the office. Xiao Su arranged a vehicle and gathered a few men to help Yuanshan load the boar meat and deliver it to his home. Hearing it was such a minor matter, Su Shuheng felt relieved and confidently promised, Understood, Secretary. I'll ensure it gets done. All right, go ahead. Lu Jianen waved dismissively, signaling the meeting was over. He had more pressing matters to attend to, namely preparing for tomorrow's inspection. Though Su Shuheng appeared submissive before Secretary Lu, and Secretary Li's actual position within the forestry farm carried real weight. He quickly organized transportation and personnel, the same driver, 2 security officers, and 2 workers. Originally, security personnel weren't necessary for this trip. However, the security chief recognized the embarrassment his department had caused and volunteered 2 men to inspect the area for any other risks. A move that was really just performative, meant to show leadership they were taking the matter seriously. With so many people, the cab couldn't accommodate everyone, so the 2 security officers and 2 workers had to ride in the truck bed. Lin Yuanshan and Su Shuheng sat in the front passenger seat. Along the way, Su Shuheng considered asking about what happened in the office, but held back. Li Shifu was right there, and some matters were better left unspoken. Lin Yuanshan noticed the hesitation, but said nothing himself. Office politics were tricky to discuss, and since he'd already benefited from the outcome, there was no reason to dwell on it. After descending the mountain road in the truck, Lin Yuanshan spoke up. "Driver Lee, let's take the alternative route instead. If we get out and walk, it would take 3 or 4 hours to reach there." "My." Driver Lee didn't immediately agree, but glanced towards Su Shuheng for confirmation. Su Shuheng was pleased with this display of deference and waved his hand lightly. "Just follow Dashin's guidance. He knows the shortest route." "Understood." After another half an hour or so, Lin Yuanshan finally had masterly stopped the car. He confirmed their location once more, then spoke up. "All right, let's walk from here." At this, Su Shuheng, still seated in the car, tugged at Lin Yuanshan's clothes and said in a low voice, "Dashin, how long will it take to walk?" "About 2 hours. Why don't you wait in the car, brother Su, and keep an eye on it?" Lin Yuanshan proactively gave Su Shuheng an excuse so he wouldn't have to go along. However, Su Shuheng now hesitated. His superiors were already dissatisfied with how he had handled this matter. Even the security details knew the principle of mending the fold after losing the sheep. If he didn't go along and word of it reached his superiors, wouldn't his impression in their eyes be even worse? With that, Su Shuheng made his decision immediately. He waved his hand and said, "How can that be? I am the person directly responsible. Of course I have to follow this through from start to finish. I'll go with you." As he said this, Su Shuheng jumped out of the car. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan didn't try to dissuade him. After all, it was better to have Su Shuheng along, otherwise he really couldn't command those few people. Since Su Shuheng, as their leader, was going in person, the others naturally had no objections. Even Master Li locked the car and said he would go along too. The 2 security guards saw this and realized they wouldn't be able to slack off later. They couldn't help cursing inwardly at his pretentiousness, yet not a trace of displeasure showed on their faces as they followed behind with broad smiles. Eager to get home, Lin Yuanshan led the way quickly. The 2 security guards followed behind, as they were the only 3 carrying guns, and they were also the fittest from patrolling the mountains regularly. With the 3 of them clearing the way ahead, the others found the walking much easier. They only needed to follow the footprints left behind. At first, Su Shuheng chatted with Master Li and the 2 workers, but soon he was exhausted and panting heavily, no longer able to talk. He focused solely on the trek, leaving only the crunching sound of trampled snow in the empty mountain woods. Crunch, crunch. Fortunately, Su Shuheng had grown up at the foot of the mountains, so his stamina was passable. With the help of the 2 workers beside him, he managed not to fall behind. Just as they were about to reach their destination, Lin Yuanshan, walking at the front, suddenly halted. He had just been thinking about the place where the large road deer had died when a sudden wave of palpitation seized him. He looked up ahead. Once they crossed one more small peak, they would reach their destination. Seeing Lin Yuanshan stop abruptly, the 2 security guards behind him were puzzled. "Brother, why have you stopped?" The tall one closest to Lin Yuanshan asked directly. "Nothing. Should we take a break?" Lin Yuanshan shook his head. He couldn't just say he felt danger ahead. That would seem too mystical. By now, Su Shuheng, who had been following behind, caught up. Over an hour of trekking, especially through the snow, had nearly exhausted him. On hearing Lin Yuanshan suggest a rest, he immediately agreed. "All right, let's all rest for a bit, then make one final push to the destination." Since their leader had spoken, the others, even if reluctant, would not voice opposition. They all nodded in agreement. They casually brushed aside some undergrowth nearby and found several dead fallen trees. Not caring whether they were dirty, they plopped right down onto them. After resting for a while, Su Shuheng finally caught his breath. He turned to Lin Yuanshan and asked, "Dashin, how much farther is it?" Lin Yuanshan was standing to the side, frowning, pondering the cause of his earlier palpitations. On hearing Su Shuheng's question, he said without looking back, "About half an hour. Just over that peak ahead." "Oh, that's really close." Lin Yuanshan's mind was entirely on his earlier strange reaction, so he had no time to chat with Su Shuheng. Su Shuheng clearly sensed this. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. After about 10 minutes of rest, Su Shuheng stood up, patted the mud and wood chips off his pants, and took the initiative to speak. "We've rested enough. Shall we go?" The others naturally had no objections, but they all turned their eyes to Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan's brows remained tightly knit. He concentrated and felt carefully, but the palpitations did not return. So he could only nod and say, "Let's go." Just as the group had stopped to rest, a northeast tiger a mountain away was chewing on a pig leg. After a while, it let out a loud burp, lazily stretched its back, shook its body, and ambled leisurely toward the south, toward the northern part of Field No. 55. Not long after the tiger left, a series of crunch-crunch sounds came from the snowfield, and then a man emerged from the adjacent mountain ridge. As soon as Lin Yuanshan crossed the ridge, he sensed something wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. Along the long distance they had just walked, although there hadn't been much noise, there had at least been birdsong. Here there wasn't even a single bird call. In the entire Changbai Mountain, only one animal could exert such immense deterrence. The overlord of Changbai Mountain, the northeast tiger. Thinking of the rumor he had heard in his past life, Lin Yuanshan's heart suddenly pounded wildly. Excited and thrilled, but not afraid. In his past life, Lin Yuanshan had never encountered a northeast tiger, which left him both pleased and regretful. Now with the northeast tiger likely ahead, Lin Yuanshan hesitated. After all, he was not alone, as several people were following behind. If they truly encountered the tiger, it was highly likely someone could be injured or even die. With this in mind, Lin Yuanshan decided to consult the others and see their thoughts. What? A northeast tiger? Dashin, are you sure? Sure enough, when Lin Yuanshan said there might be a northeast tiger ahead, everyone's faces changed instantly. After all, that name was too famous in the northeast. I'm not sure either, but judging by the situation ahead, it's possible. Hearing that Lin Yuanshan was not sure either, Su Shuheng immediately felt relieved. He thought that since this place was so close to Field No. 55, if there really were a northeast tiger, someone would have spotted it by now. So it was most likely that Lin Yuanshan had guessed wrong. He waved his hand grandly, his face bearing a hint of composure. Let's go take a look. Seeing that no one believed him, Lin Yuanshan stopped trying to persuade them. After all, he had already said all he could if they didn't listen, and something happened, it wasn't on him. Seeing that no one believed him, Lin Yuanshan stopped trying to persuade them. After all, he had already said all he could if they didn't listen, and something happened, it wasn't on him. Lin Yuanshan held the rifle he had been carrying at the ready, taking the lead as he advanced, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Seeing his tension, the two security guards exchanged a glance. One shouldered his rifle, while the other drew a machete from his waist. Even among those in the security section tasked specifically with patrolling the forest farm, not everyone could be issued a rifle. In most cases, only one of every 3 men carried a gun, while the other 2 wielded alternative weapons. Su Shuheng seemed to sense the tension radiating from Lin Yuanshan and the others. He wiped the smile off his face, fell in behind the 2 workers, and remained on alert. As they drew closer to their destination, Lin Yuanshan's gaze sharpened. Beneath the pine tree, he spotted scattered chaotic traces and the half-eaten remains of wild boar meat, yet there were no signs of a Siberian tiger nearby. There's something up ahead. Wait here for me. I'll go check it out. Lin Yuanshan said in a low voice to those behind him, then strode forward with his rifle at the ready. The 2 security guards exchanged another glance, and with perfect tacit agreement, halted in their tracks to await Lin Yuanshan's report. They had seen the chaotic marks under the tree as well, and knew a Siberian tiger might be lurking ahead, so fear crept into their hearts. Lin Yuanshan tiptoed to the tree and immediately spotted the distinct, plum blossom-shaped footprints on the ground. His heart skipped a beat. When he saw the torn gashes on the boar's leg, he was certain these were the marks of a Siberian tiger. As for why the tiger itself was nowhere in sight, he guessed it must have gone off to patrol its territory. At that thought, Lin Yuanshan instinctively wanted to flee. But then out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a gray figure, a dead gray wolf lying not far away. His face immediately broke into a gleeful smile. Ignoring the threat of the Siberian tiger, he began searching for other wolves at once. Following the tracks, he ultimately found 2 gray wolves in total. Just as he was about to call the others over to help carry the boar meat, he noticed 2 sets of tiger footprints, one heading south, the other heading east. Beside the eastern set of tiger prints was another line of gray wolf tracks. Could there be more here? Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuanshan decided to go take a look. The result was a pleasant surprise. After crossing a small slope, Lin Yuanshan discovered yet another gray wolf, this one noticeably larger than the other 2. Having lost 1 boar leg, but gained 3 gray wolf pelts, Lin Yuanshan counted it a good deal. He dragged the 3 wolves under the tree, then climbed up to untie the remaining slab of boar meat and toss it down. Noticing the sack had been torn open, Lin Yuanshan paid it no mind. He simply tied the gash shut with rope, took out another sack, and stuffed the 3 gray wolf carcasses inside. Then dragging the 2 sacks, he headed back toward the others. The scene of Lin Yuanshan stuffing the wolf carcasses into the sack had not escaped the eyes of the others nearby. The tall security guard's eyes flickered, and he casually remarked to Su Shuheng beside him. Section Chief, Su, what did this brother just stuff into the sack? Su Shuheng, having climbed to the position of Section Chief, was a shrewd one. He knew the security guard was eyeing Lin Yuanshan's gains covetously and wanted a share of the spoils. He decided to let the man stick his neck out first while he himself would see how things unfolded. I didn't see a thing. Why don't you ask him yourself in a bit? Hearing Su Shuheng's evasive reply, the tall man silently cursed the old fox, but he still resolved to question Lin Yuanshan later. After all, he had to get a piece of the spoils. When Lin Yuanshan returned dragging the 2 large sacks, the 2 workers were the first to rush over and help him pull them along. Though the sacks looked bulky, the boar meat in fact weighed only a little over 300 jin, and the 3 wolves less than 200. With the snow lubricating the ground, Lin Yuanshan had no trouble dragging them. Brother, what were you just stuffing into the sacks? The tall man asked, his face breaking into a smile as Lin Yuanshan approached. Lin Yuanshan's face remained impassive, but a glint of anger flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of people who, of course, he knew exactly what the man was after, but he had no intention of indulging him. Nothing much. I just casually shot a few gray wolves yesterday. Oh, shot yesterday. It didn't look that way to me. As he spoke, the tall man reached out to grab the sack containing the gray wolves. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuanshan's eyes, and he immediately lashed out with a kick. Bang! Caught completely off guard, the tall man was sent flying by Lin Yuanshan's kick, tumbling several times in the snow. What are you doing? Seeing his colleague kicked into the air, the shorter man immediately brandished his knife and pointed it at Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan, without hesitation, twisted his foot and slid to the man's right side. With a quick grab and twist, he snatched the knife from the man's hand, then sent him sprawling beside his colleague with a single kick. You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The tall man, humiliated and enraged by the kicks, scrambled to his feet from the snow and, abandoning all caution, raised his rifle at Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan, faced with the rifle, showed not the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he turned to Su Shuheng and said with a cold sneer, "Section Chief, Su, this is the caliber of your forest farms people. The security section actually dares to point a gun at someone. When I see Secretary Liu another day, I'll be sure to have a good chat with him about this." Su Shuheng had never expected things to escalate this far. His face flushed red and then paled. In the end, though, he dared not disregard Lin Yuanshan's words. After all, Secretary Li's fate was a warning he couldn't ignore. Gao Shusheng put down the gun. "Have you forgotten the forest farms rules?" Hearing Su Shuheng's order, Gao Shusheng bit his lip. If those words had come from the head of the security section, he would have obeyed without question. But Su Shuheng, after all, was not his direct superior. He could choose to show Su respect, or he could choose to ignore him. So Gao Shusheng stiffened his neck and shot back at Su Shuheng directly. "Section Chief, Su, stay out of this. Today I'm going to teach this little bastard a lesson he won't forget." Hearing the man curse at him, Lin Yuanshan, who had been expressionless, suddenly changed his demeanor. Without even glancing at Su Shuheng, whose face had also turned purple, he crouched low, then stepped forward. In an instant, Lin Yuanshan kicked a large clump of snow into Gao Shusheng's face. Gao Shusheng instinctively shut his eyes, then inwardly cried out, "Not good." But it was already too late. Gao Shusheng felt a sharp pain in both his arms, then his hands were suddenly empty and his entire body was sent flying. This time Lin Yuanshan was deliberately teaching the man a lesson, so he applied a throwing technique that sent Gao Shusheng sprawling in a daze, every joint in his body aching. Su Shuheng was utterly dumbfounded by the lightning-fast turn of events. He had never imagined that Lin Yuanshan could be so agile. For a moment he stood rooted to the spot, the cries of the two security guards sounding harshly in his ears. Lin Yuanshan tossed the gun and knife he had seized onto the ground, then looked at Su Shuheng and said, "Section Chief, Su, I've taught these two insubordinate men a lesson for you. No problem, right?" Seeing the faint chill in Lin Yuanshan's eyes, Su Shuheng immediately understood that the man was also displeased with him. He hurriedly forced a smile and tried to patch things up. "Of course, no problem. When we get back, I'll be sure to report the behavior of these two to the secretary." His words immediately made the two security guards' faces change drastically, and they scrambled to their feet to argue. But in the end, the two discovered in horror that their arms seemed useless, completely unresponsive to their commands. Gone was their earlier arrogance, and they hurriedly shouted at Su Shuheng, "Section Chief, Su, you have to save us. He broke our arms." Hearing this, Su Shuheng turned his gaze toward Lin Yuanshan, sucked his teeth, and said, "Dashin, these two were indeed out of line, but did you have to be so harsh?" Lin Yuanshan gave the two a cold glance before speaking. "Don't worry. I just dislocated their arms, not broke them. But if they give me any more attitude on the way back, I wouldn't mind dislocating them again." After saying this, Lin Yuanshan walked over to the two men, reached out, and gently pressed their joints back into place. With a few crisp clicks of bone, their arms were smoothly reconnected. Seeing their arms restored to normal, the two were filled with dread of Lin Yuanshan. After getting up, they retreated to one side, clearly reluctant to stay anywhere near him. At this point, the matter was essentially settled, and no one dared to have designs on Lin Yuanshan's gray wolf any longer. In fact, Lin Yuanshan had originally planned to give them a share. After all, as the saying goes, the wealth of the mountain should not be enjoyed alone. However, this Gao Shusheng had failed to read the room. He spoke with sarcastic innuendo, and even resorted to force, which was why Lin Yuanshan was so furious. "Brother Su, I just went over to take a look. I've confirmed there's a Siberian tiger here, and it's headed south, toward your No. 55 field. You should hurry back and report it." "What?" Hearing this, Su Shuheng could no longer remain calm. He hastily called for everyone to head back immediately, saying he needed to go to No. 55 field and make a phone call to report the matter. After all, a Siberian tiger was nothing like an ordinary catch. The danger it posed was on an entirely different level. "Dashin, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just keep your gun at the ready and watch our surroundings. We'll drag this back." Su Shuheng was indeed suited to be a section chief. He knew that at this moment, they could only rely on Lin Yuanshan for protection, since the two security guards were completely useless. He was well acquainted with the chief of the security section and knew the caliber of the men in that unit. It wasn't that there were no skilled operators, but today's two were simply not among them. Hearing Lin Yuanshan say there was a Siberian tiger, the two security guards were scared out of their wits. Forgetting the lingering pain in their arms, they joined the two workers in hauling the sacks. In fact, the best course of action now was to drop the sacks and run, but none of them said a word. After all, since Lin Yuanshan had still dragged these things back after spotting the tiger, it was obvious he had no intention of giving up. The group consisted of 7 people in all. Besides the 4 pulling the sacks, Lin Yuanshan was responsible for keeping watch and protecting everyone, while Master Li and Su Shuheng leaned on each other for support. After all, one was the leader and the other the driver, and no one else dared to say anything. Spurred on by the presence of the tiger, everyone was terrified of being caught and pushed forward with all their might. As a result, the 2-hour journey was completed in less than an hour and a half. When they caught sight of the Jiefeng truck parked by the roadside, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed into the snow. Roar! Just as they were lying there to rest, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant mountains. "Damn it! Run!" Hearing the ear-splitting roar, everyone leaped to their feet, like rabbits pursued by dogs, and scrambled toward the Jiefeng truck. Hey, the tiger's still far away. It'll take at least half an hour to get here. Why are you all panicking? Lin Yuanshan looked at the sacks abandoned on the ground and couldn't help shouting at them. The group heard what Lin Yuanshan said, but didn't look back. Still, they slowed their pace one by one since they trusted his professional judgment. Lin Yuanshan shook his head at the sight, reached out, grabbed 2 sacks, and dragged them toward the Jiefeng truck. Rumble. Master Li fished the key from his pocket, opened the truck door, and started the engine. With an anxious look at Lin Yuanshan, he said, "Brother, hurry up. Don't let the tiger catch you." Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan shook his head and said nothing more. He simply tossed the 2 sacks into the truck bed, then glanced at the 2 security guards, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Scanned by his gaze, both men lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Only then did Lin Yuanshan climb into the passenger seat. He placed the security guard's gun and knife at his feet and said to Su Shuing, "Brother Su, help me return these things to them later." Su Shuing, thinking that Lin Yuanshan was reminding him not to forget to report the incident to the secretary, nodded knowingly and said, "Don't worry. I'll mention this matter when I report to the leaders." Seeing that Su Shuing had misunderstood him, Lin Yuanshan didn't bother to explain. After all, the 2 men's earlier behavior had crossed his bottom line. He was no saint, so of course he would settle scores. The moment Lin Yuanshan sat down, Master Li impatiently floored the accelerator. The truck let out a roar and shot forward like a wild horse that had broken loose. Roar, roar. Not long after Lin Yuanshan and the others had left, a brightly patterned Siberian tiger burst out of the forest amid a succession of furious roars. After reaching the mountain road, the tiger took a few steps in the direction where the Jiefeng truck had gone. Sensing that the scent in the air was growing fainter, it let out a frustrated roar. Roar. Knowing that it couldn't catch up with the one who had stolen its prey, the tiger didn't linger on the mountain road for long. It was well aware that the road was dangerous, so it flicked its tail, sprayed a stream of urine on a tree beside it as a marker, then turned and headed back. Meanwhile, Master Li floored the accelerator all the way, speeding toward Site 55 at breakneck speed. At that time, at the Forest Farm headquarters, a vigorous cleanup campaign was underway in preparation for the next day's inspection. Ring, ring, ring. A piercing telephone bell cut through the party secretary's office. At that moment, however, the Forest Farm's party secretary was in a meeting, leaving the office completely empty. Su Shuing called several times in succession, but the line never went through. He immediately grew as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. None of this had anything to do with Lin Yuanshan anymore. He lashed the things from the bed of the Jiefeng truck onto his motorcycle, then mounted the bike and headed down the mountain. Lin Yuanshan knew his own limits well. His hounds had not yet fought many hard battles, so going up against a Siberian tiger would only mean serving themselves up as a meal. For that reason, he had no intention of getting involved. Even though Su Shuing could not get through on the phone, he did not dare leave. After all, he had no idea when someone might show up over there. Fortunately, most of Site No. 55 had been shut down over the past few days because of the big boar, so there should be no danger. At that moment, in the conference room at the Forest Farm headquarters, Lu Jianan finally finished arranging the next day's inspection work. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the meeting. Lu Jianan strode out of the conference room, Secretary Li following tightly behind him with a notebook in hand. Before they had even reached the office, he heard a phone ringing. His heart tightened, thinking the higher-ups were calling again. He hurried over to the office, pushed open the door, crossed to the desk, and picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Lu Jianan of Hongxing Forest Farm. Secretary Lu, something terrible. A Siberian tiger has been spotted at Site No. 55. Su Shuing's anxious voice came through the phone, making Lu Jianan's heart clench. "What? Are you sure?" Lin Yuanshan confirmed it personally. "The Siberian tiger has already been to the forest farm, but it probably isn't there now." Hearing Su Shuing's vague words, Lu Jianan spoke with displeasure. "What do you mean probably? I want definitive information." Su Shuing heard the displeasure in Lu Jianan's tone, and beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. After swallowing hard, he said firmly, "Just now we went to haul back the big boar Lin Yuanshan had killed. We found that a Siberian tiger had already eaten part of it, so we dragged the rest back. Then we heard the tiger coming after us, so it probably isn't at the forest farm right now." Hearing Su Shuing's explanation, Lu Jianan felt a headache coming on, but then he immediately asked, "What about Lin Yuanshan?" "Lin Yuanshan has already gone down the mountain." Lu Jianan felt speechless, but there was nothing he could say. After all, the man going home was his own business, and Lu Jianan really had no authority over that. Lu Jianan's head began to ache again. Just that big boar alone had kept Site No. 55 shut down for such a long time. Now an even more formidable Siberian tiger had shown up. Would Site No. 55 have to remain shut down until the new year? "Secretary Lu, should we notify everyone at Site No. 55 to stop work for now?" Su Shuing's words immediately reminded Lu Jianan, who said firmly, "Right. Notify everyone to stop work immediately. We won't start up again until this matter is settled." Su Shuing did not dare delay. If he waited any longer, there might be more lives lost. So he hung up and spread the notice without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, as Lu Jianan was racking his brains over how to deal with the matter, Secretary Li suddenly knocked and entered. Somewhat hesitantly, he said to Lu Jianan, "Secretary Lu, I've come to admit my mistake." "Aye." Before Secretary Li could finish, Lu Jianan cut him off with an impatient wave. "That's enough. Go out for now." "Huh? What are you saying huh about? Get out." Lu Jianan frowned, growing even more dissatisfied with this secretary. He thought to himself that once the leaders finished their inspection tomorrow, he would replace him. Riding his motorcycle down the mountain, Lin Yuanshan encountered quite a few people along the way. Some were hunters, some were mountain foragers, some carried their spoils, while others came back empty-handed. Yet those empty-handed were in the majority. True, those who live on a mountain live off the mountain, and those who live by water live off the water, but that was clearly not so simple. After all, to get such a living, you first had to have the skill. The two large burlap sacks on the back of Lin Yuanshan's motorcycle naturally attracted a lot of attention. Those who knew him cast envious looks, and some even greeted him warmly. Dashing quite a haul there. What did you pack on the back? Got lucky, and brought down a wild boar. Lin Yuanshan took up the conversation, though he did not tell the whole truth, lest it make him seem like he was bragging. As for those who did not know him, they cast looks full of envy and jealousy. Among them, two malicious stares were especially conspicuous. Damn it! What kind of dumb luck did Lin Yuanshan have? How could he be the one to kill that big boar? Sun Dikun and Sun Hongbao, who had come over the mountain full of excitement, that morning gnashed their teeth in fury when they heard Lin Yuanshan had already killed the big boar. They could not believe the result, and only after the forest farm workers personally confirmed it did the two deflate like punctured balloons. They lost all desire to hunt, and led their dogs straight down the mountain path. Unexpectedly, they ran into Lin Yuanshan here. Burning with rage, Sun Hongbao could not help cursing under his breath. Even Sun Dikun, who had kept a cold face all along, uncharacteristically let out a curse and muttered along. This big boar was useless too. How could it let Lin Yuanshan kill it? If you couldn't fight, couldn't you run? Damn it all. Their words were very quiet, but a hunter nearby still overheard them. He rolled his eyes at the two and thought to himself that if he ever had a chance to meet Lin Yuanshan, he would definitely tell him that those two were cursing him behind his back, so he could teach these good-for-nothings a lesson. Lin Yuanshan knew nothing at all of their cursing. After riding down the mountain, he had first wanted to go to town and deposit the 3,000 yuan. But then he thought of how their home was never short of visitors these days, and that keeping some money in the house was not a bad idea. So he turned the handlebars and headed straight home. Woof. Oh woo. Before Lin Yuanshan even reached home, their yellow dog Dawang began howling excitedly, announcing to the family that he was back. Zhang Sujuan had not gone out that day, as she had stayed home specially to wait for Lin Yuanshan. After all, this was the day he was supposed to collect his reward, and 3,000 yuan was no small sum. All morning, she could not concentrate on her work, pacing restlessly around the house, and every so often raising her head to ask Lin Weigua, "Husband, what if the forest farm refuses to acknowledge it?" Seeing this, Lin Weigua shook his head helplessly. How could it? The forest farm is a big operation. Would they really be short of that little bit? Then what if they say this big boar doesn't count? That thing wasn't seen by just one person. Plenty of people recognize it. How could something like that happen? Have you forgotten that when I also killed a big boar back, then they paid me the reward readily enough? That's true. Upon hearing Lin Weigua say that, Zhang Sujuan also recalled that a few years ago her husband had once helped the forest farm capture a large wild boar. The farm had indeed given a generous reward at the time, though it was only 200 yuan, far less than the 3,000 yuan offered this time. But thinking about it, the forest farm had always been seen as wealthy and generous in people's minds, so they wouldn't be short of this money. After all, they would still need these people in the future. If their credibility was lost, who would work for them? Although she kept comforting herself in her heart, Zhang Sujuan couldn't find peace until Lin Yuanshan returned with the money. Only when she heard the big yellow dog barking in the yard did Zhang Sujuan immediately throw down the rag in her hand and rush to the door, waiting for Lin Yuanshan. How did it go? Did you get the money? The moment she caught sight of Lin Yuanshan, Zhang Sujuan asked eagerly. Lin Yuanshan braked the motorcycle, planted his foot on the ground, and smiled. Of course, and there's more to it. Mom, move aside. Let me drive the bike into the yard first. Oh, all right. Zhang Sujuan quickly stepped aside and let Lin Yuanshan ride the motorcycle into the courtyard. The moment the motorcycle entered the yard, the dogs picked up the scent of the gray wolf and started barking loudly. Quiet, all of you. Lin Yuanshan scolded them, and only then did the hunting dogs calm down. He dismounted from the motorcycle, propped it up, and then began untying the two burlap sacks strapped to the back. Thud, thud. The two sacks hit the ground heavily. Lin Yuanshan took out the 3,000 yuan reward from his chest and handed it to Zhang Sujuan. She accepted the money and immediately tucked it into her clothes, muttering reproachfully, "Why did you bring it back? I told you to deposit it straight at town. Keeping it at home is useful for emergencies." Lin Yuanshan explained with a smile. Zhang Sujuan didn't argue further, clutching the money against her chest and hurrying indoors to count it carefully. Lin Yuanshan first untied the sack containing the gray wolves and poured out the 3 animals. Then he carried one toward the south wall, where an iron rod was nailed, used specifically for hanging game while skinning them. The gray wolves had frozen stiff overnight, but that posed no challenge for Lin Yuanshan, whose hands were practiced and skillful. Soon 3 complete wolf pelts had been removed. Among the 3 pelts, 2 bore marks from the Siberian tigers, claws lowering their quality somewhat. Lin Yuanshan decided to keep those himself, useful for stitching a hat or making a wolf fur coat. The largest gray wolf pelt had only a few bite holes on its neck, which didn't affect its overall quality, making it the finest of the 3. Wolf pelts couldn't be used directly after removal. The flesh and fat had to be thoroughly cleaned, otherwise they would spoil once the weather turned warm. Fortunately, none of this concerned Lin Yuanshan. Zhang Sujuan was skilled at such tasks and would handle the 3 pelts at home. By the time Lin Yuanshan finished skinning the wolves, Zhang Sujuan had finished counting the money and came out. Seeing the 3 wolf pelts on the ground, her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Son, did you hunt 3 more wolves?" "No, I found them. We encountered a Siberian tiger on the mountain, and these 3 wolves were killed by it." "What?" Lin Yuanshan's words startled Zhang Sujuan. Lin Weigua, who had followed her out, emerged with a grim expression. "How could you run into that thing? Are you hurt?" As a hunter, Lin Weigua knew far better than Zhang Sujuan just how dangerous a Siberian tiger could be, so he anxiously approached Lin Yuanshan to check whether he was injured. Lin Yuanshan helplessly grabbed his father's arm and explained with a smile. "We didn't confront the tiger directly. At the time it had wandered off somewhere, so we grabbed our things and ran. Later the tiger actually chased us, but we were in the car. It couldn't catch up." After Lin Yuanshan briefly explained what had happened, Lin Weigua and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Sujuan, still trembling with lingering fear, said, "Don't go back to the mountains for a few days. What if you run into a tiger again?" "All right, I'll rest at home for now." Lin Yuanshan agreed without hesitation, unaware that sometimes events unfold beyond one's will. He didn't wish to be drawn into this matter, yet the matter itself would come looking for him. "Mom, let's make pork stomach chicken tonight to nourish you both. You've been eating irregularly on the mountain all these days and your stomachs aren't in good shape. It's a perfect opportunity to recover." After explaining about the tiger, Lin Yuanshan began preparing dinner. Wild boars don't have much worth eating, but the stomach is certainly one exception. The older the boar, the greater its medicinal value. When he brought back the stomach from yesterday's large boar, Lin Yuanshan had examined it and found 7 or 8 ding inside. These nodules are traces left from the boar consuming venomous snakes. The more of them, the higher the medicinal value. People at the foot of Changbai Mountain all knew how to prepare pork stomach chicken, a dish that serves as both medicine and food, particularly beneficial for treating stomach ailments. Hearing her son care about her health filled Zhang Sujuan with delight. A radiant smile spread across her face as she readily agreed. "All right, I'll go get an old hen right away. Let's invite Qing Mei and the others to join us for dinner." Lin Yuanshan had been thinking the same thing, but he feared Zhang Sujuan might tease him for having a wife and forgetting his mother, so he didn't say it outright. Zhang Sujuan didn't overthink it. As long as her son still kept her in his heart, she was content. She hurried off to the village to buy a hen, while Lin Yuanshan stayed in the courtyard to begin processing the pork stomach. If left untreated, this ingredient would have an overwhelming odor, making it completely inedible, so it required careful preparation. At that moment, Lin Weigua also came to the courtyard and asked Lin Yuanshan, who was working on the stomach, "What else are you cooking tonight?" "Stewed wolf meat." Lin Yuanshan pointed to the pile of wolf meat stacked aside. Lin Weigua immediately understood and grabbed a knife to begin butchering it. Soon after, Zhang Sujuan returned with an old hen. Hens at this stage were usually kept for egg laying, so they were pricey. But with the money Lin Yuanshan had brought home, Zhang Sujuan didn't mind spending it. Just as Lin Yuanshan finished cleaning the pork stomach, he took over killing the chicken. Having already slaughtered wild boars and black bears, killing a hen was effortless and pleasant for him, and soon the job was done. Zhang Sujuan boiled hot water on the side. After Lin Yuanshan finished plucking the chicken, she went to Yi Qingmei's house to invite her over. Soon the Lin family courtyard grew lively. Except for Yi Qingzhu, who was still at school, all 3 members of the Yi family had arrived. Old Madam Yi entered the yard and stepped forward to help, but Zhang Sujuan stopped her. "How could we let you dirty your hands with such work? You just sit here and watch the children handle things. How lovely is that?" Old Madam Yi made no attempt to decline. Beaming, she took a small stool and sat by the door watching the bustle in the yard. Wolf meat was boiling in the large cauldron set up in the courtyard. Compared with dog meat, it had a much stronger gamey smell and was more warming to the body, so it required special handling. Otherwise anyone who ate it could forget about sleeping soundly that night. Such a challenge, of course, was nothing for Lin Weigua. After the treated wolf meat had simmered for over an hour, it finally began to release waves of rich, savory fragrance. For families that hunted in the mountains, hounds were as dear as family. Even if a hound died while hunting, they never brought it home to eat. They would only find a good place and bury it. Wolf meat, with its comparable flavor, thus became the substitute. Relatively speaking, however, it was chewier than dog meat, drier in texture, and coarser on the palate, so not many people liked it. But for the old mountain hands who lived in crude hillside shacks, this was a true treasure. Up in the mountains, supplies were scarce and high-calorie delicacies especially rare. One meal of wolf meat could warm a man from the depths of his chest down